Mediterranean Hegemon of Ancient Greece Chapter 830 to Chapter 890. Georges brought 4 heavy infantry battalions and 1 light infantry battalion. He ordered 4,000 heavy infantry battalions to quickly form an arc-shaped defense line inside the breach of the wall. It was like a tough fishing net that trapped the Roman soldiers who rushed into the breach. As more and more Roman soldiers rushed into the defensive circle, the space was compressed, and the number of soldiers became denser, which made it easier for the defenders to attack. Many Roman soldiers struggled in the flames when cans of tar were smashed into the wall. The tragic scene at the breach of the western wall of Rome reappeared, but this time, the roles were reversed. Coupled with the powerful attack from the 5th Legion, the disorganized and extremely tired Roman soldiers were finally overwhelmed by fear, and they were defeated. After Titus received the urgent news from his men, even though he was extremely unwilling and in pain, he still issued the order to retreat to avoid the enemy's counterattack along the wall, which would lead to more losses. In fact, after the 5th Legion rushed out of the breach, they continued to pursue the enemy, but they were counterattacked by the Etruscan coalition army. Although they were intercepted, the Etruscan soldiers' attack was not strong and did not cause any damage to the 5th Legion. After the cautious Georges received the news, he immediately ordered his troops to stop the pursuit. Because the situation outside the city was unclear at night, he was afraid of being ambushed by the Roman soldiers, especially when Prince Clotho was in the team. Although the noble young man was sensible and had always followed orders, fighting at the back of the team, and did not cause Georges any trouble, it was better to be safe than sorry. In the end, Georges withdrew the pursuing troops back into the city. Not long after the battle in Ostia ended, the next morning came. The city hall of Rome held a public meeting in the square according to the Devers' suggestion. The Devers commended the Roman civilian soldiers, led by Sextus, for their bravery in breaking away from the Roman army and defecting to Dionia. They were rewarded with more land, which further aroused the people's enthusiasm to join Dionia and to contribute to Dionia. Of course, it also deepened the resentment of the aristocratic families against the civilians of Rome. During the meeting, the Devers received a report from the garrison on the city wall. There were movements in the Roman military camp outside the city, and there seemed to be signs of withdrawal. Although the movement of the Roman army outside the city was the main concern of the Devers, he believed that it was more important to speed up the loyalty of the civilians in Rome. So he insisted on finishing the meeting before rushing to the south wall. It was already noon. Most of the camps that the Roman army had worked hard to build yesterday had been demolished. Almost no one could be seen walking around. According to the reports of the soldiers, throughout the entire morning, the camp in front of them was noisy, and there were even sounds of fighting. And according to the news from the scouts, the Roman army was divided into several groups and slowly marching to the west. Amintas, Martones, and several other legion commanders suggested that they should take advantage of the enemy's retreat and panic to send troops to pursue and even force the enemy to engage in a battle. After careful consideration, the Devers did not accept this suggestion because he did not think that Camillus would be careless when the army retreated. Besides, he did not want the legions that had just experienced a war to fight the Roman army, even if they had already split up a lot of their troops and were greatly weakened. After all, the desperate soldiers of Rome were very likely to have a strong fighting force and cause the Dionysian army to suffer heavy losses. However, the Devers summoned the new captain of the Roman reserve force, Sextus, and asked him to select good Roman soldiers to ride on the horses collected from the city and follow the cavalry legion out of the city to carry out a special mission. After issuing this order, the Devers needed to hold an emergency military meeting with Tornid, Printos, and the legion commanders to discuss the large-scale reinforcement of Ostia. Judging from the direction of the Roman army, there was no doubt that their target was the small city at the mouth of the Tiber River. At the same time, not far from the west of the city of Rome, 2 cavalry legions caught up with the marching Roman army. They lured away more than 1,000 Roman cavalrymen who were responsible for the flank defense. After that, Sextus led a few dozen civilians who were eager to make new contributions and rushed to the vicinity of the Roman army. Then, the Roman soldiers were surprised to see these enemies dressed in the uniform of Roman soldiers. When they were within 20 to 30 meters of them, they began to shout, "Citizens of Rome, I am Sextus. I used to be a civilian of Rome, but now I have joined the kingdom of Dionia. Why do you want to join them?" Because the kingdom of Dionia has given me more and better land in Rome, more luxurious and spacious houses, and more equal rights. These originally belonged to the nobles of Rome, but now they belong to us, civilian soldiers. Don't hesitate anymore. Quickly leave this hopeless army and join us. Join Dionia. You will get everything you have longed for before. You will also be reunited with your family smoothly. Don't hesitate. Leave now. The shouts of Sextus and the others stirred up waves among the Roman soldiers. In the residence of the leader of the Abenellum, Gurney sat in the living room. His expression was solemn, but he was no longer as worried as he was a few days ago. His eyes were shining as he stared at the door. Not long after, a few of his trusted subordinates arrived one after another. I have decided to follow the request of the messenger of Dionia and send messengers to the Hilpini tribes in other areas. Hearing this, the others understood that when Gurney said that he was going to send messengers, he was actually sending people to infiltrate other areas of the Hilpini tribe to spread the accusation that Lesgok disobeyed the agreement and rashly tore up the alliance and started a war against Dionia without authorization, causing the tribes to suffer heavy losses, and demanded that Lesgok be punished for this. At the same time, he also spread that the leader of the Abenellum, Gurney, can help the tribes redeem their captive tribesmen from Dionia. After all, according to the decision of the Hilpini Tribal Alliance, the Abenellum had been excluded from the Tribal Alliance, and all Hilpini tribes were forbidden from interacting with them. That's great, leader. We've been waiting for you to make this decision. Tedoni shouted excitedly, we've had enough of this period of time. The Catini, Pentini, and Caracini tribes have frequently sent messengers to warn us not to act recklessly during the war. Bah, now it's time to let these guys who bully us taste the wrath of the Abenellum. Leader, we really shouldn't wait for the war to end. Although the Samanai high priest has sent messengers several times to say that as long as we support Lesgok, our past mistakes will not be pursued. However, everyone knows that as long as they win this war, without the obstruction of Dionia, Lesgok will definitely use force against us. For our safety, we must seize this favorable opportunity and strike them first. Maioni also expressed his support for Gurney's decision. Of course I understand Lesgok's plot and the dangerous situation we're in now. Gurney sighed, the reason why we hesitated before is that if we do so, not only will we have a war with Lesgok, but it will also worsen our relationship with the other tribes and the high priest, which will lead to a bigger war. Tedoni shouted again, do you think our relationship with the other tribes and the high priest is good now? Leader, do you remember when you were almost punished by them during the tribal sacrificial ceremony a few years ago? If there's a war, we can just wipe them all out, and then you'll be the first great leader of the entire Samanai. As soon as this was said, the faces of everyone in the living room changed. Gurney glared at him, don't talk nonsense. With our strength, it's difficult to even defeat Lesgok, let alone the other tribes. What we need to do now is to provide help to Dionia in return for Dionia's help. To be honest, Gurney was very envious of Tedoni's straightforward way of doing things, very much like when he was young. However, since he became the leader, he had suffered several setbacks. For the better survival of the tribe, there were many problems to consider, and it was impossible to do whatever he wanted. Gurney's eyes swept across the faces of everyone in the hall. They all showed a kind of suppressed excitement. He took a deep breath and said loudly, since you all agree with me, then we need to reconsider the relationship between Abenellum and Dionia. You all know that a few years ago, the king of Devor suggested to me to let Abenellum become a free city like Potentia. I didn't agree at that time. Now, if we carry out Dionia's plan, it means that we will be enemies with Beneventum and the other Samanai tribes. This will be an extremely difficult war. We need the full support of Dionia to win, so I decided to let Abenellum join Dionia and become a free city in this kingdom. As soon as he said this, the hall became silent. This aggravated Gurney's worries. He coughed and hurriedly said, if you don't agree, ha. 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 Tedoni laughed heartily. Leader, you have finally made this decision. We are all relieved. When I participated in the Dionia rugby finals last year, the Gara players who played against us asked me strangely, Abenellum and Potentia are both free cities of Dionia. Why can the players of Potentia speak Greek, but most of you can't? Now some city-states and forces see us as part of Dionia and are quite envious of us. This often makes us feel embarrassed because we are not. Now we can finally rest assured. Literature Hall. Yes, after Abenalum becomes a free city of Dionia, we can not only freely participate in the regional rugby and football matches, participate in the Hercules celebration, but also freely enter the various towns of Dionia to trade for the food and other goods we want. In the future, when Abenalum is in danger and in trouble, like last year's drought, Dionia can also help us at any time. Maione said excitedly. Gurney was stunned. This was completely different from what he had expected. He asked doubtfully, "Aren't you worried that Abenalum will no longer be our Abenalum in the future?" "Chief, what's there to worry about? Look at Potentia. It's been more than 10 years, but it's still the same Potentia. But the people there are much richer than us. You know, more than 10 years ago, the Lucanians there were poorer than us." Maione sighed with emotion. The others agreed with his words. Gurney suddenly understood. In the past few years, Dionia had repeatedly invited the Abenalum people to participate in the Dionia rugby finals and other celebrations. This broadened the horizons of the people who were originally trapped in the mountains. While enjoying the warm hospitality of the people of Dionia, they also saw the wealth and power of their southern neighbor. Not only did they let down their guard, but they also yearned for the Abenalum. Compared to the exclusion and oppression of Beneventum and other tribes, they were more willing to choose the kingdom of Dionia where they were not of the same tribe. When Gurney thought of this, he felt lucky that he had made this decision in time, but he was also a little disappointed. He quickly composed himself and said in a low voice, "Maione, go see the messenger of Dionia immediately. Tell him that Abenalum is willing to become a free city of the kingdom and is willing to immediately implement the plan of Dionia. But once the plan is implemented, I believe that there will soon be other Hilpini tribes contacting us to ask for the ransom of their people. So you have to discuss with him how to implement the plan next." "Oh, Anne." Gurney looked Mai in the eye and reminded him solemnly, "You must remind the envoy of Dionia not to announce that we have become a free city of Dionia for the time being. This will hinder us from recruiting the other Hilpini tribes. Moreover, we need the military support of Dionia to defend against the revenge of Beneventum and other tribes." "I'll remember that, leader. I'll do it right away." Maione stood up and walked out. Quinduk was the leader of the Katini tribe in the Niconia region. He had been in this position for more than 20 years. More than 10 years ago, under the orders of the then great leader Kayutini, he led the Niconian warriors and participated in the invasion of Potentia. In the end, he was defeated and captured. He stayed in Dionia for more than 2 years before he was finally released and returned home. But unlike what happened to Gurney, he still received the support of the great leader and soon sat in the position of the Niconia region's tribal joint leader again. But a few years later, he, who was originally the most favored successor of the great leader of the Katini tribe, lost to Segavani and failed to become the new great leader of the Katini tribe. This was mainly because Segavani used the fiasco in Potentia to spread unfavorable rumors against him, causing many tribes to give up their support for him. The reason why Quinduk had been strengthening his relationship with Dionia was partly because he had seen the strength of Dionia and believed that Katini, or even the whole of Simone, could not match it. Secondly, he had always been resentful of not being elected as the great leader. Since then, he had never been to Katini, nor had he seriously carried out any of Segavani's orders. With the establishment of the small town of Papania in Annona, the contact between Niconia and Dionia became more and more frequent. Not only in terms of trade and employment, but also in terms of culture and religion. This greatly benefited the tribes in the Niconia region. The people did not have to risk their lives to plunder every year, and they could eat their fill. When sick or in childbirth, they had the help of the priests of Hades and the doctors of Dionia, and they did not have to rely on praying to the gods. The other Katini tribes needed to invade the Campanian alliance from time to time to ensure the survival and development of the tribes, but the tribes in Niconia only needed to develop quietly. After 7 or 8 years, their population had increased greatly, they had sufficient food, and they had better weapons. Dionia did not prohibit the trade of iron and weapons with Niconia. Thus, they became one of the largest towns in the Katini region, no less than Katini. Therefore, Quinduk, who had gained confidence, strongly criticized Segavani for violating the Treaty of Dionia and plundering the Campanian alliance many times. He also never allowed the tribes of Niconia to participate in such plundering. It was not because he truly wanted to be on good terms with the kingdom of Dionia and the Greeks. In fact, he never responded to the invitations that Dionia sent to Niconia to participate in the rugby finals and other celebrations. He also secretly restricted the priests of Hades that Annona sent to Niconia to preach. Because he only wanted to regain his position as the great leader, he always opposed Segovani and undermined his prestige. And the opportunity finally came. Segovani invaded the Campanian alliance again, but he was defeated by the Dionia and captured. When the tribes of Catini fell into shock and sorrow, Quindec jumped out and asked to immediately elect a new great leader to help the entire tribe survive this difficult time. However, the tribes led by Eusebic and the other leaders of Catini were unwilling to let the Niconians, who had close ties with the Dionia and had even begun to believe in the gods of other races, take power. They first asked for help from the other tribes, causing a meeting of the 4 major tribes to quickly be held in Catini. They secretly received a promise from the great leaders to declare war on Dionia and rescue the captured tribesmen. Then, Eusebic and the others united the high priest and some other regional leaders to make a statement. The tribes of Catini should now prioritize the rescue of their tribesmen, and the election of a great leader should be postponed. Seeing that the other tribes did not respond, Quindec, who was alone, could only temporarily cease all activities and watch the development of the situation. The envoys sent by Catini to negotiate were rejected by the Dionia, which made Quindec secretly happy. But a few months later, the Samnites' raid on the Dauni region of Dionia surprised him. And the news that Dionia agreed to exchange captives, including Segovani, made him even angrier. But then, the successive defeats of the Samni made him secretly happy again. On one hand, he publicly announced, since the captured tribesmen have been released, should the matter of re-electing a great leader be put on the agenda? On the other hand, he quietly sent people to various regions to spread the news, saying things like, the reason why Catini suffered such a crushing defeat was the result of Segovani's incompetence in command. Is a person who has been captured still qualified to be a great leader? He used the same trick that Segovani had used on him back then on himself. Finally, this time, the tribes responded to Niconia's proposal and began to discuss the matter of re-electing a great leader. In the end, the location of this tribal assembly was set in Nola. Quindec was happy about this, because in the past, the location of the Catini tribal assembly was often near Catini in the eastern mountains, because that was the birthplace of the Catini tribe. But Quindec was not at ease. After all, it was too close to the tribes ruled by Segovani and Eusebic, and Nola was located in the western plains, close to Niconia, which was more advantageous for him. What he was excited about was that this was the result he had fought for, and it finally came true. It just happened to show that after the repeated failures, the tribes of Catini had realized that they could no longer fight against Dionia. And his importance, who had a good relationship with Dionia, was highlighted. Realizing that he had won, Quindec led the other tribal leaders of Niconia to Nola. Since the leaders of all the tribes of Catini had gathered in Nola with their guards, the city could not accommodate so many people. Most of them camped outside the city, so the Nola area was filled with tents, herds of cattle and sheep, and a large number of people. The frequent conflicts not only gave the lowlands a headache, but also made the neighboring Campanian alliance nervous. They strengthened their vigilance while seeking support from Dionia. In order to avoid accidents, the lowlands shortened the process of the assembly. On the 3rd day after Quindec's arrival, the ceremony to elect a great leader officially began. More than 100 leaders and tribal representatives, because some of the leaders of the Catini tribes were leading their warriors to fight against the Dionia in the east of the Samni mountains, they could not return in time, so they could only send representatives, gathered in the square in the city. Surrounded by warriors to maintain order, a wooden platform was built in the center of the venue, and 2 people sat in it. One was the joint leader of the lowland region, Sinani, and the other was the great leader of Catini, Segovani, who had just been released. Quindec had been watching Segovani since he came to power. He had not seen Segovani for 10 years. Compared to the arrogant image of Segovani when he was elected great leader 10 years ago, his face now was old and thin, his head drooping, and he looked dispirited. It seemed that he had suffered a lot during his captivity, which made Quindec feel a burst of joy. At this time, Sinani stood up and said loudly to the audience, "Respected leaders, welcome to Nola. Today, we are gathered here for a very important matter that concerns all of us, the Cayutini. Next, great leader Segavani will announce it. Mobile version of the fastest updated website. After Sinani finished speaking, he took a deep look at Quinduk, who was sitting in front of him, then quickly lowered his eyes and sat down quietly. Over the years, because the Naconians were close to Dionia, they were not welcomed in other parts of Katini. However, the relationship between Lola and Naconia was not bad. After all, the two sides were close neighbors, and the close relationship between Dionia and Naconia had also benefited Lola. There was even one time when Sinani had a fever and sought help from the priest, but to no avail. In the end, after Quinduk learned about it, he invited a doctor from Dionia to treat him. Thus, after Quinduk arrived in Lola, he immediately went to find Sinani. After getting the full support of the organizer, he was completely relieved. At this moment, the look in Sinani's eyes made Quinduk feel that everything was under control. Segavani stood up under the gaze of the crowd. The election of the great chief of the Samanai tribe was not necessarily held after the death of the previous great chief. Sometimes, when the great chief was old and weak and could no longer be competent, he would take the initiative to abdicate and use his remaining influence to ensure that the candidate he proposed could be elected. However, it was the first time in 100 years that Segavani was forced to resign from the position of great chief because he was captured by the enemy. Some of the leaders below the stage looked at him with disdain, pity, and schadenfreude. Segavani slowly straightened his chest and stood on the stage with his head held high. He glanced at the people below the stage, but there was no shame in his eyes. Instead, there was a trace of fierceness. He said loudly, "Before I announce the important matter, I first have to invite a few important people to the stage." Following the direction of his finger, the warriors on the side of the stage made way, and 4 people walked directly onto the wooden stage. There was a commotion below the stage, and all the leaders looked surprised. The 4 people were Great Chief Liskog of Hilpini, Great Chief Bardhani of Pentine, Great Chief Kodruk of Karasini, and High Priest Johnny of Savone. Why did the 4 most powerful people in the entire Samanai tribal alliance, who should have been in the east of the Samanai mountains, appear here at the same time? Why did they come? Every leader had the same question in their minds. For Quinduk, when he saw these 4 people appear, in addition to surprise, he felt even more uneasy. He immediately looked at Sinani on the stage, because when he met with Sinani before, he didn't mention that these people would appear in today's assembly. At this moment, Sinani lowered his head, not daring to make eye contact with him. After seeing the 4 people on the stage, Segavani greeted them with a smile. The uneasiness in Quinduk's heart intensified. He suddenly stood up, turned around, and walked out. The other leaders of Naconia also stood up when they saw this. "Leader Quinduk, where are you going?" Segavani's question came from the stage. "Where I go is none of your business." Even if the situation was a little bad, Quinduk's tone was still tough. "Our priests and the great chiefs of the other 3 tribes have unanimously agreed that Segavani was not only the great chief of Katini in the past, but he will also be the great chief of Katini in the future." High Priest Ron's words caused an uproar in the audience. According to tradition, the priests and the other 3 tribes have no right to interfere with the internal affairs of Katini. Quinduk roared angrily. "This is not the Holy Mountain, nor is it the territory of other tribes. This is Katini. Who said they interfered with the election of Katini?" Segavani sneered and looked around the stage. "If any leader objects to me continuing as the great chief, please stand up." As soon as his voice fell, some leaders shouted in the venue, "We support Segavani continuing to be the great chief of the Katini tribe." Although some leaders objected in their hearts, seeing that the situation was not good, they did not dare to stand up at this moment to avoid becoming the target of Segavani's revenge in the future. In the end, only a small group of Quinduk and the other Naconian leaders stood alone in the middle of the venue. "Segavani, is this the procedure of electing a great chief?" Quinduk asked loudly. "We are at war now. Everything should be simple for the sake of war. This is also the oracle of God Savone." High Priest Ron interrupted. "I can't agree with this wanton destruction of tradition. I will never agree with this rebel who relies on outsiders to steal the great chief." Quinduk pointed at Segavani and said sternly. He was about to leave with a face full of anger. However, more warriors rushed in from the periphery of the venue, using their swords and spears to stop him from leaving. Segavani, what do you mean by this? Quindec's expression changed, and he angrily grabbed a spear pointed at him with his hand, rebuking sternly, "Do you want to kill your competitor in this sacred gathering? Then come, use this spear to pierce my chest, and let the people of Kaatini see clearly what a despicable thing the great leader they elected is." Seeing this, the Naconian leaders behind Quindec also shouted, "Everyone, run! Segavani wants to kill us." Their shouts made some of the leaders panic, but about 1/3 of the leaders in the venue had already received the news in advance and did not move, so the venue did not get out of control. Quindec and the 7 or 8 leaders of Naconia wanted to force their way out of the venue, but dozens of warriors with spears and wooden shields surrounded them. The atmosphere was very tense. Segavani shouted from the stage, "Leaders, I just said that I have an important matter to announce to you. Do you know why we suffered a crushing defeat when we raided the Campanian alliance? Because the Dionia already knew our invasion plan in advance and knew that the focus of our attack was Tessera, so they sent troops to Campania in advance and ambushed us along the route of our attack. In the end, it led to our crushing defeat. While I was in captivity, I thought hard and even secretly obtained some information. In the end, I confirmed that there was a traitor among the leaders of Kaatini. They had close ties with Dionia and knew of our plans. They informed them in secret, which led to our ultimate defeat. So who are these traitors?" Segavani's words made most of the leaders subconsciously look at Quindec and the others who were surrounded at the edge of the venue. "The traitors are, of course, these people from Naconia." A leader from Kaatini pointed in the direction of Quindec and shouted angrily, "They had planned this long ago. Not only did they refuse to participate in the raid, but they also continued to be close to the Dionia when we were crying for our people who died in battle and were captured. They even worshipped the gods of the Dionia. If they are not traitors, who is?" The words of this leader immediately reduced the sympathy many people had for Quindec and the others. "Nonsense! Nonsense! Segavani, in order to cover up your own incompetence, you actually put a crime that does not exist on my head." Quindec roared angrily. Segavani waved his hand forcefully and said loudly, "What are you waiting for? Arrest these traitors immediately." The warriors swarmed up and pressed Quindec and the others to the ground. They quickly tied them up and gagged them. High Priest Roan spoke with a stern tone, "Everyone, we, the Simonians, have lived on this land for hundreds of years. Now, we are facing a great crisis. Not only do the Dionians want to occupy our land, but they also want to enslave us and make us worship their god. For the survival and continuation of our race, the 4 major tribes will unite to fight against Dionia. Any tribe that refuses to fight is a sinner of the Simonians and will be punished by Savone. Bring that traitor Quindec here." Segavani shouted sternly. The warriors carried the struggling Naconia joint leader. When they passed by the venue, Quindec cast a pleading look at the nearby leaders, but they hurriedly avoided him. When he came to the stage, he saw his enemy Segavani pointing at him and shouting, "Should we execute this traitor? Execute him! Execute him!" Some people under the stage kept shouting, some were silent, but no one clearly expressed their opposition. Quindec knew that it was difficult for him to escape. He widened his eyes and exerted strength in his legs. He suddenly broke free from the hands of the warriors behind him and slammed his head into Segavani, who was stirring up the crowd. If it weren't for Leskok's quick reflexes, pulling Segavani to his side, this great leader Kaatini would probably have been knocked off the wooden stage. Amid the cries of the leaders, Quindec, whose hands were tied behind his back, rushed down the wooden stage and hit his head on the ground. Immediately, his head was covered in blood, and he fell to the ground, twitching. It was obvious that he would not survive. The leaders who witnessed this tragic scene were distressed. Segavani secretly heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly thanked Leskok. Then, he glared fiercely at the other leaders of Naconia and said sternly, "Quindec has already been punished by Savone. If you want to live, you must gather your people and declare war on the Dionians in order to obtain Savone's forgiveness. Make your choice." Some of the Naconia leaders still glared at Segavani, while others lowered their heads and said nothing. On the wooden stage, Leskok looked at Quindec in a pool of blood, thinking to himself, if only this was Gurney, but he understood that the relationship between Beneventum and Abenelum was completely strained. Both sides were like enemies, and it was impossible for Gurney to leave Abenelum like Quindec and go to other parts of Samani alone. At this moment, he heard the great leader of Pentni, Bardani, say, "We've finally helped Segavani solve this matter." Mobile version of the fastest updated website, the great leader of the Caracini clan, Kontruk, said coldly, "I hope the plan can be carried out smoothly this time, otherwise," although the old man did not finish his words, Lescok knew that he was reminding him. The Samanese coalition's plan to attack the Downey region was mainly drawn up by Lescok. Apart from the initial success of the surprise attack, the following attacks all failed miserably. The three major tribes, Hilpini, Pentni, and Caracini, all suffered heavy losses. While being criticized by the other two great leaders, Lescok also realized that after obtaining the initial success, he was a little dizzy and forgot to carry out his original idea, not to fight the Daionia on flat ground, but to use the mountain battle that the Samanese were good at to deal with the enemy. However, the Daionia commander in the Downey region remained calm even after the successive victories. He was not tempted by the Samanese and rashly marched into the mountains. Lescok and the others finally felt that they could not gain any advantage in the Downey region, but they were unwilling to stop harassing Daionia so that Daionia could focus on destroying other enemies, so they had no choice but to turn their target to the west. The weak alliance of Daionia, the Campanian alliance, and the defenseless Lucania municipality seemed to be better targets to harass. Moreover, because Caiutini had suffered a crushing defeat before, and a large number of warriors were captured, Caiutini did not send out too many warriors when the Samanai coalition attacked Downey. Thus, the losses they suffered were small. Coincidentally, the Catini warriors who were previously captured had been released by the Daionia and returned to the tribe, making Catini now the strongest of the four major tribes. Segavani, who had also just returned to Catini, readily agreed after hearing the plan of the three great leaders. The reason was, of course, not only because of gratitude. The three major tribes used the hostages of Gruim in the Downey region to force Daionia to release the Catini captives, but also because he needed the support of the other great leaders and high priests so that he could regain his position as great leader. Of course, he also hated Daionia, who had humiliated him greatly, and hoped to create great trouble for it. Both sides hit it off immediately. This was the reason why Leskirk, Kontruk, Bardani, and Johnny were here. Annona was a city on the northwest border of the kingdom of Daionia. Although the Samanai were at war with Daionia, and Annona bordered the Niconia region of the Catini tribe, the city had always been peaceful. Every day, people or merchants would go to the small town of Papania in the northeast. However, on this day, the sentinels on the city wall saw a long line of people approaching from the northeast. They were carrying the elderly and the young, carrying bags on their backs as they rushed towards Annona in panic. At the front were a few priests of Hades in white robes. They rushed to the front of the city guards and shouted anxiously while panting. Leader Segavani led the army to capture the city of Niconia. We were informed by the Niconian believers who risked their lives to escape. Papania is in danger. I've already informed the town's officer Dermot, but there are still many people who haven't left. Hurry up and send reinforcements. Quick! Quick! The governor of Annona was Adrianx. He had been in office for 3 years, and his term was coming to an end. However, due to the recent wars in Daionia that would not end in a short time, in order to ensure the stability of the kingdom, his term might be extended. Therefore, he continued to perform his duties with peace of mind. In the city hall, he received an urgent report from the captain of the city guards. He was shocked and immediately ordered, "Hurry up and sound the alarm. Let the whole city enter emergency combat readiness. Also, send someone to the barracks outside the city and inform General Xantiparis to lead the army to defend Papania." "Yes, sir." Looking at the back of the captain of the city guards leaving in a hurry, Adrianx's expression was solemn. He knew that the peace of Annona had been broken, and the war had come. While worrying about the life and death of the people of Papania, he remembered another important matter, so he immediately called for the clerk. "Send someone to Pompeii immediately and tell them that the Catini have made a move. Let the Campanian alliance strengthen their guard, in case the Catini invade again." Xanthoporus originally came to Lucania city under the order of the Ministry of Military Affairs to form a reserve legion to replace the Legio III and take on the task of defending the entire northwestern region of the Kingdom of Dionia. At first, he set the garrison at the barracks near Grimentum, but after the Samni invaded the Downey area, Xanthoporus changed the garrison to near Annona. After all, it was the city closest to the Samni, although it was the same for Copsa. He thought that Abenalum, as a barrier, was much more reliable than Narconia. Who knew that just as he completed the establishment of the reserve legion, the Ministry of Military Affairs would let Epitines take away 4 brigades from him, but would not allow him to expand, which made him feel quite helpless. Just as the Dionysian army and the Roman army were engaged in a fierce battle in Ostia, Segovani led the Samni army, holding the surrendered Narconian leader hostage, successfully entered the Narconia area, and forcibly occupied the settlements of the tribes that did not submit to him, including the Quindic tribe, threatening the lives of the tribes and their families to follow his troops to attack the small town of Papania in Annona. 7 years ago, the town was personally supervised by Assists, the governor of Annona. Benefiting from the frequent exchanges between Dionia and Narconia, it had become quite prosperous. Moreover, in order to show the sincerity of the Dionia to the Narconians and to dispel their vigilance, they did not set up too many defenses in the town. Coupled with the sudden arrival of the enemy, it was easily captured. Segovani captured the people of Dionia who were still in the town, then ordered the Narconian warriors to burn down Papania, forcing it to completely break with Dionia. Then, while leading the army back to Narconia, he sent troops to block the mountain road connecting to Annona. The reason why Segovani did not directly attack Annona was the decision made by several great leaders after the painful lesson in the Downey area. They targeted the weaker and more easily bullied Campanian alliance. When Segovani led his army into Narconia, nearly 10,000 Samni allied troops, who had been waiting in the small mountain pass town of Abella for a long time, quickly moved west, passing through Caesarea, and headed straight for the city of Atlas, which had once caused the Catini to suffer a great loss. Due to the Catini leaders' meeting held in Lola, the Campanian alliance, led by Naples, shifted the focus of their defense to the southeast. They did not guard against the surprise attack of the Samni from the northeast. Atlas, a small city on the border of the Campanian alliance's territory, quickly fell under the fierce attack of the Samni warriors. At the same time, after Segovani, who had burned down the town of Papania, returned to Narconia, he led 7,000 Catini warriors, including more than 3,000 Narconians, to the southwest to attack Pompey, which was only 20 miles away from Narconia. Pompey had been living in peace with Narconia for more than a decade because of Dionia. They never expected that the enemy would attack from the southeast, and the attack was so fast. In a hurry, most of the people outside the city did not have time to retreat into the city and became prisoners of the Catini. After receiving the order from Adrianx, Xanthoporus was not excited about participating in the battle. The reason was that there was only 1 battalion of soldiers in the barracks. This was actually very normal. Under normal circumstances, soldiers of a legion would bring their own rations and standard weapons from their homes to the barracks within 3 or 4 days and undergo a military training under the guidance of a military training officer. Unless the military training office of the Ministry of Military Affairs ordered the entire legion to train together, it was usually done by each battalion in turn. The military training of the barracks of each legion was the responsibility of the military training officers sent by the Military Training Office of the Kingdom's Ministry of Military Affairs. The legion commander had no right to intervene, but he could observe the training, understand the conditions of his soldiers, and give his own training suggestions. Only with the authorization of the king and the Ministry of Military Affairs could he command his own legion. Under such a serious situation, Xanthoporus should have gathered all the legion's soldiers in the barracks, but this way, when the soldiers ran out of rations, they would have to rely on the barracks to provide food. Usually, food would be allocated from the nearby granaries, but now that food was scarce, Xanthoporus could only let the battalions take turns to be stationed in the barracks. Although there were only 1,000 soldiers in the barracks, Xanthoporus still gathered them without hesitation and quickly marched to Papania. At the same time, Xanthoporus also ordered the messengers to immediately rush to the 4 coastal towns of Annona, Poseidonia, Elia, and Picassus, and inform the soldiers of the other battalions to gather in the barracks immediately. When Epiphanes came to mobilize the troops, Xanthoparus specially asked Epiphanes to take away the battalions mainly made up of the citizens of Grimentum, Nudum, and other inland towns of Lucania, leaving behind the battalions made up of the citizens of the coastal towns. This was for the sake of informing the soldiers to gather in the future and for the soldiers to reach the barracks more quickly. After the troops bypassed Annona, they encountered many refugees along the way. They were shouting in panic, "The Catini are here. They have captured Papania." Mobile version of the fastest update website, this caused the soldiers to speed up again and again. Xanthoparus, who was almost 60 years old, found it a little difficult even on a horse. After entering the mountain path, no matter how urgent it was, Xanthoparus had to slow down his troops to prevent being ambushed by the enemy. At this moment, the soldiers saw fire in the distance. The scouts sent out hurried back to report, the Catini had retreated and burned the entire town of Papania. By the time Xanthoparus arrived with his army, the bustling town built in the valley was already shrouded in flames. 3 headless corpses were placed in the open space south of the town, with a wooden sign next to them. A line of Greek words was written in human blood on it, "I have 134 Dionia people in my hands. Give me the captured Samanese warriors in exchange. Otherwise, they will end up like these corpses." The soldiers were furious when they saw this tragic scene. They all requested to chase after the enemy and rescue the captive people. The old Xanthoparus was certainly not as impulsive as the soldiers. He just asked the soldiers to collect the 3 corpses and line up in place, waiting for the scouts' report. Soon, the news that came back confirmed his guess. There seemed to be an ambush on both sides of the mountain path ahead, and there were Catini warriors waiting at the exit of the road. Xanthoparus led the army back without hesitation. He knew that the long-term peace between Niconia and Ionia had been broken, and the war had reached the northwestern border of the kingdom. Not only did he have to gather the reserve army as soon as possible to defend Annona, but he also had to inform the Ministry of Military Affairs as soon as possible to send more troops or give himself more authority to lead troops. Otherwise, it would be difficult to deal with the upcoming war with just these 4,000 new soldiers. Pompeii was a small Greek city with a small population. Now that more than half of the residents were captives, even if the elderly and women of Pompeii took up weapons and went to the top of the city, it was difficult to resist Segovani's premeditated attack. The battle lasted until the afternoon, and the city was breached. The cheers of the soldiers made Segovani feel good, but he was still not satisfied. He needed more victories to wash away the humiliation he had suffered before. So he left some of the soldiers to garrison and continued to lead the army north along the coast. By dusk, they arrived at Herculaneum, only 15 miles from Pompeii. Herculaneum was located at the foot of Mount Vesuvius. It was also a small Greek coastal city, but it was richer than Pompeii because it was close to the Bay of Naples, thus becoming a subsidiary trading port of Naples' prosperous sea trade. But the Herculaneans had their own pride. They believed that their town had a longer history than Naples, because it was founded by Hercules, as could be seen from his name. The people of Herculaneum were prepared for defense, having been informed of the enemy's attack by the Pompeians who had fled to Herculaneum beforehand. Seeing this, Segovani did not order another attack, but set up camp on the spot. Herculaneum's messenger had rushed to Naples to ask for help, but at this time, Naples was facing the threat of the Samanese coalition from the northeast. Originally, they were going to send the Campanian coalition to repel the enemy, but now that they heard that a large number of enemies were attacking from the south, the Neapolitans, who were likely to be attacked from both sides, immediately gave up on the idea of fighting. At the same time, they also sent messengers to Dionia to ask for help. Note, after the eruption of Mount Vesuvius in 79 AD, it was not only Pompeii that was buried under the volcanic ash, but also Herculaneum. Unlike Pompeii, which had been excavated, 75% of its town was still buried, and most of it was intact. After Dionia won consecutive victories against Asculum and Venosa, the Samanese were forced to retreat to the mountains. Even the mountain reconnaissance team reported that there were no traces of the Samanese in the hills at the border of the Dauni region. Obviously, the heavily injured Samanese coalition gave up on the plan to continue harassing the Dauni region. The kingdom of Dionia's commander in the Dauni region, Alexis, did not take advantage of the situation to lead the army to attack the Samanese region. On the one hand, it was because of the Devers' solemn reminder. Without absolute confidence, do not enter the Samanese mountains to fight the Samanese. More than 10 years ago, Alexis once led the Legio III to fight the Samanese in the Lucania mountains. Although he won a small victory, he also felt the power of the Samanese warriors in mountain battles. Moreover, he was in Potentia at that time. If it was in the Samanese mountains, the terrain was unfamiliar, transportation was difficult, and they were in enemy territory. There was no doubt that they would have encountered more trouble. The second aspect was the problem of food supply. Alexis had gathered 3 legions and 1 cavalry legion, a total of nearly 30,000 people. The rations that the soldiers brought with them had been eaten up. The amount of food provided by the kingdom every day was not a small amount. Now that the king of Devers was leading an expedition to the Latinum region, the already small amount of rations would naturally be given to the expeditionary army. The Ministry of Military Affairs had already made a suggestion to Alexis. Since the Samanese had suffered heavy losses, they had stopped attacking the Downey region. They hoped that he could disband some of the legions to reduce the food supply. In addition, a few days ago, the administrator of Agentum sent a messenger to Downey, telling Alexis a piece of news. According to the pirates who came to the port to trade stolen goods, the former Puchetti king's son, Bardalca, who had escaped to the other side of the Adriatic Sea, was in the Epirus region gathering the Puchetti, Messapians, and Downines who had escaped to the mainland of Greece. Therefore, Alexis finally decided to disband the 9th, 10th, and 2nd Cavalry legions. However, as usual, they still had to keep a company stationed in each barracks. They also had to send another company of soldiers with 4 days of rations. The cavalry legions would send 200 cavalrymen to Asculum in the Downey region. Alexis would lead them on duty there. In the barracks in the Downey region, every 2 companies of soldiers of the 11th Legion would bring their own rations. They would rotate once every 4 days, under the command of Capus. The Downey barracks were in the north, while Asculum was in the south. At the same time, there were a total of 4,000 soldiers and 200 cavalrymen guarding the borders of the Downey region and the Samanese region. Supplemented by the citizens of the neighboring towns, it was enough to deal with the small and medium-sized Samanese invasion. Once the remnants of the enemy who escaped from Apulia landed in other locations in the Apulia region, the garrison of the other barracks could first resist them. Then, the citizens who were ready for battle would quickly gather from the towns to the barracks under the orders of the messengers. They would form a complete legion and completely destroy the enemy. This way, the kingdom's military rations would be consumed very little, and the safety of the area was basically guaranteed. The reason why Alexis dared to do this was because the Apulia region was a plain. The terrain was basically flat. In addition to the main roads, there were also relatively smooth roads between the towns. From the city of Lusnia in the north to Agentum in the south, it would only take a little more than a day for the army to march quickly. However, because of this, the soldiers of the legion were relatively busy. They were always on the move, but for the warlike people of Messapi and Puchetti, it was exciting to have a war to fight, merits to be earned, and land to be divided. In the many exchanges between the Ministry of Military Affairs and the King of the Devers, the kingdom's current strategy for this war was, attack from the north, defend from the south. The army led by the Devers was attacking in the Latin region, while the army led by Alexis had stopped in the Downey region. In the southern region of Sicily, the army led by Leotychides did not retreat to defend. Instead, they used Selinus as a base to attack everywhere, looting all the villages and towns outside the cities of Mazara, Lili, Segesta, and other cities to ensure an adequate supply of food for the army. This was to achieve the goal of disrupting the order of Carthage's rule in Sicily and creating favorable conditions for future battles. Leotychides adopted a combat strategy of attack and defense. When the Devers led the army to the coast of Latin, the drowned body of the commander of Dionius' Third Fleet, Phranio, had been found in the reefs of the coast between Minoa and Agrigento. As the body had decomposed, Leotychides led all the soldiers and fleet sailors to hold a solemn cremation funeral for him in the city of Selinus. Everyone was crying. However, traces of the commander of the Sicilian fleet, Sequirian, had yet to be found. Leotychides once speculated that Sequirian might have fallen into the coast controlled by Carthage's people and was captured. When exchanging prisoners with Carthage's people, he had proposed to exchange more prisoners for Sequirian. Carthage's people did not reply. As the order signed by the Devers agreeing to transfer the Fourth Fleet to Sicily had not yet reached the Ministry of Military Affairs, the former commander of the Fourth Fleet, Stefakas, temporarily took on the responsibility of commanding the entire Sicilian fleet. In fact, there were only a few dozen warships left in the Sicilian fleet. The Dionysian army wreaked havoc on the western land of Sicily, causing Carthage's allies and colonial cities to complain incessantly. They all asked for help from Lille. The morale of the troops in Lille was low, and the military system was in chaos. Pomurka only wanted to protect himself and did not dare to go out of the city to fight the Dionysian army. It turned out that although the Carthage Senate made a decision to let brother Mago be the commander of the Sicilian army, the senators led by Hanno refused to allow the Carthage citizens to organize an army to go to Sicily on the grounds that the citizens of Carthage suffered heavy casualties in the last battle. Instead, they suggested that Mago should lead the Iberian army that had not suffered any casualties. Of course, the senators led by Preta Cuba would not agree to this proposal. They strongly called for further investigation of the blame for the failure of the last war, while helping the emissaries of the Allies from Sicily to publicize the tragic experiences of the Phoenicians and Carthage people in Sicily in an attempt to incite the common hatred of the Carthage citizens and push the Senate to pass the proposal that the city of Carthage once again organize an army to go to Sicily. Time slipped away day by day in the dispute between the two sides. Although Mago, who was far away in the southern part of Iberia, was anxious, he still declined the request of the Senate to urge him to send troops immediately on the grounds of gathering troops. After all, it was unacceptable for Mago to consume the military strength of Iberia alone and let Hanno get what he wanted. While the Italian peninsula and Sicily were at war, a major event also happened in Greece. The Sparta king, Cleombrotus, finally led the assembled Sparta allies across the Isthmus of Corinth and entered central Greece. He summoned the various garrisons of Sparta in this area, preparing to conquer the Thebes again and restore Sparta's authority in central Greece. But in the process, the Sparta general, Svidelas, who was originally stationed in Thespia, was afraid of being blamed by the new Sparta king because he did not send troops to help suppress the Thebes riot. Out of the mentality of atoning for his mistakes, and out of the ambition to gain glory and compete with Phoebidas, he made a plan to attack the port of Piraeus at night. He believed that by seizing Athens as an important trading place, not only could he make up for the loss of the Thebes, but he could even win glory that would not lose to Phoebidas. Although many Greek city-states secretly despised him, the citizens of Sparta still think that Phoebidas's sneak attack on the Thebes was a great achievement. Since the messenger of the new king of Sparta was already on the way, Svidelas did not have time to make a more detailed plan. He led his troops and set off at night, heading southeast to the port of Piraeus. However, his troops were not familiar with the terrain, and he underestimated the difficulty of the journey. As a result, it was already dawn before they reached the port. The people of Athens at the port discovered their traces and immediately mobilized for defense. Seeing that the sneak attack had failed, Svidelas had to turn back along the way. During the retreat, the army ravaged the territory of Athens in order to get rid of the key. This unprovoked provocation immediately aroused great anger in the people of Athens. Sparta once sent an envoy to accuse two generals of Athens of participating in the Thebes riot. In order to prove their innocence, Athens executed the two generals who acted without authorization. However, the envoy of Sparta did not leave. Instead, he continued to stay in Athens, claiming that he was carrying out the order of the Sparta Council of Elders and would continue to monitor the performance of Athens in the coming days. Now, the angry people of Athens immediately arrested the envoy of Sparta and questioned him angrily. Why did Sparta send troops to invade the territory of Athens and plunder the people of Athens for no reason? The envoy of Sparta, who was puzzled by the anger of the people of Athens, learned about what happened in Piraeus in the morning. In his heart, he cursed Svidelas for his audacity. He immediately explained in a loud voice that the plunder was a stupid decision of the Sparta general, and it had nothing to do with the government of Sparta. Moreover, he firmly stated that the Council of Elders of Sparta would quickly put Svidelas on trial and give a fair explanation to the people of Athens. The explanation of the envoy of Sparta could not completely appease the anger of the people of Athens. The leader of Athens politics, Thrasybulus, had died in battle a few years ago. However, in Athens, a democratic figure named Callistratus rose to prominence. Callistratus was not only a good orator, but also a very capable politician. He was elected as one of the 10 generals of Athens for several years. Callistratus persuaded the people of Athens, reminding them that if Athens was not ready to go to war with Sparta, then it was better to believe the words of the envoy of Sparta. Although the people of Athens were angry, they also knew the strength of Sparta's military. So, they finally agreed to release the envoy of Sparta. The envoy of Sparta immediately rushed to the residence of the king of Sparta, Cleombrotus, and reported to him what had just happened in Piraeus and the protest of the people of Athens. Only then did Cleombrotus know the stupidity of Sfordelas. In a rage, he immediately arrested Sfordelas and sent him back to Sparta. While Sfordelas was being escorted back to Sparta, the envoy group sent by Athens also arrived in Sparta. This forced the Council of Elders and the prosecutor of Sparta to speed up the trial of the general who disobeyed orders and provoked Athens. Sfordelas seemed to be doomed, but his son had a close relationship with Agesilaus' son, Archidamus, so he urgently asked Archidamus for help. Archidamus did not hesitate to ask his father for mercy for his friend. Agesilaus did not make a promise. But in the course of the trial Agesilaus spoke for Sfordelas. He said, "Sfordelas is undoubtedly guilty, but we can't put a good man to death. Whether as a child, a young man, or an adult, this brave citizen of Sparta lived a decent life and contributed his strength to Sparta. Sparta needs such a warrior." Agesilaus now had great prestige in Sparta. His speech made some neutral people in the Council of Elders choose to support Sfordelas' innocence. Some of the elders originally felt that the Sparta general should not be punished. They believed that the riot of the Thebes had damaged the prestige of Sparta in Greece, and it was time to restore it with war. If Sparta punished its own general at this time, not only would it dampen the fighting spirit of the citizens of Sparta, but it would also make the other city-states look down on Sparta. In the end, the Council of Elders passed the decision that Sfordelas was not guilty by a majority vote. The prosecutor who had the right to make the decision was elected from Sparta. They were younger and more radical, so of course they agreed with the decision. The citizens of Athens were shocked when they heard the verdict of Sparta. In the face of Sparta's accusation, Athens executed 2 of their generals. Now, in the face of Athens' accusation, Sparta easily found the perpetrator not guilty. The arrogance of Sparta completely enraged the citizens of Athens. They strongly demanded that the Athens government retaliate against Sparta. Sparta's action was beyond the expectations of the generals of Athens. Since the signing of the treaty, the generals led by Callistratus and Aristoteles had adopted a neutral policy in view of Sparta's tyranny in Greece. However, they did not stay idle. They continued to establish alliances with many city-states along the coast of Thrace, the Aegean Sea, and Asia Minor. The frequent economic and trade exchanges and diplomatic assistance resulted in the strength of Athens now exceeding that of before the Corinth War. But now, the anger of the citizens made it impossible for Athens to continue to keep a low profile. Although this was not what Callistratus wanted to see, the majority of the citizens firmly supported the declaration of war against Sparta, and Athens finally passed the resolution smoothly. Athens' declaration of war shocked the Greek city-states. Not only did it make the Thebes feel joyful, but it also made Cleombrotus, the king of Sparta, who was preparing to attack the Thebes, uncomfortable. He was afraid that when he attacked the Thebes, the army of Athens would attack from the east, so he became hesitant to attack the Thebes. Camillus decisively led the army out of the city of Rome and marched west to attack Ostia. Of course, the Devers could not let the opponent's plan succeed. He had to send the 1st Legion, Legio IV, Legio VI, and some soldiers of the 5th Legion to the port of Ostia by taking the cargo ships of the Chamber of Commerce, or march along the north bank of the Tiber River to the mouth of the river, and then be ferried by warships to Ostia on the south bank. At this point, about 35,000 soldiers, including the temporary reserves formed by Terrace, were gathered in Ostia to defend the city from the Roman army, which had less than 60,000 soldiers. Since the Devers still had to stay in Rome, he could only appoint Amyntas as the temporary defense commander of Ostia. After careful consideration, he believed that Amyntas, who had rich combat experience and seniority, could make the other legion commanders listen to his command, and he could completely defend this small city. However, in order to prevent him from being impulsive, the Devers strictly ordered him to only defend the city, and not leave the city to fight. In addition, the Devers also appointed Clotocatax, who was fighting in Ostia, as Amyntas' personal staff officer. On the surface, it was to let him learn military affairs from Amintas, but secretly, he was given a warrant. Once Amintas acted on his own, Cloto Catax could take out the warrant to remove Amintas from his position, and replace him with Olivers as the commander. This was the first time Cloto Catax took on such a heavy responsibility. He gladly accepted the task, which also allowed the Devers to achieve another goal: cleverly keep his son away from the battlefield, and protect his safety. Outside of Ostia, Camillus repeatedly proclaimed that as long as they recaptured this port city, they could negotiate with the Daionia and eventually return to Rome peacefully. The Roman soldiers who were eager to return home were encouraged by this. They attacked Ostia for 2 consecutive days, but were repelled by the Dionysian army. However, corpses were strewn all over the city, and the ground was dyed red. Many parts of the city walls had also collapsed. It was obvious how fierce the battle was. On the 3rd day, the Roman army continued to attack. Meanwhile, in the Senate of Rome, the Devers held a meeting. Other than all the senators in Rome, the Legio III commander Lazaru, the staff officers Printos, Tormid, and the diplomat Topyrus also attended the meeting. Everyone, Topyrus has been appointed by me to go to the Etruscan cities on the north bank of the Tiber River, Caesrella, Valci, Tarchiona, and Fafluna. I had hoped that these Etruscan city-states that were forced to submit to Rome due to the strong military pressure from Rome would break their alliance with Rome and join forces with us to attack the colony city of Rome on the north bank of the Tiber River. The Devers sighed softly when they said this. Your Majesty, could it be that these Etruscans do not agree? Lazaru asked hurriedly. As the commander of the legion responsible for guarding the bridge of Rome and the new river port on the north bank, if the Etruscan city-states on the north bank could turn to Daionia and attack the colony city of Rome, the enemy's pressure on the north of Rome would no longer exist. The Legio III could then be deployed to other battlefields. This was the reason why Lazaru was so concerned and the first to interrupt. The Devers did not answer directly but looked at Topyrus. Everyone's gaze immediately shifted to the diplomat. He gulped nervously and said, After I received the order from your Majesty, I took a boat to Caesrella first. Not only because it was the closest to us, but also because, as far as I know, it was the Etruscan city-state that was the friendliest to the Greeks. As a matter of fact, they did receive me very warmly. But, when I mentioned that Daionia was willing to ally with them to fight against Rome, the Caesrella people politely refused. They said, Caesrella has been friendly with Rome for decades. They will not easily abandon this friendship, but they will not participate in this war and become the enemy of Daionia. They also defended the Rome, saying, we have already seized Rome and gained the upper hand. It is best if we can negotiate with Rome at this time. This way, we can gain more benefits and ensure that the trade order in this land will not be greatly damaged. They said they will not become our enemy, but the Caesrella people are defending the people of Rome. The governor of Rome, assists, said with a frown. The Caesrella people made it very clear that they have been friendly with the people of Rome for decades, but we have never had any contact before. If I were a Caesrella person, of course I would help the people of Rome. Matoni said straightforwardly. Nicomachus looked at Topyrus and asked worriedly, since Caesrella, who is the friendliest to the Greeks, is also siding with the people of Rome, I'm afraid the other Etruscan city-states won't support us, right? Topyrus nodded slightly and continued, then, I went to Valci and Tarcona. These 2 city-states were attacked by Rome and were eventually forced to surrender to Rome. The people of Rome even built a colony in their territory. They expressed interest in His Majesty's proposal, but in the end, they had no choice but to say, most of their young and strong citizens are fighting with the army of Rome, so they dare not take any hostile action against Rome, lest they anger the people of Rome and put their citizens in danger. It seems that the people of Rome are still very wary of these Etruscan allies. Andropolis, who came from the intelligence department, sighed when he heard this. Then, I went to Fafaruna. A few months ago, Rome had sent an army to conquer the city-state, but we happened to be at war with Rome at that time. The people of Rome withdrew the army that attacked Fafaruna. It was equivalent to us saving Fafaruna. Topyrus continued, but when the council of Fafaruna met me, they did not seem very enthusiastic. They did not seem to be very interested in our proposal. They told me, if you want to ally with us and declare war on Rome, Fafaruna cannot make the decision alone. They must discuss with the Etruscan city-state alliance and reach an agreement before they can make the final decision. But before that, they are very willing to establish a friendly relationship with us. But as far as I know, the Etruscan city-state alliance is a loose alliance. It is not very united. In the past few years, when Rome attacked the Etruscan city-states, this alliance did not play a role in uniting all the Etruscan city-states to resist the invasion of Rome. That is why Rome was able to conquer Valchi and Tarcona relatively easily. You mean, the Fafaruna are just brushing us off, and they have no intention of forming an alliance with us? Assists interrupted. Topyrus nodded and said, after meeting with the Council of Fafaruna, I asked my translator to bribe the Councillor Fafaruna with money. From them, I learned that although Fafaruna hates Rome, they are also very wary of outsiders like us. They are more worried about the strength of Ionia. Back then, the Etruscans united with the people of Rome to chase the Celts away, but in the end, the people of Rome led their army to conquer them after a few years. They do not want to make the same mistake again. I'm afraid that they would rather see us and Rome suffer a great loss. That is the best way for them. These Etruscans want the best. Too bad, I think they will only regret it in the future. Matoni said loudly. I'm afraid the Fafaruna are not the only ones who think this way. The other Etruscan city-states have the same idea. Compared to us, they are more willing to trust the people of Rome who have been with them for hundreds of years. Alcibiades, the brother-in-law of the king of Devers, said with a serious expression, since yesterday, many of the trailers and sailors on the cargo ships that were traveling up the Shua River saw a small group of Etruscan soldiers in the distance at the north bank. Fortunately, we have the protection of the cavalry, so they did not dare to come close. I've also received reports from the cavalry, but I think they are only scouting. They do not dare to have a direct confrontation with us. Leds confirmed the news. Although they haven't fought with us yet, they've already shown their hostility. We have to retaliate, or else these Etruscans will think that we're weak and easy to bully. Matoni said hatefully. Your Majesty. The assists looked at the Devers and said worriedly, since the army of Rome is attacking Ostia, the cargo ships from the kingdom can only be hauled by trailers from the north bank of the Tiber River to Rome. If the north bank is also attacked by the Etruscans, the water route to Rome will be cut off. The movement of people, the replenishment of soldiers, the transportation of resources, the supply of military rations. All of these will become more difficult. This is not good for us to govern Rome. The Devers began to tap the table with his fingers as his eyes gradually sharpened. He said in a low voice, it seems that I have misjudged these Etruscan city-states. I thought that they would be happy to ally with us because of the threat of Rome, but I did not expect them to have other ideas. Since they do not accept our goodwill, then we will deal with them in a different way. We will show them our power, and let them know the terrible consequences of going against Ionia. I have decided, the Devers glanced at the people and said in a serious tone, send troops to seize Kestera. When the people heard this, some of them were excited, and some of them looked troubled. Your Majesty, will attacking Kestera make the Etruscan city-states completely lean towards Rome? The assists expressed his concern. Don't worry, Sir Assists. Just like what your Majesty has said, these Etruscan city-states have their own ideas. Valchi and Tarcona were defeated by Rome, and their territories were divided. They have a grudge against the people of Rome. It is only because most of their citizens are in the Roman army that they do not dare to cooperate with us. As for city-states like Fofurna that are further away from Rome, I am afraid that most of them will take a bystander attitude. Only Kestera has a close relationship with Rome, and its location is too close to the banks of the Tiber River. Seizing it will not only protect our shipping routes, but also intimidate the other Etruscan city-states, and it will be beneficial to persuade them to ally with us again. Topyrus analyzed with confidence. But Kestera is a mountain city, and the mountain it is located on is much higher than the Capitoline mountain here. It will not be easy to take it. The current situation does not allow us to bring too many soldiers to attack. If we fail to take it for a long time, our army will fall into the predicament of fighting on two sides. Tormid reminded solemnly. Although Kestera is a mountain city, many of its citizens are in the army of Rome's expedition to Helniki. A few days ago, Legio III even captured some of their citizens. In fact, there are not many soldiers in Kestera who can fight now. Your Majesty, I will lead 4 brigades and we will be able to take Kestera in no time. Epiphanes asked loudly. As soon as he finished speaking, Matones immediately rebuked him. Epiphanes, your troops haven't even taken Capitoline Mountain in the past few days, and you still want to attack Kestera? Forget it. Your Majesty, let the Second Legion carry out this mission. Literature Hall. Martones, don't spout nonsense. It's not that we can't take down Capitoline. His Majesty ordered us to besiege it temporarily and forbid us from attacking. Epiphanes scolded angrily. The situation in Rome is still unstable. If the two sirs leave with their armies, what if Rome falls into chaos? Therefore, we, Legio III, can only fight. Lazaro interjected. In order to fight for the opportunity to fight, the commanders started arguing with each other. Tormid saw the Devers frown and tried to stop them. Sirs, your Majesty, the Second Legion, Legio III, and the Reserve Brigade all have important missions and can't be mobilized easily. I'm willing to lead the army and take down Casrella in a day. At the same time, we can take down Way AI. Martones and the others immediately stopped arguing. Everyone's eyes focused on the speaker. The person who spoke was Printos, who had been sitting quietly at the side. Printos, now is not the time to brag. We are having an important military meeting. Martones looked at him as if he was looking at an idiot and could not help but mock him. I can swear to Hades in front of your Majesty. Printos said seriously. If our army can't be mobilized, how are you going to take down Casrella and Way AI? Epiphanes looked at him with interest. Are you going to use the Mountain Brigade? The Devers' voice came from the seat of honor. Yes, your Majesty. Printos said respectfully, for the past 2 days, the three commanders, Martones, Lazaro, and Epiphanes, have been busy with military affairs. I have nothing to do, so I led a team of scouts to secretly explore the environment and terrain around the north bank of the Tiber River. Although Casrella is located on a mountain, it's not too difficult for the scouts to climb over it. According to my long-term observation, even during the day, there are no sentries on top of the walls of Casrella, and the defense is relatively lax. Maybe it has something to do with its long-term friendship with Rome, and the fact that it has maintained peace for more than a decade, so the possibility of a successful surprise attack is very high. I remember you were in the Mountain Reconnaissance Brigade for a few years, and you even made some achievements. Devers looked at him and said slowly. Yes, your Majesty. If that's the case, it seems like you're not boasting. Casrella City can indeed be climbed. Are you preparing to launch a surprise attack at night? The Devers scanned the crowd and asked thoughtfully. Yes, your Majesty. What about Vicky? Are you going to ambush them with the Mountain Recon Brigade? Devers asked. Printos said calmly, let the people of Rome attack, your Majesty. The Devers' eyebrows twitched, and then he squinted his eyes. He understood that the people of Rome that Printos mentioned was the reserve force that had just been formed by the civilians of Rome in the city. It had increased from a few hundred people a few days ago to more than 2,000 people. For this reason, the Devers also promoted a few more capable and loyal civilians of Rome to be Sextus's assistants. Let the civilians of Rome in the city attack Vicky? That's impossible. Martin Ness clearly expressed his objection. The order in the city of Rome is not very good now, and it's caused by the civilians of Rome. Yesterday, a few civilians of Rome attacked the patrol team. It's too risky to let such an unstable reserve force attack Vicky. And according to the report from the scouts, although there are not many Rome soldiers in Vicky, the defense is relatively tight. With more than 2,000 civilians of Rome who have not received formal military training from Dionia, it's impossible to attack Vicky. Master Martin Ness, after interrogation, the arrested people of Rome have been confirmed to be the hangers-on of the nobles of Rome. As the adjutant of the administration of Rome, he was responsible for the order and security in the city, so he was in charge of the patrol office and the court. The small nobles and hangers-on in the city have not been cleaned up yet. Doesn't this mean that the members of the reserve force are very complicated? How can we use them with confidence? Martin Ness replied, unwilling to be outdone. Assists interrupted, in the past 2 days, I have talked to Captain Sextus of the reserve force of Rome and several team officers. They said that the soldiers are eager to perform meritorious deeds in order to get more rewards. If we don't dare to use them boldly and still have doubts about them, I'm afraid that their expectations of us will turn into resentment, which is not good for us to govern the city. They dare to take the risk of betraying the army of Rome, escaping here, and pledging allegiance to us. I believe that most of them really want to join the kingdom of Ionia. Even if a small number of them have ulterior motives, so what? We can expose them through the battle. Even if the siege fails, we have discovered the hidden danger and made the civilians of Rome more loyal. This is a good thing. Master Assists is right. In the long run, our army can't stay in Rome forever. In the future, the main force to fight against the surrounding forces will be the citizen army of Rome made up of the citizens of Ionia. Why don't we take advantage of the time when our legion is here to train them? Nicomachus also suggested. At this time, Printos further explained, Your Majesty, I'm not asking the reserve force of Rome to attack Veii City. I'm asking them to use their identity to attack Veii City. After listening to Printos, the Devers had a rough idea of what to do. He asked, You want them to pretend to be the reinforcements of Rome? Yes, Your Majesty. Printos explained seriously, We all know that in order to cross from the south bank of the Tiber River to the north bank, in addition to the two bridges in the city of Rome, the Bridge of Rome and the Bridge of the River Island, there is also a bridge in the city of Ferdini upstream. Since the last attack on Veii City failed, they have been locking the city gate. Our cavalry has been patrolling the north bank of the Tiber River for the past 2 days, but we haven't seen any soldiers of Rome entering Veii City through the city of Ferdini upstream. Therefore, Veii City is likely to not know that the civilians of Rome have joined the kingdom of Ionia. We can let the soldiers of Rome who escaped back to Veii City pretend to be their reinforcements and trick them into opening the city gate. Bang! The Devers slammed the table and praised loudly, Very good. Printos, your plan is very good. Veii City is on the east side of the north bank of the Tiber River, and Casrella is on the west side of the north bank. If we can take down these 2 towns at the same time, we can form a triangle with the city of Rome and support each other. We can build a barrier to the north of the city of Rome. In the future, whether it is the Etruscan, Roman coalition that attacks from the north, or the Roman, Latin coalition that crosses the river from the upper reaches of the Tiber River, they will have to overcome this barrier first. At that time, the Legio III that you lead, Lazaru, do not need to be so passive in defense. You can completely free up most of the soldiers to be put into other battlefields. When the Devers said this, Lazaru's face lit up. I've decided to take Primple's suggestion and let the reserve force of Rome attack Veii City. Your Majesty, who are you going to send to command? Tormid asked. Just like what the Assists said, since these civilians of Rome have joined the Ionia, we have to be bold and use them. Otherwise, they will be no different from the nobles of Rome. I think, let Sextus be the commander of the attack on Veii City, the Devers said decisively. Sextus is a good young man from Rome. Ever since he was elected as the officer of the Aventino, he has been actively helping us to appease the civilians of Rome who have escaped, the Assists interrupted. For these people of Rome who have sincerely joined our side, we have to be bold and give them more chances. Even if we fail to attack Veii City, at least we have a group of tested and loyal civilians of Rome. The Devers' words were agreed with by the Assists and the other administrative elders. But we must seize Casrella, and we must seize it in the shortest time possible. The Devers' tone suddenly turned tough. He said, The Rome army led by Camillus is continuously attacking Ostia without caring about the casualties. Yesterday, the Clippers reported that most of the trenches outside Ostia have been filled up, and many parts of the city walls have collapsed. Soon, we will no longer have the geographical advantage, and we will have to fight the people of Rome head-on. We have the initiative in the war. There is no need for us to fight a mad dog that is about to die and increase the casualties of our soldiers. So, we do not have to defend Ostia. As long as we seize Casrella, we can use its port as a transit station to connect to the port of the river in Rome. Although it is further away from Ostia, the sea trade in Casrella is prosperous. Its port must be bigger and more complete than Ostia, and it will not be threatened by the people of Rome. So, the Devers looked at the advisor that he thought highly of. He raised his right fist and waved it. Printos, you will be in charge of the plan to attack Casrella. If you have any needs, just tell us. We will try our best to solve them, but I hope you can do it as soon as possible. No. Seize it within 2 days. Can you do it? Printos thought for a moment, then said in a firm tone, Your Majesty, I am willing to accept this task. His words made Matones, Lazaru, and Epicthenes look at him with admiration. Tormid looked at him with a complicated expression. The Devers had given him 2 days, but according to Printos's plan, there was only 1 night left. Could he make it in time? Even they, who had been on the battlefield for a long time, could not guarantee it. Very well, I will wait for the news of your victory. The Devers smiled. He readily agreed to Printos' request to leave the meeting and make preparations. He watched him leave with an appreciative gaze. At this time, Tormid asked, Your Majesty, are you going to evacuate the troops in Ostia after capturing Kisrela? Literature Hall. It's not just the troops. I want to withdraw all the people and supplies from Ostia and leave an empty city for the people of Rome. The Devers said with a sinister look in their eyes, Now the Rome army is constantly sending civilian soldiers back to Rome. The number has reached as high as 4,000 people, but Camillus is still leading the army to attack Ostia endlessly because he thinks Ostia is very important to us. We want to use facts to tell these people of Rome that this is just their fantasy. After their fantasy is shattered, I want to know if they can continue to fight after losing their homes, suffering a lot of casualties, and running out of provisions. The Devers' words made everyone present think. To Pyrrhus. The Devers looked at the diplomat and continued, We can't just bear the attack of Rome alone. We have to let our allies move as well. You go to Wolsey and Helniki and tell them that Rome has been captured by us. We are attracting the main forces of Rome. They can take the opportunity to attack Rome's defenseless areas and take back their territory. Yes, Your Majesty. And, the Latin city-states, decades ago, they were enemies with Rome. I don't believe that they are as close as brothers with Rome now. I heard that a few years ago, the Latin city-state of Tuxteron was rumored to betray Rome and was almost annihilated by Rome. You go back and do some research. See if you can get a few Latin city-states to join us. I can promise that as long as they are willing to become an ally of Dionia, our army will not offend them and will protect their safety, just like how we treat Campania and Wolsey. Yes, Your Majesty, I will do my best to complete the task you gave me. Topyrus replied excitedly. He thought that this time he was useful. After the meeting was over, the crowd dispersed. The Devers called several Rome reserve commanders headed by Sextus and announced the order to attack Vicae. Compared to his more excited colleagues, Sextus, who was appointed as the commander, was also a little excited. However, he still mustered up the courage to ask, Your Majesty, after we capture Vicae, how will we deal with the people in the city? The same as in Rome. The Devers' answer made Sextus feel relieved. Since the civilians in Vicae had migrated from Rome, Sextus knew a lot of them, so he was actually very confident in the Devers' plan. Of course, he did not forget the Devers' reminder. After walking out of the Senate and gathering the Rome civilian soldiers, Sextus had already roughly conceived the attack plan. He would select 120 Rome civilian soldiers who were most trustworthy and familiar with the people in Vicae to form a platoon. They would act as the vanguard to deceive the city gate. He would personally lead 2,000 soldiers to follow behind and firmly prevent anyone from leaving the platoon. Once he saw the vanguard in front of him occupy the city gate, he would immediately lead the army to launch a surprise attack. This was the most likely way to avoid the risk of someone snitching and causing the operation to fail. Printos was the opposite of Sextus. He did not have to worry about the soldiers because he had served in the Mountain Reconnaissance Brigade since the beginning. Ysem thought highly of him and once said that he was the pride of the brigade. Therefore, when he learned that Printos had an important combat mission for the Mountain Reconnaissance Brigade, he was very happy. He actively cooperated with Printos' command and worked together to perfect the plan for the night attack on Cascarella. Printos was worried about 2 things. First, the attack could only be carried out at night. However, Cascarella was more than 60 miles away from Rome. They had to set off now to get there in the evening. However, the Mountain Reconnaissance Brigade, who had exhausted a lot of energy, did not have the strength to climb the steep mountains. This became a problem. Fortunately, they could still take the water route, which was fast and easy. Therefore, Printos decided to let the Mountain Reconnaissance Brigade take the cargo ships docked at the new port of Rome in batches. They would first arrive at the port of Ostia. In the evening, the ships would transport them to the coast near the city of Cascarella. Secondly, how to climb the mountains and the walls of Cascarella in the dark. This might be a big problem for the Legion of Dionysia, but it was not too big of a problem for the soldiers of the Mountain Reconnaissance Brigade. When the Devers established this brigade, they hoped that they would not only play a role in the war, but also play a role in special operations. Therefore, Xianxia usually formulated training programs according to this need and strictly trained the soldiers. In addition, the first word in the name of their brigade was mountain. Climbing mountains was the focus of their training program. Of course, it also included climbing in the dark. The meticulous Printos had also drawn a topographic map of the surroundings of Cascarella during the previous investigation. Xianxia called in the scouts who were the best at climbing. Everyone compared the map and discussed how to climb the city of Cascarella. When the plan was finalized, Xianxia immediately ordered the soldiers to prepare materials and tools. After noon, the Mountain Reconnaissance Brigade came to the new port of Rome in high spirits and was ready to board the ship. In the morning, Amyntas was woken up by the guards. The first thing he asked was, "Rome has started to attack again?" "Commander, there is no messenger to report the enemy's attack. It's already morning, and breakfast is ready." "No attack?" Amyntas was surprised. In the past few days, the Rome had started to attack the city at dawn and fought until dusk. Their fierce attack made Amyntas feel a little scared. He rubbed his unshaven face with his hand. He had been worried about the war for the past few days and did not get enough sleep. He always felt a little sleepy, but the words of the guards made him feel a little relieved. While eating breakfast, he was still thinking. The Rome did not launch an attack at this time as usual. Is it because they can no longer support an attack of this intensity? Not long after breakfast, Amyntas decided to hold a military meeting in his rare free time. Olaphus, the commander of the 4th Legion, Georgius, the commander of the 5th Legion, and Tellus, the governor of Ostia. Tellus was previously the military governor of Ostia, so he had the right to participate in the military council, along with Aristolus, Amyntas' adjutant, and Crotokatax, his personal staff officer, also attended the meeting. The first thing to start the meeting was to report the casualties of the various units yesterday. Because it was already evening when the battle ended yesterday, the soldiers were tired, and the sky was dark. It was impossible to accurately calculate the casualties, so the meeting was postponed until today. Aristolos, the adjutant of the 1st Legion, held the data that had just been collected from the various legions. He stood up and said, "Yesterday, the 1st Legion lost 293 people and 537 people were injured. Legio 4 lost 558 people and 722 people were injured. The 5th Legion lost 536 people and 891 people were injured. The Ostia Reserve Brigade lost 1,021 people and 537 people were injured. The soldiers of the Reserve Brigade of the 3 Turiae legions were transferred to the official legions and added to the 3 legions." In the hall, whether it was the military officers or Klotokatax, their expressions were very heavy. This was because these cold numbers represented the lives of many people. Yesterday, our casualties reached 5,000 people, which is more than the total number of casualties of the previous 2 days. Amyntas heard this and pounded his fist on the back of the chair with a painful expression. Klotokatax looked at the angry Amyntas and thought about the tragic battle that he had seen in the past few days. He couldn't help but feel sad. He even felt that the task that his father gave him was a bit redundant. Under the fierce attack of the Rome, even the defense of the city was a bit difficult. How could they have the ability to go out and fight in the field? He saw that the usually witty Oliver said with a lingering fear. The reason why yesterday's casualties were so high was because the Rome had built a barricade that was 1 meter higher than our city walls. They placed a large number of light infantry on the barricade and used javelins and arrows to attack the ballistas on the city walls. This forced our ballistas to move down the city walls. After that, the Rome pushed their ballistas to the front of the city and bombarded it, causing several sections of the city walls to collapse. This further weakened our advantage of relying on the city walls to defend. Moreover, they had the advantage of numbers and continued to attack wave after wave. Hades above. This time, I really saw that the Rome's small square formation tactic was similar to ours. Therefore, when they fought with our soldiers at the gaps, their formation was almost unaffected by the terrain. Moreover, the Rome soldiers' bravery did not lose to our soldiers. In fact, their desire to fight was even stronger. I personally saw several Rome soldiers holding on to our soldiers' legs after being stabbed, providing opportunities for the soldiers next to them. Therefore, I felt a little lucky that they were able to break through the gaps in the city walls and finally defeat them. What luck! That's because our soldiers were stronger in the chaotic battle. Their short swords also played a strong role in killing. Olivers, as a Legion commander, you are the role model of the Legion soldiers. You must always be brave and confident. Only then will your soldiers be confident in victory. Amyntas immediately reprimanded. His tone was just like how a platoon leader would reprimand a small mercenary like Oliphas 20 years ago. Olivers was stunned for a moment, then he immediately came to his senses and apologized. I'm sorry, everyone. I lost my composure just now. Over the years, the Legion has been used to winning battles. This is the first time we have encountered such a brave, organized, and skillful enemy. We have lost a lot of brothers. It seems that His Majesty is right. The Rome people are indeed a strong enemy. We should abandon the illusion of an easy victory and go all out to defeat this enemy. The mobile version is updated the fastest. We should fight with all our strength, but we shouldn't overestimate the Rome army. Amyntas said confidently, we suffered a lot of losses yesterday. Logically speaking, the Rome army should continue to attack today to gain more advantages. But it's almost noon now. Why didn't the Rome army attack again? Amyntas raised his head and looked at the crowd. He said loudly, I'm sure the Rome army suffered more losses because they attacked the city. The Rome army, which has more than 60,000 soldiers and has been attacking for 3 days in a row, can't organize another attack today. They are afraid. Commander is right. Terrace took over the conversation and said, according to the news from Rome, Rome's civilians and soldiers have been fleeing from the camp in front of Rome for the past 2 days. Moreover, the Rome army is not only made up of Rome's soldiers, but also the Latin and Etrurian armies. The Rome army may not care about casualties, but can their allies bear such a large number of casualties? Master Terrace is right. Amyntas hit the back of the chair with his hand again and said loudly, the Rome army soldiers come from many different sources. They are not as united as our legion. As long as we can repel their attacks a few more times, I'm afraid the enemy will collapse. Then, it will be our time to attack. So you must encourage your soldiers to continue to defend. Don't let your guard down. Victory will belong to us in the end. After hearing this, Clotocatax turned to look at Amyntas again. Although his father had told him in private that Amyntas was too brave in battle and didn't consider problems carefully and comprehensively enough, causing the army to suffer too many casualties during battles, making him unsuitable to be the commander-in-chief of the army. Clotocatax felt that Amyntas was not afraid of failure and was always full of vigor. He could inspire the fighting spirit of the officers and soldiers under his command and play the role of a mainstay at the critical moment. Everyone, before the enemy attacks today, organize the soldiers and the people in the city to hurry up and try to plug the gap. If it can't be blocked, set up traps near the gap. Amyntas instructed. Finally, he asked, do you have anything else to add? Xianxia immediately said, Lord Commander, I met Lord Stesicotas on my way here. He asked me to tell you that there are too many wounded people in the medical camp and there are not enough herbs. Such an important matter, Lord Stesicotas should have told me directly. Amyntas grumbled, but he had completely forgotten that he had never called anyone from the medical camp to attend the military conference these past few days. He had been fighting on the city wall the rest of the time, so how could Stesicotas have seen him? Clotocatax blinked. Through these few days of contact, he realized that this might be one of Amyntas' biggest weaknesses. He was too arbitrary. It was no wonder that his father was a little worried about him. Xianxia hesitated for a moment and said, Lord Stesicotas has been busy treating the wounded for the past 2 days. I'm afraid he doesn't have the time. Terrace immediately said, in a while, I will send someone to the port to inform the men of Agumus, the big herb merchant of Turii, to see if they have any stored herbs. If not, ask them to transport them from the kingdom as soon as possible. Well, I'll leave this matter to you, Amyntas said straightforwardly, then looked at the others and said, are there any other questions? If not, hurry up and carry out your own tasks. As soon as he finished speaking, a guard hurried into the hall and said, reporting to the commander, His Majesty the King has sent a messenger, saying that he has an urgent military order to convey. Amyntas was stunned and quickly said, Quick, let him in. After a while, the messenger walked into the hall, and Clotho-Catax recognized him as his father's young staff officer, Aesonaris. Aesonaris quickly glanced at the people in the hall, then looked at Amyntas and said respectfully, Commander Amyntas, commanders, and lords, I have come to Ostia under the order of His Majesty the Devers to convey his latest order. As he said this, he held up the papyrus scroll tied with black thread with both hands and presented it to Amyntas. Amyntas opened the papyrus scroll. At first, he looked happy, then his expression became solemn. He looked straight at Aesonaris and said with a hint of anger in his voice, Are you sure this is the order written by His Majesty the King himself? And not the idea of the general staff? Aesonaris said in a tone that was neither humble nor arrogant, Lord Commander, don't tell me you don't recognize His Majesty's handwriting and seal? Besides, His Majesty is personally leading the army, how dare we, the general staff, issue an order privately? What the hell is going on? Oliver saw that the atmosphere was not right, so he quickly interrupted. His Majesty wants us to evacuate Ostia. Amyntas hit the back of the chair again. Everyone was surprised. After all, the soldiers had fought for 3 days and paid a lot of casualties to barely defend Ostia. It was hard for anyone to accept that they had to give it up. Therefore, even Geogris asked, Does His Majesty think that we can't defend Ostia? Lord Commander did not explain the original intention of His Majesty's order. Aesonaris glanced at Amyntas and explained seriously, Yesterday, we have captured Kestera and Wai. The port of Kestera is not far from the mouth of the Tiber River, and it can accommodate more ships. In view of the fact that the Rome army has continuously attacked Ostia, causing our army to suffer more casualties, in order to ensure that we have enough troops in the next battle, and that there is no need to fight an army that has lost its home and has no hope, His Majesty, Devers, has decided, please note, not to. Aesonaris secretly scolded Amyntas, then said in a serious tone, The soldiers of the 3 legions will quickly retreat to the north bank of the Tiber River, and then return to Rome by land. The other troops, as well as all the people, materials, and prisoners of Ostia, will all be transferred to Kestera. If possible, we will completely burn Ostia to completely cut off the possibility of the Rome army using the port of Ostia, and strike a blow to their morale. Lord Terrace is in charge of the evacuation of the entire city. Everyone must listen to his orders. After arriving at Kestera, Lord Terrace will take over as the governor of Kestera city. This is the entire content of the order. Please follow His Majesty's order and execute it immediately. While Aesonaris was speaking, Olivers and the others were already passing the order of the Devers. Indeed, His Majesty's order says so. Oliver said loudly. That's good. Our soldiers can reduce unnecessary casualties. Geogris looked happy. In the past few days, due to the continuous siege by the Rome army, the arrival of the legions, and Amyntas as the commander, the whole city revolved around the war. Terrace was more like a general under Amyntas, and he was ordered around. He was even criticized by Amyntas because his soldiers were incompetent. As the governor of this small city, it was impossible to say that Terrace did not have any grievances. However, the shrewd Terrace would not show the joy of regaining power at this time. So, he remained silent, but his mind was thinking about how to evacuate as soon as possible without being discovered by the enemy. Although Amyntas admitted that the Rome army's attack had caused a lot of casualties, he was unwilling to retreat without winning. It was like admitting defeat before the battle. Clotho-Catax saw Amyntas' hands on the back of the chair, staring at Aesonaris without saying a word. He looked like a ferocious beast that was ready to pounce on him at any time. Clotho-Catax subconsciously reached out and touched the secret order that his father gave him. Only now did he realize that these senior generals who usually smiled at him were not as obedient as he thought they were at certain critical moments. However, he was confident in his father's prestige. Commander, we should execute His Majesty's order immediately. Oliver suddenly said loudly. Geogris also added, Yes, we should take advantage of the time when the Rome army has not attacked to quickly prepare for evacuation. The 2 commanders' statements made Amyntas look away. He looked at Olivers and Geogris. After a while, he said bleakly, "Then let Sir Terrace be in charge of the evacuation arrangements." After that, he stood up and walked out of the hall. The rest of them looked at each other and breathed a sigh of relief. If one day, he could lead the army into battle, how could he make these generals obey his orders? Crotto and Katax were silently thinking. Camillus came out of the camp where the wounded were treated with a heavy heart. The tragic scene of the camp full of struggling wounded people was still lingering in his mind. Their painful moans gripped his heart tightly, causing him to be in a trance. "Father, be careful." Lucius grabbed Camillus, who almost fell. "Lucius, do you think I was wrong to insist on attacking Ostia?" Camillus murmured in a low voice while holding his son's shoulder. "Father, if we don't attack Ostia, are we going to attack Rome?" "Father, don't think too much. Titus, Aulus, and Quintus all agree with your plan. In such a difficult situation, we can only force the Daionia to negotiate peace with us by constantly killing and injuring the soldiers of Daionia and seizing Ostia," Lucius said in a deep voice. "In the past few days, there have been 20,000 casualties." Camillus let out a long sigh. He had always cherished the lives of his soldiers. He had always been good at fighting smart battles and had a low casualty rate. This time, the casualties were the result of his plan. He could not help but blame himself deeply in his heart. Mobile version of the fastest updated website, however, as someone who had fought on the battlefield all his life, he quickly adjusted his mentality because he knew the predicament that the Rome army was facing now, and he did not allow himself to be overly depressed. Quintus, Frius, Licinius, Aulus, Titus, Servius, and the other generals had already gathered in the tent. "Sir Dictator." Seeing Camillus stumbling into the tent, everyone hurriedly bowed respectfully. "What's the situation in Ostia?" Camillus didn't bother with pleasantries and directly asked Servius. Servius, who was in charge of guarding against the enemy's surprise attack, quickly replied, "The people of Daionia stationed many soldiers on top of the city wall. Perhaps they saw our troops outside the city, so they didn't dare to go out of the city to destroy our earth rampart. However, they are seizing the time to repair the breach in the city wall. So, we have to seize the time, reorganize the troops, and launch another attack." Hearing this, Camillus was a little anxious. He looked at Licinius. "How's the construction of the mine going?" "I'll definitely be able to close it before nightfall," Licinius said with certainty. "This is all thanks to Audi, Antius, and Saturnicum, who sent a large number of people to help us build it." "All right. Good." Camillus praised him repeatedly, and the solemn expression on his face relaxed a lot. "Licinius, you did a good job. I thank you on behalf of all the soldiers. As long as the ramparts we build can completely surround Ostia, not only will we not have to worry about the enemy sneaking out of the city to attack us, but we can also send a large number of light infantry, or even learn from the Daionia and move their ballistae up to attack the enemy at the top of the city and inside the city from a distance. This will provide the greatest help to our heavy infantry attack and reduce their casualties. The Etruscan allied armies of Casrella, Walsi, and Tarcona are no longer clamoring to leave, are they?" Camillus' last sentence was directed at Titus, whom he had sent to pacify the Etruscans. "Mr. Dictator, these Etruscans are just words. If we really let them go, would they dare to leave alone?" Titus sneered disdainfully. "There are Dionia's fleets at sea, and the Tiber River can only be crossed upstream to reach the north bank. However, with their less than 10,000 soldiers and their courage, without our company, they dare to march 70 to 80 miles alone and bypass Rome, which is heavily defended by Daionia. However, they said that if they continue to attack Ostia like this in the next battle, they refuse to participate in the battle again." Refusing to participate in the battle? Do these Etruscans think that they joined us just to share the spoils of war? Quintus said angrily, "Sir Dictator, the next time we attack the city, we must place them at the forefront of the attack. I would like to see if these Etruscans that we have conquered dare to fight with all their might." "Quintus, don't be too agitated. Doing so will only ruin the relationship between us and the Etruscans. It will also affect the Latin Alliance's army's opinion of us," Aulus reminded him from the side. "If we don't do this, are we going to let our soldiers charge at the forefront? The ones who have suffered the most casualties in the past few days are the citizens of Rome. Up until now, nearly 5,000 civilian soldiers have escaped from the camp and joined the enemy. Can we trust the remaining few thousand civilian soldiers? Now, the number of civilian soldiers that can really fight is less than 15,000. Many of the citizens of Rome who were born with noble backgrounds have died bravely at the gates of the city with a deep-rooted hatred for the people of Ionia. If we don't let the Etruscans and the Latin Alliance's army take the lead, even if we recapture Ostia, I'm afraid that almost all of the civilian soldiers in Rome will die. Quintus' words of grief and indignation caused everyone in the tent to feel sad. If we recapture Ostia, will the people of Ionia really be willing to negotiate with us? Titus was the first to break the silence. He said hesitantly, "You must know that what the people of Ionia are doing in Rome is to turn the nobles into slaves." His words voiced the doubts and uneasiness in the hearts of the generals. Everyone focused their eyes on Camillus. However, Camillus did not answer immediately because the defection of the civilian soldiers in Rome and the tenacious defense in Ostia had shaken his confidence, making it impossible for him to give a definite answer. Instead, it was his son, Lucius, who said loudly, "We can only force the people of Ionia to negotiate with us by threatening the safety of the people of Ionia with our valor and determination. After all, the people of Ionia are not only fighting against us in Rome, but also our ally, the people of Carthage. The army of Ionia has suffered too many losses here. How can they fight against the people of Carthage? Don't trust the people of Carthage too much. If they really attack Ionia with all their strength, how can the people of Ionia send so many troops to attack us?" Quintus was full of resentment when he mentioned the people of Carthage. "Apart from taking back Ostia, we don't have any better ideas." All aside, and his words caused the other generals' expressions to darken. "Everyone, don't think about the future for now. Let's do what's in front of us first." At this time, Camillus said, "From the situation of the battle yesterday, we have made great progress in the siege. The soldiers have broken into the city and engaged in a chaotic battle with the people of Ionia. They have given the enemy a lot of pressure and casualties. Next, we just have to." Camillus explained in detail some of the new ideas for the next attack and some improvements to the siege tactics. This was the result of his careful observation of the battle situation and hard thinking over the past few days. His tone was calm, but it contained a kind of power that could make everyone calm down and listen carefully. Seeing that everyone was listening carefully, Camillus glanced at Quintus and emphasized, "In order to ensure the success of the next siege, we must unite our allied army." Everyone, including Quintus, finally agreed with Camillus's opinion and discussed and improved the siege plan together. After sending everyone away, Camillus's mood relaxed a little, but he suddenly felt weak all over. These few days, he was worried about the war, ate little, slept little, and was anxious. Even the body of a young man could not withstand it, let alone an old man in his 60s. He had to lie down and rest. He slept past dusk until he was woken up by someone. All the sentries in Ostia suddenly disappeared? Camillus, who had just woken up, patted his head that was still a little confused, thinking about the meaning behind the move of the people of Ionia. At this time, the tent was opened again, and Lucius rushed in. "Father, there is a fire in Ostia." "What?" Camillus was taken aback. With the help of the servants, he hurried out of the big tent. The camp was already full of soldiers coming out of their tents. They looked at the fire in the distance in horror at Ostia. Noise and discussion filled the entire camp. Camillus saw the scene and was stunned for a moment. Suddenly, he shouted, "Not good, the people of Ostia are escaping. Quick! Send the army. Rush into the city, put out the fire, and catch the people of Ionia. Quick!" In the night, the soldiers of Rome were organized and rushed towards the burning Ostia. But they were still too late. After receiving the retreat order from the Devers, Terrace ordered his officers to contact the cargo ships of the Chamber of Commerce at the port and the Dionysian fleet cruising the nearby sea, and gradually began to retreat in an orderly manner. Since most of the evacuation was carried out in the small port directly facing the sea in the west, the Rome army monitoring the mouth of the Tiber River did not notice anything unusual. Finally, when the soldiers of Ionia began to retreat, Terrace ordered his men to set fire to the city and the port that were doused with tar. When Camillus learned that the army failed to put out the fire, the Ostia district and the port were burned, but not a single person of Ionia was seen, he felt depressed and could not say a word. At this time, he understood that the people of Dionia would rather burn the city than let them occupy it. They had already shown their determination to not compromise. "Father, what's wrong with you?" In the midst of Lucius's exclamation, Camillus covered his chest and slowly fell to the ground. Although he was a civilian of Rome, his home was not in Rome, but in Venus, where he had his own land and family. In the past few days, the news that the people of Dionia gave special treatment to the civilians of Rome spread in the camp. The civilian soldiers living in the city of Rome began to flee the camp. Although Maculus and many of the civilians of Rome who moved to the colonial city north of the Tiber River were a little tempted, they did not leave. After all, in the colonial city that was built less than 10 years ago, the conflict between the nobles and the civilians was not serious, and their lives were not bad. Under such circumstances, it was difficult for farmers to abandon their home country, which they had lived in for decades, and join an unfamiliar kingdom. However, because they were loyal to Rome, they did not receive the commendation they deserved. Instead, they were hated by the nobles and soldiers of Rome in the camp. These nobles and diners learned from the news that their families in Rome were imprisoned, and their land was divided among the commoners. Their houses were occupied by the commoners, and their wealth was robbed by the commoners. This was a rumor. In addition, the commoners had been betraying them in the past few days. Of course, they did not have a good attitude towards the commoner soldiers who were still in the camp. Suspicion, ridicule, and abuse were considered light. During the siege, they blatantly used their power to place the civilian soldiers in the most dangerous positions, but did not allow them to retreat or provide assistance. This was not the first or second time. Mobile version of the fastest updated website, and many of the civilian soldiers who had been loyal to Rome were bitterly disappointed. The hostility and suspicion between the Roman nobles and the civilians in the camp deepened. Even Michaelius and his men, who were initially firm in their stand, began to waver. However, the continuous battles left them with no time to calm down and think about the future. This morning, the generals of Rome, who were unwilling to give up, sent a few platoons to search Ostia, hoping to find something. Michaelius's platoon was assigned to the port. Macarius had been to the port of Ostia many times in the past. The port's waters were crowded with ships, and the docks were no longer bustling with people. The row upon row of residences and warehouses had now been reduced to piles of burning ruins. Black smoke was rising everywhere, lamenting the tragic fate that the port had suffered last night. Looking at all this, Michaelius's heart was filled with desolation. He could not help but think of Rome, Wai, and himself. "Captain, the dictator told us that as long as we can recapture Ostia, we can force the Dionia to negotiate peace with us and get back the city of Rome. Now that we have recaptured Ostia, can we really negotiate peace with the Dionia?" A Wai soldier next to him asked doubtfully. Michaelius could not answer his doubt. The soldiers were not fools. Both sides had been fighting fiercely for the past few days, and there had been many casualties. According to the habits of Rome in previous wars, once they had the upper hand, they would completely conquer their opponent so that they would no longer have the ability to fight against Rome. Would the equally powerful kingdom of Dionia let Rome go so easily? What does it have to do with us whether the Dionia can stop the war or not? I have had enough of this endless war. Now that Jupiter is still protecting me, I want to leave this place and return to Wai. Another soldier said loudly. Macarius glanced at him and said, "As long as the Dionia still occupy Rome, Wai, which is not far from Rome, is in danger. We are fighting here for ourselves. Look at this." Macarius pointed at the ruins of the port of Ostia and said worriedly, "We must not let Wai become like this." The moment Michaelius said that, everyone suddenly fell silent. They looked up to the northeast with worried expressions. After a while, the soldier who spoke earlier said softly, "Why don't we join Dionia? Not only can we protect Wai, but we can also increase our wealth." The other soldiers still didn't say a word. Even Michaelius didn't berate him. Everyone looked at each other with odd expressions. At this moment, someone shouted in front, "Look! A boat is coming." After entering Ostia in the morning, the soldiers saw nothing but ruins, so many of them rushed to the jetty of the port out of curiosity. They saw a sailboat sailing from the northern coastal waters and turning into the mouth of the Tiber River. It first approached the northern shore, but when it saw the many Roman soldiers in the port, it turned around and headed straight for the port. "It's an Etruscan boat, right?" many of the soldiers guessed. The mouth of the Tiber River was more than 200 meters wide. In addition, there was a thin mist on the surface of the river in the early morning, so they couldn't see clearly. They could only make a judgment based on the direction the boat was coming from. Of course, they hoped that was the case. When they saw the picture of black hair entwining a double thigh painted on the canvas, the soldiers immediately became restless and picked up their weapons. The sailboat stopped about 30 meters away from the jetty and turned sideways. A few people on the boat shouted loudly in Latin. The team led by Michaelius didn't manage to squeeze onto the jetty, so they couldn't hear what the people on the boat were shouting. However, they soon saw a commotion among the soldiers in front of them. Following that, a clamor pierced their eardrums. "That's impossible. They're lying. It's impossible that Kesrela city has been occupied by the Daionia." "You're right. Kesrela city is built on a mountain ridge. It's very difficult to capture it. Besides, the main forces of Daionia are concentrated here to fight us. How could they have enough troops to attack Kesrela city? This must be a lie. The huge city of Rome was captured by the Daionia in a day. This already shows how terrifying the Daonia's siege ability is. Is Kesrela city harder to capture than Rome? Besides, as you can see, this boat came from the north. So what? The cunning Daionia might have deliberately made this boat take a detour to deceive us." "Hey, you're only talking about Kesrela city. Didn't you hear the people on the boat say that they've also captured Venus? It took us 10 years to capture Venus. How could the Daionia capture it in such a short time? That's why I say that the Daionia are lying to us. If Kesrela and Venus are lost, our Sutrium will be in danger. No matter what, I have to go back immediately." "I'll go back with you." The Roman army suffered many casualties during the siege over the past few days. Camillus took the opportunity to reorganize the army and mix the citizens from the colonies with the citizens of Rome. This was to make commanding the troops smoother. Therefore, a Rome squadron often had citizens from many places in Rome. Michaelius's team were all citizens from Venus. When they heard this, their expressions changed. "Captain, what should we do?" The soldiers looked at Michaelius in panic. Michaelius was equally confused. Although he also felt that the Daionia might be lying to them, he couldn't say the words "ignore them" and stay behind to continue fighting. He hesitated for a while as the scene of his wife and children sending him off repeatedly appeared in his mind. Finally, he made up his mind and said, "We'll go too. We'll return to the camp immediately, pick up our bags, leave the army, and rush back to Venus from the Tiber River." What if Venus is really captured by the Daionia? The soldiers asked with trembling voices. "Then just surrender to the Daionia." Michaelius squeezed the words out of his mouth in pain. None of the soldiers objected. On the contrary, their expressions relaxed. It wasn't just Michaelius's team. Several other squads of soldiers were clamoring to return to the camp immediately. No matter how the platoon commander from Rome tried to dissuade or threaten them, he couldn't stop them. The sailboat from before had sailed to the north bank, but it didn't dock on the opposite bank because there were too many mudflats at the mouth of the river. Instead, it moved forward and glided for a while before docking. Dozens of trackers disembarked from the ship and attached tow lines to the sailboat. The sailors rowed, and the trackers pulled the boat up the Tiber River. Not long after, one ship after another sailed from the north and turned into the mouth of the Tiber River. They followed the north bank and sailed towards the city of Rome in the east. When the Rome soldiers who were still at the port saw this scene, they no longer doubted what the Daionia had said. They ran out of Ostia and ran back to the camp. This time, the camp was already in an uproar. After learning from the doctor that his father had woken up, Lucius immediately lifted the curtain and walked into the tent. Camillus was lying on the bed with his eyes open, staring straight at the top of the tent. No one knew what he was thinking. Lucius walked quietly to the bed and asked with concern, "Father, are you feeling better?" Cough. "I'm fine." Camillus's voice was hoarse as he replied weakly. He then asked, "Now, how's the situation at the camp?" "Well, it's nothing serious. The order in the camp is still relatively stable, Lucius said perfunctorily. Camillus turned his head. Although his face was pale, his eyes were still full of spirit. You are my son. Can you hide anything from me? I'm lying here. I can hear the noise coming from outside. It's obvious, something big has happened. Tell me everything, I can handle it. Father, the doctor said that you should pay more attention to your body to recover. Titus, Quintus, and Aulus are temporarily in charge of the army. Don't worry too much. Lucius comforted him softly. I am the dictator of Rome. As long as I am alive, I must be responsible for all the citizens of Rome. When I die, there will be plenty of time to rest, cough. Camillus slapped the bed with his hand and said loudly anxiously. Lucius saw him coughing and hurriedly said, Don't worry. Don't worry. Take a breath first and listen to me slowly. This morning, we sent a few Rome squadrons to search for the burned Ostia. As a result, the soldiers believed the rumors spread by Dionia's ships, saying that Caesarella and Veii Levi have been occupied by Dionia. Caesarella and Veii Levi have been captured? Camillus's eyes widened in shock. I said it's just a rumor. The walls of Caesarella and Veii Levi are strong, the terrain is dangerous, and the main force of Dionia is fighting with us. How could they capture these two cities in such a short time? Lucius said anxiously at this moment, but those stupid soldiers believed it, and the rumor spread throughout the barracks. As a result, not only Veii Levi, but also the colonial soldiers from the northern bank of the Tiber River, such as Sirworth and Cosa, have fled the barracks. Even the army of the Etrurian alliance has asked to leave. Titus, Aulus, and the others have urgently led the army to stop them. Camillus never thought that the situation would become so bad when he woke up. In his anxiety, not only could he not think of any good ideas, but he also had a splitting headache. He used his hands to support himself on the bed, trying to get up, but he could not exert any strength. Quick! Call the soldiers to carry me out. I'll go persuade them. He was so anxious that he wanted to speak loudly, but the voice that came out was very weak. Father, you're not feeling well now, the doctor won't let you out. You have to believe that Titus and the others can handle this. Lucius held his father down and urged him anxiously. While the two were arguing, Titus walked in. Lucius happened to see him and asked in surprise, Titus, why are you back so soon? Has the situation in the camp calmed down? Lucius said and winked at him. Titus was obviously not in the mood to care. He looked tired and worried as he looked at Camillus, who was lying on the couch, and said anxiously, Sir Dictator, as soon as I heard that you were awake, I came immediately. The messengers from Balchi and Tarcona are here. They said that Caesarella and Veii have fallen and asked for their troops to be withdrawn to protect their city-states from being invaded by the Dionia. If it's really as these messengers said, that Caesarella and Veii have been occupied by the Dionia, how did they arrive at the camp? Titus, are you sure that they are really the messengers from Balchi and Tarcona? Lucius immediately questioned. We all know the people who came. Balchi's consul Messala and Tarcona's senator Coda, they took a ship to Audi, then landed and rushed over. According to them, the Dionia warships did not intercept them. Titus replied angrily, as soon as they arrived at the camp, they spread the news of the fall of Caesarella and Veii. The camp, which was already restless, became completely chaotic. Not only did the Etruscan army want to leave, but the colonial soldiers on the north bank of the Tiber River also want to leave. Some of the Latin alliance's troops also want to leave. Now, Quintus and his troops are blocking the gates of a few camps. The Etruscans are declaring, if we don't let them go, they're going to barge in. There's already a small skirmish between the two sides, which is why I'm here to ask for your instructions. This is all a conspiracy by the Dionia. Lucius shouted angrily, damn the Etruscans. Damn the Latin city-states. And those civilians of Rome who deserve to be crucified. At that moment, Camillus had calmed down. He let out a long sigh. The fire in Ostia burned away the hope of the soldiers to fight. Caesarella, and the fall of Venus has disintegrated our army. The king of Dionia. Sigh, Camillus suddenly stopped talking. He lay there quietly with his eyes slightly closed. Father! Mr. Dictator! The two of them shouted worriedly. A moment later, Camillus asked, Titus, did you ask them, even if the Etruscan army left us, how are they going to return? Titus immediately replied, yes. They said that after they cross the Tiber River upstream, they will immediately head east into the mountains, bypassing Venus. That mountainous area is still under the control of the Etruscans, so it's relatively safe. Camillus nodded slightly, his expression unchanged. He said intermittently, judging from the current situation, we can no longer force them to stay. Otherwise, it will only cause a civil war in the camp. No matter who wins or loses, only the Daionia will benefit, and our friendly relations, with the Etruscans, the colonial city, and even the Latin alliance, will be completely destroyed. In that case, it's better to let them go, Mr. Dictator. Titus said eagerly, ever since we returned from Helniki, we have lost nearly 30,000 people in the battle with the Daionia, including the civilians and soldiers who have fled. If we let the Etruscans, the colonial citizens, and the Latin alliance leave, I'm afraid we will have less than 15,000 soldiers left. Not only will we not be able to recapture Rome, but we may also be attacked by the Daionia. Titus. Camillus shouted with great effort, then said in a self-reproachful tone, I made a big mistake. As soon as I heard that Rome had fallen, I couldn't wait to recapture it immediately. That's why the army has suffered so many casualties. That's why we're in such a big predicament. It's all my fault. No, Mr. Dictator, you're not the only one who wants to recapture Rome quickly. It's the urgent hope of all our soldiers. Titus was not just comforting him, what he said was also the truth. Now we all know that it's impossible to recapture Rome quickly. Camillus sighed softly, coughed a few times, and showed a hint of pain. It's already so difficult to attack Ostia. Then, when we really attack Rome, what will happen? Titus and Lucius could not refute that, because it was the truth, so they remained silent. At this time, Camillus opened his eyes. His eyes were sparkling. Titus, do you remember how we defeated the Celts? We attacked the Celts' food collection teams, attacked the looting teams they sent out to attack other villages, and won one victory after another. The Latins, the Etruscans, and the Sabines, who had been poisoned by the Celts, joined us one after another. Our team grew bigger and bigger like a rolling snowball. The Celts, on the other hand, were forced to stay in the city of Rome, not daring to leave the city. In the end, they were too afraid to fight us head-on. They could only choose to retreat, but in the end, we still caught up and defeated them. Camillus's voice gradually became stronger. That war, I remember, it lasted for more than half a year. Next, to deal with the powerful Daionia, we should adopt the same strategy. Only by persisting in fighting the Daionia for a long time can we finally win. Titus was a little moved, but he also felt a little uneasy. The Daionia are not like the Celts, who only know how to burn, kill, and loot. They are more cunning than the Celts. But, the Celts did not have a powerful enemy like Carthage. Semone. Camillus replied confidently. Titus was convinced. He immediately said, I'll convey your message to Quintus and the others immediately. Although Quintus clearly opposed Camillus's decision, the generals of Rome finally reached an agreement. The Etruscan army was allowed to leave, but they had to accompany the colonial soldiers and ensure that they could safely return to their homes. After the army left, the generals generously allowed the Latin army to return to their respective cities. These Latin generals did not leave in a hurry like the Etruscans. Instead, they rushed to the big tent and sincerely expressed to Camillus that as long as he called for them, their cities would be willing to continue fighting alongside Rome and chase away the outsiders. Daionia, seeing the troops who fought side by side leaving one after another, it was a huge impact on the Roman soldiers who were still in the camp. They inevitably panicked. The generals put in a lot of effort to barely calm the chaos in the camp. The allied army of about 13,000 soldiers from Etruria and the colonies of Rome marched eastward and arrived at the Tuscan region in the evening. After resting for a night, they arrived at Fidena in the afternoon of the second day. They crossed the Tiber River through the pontoon bridge. Just as they left the riverbank and prepared to go east into the mountains, they found that the Daionia army had already lined up in front of them and blocked their way. The panicked allied soldiers had to prepare for a fight to the death. Just as the two armies were about to approach each other, the Etruscan army of Valchi and Tarcona suddenly turned their spears and shields and attacked the flanks of the colonial soldiers of Rome. The soldiers of Rome did not expect their allies to suddenly betray them. They were caught off guard and immediately fell into chaos. The Dionysian army took advantage of the situation and attacked from the front. The allied army was quickly defeated. Except for a few soldiers who escaped across the Tiber River and hid in the city of Fidena, most of the soldiers of Rome were captured. The soldiers of other Etruscan cities also surrendered one after another. The Dionysian army almost did not suffer any losses and won a great victory. It turned out that Printos led the mountain reconnaissance brigade to attack the city of Caesarella at night. However, a small number of Caesarella people escaped to the neighboring city of Tarcona during the night. The people of Tarcona turned pale with fright. The Dionians had occupied Luo city in one night, and their formidable military might had struck fear into their hearts. Tarcona, which lacked young and strong citizens, was clearly unable to resist the Dionian army's continued assault. Therefore, Tarcona sent people to the neighboring Etruscan city-state, Walch, while sending messengers to Caesarella to find out what was happening. After Printos captured Caesarella, he immediately sent people back to Rome to report the news of the victory to the Devers. The Devers were overjoyed and immediately sent 2 battalions of Legio III to guard the city of Caesarella. When the messenger of Tarcona arrived at Caesarella, Printos was busy. Not only did he have to quickly stabilize the order in the city, but he also had to deal with the complicated affairs of the port in time. This was because the king of the Devers repeatedly emphasized that other than seizing the ships of Caesarella and Carthage, they were not to plunder or harm the merchant ships of other cities. As for the arrival of the messenger of Tarcona, Printos only told him that if he had any proposals or requests, he could go to Rome to discuss it with His Majesty the King. When the messenger of Tarcona saw that the Daionia general who occupied Caesarella did not speak ill of them or even threaten them with force, he felt a little relieved and really rushed to Rome. Not long after, the messenger of Valchi also arrived. The Devers received them very friendly and expressed the kingdom of Dionia's desire to form an alliance with the Etruscan city-states to fight against the people of Rome. With the precedent set by Caesarella, the 2 envoys did not dare to be perfunctory. Both sides quickly discussed the matter. In the meantime, under the urging of the Devers, the messengers frequently traveled back and forth between Rome, Wolsey, and Tarcona. Both sides quickly drafted a draft of an alliance. The main contents were as follows. First, the kingdom of Daionia would form a military alliance with Tarcona and Wolsey. Second, Tarcona and Wolsey must respond to Dionia's request and provide troops to fight against Dionia's enemies. In return, Daionia must protect the territories of Tarcona and Wolsey. Third, Wolsey and Tarcona must recognize Dionia's legal occupation of Caesarella. Fourth, Daionia must assist Tarcona and Wolsey to recapture Servordum and Cosa and return their territories to their original allies. However, the citizens of Rome in the cities belonged to Daionia, and the soldiers of the allies were not allowed to plunder them. Before the alliance agreement was officially signed, the 2 Etruscan city-states sent envoys to Rome under the urging of the Devers the next day. That was how they achieved this easy victory. On this day, the sun was shining brightly, and the sky was clear and cloudless. After experiencing the war, killing, chaos, and crying, the people of Rome had a rare look of joy on their faces. They dressed up, brought their wives and daughters, and gathered on both sides of the road from the arena to the square, waiting for the start of the triumphant ceremony. Among these people was Macarius. 3 days ago, when he learned that Venus had fallen, he immediately fled the military camp with many of Venus' soldiers. As the Roman army was busy blocking the departure of the Etruscans and the other colonial cities on the north bank of the Tiber River, most of them managed to escape. Many of them, like Macarius, ran directly to the city of Rome and surrendered to the Daionia. After the Daionia officials verified their identities, the surrendered nobles of Rome would be transported by ship with their families to the south, where the Turiae household registration department would distribute them to various towns in the kingdom. As for the surrendered citizens, they would be asked if they wanted to live in Rome or Venus before they would be settled according to their choice. In fact, they would actively guide the citizens to choose Rome because after clearing out the nobles of Rome, more than half of Rome was left empty. For Macarius, who had grown up in the city of Rome, of course he was willing to return to Rome. Not only was there a better house, but he could also be allocated more fertile land. In order to restrict Venus, the Senate of Rome had assigned the flat land along the river that originally belonged to Venus to Rome, leaving only the hilly and mountainous areas for the citizens of Rome who had migrated to Venus. Not only did the officials of Dionia help him find his wife and children, but they also told him that His Majesty the Devers had specially promulgated a law for the citizens of Rome who had applied to become citizens of Dionia. When the autumn harvest comes, they can first harvest the crops that originally belonged to them, and then cultivate the new land. The considerate act of the Devers had indeed made all the citizens of Rome who had surrendered to Dionia feel more at ease. While Macarius was busy moving, a piece of news spread throughout the city of Rome. The people of Dionia were going to hold a triumphal ceremony in Rome the next day. This immediately caused a stir among the citizens of Rome. After all, the triumphal ceremony was one of the most sacred ceremonies for the citizens of Rome. It was a ceremony for the citizens of Rome to show off their achievements and glory after defeating the enemy. Therefore, the citizens of Rome, including Macarius, were eager to know, did the people of Dionia know how to hold a triumphal ceremony? What kind of attitude would the people of Dionia take towards the people of Rome during the triumphal ceremony? Because in the past triumphal ceremonies in Rome, the captured enemies would always be escorted and paraded. Therefore, many citizens of Rome gathered by the roadside with complicated expressions on their faces, with many questions in their minds, waiting for the ceremony to begin. Woo! A long horn sounded, followed by a chorus of drums. The impassioned and joyful melody came from the south of the city of Rome. As the people by the roadside listened, they could not help but shake their heads along with the unfamiliar but beautiful melody. Some even praised the music and asked the people around them for the name, but no one knew. After a while, the people in the south of the city were the first to stir. They shouted loudly, "They're here! They're here!" The people by the roadside began to surge forward, but they were stopped by the soldiers of Dionia who were standing by the roadside, holding each other's hands. Macarius picked up his 5-year-old child and tiptoed to look south. He saw a shining golden flag in the middle of the road in the south. It was raised high in the air and was walking towards them. When he got closer, Macarius could clearly see the black flag fluttering high in the air. On it was a silver double-pronged fork with a golden crown, surrounded by gems, and entwined by black hair. At the top of the flag was a majestic statue of a Greek god. "This is the military flag of the Kingdom of Dionia?" Macarius looked up at him. After he returned from Helsinki with the Roman army, he went straight to attack Ostia. He had not even seen what the military flag of Dionia looked like before he surrendered. This time, he looked very carefully because he knew that he would be fighting under the command of this flag in the future. The citizens of Rome on both sides of the road looked curiously at the soldier who was holding the flag. Although he was not very tall or burly, he was strong and muscular. There were several scars on his face, and he looked quite fierce. Of course, the citizens of Rome did not know that the soldiers who were able to hold the military flag during the triumphal ceremony of Dionia were the most courageous and outstanding soldiers in the war. For a citizen of Dionia, this was the highest honor, and it was also the focus of the citizens of Dionia. After all, there was only one person holding the military flag, and there were several generals riding on the chariots. Not a single citizen of Rome cheered or threw flowers at the soldiers who held the military flag. This might have made Terentius feel a little regretful, but he was still filled with pride because he was the first soldier of the Mountain Reconnaissance Brigade to hold the military flag during the triumphal ceremony since the establishment of Dionia. He first took the risk to sneak into the waterway under the city of Rome at night and achieved the first meritorious deed. Then, during the night attack on Caesarea city, he was the first to climb up the city wall and cut down 5 or 6 Caesarea soldiers who came to stop him. He bought time for the entire operation, so when it came to selecting the flag bearer for the triumphal ceremony, he was chosen without a doubt. 10 soldiers followed closely behind him, holding 10 flags. As there were too many flags and the road was not wide enough, they were forced to form 2 rows. These flags belonged to the 1st Legion, 2nd Legion, Legio III, Legio IV, 5th Legion, Legio VI, 1st Cavalry Legion, and 2nd Cavalry Legion. This time, there was also the flag of the Mountain Reconnaissance Brigade. This special force of only 1,000 soldiers played an extremely important role in this war. Of course, there were also many casualties. Of course, the Devers had to give it a lot of commendations to make up for the neglect of the military's honor in the past few years. The one who was holding the flag of the Mountain Ridge Reconnaissance Brigade was the captain of the company, Kurgalas. Although his performance in this battle was not very outstanding as a team officer, he had performed well in previous battles over the past 10 years. There was another flag that was. When the citizens of Rome saw the flag and the soldier holding it, some of them could not help but exclaim, "It's Valerius. It's actually Valerius." However, most of the citizens of Rome were looking at the only red flag with a complicated expression, just like Michaelius. The soldier holding the flag, Valerius, was still wearing the attire of the Rome heavy infantry. As a member of the newly formed Rome Reserve Brigade, he had become the representative of the Rome Reserve Brigade after his heroic performance in the raid on Venus 3 days ago. Of course, his performance was far inferior to the other flag bearers, but the Devers needed the political significance he represented. However, it was obvious that this citizen of Rome had not adapted to such an atmosphere. He was a little timid and did not even nod to the people who knew him. He was not like the other flag bearers who held their heads high and had a proud look on their faces. After the flag bearers, for Dionia priests in white robes appeared in front of Michaelius and the others. They carried a wooden statue of a god and walked solemnly in the procession. Many citizens of Rome asked in whispers, "Who is this Greek god?" Those who knew the situation told them that it was the protector of the kingdom of Dionia, Hades, king of the underworld. Upon hearing this, the voices of the people on the side of the road became a little quieter, because they realized that after joining the kingdom of Dionia, they would inevitably have to deal with this powerful Greek god. After the Dionia priests walked past, another statue of the god appeared in front of Michaelius and the others. "It's the goddess Diana," someone shouted excitedly. The people of Dionia placed the statue of the goddess Diana, who was widely worshipped by the citizens of Rome, behind their protector, which showed how much importance they attached to the god worshipped by the citizens of Rome. With this, Michaelius and the others heaved a sigh of relief. They even saw the chief priest of the temple of Diana among the priests carrying the statue. The chief priest had a solemn expression, but his heart was filled with joy. This was because the chief priest of the temple of Hades, Chaldeas, had already had a secret discussion with him. After Rome joined the kingdom of Dionia, the temple of Hades would focus on supporting the temple of Diana as one of the main temples for the citizens of Rome who were already citizens of Dionia. The temple of Diana would also become a place for citizens of Dionia of other races to worship freely. Of course, he did not forget to return the favor. For the past few days, he had been leading the priests to preach the benefits of joining the kingdom of Dionia to the people of Rome who came to the temple of Diana to worship, intentionally or unintentionally, to dispel their confusion and anxiety about the future. Following behind the group of priests was a band. Dozens of musicians were holding brass horns, drums, flutes, lyres, and various other musical instruments. As they marched, they played music. The beautiful melody attracted the attention of the audience on the roadside. Someone could not help but ask curiously in Greek, "What's the name of this music?" "It's called the Victory March." A musician responded loudly. Therefore, the name of the Victory March quickly spread to the people on the roadside. Even the most picky people in Rome had to admit, Dionia is indeed a big country. They have specially made such a beautiful piece of music for the triumphal procession. This melody is very suitable for the triumphal procession. Behind the band, a carriage appeared. It was pulled by 2 horses, but both were variegated horses, because there were not so many black horses in Rome. On the carriage stood a Dionia general in full military uniform. The people of Rome did not know him, and they did not applaud. Of course, such a deserted scene made Amintas not in the mood to smile and wave to the people on the roadside as usual. He even felt that it was a mistake to hold a triumphal procession in Rome, so he kept a straight face. Behind him were 200 soldiers selected from the 1st Legion. They lined up in neat rows and walked at the same pace. Their mighty appearance reminded the people of Rome of the arduous battle they had suffered a few days ago. They silently watched the group of soldiers pass by. Then, they were surprised to see another carriage carrying another Dionia general pass by. The people of Rome were suddenly surprised. When the soldiers of the 2nd Legion passed by, and another Dionia general passed by in a carriage, the people of Rome were confused. Wasn't the triumphal procession supposed to give the general the highest honor? But why were there so many generals and carriages during the triumphal procession of Dionia? Moreover, there were no attendants behind the generals holding up laurels for them and whispering in their ears, "You are just a mortal." Was this the most significant difference between the triumphal procession of Dionia and the triumphal procession of Rome? Macarius and the others were deep in thought. Just as the Dionia generals and carriages led groups of Dionia soldiers and passed by Rome in silence, the crowd suddenly burst into exclamations. It turned out that the people of Rome knew the next general who appeared in front of them. It was Sextus of Raventine. How could the people of Rome not be surprised when this young Roman procession appeared in the triumphal procession? Every citizen of Rome dreamed of participating in a triumphal procession, but it was an extravagant hope for the commoners of Rome. On the one hand, it was difficult for them to become the commander-in-chief of the army, and on the other hand, it was impossible for the Senate to approve a triumphal procession for them. But now, Sextus had set a precedent. Although it was a triumphal procession held by the kingdom of Dionia, it gave the commoners hope and made them believe in the promise made by the devers in the square that day. Of course, the feelings of Macarius and the others were more complicated. Sextus is a traitor. He became a hero of Dionia by slaughtering his fellow Rome citizens. Isn't he afraid of Jupiter's punishment? A commoner of Rome, who was also from Veii, cursed. Just as he finished speaking, another commoner beside him defended loudly, "You should thank Sextus. He led the army to attack Veii and maintained the military discipline of the soldiers. He didn't loot and kill in the city. Not many people died in Veii, so you can still see your loved ones when you come back. Think about it, if the people of Dionia had attacked Veii, I'm afraid the situation wouldn't have been any better than when we attacked Ostia. You can only cry now." Macarius had to admit this point, but he couldn't help retorting, "Has Sextus ever served as a consul or military officer? Has he ever commanded an army to achieve a great victory with more than 5,000 soldiers? Has he ever made the entire army cheer for him because of the victory? What right does Sextus have to ride in a carriage during a triumphal procession?" "What you said is really funny. My friend, look carefully. This is the triumphal procession of the kingdom of Dionia, not the triumphal procession of Rome. Why should it be carried out according to the original rules of Rome? Sextus is the hero of Raventine, the hero of the commoners of Rome. He deserves this honor." The words of the man who might have been Sextus' neighbor resonated with many of the commoners. They spoke up to defend Sextus and the Roman soldiers behind him, accusing Macarius and the others of being jealous. There were many commoners in Rome, so the people from Veii did not dare to refute. Macarius subconsciously hugged his son tightly, but he heard his son point at Sextus on the carriage and say loudly, "Father, I want to see you on the carriage too." Macarius was excited for a moment. He admitted that he had been a little jealous before. Sextus had become the protagonist of a triumphal procession at such a young age, while he was almost 30 years old and had yet to achieve anything. It was inevitable that his emotions would be a little unbalanced. But now that he had joined the kingdom of Dionia, the situation might be different in the future. "We are both commoners, but if Sextus can do it, why can't I?" Thinking of this, he pinched his son's foot and said confidently, "Son, you will see that day." At this moment, it was unknown how many commoners of Rome had secretly made up their minds like Macarius. A unique scene appeared on this triumphal procession. When the other Dionia generals and their troops passed by, both sides of the road were silent. Sextus and the 200 commoners of Rome were surrounded by cheers, as if this triumphal procession was specially organized for them. Although Sextus was more mature than his peers, he could not help but be in high spirits on such an occasion. He frequently waved to his compatriots by the side of the field. When his carriage passed under the triumphal arch, he looked up at the white arch, which was mottled with age. He was a little dazed, and he suddenly felt a little worried. He was afraid that this was just a dream. When Sextus entered the square of Rome, the cheers were even more deafening. Countless people of Rome waved their arms excitedly and shouted the names of their loved ones. The interaction on and off the field was extremely lively. Not only did the devers invite most of the families of the Rome's reserve troops to the square, but they also invited the transport personnel from the engineering and medical camps, and personnel from the various chambers of commerce who had come to Rome with the Dionia army to the square as spectators. This was also an honor for them, because most of them would not be able to enter the Victory Square during a triumphal procession in Turii. Therefore, the cheers here were not only for the soldiers of Rome's reserve troops, but also for the soldiers of Dionia who finally felt the glory of the triumphal procession. All of them had smiles on their faces. Of course, for them, the greater glory was the recognition from the king of the Devers on the platform in front of him. Under the watchful eyes of the soldiers, the Devers, who stood on the platform in front of the Senate, looked at the flag-bearer of the Dionia army walking forward with a smile on his face. He joked, "Tarentus, you have raised the standard of the selection of flag-bearers for the triumphal procession to a higher level." This was a tactful compliment from the Devers to Tarentus. However, when he heard it, he was not humble at all. He said naively, "Your Majesty, I can still do better." The Devers immediately smiled and said, "Good. This is what an excellent soldier of the Mountain Reconnaissance Brigade should say." After he finished speaking, he personally helped Tarentus wear the three-headed dog gold medal. He then grabbed Tarentus' hand and raised it high in front of the soldiers below the platform. The soldiers of Dionia were cheering loudly. The soldiers of Rome were also shouting loudly. They were not completely following the crowd. When they saw this scene that was completely different from the triumphal procession in Rome, they realized that the triumphal procession in Dionia was not only related to the commander of the army. Ordinary soldiers like them could also obtain great glory through their own efforts. The Devers then helped the other flag-bearers wear the medal. When it was the turn of the soldier of Rome, Valerius, the Devers specially explained to him the origin of the three-headed dog on the medal in a pleasant manner. After listening to the interpreter's translation, Valerius fondled the silver medal on his chest fondly. This peasant of Rome, who was already in his 30s but had yet to marry a wife due to his poverty, stuttered and asked, This thing is worth, how much land?" After listening to the translation, the Devers laughed and said, "This medal is your glory. Keep it well. Becoming a flag-bearer in the triumphal procession will at least give you 3 acres of land after this war. Make more achievements, and the land you will own in the future will only increase." Valerius' eyes lit up when he heard this. Facing the commander of the First Legion, Amyntas, the Devers said in a deep voice, "Thank you for your hard work." Amyntas took the silver scepter and said softly with mixed feelings, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Originally, he had defeated the Roman army outside Ostia, ensured the landing of the army, resisted the attack of the Roman army on Ostia, and defeated the allied army of Rome at the upper reaches of the Tiber River. These achievements seemed to make him the real protagonist of this triumphal procession. He once heard that the Devers had made this proposal at the preparation meeting for the triumphal procession, but it was opposed by a group of young staff officers from the Ministry of Military Affairs, and in the end, it became like this. Amyntas knew very well that they were right. According to the military law, only a commander who commanded the army independently and won a great victory could sit on a carriage pulled by 4 horses on the triumphal procession, suppress all the other generals, and obtain the highest honor. The real commander of this war was the king of the Devers. His victories were all due to the planning of the Devers, but he still had some unwillingness in his heart. Mobile version of the fastest updated website, the Devers thanked the commanders on the stage one by one. When it was the Legio IV Commander Oliver's turn, he looked down at the silver scepter that had a different shape and length than before. He even joked, "Your Majesty, since the drought, our treasury has been tight. I was worried that we wouldn't be able to receive any rewards during the triumph parade." The Devers replied seriously, "Rome has enough gold and silver, and there are also good craftsmen. Of course, since you care so much about the treasury, you can donate it to the finance department." "The finance department wouldn't care about such a small piece of silver," Oliver said with a smile, but he held the scepter tightly in his hand. Sextus stood on the stage with the commanders, listening to the thunderous cheers of the soldiers and the people below the stage. He was both excited and nervous. The Devers came in front of him and said with a serious smile, "Sextus, thank you for your contribution to the kingdom of Dionia. I am very pleased that the kingdom has such an excellent citizen like you." The Devers said as he handed the silver scepter to him. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Sextus expressed his gratitude excitedly, then took the scepter carefully. He looked at it again and again, not wanting to put it down. "I look forward to the day when the triumph parade is held for you." The Devers encouraged him again. Divers words and this scene made Sextus very proud. Learning from the other commanders, he put his feet together, held the scepter in his right hand, and struck the left side of his chest forcefully, performing a standard Dionysian military salute. Your Majesty. The last commander on the stage rushed to give a military salute to the Devers first. When the Devers saw him, there was a hint of apology on his face. Wisam, this scepter should have been given to you a long time ago. Wisam was straightforward. As long as your Majesty can often think of the Mountain Reconnaissance Brigade in the future, you can forget about the Mountain Reconnaissance Brigade. The Devers laughed and handed the scepter to him. Wisam waved his scepter in the direction of the Mountain Reconnaissance Brigade. Seeing the soldiers cheer, he said to the Devers, "This glory belongs to the entire Mountain Reconnaissance Brigade. However, I think Printos is more suitable to sit in the carriage than I am." Devers said lightly, "I remember Printos's achievements. You don't have to worry about him anymore." After the generals and soldiers on the platform received the cheers from the square, Devers walked to the front of the stage. Half of the 20 voice transmissions behind him were Latin people who were proficient in Greek. The Devers shouted, "Whether it's the soldiers of the Dionia Tank Legion or the soldiers of Rome who have just joined Dionia, it's because of your heroic battles that we've won victory after victory that we can hold today's triumphant ceremony. The kingdom thanks you, brave citizens of Dionia. Victory! Victory! Victory!" The square was filled with continuous cheers. "We've traveled a long way to Latin to fight, mainly to make this place like the other parts of Dionia, where every citizen can own land, every citizen can enjoy equal rights, and every citizen can live a good life with their families. In order to achieve this goal, you've made a great sacrifice, and this war is far from over. There will be more sacrifices in the future. Citizens of Dionia, will you be afraid? Will you back down? No. No. No." The Devers nodded and shouted with passion, "As long as we work together and are not afraid of challenges, any enemy will be crushed by us. Rome will become a peaceful and prosperous place like southern Italy. By then, your achievements will be engraved on stone tablets and written into history books for the people to admire. And you will also receive the most generous rewards of the kingdom." At this point, the Devers could not help but shout, "Victory, warriors of Dionia!" The excited soldiers immediately responded with continuous cheers, including many civilian soldiers of Rome. "Long live the kingdom of Dionia! Devers, long live His Majesty the King!" The cheers echoed in the city of Rome, overshadowing the families of the nobles. It also made Stolo, who was standing in front of the window with his walking stick and looking at the square with a solemn expression. At this moment, his wife, Cornea, came over and hugged him tightly. Sensing her trembling, Stolo knew that his wife was afraid. These days, she had been worried that she would end up like the other male nobles in Rome. They would be escorted to some strange place by the Dionia soldiers, leaving her alone in this hostile city. It was not only his wife who thought so. Even Stolo himself had once thought that he would be captured by the Dionia soldiers and sent to another place. After the assassination in the temple, some people who resisted Dionia were arrested one after another. As one of the masterminds, he thought that he would suffer the same fate. Although the patrols of the street where he lived had increased, no one had ever broken into his house. Stolo became cautious and stopped interacting with others. At the same time, he had been thinking, why is this happening? Of course, he did not know that the Devers were interested in and respected him because he was a well-known historical figure. He thought that the people of Dionia must have known about his special background and were waiting for him to surrender like the other civilians of Rome. But he would not surrender because his father-in-law was still defending the Capitoline Mountain. His father was fighting outside the city of Rome. If he surrendered, what would happen to his family? "Stolo, there have been rumors in the city for the past few days that our army has been defeated. Is this true?" Cornea asked with a trembling voice. Stolo regained his senses and immediately comforted her. "That's a 70,000-strong army, much more than the Dionia army. Moreover, they are led by the dictator Camillus himself. Even if there were 1 or 2 defeats, it would not affect the entire army too much. This is just a rumor to shake our confidence and make us surrender." But Cornea was still worried. The rumors of Way Ai and Casrella being occupied should be true. "I have seen many villains passing by the door these past 2 days. Even if Way Ai and Casrella are really occupied by the people of Dionia, there is nothing to worry about." Stolo continued to comfort his wife. "The Celts had occupied more towns, but in the end, they were still defeated by us. As long as our army is still here, and Lord Camillus is still here, we can definitely, finally drive away the people of Dionia. At this point, Stolo quickly changed the topic. What are we having for lunch today? I'm a little hungry. Since the barns and cellars at home were plundered by the damn people of Dionia, what else can there be to eat? Every day, we are given a little flour and a few dry fruits according to the number of people. Cornea said loudly, her resentment towards the people of Dionia was clear in her words. By the way, the people of Dionia did send a few river fishes here in the wee hours of the morning. Finally, there is some meat, but the smell of the river fishes is too strong. We can't eat it if it's not cooked properly. I have to go to the kitchen to inform the servants. Cornea finished speaking and hurried out of the room. Stolo's face became heavy again as he stared out of the window. The triumphal parade had ended. The people of Rome who had dispersed from the square were returning to their new homes in groups. Mount Sirio was the area where most of the people were settled in Rome. The people were discussing the triumphal parade that they had just watched. Their voices were so loud that even Stolo, who lived on the mountainside, could hear them clearly. Whether it was discussing the difference between the two triumphal parades, lamenting that Sextus and Valerius were one of the protagonists of the triumphal parade, or discussing the speech of the king of Dionia during the triumphal parade, Stolo could hear the same emotions and excitement in the people's words. Compared to the occupation of Rome and the defeat of the army, what worried him the most was that the people of Rome were acknowledging the kingdom of Dionia. Turn Rome into a fair, wealthy, and peaceful city? Stolo murmured. This was his ambition since he became an adult, but he knew how difficult it was to achieve this goal. Now, the enemies of Rome were using this to win the recognition of the people of Rome. This was something that the barbaric Celts would never have thought of. Dear senators, do you know that what you have been trying to prevent is now a sharp weapon piercing your chest? Stolo looked at the silhouette of Capitoline Hill in the distance in the southeast and punched the windowsill in frustration. At this time, the senators of Rome and Stolo were looking at the square of Rome from Capitoline Hill. As Capitoline Hill was the highest in the city and not too far from the square of Rome, they could see it more clearly. They could even vaguely see the priests, statues, bands, generals in carriages, and marching soldiers. Although they could not hear anything, the senators of Rome who knew the kingdom of Dionia better knew what the people of Dionia were doing. They were holding a triumphal parade in Rome. What made them even angrier was that among the soldiers who participated in the triumphal parade, there was a general wearing Roman armor and many Roman soldiers. At the end of the parade, they could even hear the shouts in Latin. So before the triumphal parade in the square ended, many of the senators had quietly left the top of the cliff. The only thing that the senators were glad about was that a few days ago, they had sent soldiers to block off the area where they could see the square of Rome the clearest and forbade anyone from entering. Why? The reason was simple. The people of Rome, led by the senators and nobles of Rome, retreated to the Capitoline Hill. Although the Dionysian army only blockaded the hill and did not attack, they often sent people up the hill to shout, such as, "The army of your expedition to Helsinki attacked the city of Rome and was repelled. Casrella and Veii have been captured." The army of Rome led by Camillus was defeated in Ostia. At first, only a few Latins were shouting, but later, many Rome civilians that the people on the hill were familiar with joined the group. They would add some other content to their shouts, such as, "We have lived in the comfortable houses that originally belonged to you. We have owned the land that originally belonged to you." Although the senators repeatedly avoided it, these are all lies, a trick of the people of Dionia to create chaos among us. However, when the people on the hill heard the shouts from the foot of the hill, and during the day, they could see many people dressed in Rome civilian costumes talking to the soldiers of Dionia in black helmets and black armor in a seemingly cordial manner, and then leaving one by one with big and small bags. In fact, the civilians of Rome were applying to become citizens of Dionia, and they were going to the square to receive their ration of food every day. It was inevitable that they would be suspicious. Coupled with the predicament on the hill, there was some confusion. Therefore, the senators finally ordered the blockade of the cliff where they could clearly see the square. In the dimly lit rear hall of the Temple of Jupiter, hundreds of senators of Rome who had just looked at the triumphant square from the top of the cliff sat around solemnly. The atmosphere was a little depressing. Cough. Cough. Potatus's cough was particularly clear in this silent space, attracting everyone's attention. However, he was really just coughing because he was weak, and he did not want to be the first to speak. After a while, Ambustos, who had been temporarily appointed by the Senate, broke the silence. Elders and newcomers, I want to remind you that although the people can't see the situation in the square today, they can hear the shouts in the square. I think this will cause a lot of trouble for them, so I hope everyone will take care of their families and customers when they go back. Scipio, you also have to be vigilant and let the soldiers pay attention to maintaining order. I've sent more soldiers. Don't worry, Scipio the Great replied. Hey! Apuleius suddenly shouted. Seeing that everyone was looking at him in astonishment, he stood up and shouted, We have been on the mountain for almost 10 days. 10 days. Why don't we see our army attacking the city? Is it really as the Dionia said? Camillus's army has been defeated by the Ionians. Many elders trembled unconsciously when they heard this. This was the question they were most afraid to mention. Cough cough, there are 70,000 troops outside the city, and Camillus is the commander. There are so many Latin allies and colonial cities supporting them. How could they have suffered a crushing defeat? Potitus tried to comfort everyone. Since they came up the mountain, in order to unite against the enemy, Apuleius had been warned by Merigonants. Don't randomly attack the dictator in the face of danger and cause unnecessary panic. However, the long-term pressure finally made Apuleius burst out again. If Camillus's army did not fail, then where are they? Could it be that they have escaped? Merigonants immediately shouted, Don't talk nonsense. Don't believe the rumor that our army was defeated in Ostia. However, this rumor also tells us that Camillus may be leading the army to attack Ostia. The elders with rich war experience led by Potitus, Merigonants, and Scipio the Great certainly made reasonable speculations about the reason why Camillus had not attacked the city for a long time. Many of the elders had accepted this explanation. However, at this moment, Apuleius still did not let it go. Why attack Ostia instead of directly attacking Rome? Could it be that Camillus is muddle-headed and thinks that we, the people of Rome, live in the small city of Ostia? The city of Rome has high and thick walls and is heavily guarded. It is not as easy to attack as Ostia. Camillus probably wants to attack Ostia to consume the forces of Dionia, lock them in the interior, and force them to fight outside the city, or choose to stop the war. Apuleius, I have already explained these words once yesterday. Don't make me say it again. Merigonants' sharp eyes looked straight at Apuleius. The person that he supported suddenly became a little disobedient, which made his eyes filled with anger. Apuleius tactfully stopped talking. However, someone raised a doubt. Camillus's attack on Ostia may be the right strategy, but we all heard what the enemy said, Venus and Casrella have been captured by them. Yesterday, they also said, Sir Wertheim and Cosa have also surrendered to them, and even our ally, the Etruscans, have formed an alliance with them. If these are all true, even if we recapture Ostia, I'm afraid it will not be of much use. These words immediately caused the elders to whisper among themselves. When Merigonants saw that the person who spoke was Lucretius, he secretly hated the old man for bringing up a topic that everyone was very worried about. Did he lose his mind? However, for an old man who had been in the Senate for decades, he still had some scruples, so he perfunctorily said, I said that these are all lies of the enemy. We don't have to believe them. Why don't we send someone down the mountain to investigate? Just like Pantius in the past. If we can confirm that these are all lies of the enemy, we and the people will be relieved. Merigonants finally could not stand it anymore and said angrily, Lucretius, apart from worshipping Jupiter every day, all you do is sleep. Have you seriously participated in any meetings or any affairs? Scipio, tell him, what have we done? So far, we have sent 5 warriors down the mountain to investigate, but so far, we have not seen them return, Scipio said solemnly. Scipio solemnly said, when the Celts occupied Rome, their discipline was lax, and the blockade of the Capitoline mountain was not tight. As for the Dionians, you can see from the camp they built at the foot of the mountain that it is very difficult to sneak in. Well, as the dictator of Rome, Camillus will do his best to repel the Dionia, just like he defeated the Celts in the past. In order to avoid Lucretius from being too embarrassed and causing a quarrel, Ambutus interrupted, let's focus on the important issues that concern us first. We only have enough food for 20 days. If Camillus cannot recapture Rome in 20 days, we will starve. there is also drinking water. Although there is a small spring on the mountainside not far from the temple of Juno, it is not enough for more than 5,000 people to drink. Fortunately, the rainy season has just passed, and it has rained several times in the past 10 days. There is still a lot of water stored in the temples. However, if there is no rain for 5 or 6 days in a row, it will be very difficult for everyone to drink enough water. Also, there is the disease. We rushed up the mountain and did not bring many herbs. The people are crowded on the mountain. They can't eat well, sleep well, and are in a bad mood. Some people are sick, and they can't get good treatment. They can't recover. Ambutus' words made the senators look even more worried. Sigh. Poditus sighed. When the Celts invaded, we only had a few hundred people when we retreated here. Now, the number of people is more than 10 times that. Naturally, we have to consume a lot more resources. Are we going to drive too many people down Capitoline Mountain? A senator asked anxiously. His words caused an uproar in the temple. Ambutus hurriedly said, we don't need to do that. What I mean is, we have to strictly control the consumption of food and water, and prevent the outbreak of the disease so that we can hold on the mountain for a longer time. We have to hold on until Camillus leads the soldiers to repel the Dionia and recapture Rome. Before the senators could start discussing, someone stood up from the crowd and said loudly, elders and newcomers, I have doubts about whether Camillus can recapture Rome. You saw the Dionia's triumphant return just now. So many people in Rome joined in their triumphant celebration. What does this mean? The people of Rome are betraying us and supporting the invading Dionia. With the support of those people, the Dionia will have more soldiers to defend Rome. The army led by Camillus can still. Nonsense. Maruginans shouted and glared at the person who spoke. Apuleius, are you crazy? Apuleius also threw caution to the wind. I'm not crazy. My mind is very clear. You are also very clear, but you are all running away. When Rome fell, so many people were trapped in the city. In the first few days, we could still see and hear the sound of fighting in the city from the mountain. There were even fires and thick smoke. But now, we haven't heard the sound of fighting for many days. Instead, the square is getting more and more lively. I'm afraid the Dionia have. Guards. Guards. Take him away and lock him up. Maruki roared in exasperation. Scipio the Great hesitated for a moment. After all, it was against the rules of the Senate. But when he saw Poditus, Ambutus, Lucretius, and many other respected senators nodding, he immediately called the guards. Apuleius was carried out by the guards, and he kept struggling and shouting, everyone, stop lying to yourself, Rome is finished. This is all Camillus' fault. Jupiter above, save Rome. This is all Camillus' fault. After Apuleius was taken out, there was silence in the shrine. Some people clenched their clothes tightly with fear hidden in their eyes, some people looked down at the ground to hide their reddened eyes, Poditus and Maruginans looked at each other, and a sense of powerlessness surged in their hearts, but he suppressed this negative emotion and said softly, Ambustus, please continue your discussion just now. After the triumphant ceremony, the Devers prepared to hold a military meeting to discuss the next step of the army's attack plan, but before the meeting, he first met with a person. Sit down, Publius. Yes, your majesty. Publius' attitude was respectful and fluent. Publius was not one of the senators on Capitoline Hill. These days, he had witnessed the surrender of the civilians in Rome, and a large number of civilians and soldiers fled back. He also learned from Ai and the emissaries of the Etruscan city-states that Ai and Casrella had indeed been captured by Dionia, and several Etruscan city-states had allied with Dionia. Then, Cerwerth and Cosa had successively surrendered. He even learned that the Roman army that had fought in Ostia had finally been disbanded. As the patriarch of a large Rome clan, he had keenly realized that the Dionia had gained a foothold in the Latin region, and it would be difficult for Camillus and the others to recapture Rome. Emotionally, although this made him a little depressed, it was good news for the Manlius clan, who had been forced to join the Dionia side. Therefore, at this moment, in the eyes of the Devers, Publius sat very obediently and put on a respectful and listening posture. More or less grasping Publius' mentality at this time, the Devers smiled slightly in his heart and said, I heard from the governor of Rome, assists, that during this time, you have actively assisted the city hall, making Dionia's governance of Rome more targeted, more efficient, and smoother. Lord assists flatters me. I just gave some suggestions. After all, I know Rome better, Publius said modestly. The Devers looked at him and suddenly said straightforwardly, as the patriarch of the manliest clan and the senator of Rome, I think your understanding of this region and your ability to deal with government affairs are far better than Valser's. However, he is now the adjutant of the governor of Rome, while you are idle. Do you feel indignant? Publius' heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly said, Your Majesty, my family and I are only your captives. We are already very grateful to be able to obtain your forgiveness. How would we dare to hope for anything else? You have joined the kingdom of Dionia and are becoming a citizen of Dionia. I think with your shrewdness, you should have learned about the political system of Dionia these days. The Devers tapped the table with his hand, looked at him, and said, The Senate of Dionia gathers the elites of various cities and races in Dionia. They can not only assist me in formulating the laws and decisions of the entire kingdom in the Senate, but also serve as the highest executive of a city or even a region, managing the administrative affairs of tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of people on their own. While they are doing their best to contribute to the kingdom, they are also doing their best to protect the rights and interests of the region and race where they were born. For a city as large as Rome to be incorporated into the kingdom, of course, there needs to be elites who can represent the people of Rome to enter the Senate and advocate for their rights. Your Majesty. Publius was tempted. He knew that the reason why the Devers said this to him was because they had expectations of him, so he boldly asked, How can I become a senator of Dionia? First of all, put down your arrogance as a noble of Rome. No matter what kind of administrative position you take, try your best to serve the civilians in the city and win their recognition. I think with the foundation laid by Marcus, it will be easy for you to achieve this. The Devers said seriously, Secondly, you have to make enough contributions to the kingdom to gain the recognition of the senators of Dionia, so that when you are recommended, you will not be opposed by most of the senators. After listening, Publius immediately took the initiative to say, Your Majesty, please order whatever you want me to do. I will do my best to complete it. Sure enough, he is a smart man. The Devers met the other party's eager gaze and said in a deep voice, Now there is a very important thing that you need to do as soon as possible. The city-state of Etruria has allied with us, and the colonies of Rome in the north have been completely cleared. Our north is safe. Although the army led by Camillus has been disbanded, he still has a considerable number of soldiers and the support of the Latin alliance. I do not intend to fight them head-on for the time being. I need to send an envoy to the various Latin city-states in the south while the Rome army is still resting in Saturnicum in the southwest. I need to try my best to persuade them to leave the Latin alliance, cut off their ties with Rome, and form an alliance with the kingdom, so as to further weaken the power of Rome's remaining army. It was not that the Devers had not sent envoys before, but the effect was not good. The Latin city-states were still full of distrust of outsiders from Dionia, just like the previous Etrurian city-states. Therefore, the Devers looked for Publius. Over the years, Rome had maintained a strong position in the Latin region, and the Latin city-states looked up to it. The higher-ups often had dealings with these large clans in Rome, and some even became relatives. Publius calculated in his mind and asked, What are the conditions for negotiation? It seemed like there was a chance. The Devers pretended to ponder for a moment before replying, The treaty of alliance between us and the city-states of Etruria can be used as an example. Herney, show the contents of the treaty of alliance to Publius later. Yes, Your Majesty. Henneborus, who was at the side, immediately responded. Your Majesty, I am willing to go to the Latin city-state in the south. Publius no longer hesitated. Very good. The Devers smiled. With you as the envoy, I believe that the negotiations with the Latin city-state will be much smoother. Let's set off tomorrow. If there is anything that needs to be prepared before the mission, you can tell Henneborus and let him help you solve it. Henneborus immediately nodded at Publius in greeting. Publius also hurriedly gave Henneborus a friendly smile. There is one more thing. The Devers continued, When we first entered Rome, some remnants of the Roman aristocracy occupied Capitoline Mountain. We have not attacked them until now, Mainly because we were busy stabilizing the order in the city and at the same time taking care of the mood of the people in the city. In fact, the main reason was that the Devers wanted to leave the enemies on Capitoline Mountain to attract Camillus's army to attack Rome by force. In the end, Camillus did not fall for it, and his army was eventually disintegrated. The remnants retreated to Saturnicum to rest and reorganize. Looking at the situation, they will not be able to threaten Rome in a short time. Now that the city of Rome has stabilized, seizing the Capitoline Mountain will save us a lot of manpower and help us manage the city better. In fact, it is not because our Dionia army cannot attack. Capitoline Mountain is densely populated. I only need to order the soldiers to continuously throw burning tar cans at the top of the mountain with ballistas, and we can cause countless deaths and injuries. The Devers spoke in a flat tone, but it made Publius' hair stand on end. He had seen the terrible scene of the ballistas attacking the city on the west wall before, so he did not doubt its power. He was hesitating whether to dissuade the Devers. However, he heard the Devers sigh and say in a compassionate tone, "I heard that there are many women and children on the mountain, and there are many temples. Therefore, this is the last resort. I am going to send an envoy up the mountain to persuade them to surrender." As the Devers said this, his eyes looked at Publius. Publius hesitated for a moment and asked boldly, "Your Majesty, if these people on the mountain surrender, what should we do with them?" The Devers knew what he was worried about. Because when Dionia captured the Rome nobles, they mainly imprisoned them, escorted them away from Rome, and made them slaves. If they followed this method, it would be impossible to make the Rome people on the mountain surrender, because most of them were Rome senators and nobles. The Devers smiled, tapped the back of the chair with his fingers, and said, "I can assure you that as long as they are willing to surrender and become citizens of Dionia, although they will be sent away from Rome, they will no longer be degraded to slaves. Instead, they will be scattered and placed in other territories of Dionia, enjoying the same rights as other citizens of the kingdom." Publius was lost in thought. He was still a little hesitant. At this time, the Devers said, "If you become a senator of Dionia, your immediate family will be allowed to stay in Rome. Think about it, this may be the only Rome family that will be allowed to stay here." Publius was tempted again. "Your Majesty, can you allow me to persuade them to surrender after I go to Latin City?" Publius said this with consideration. He knew that these senators and nobles on Capitoline Mountain were the most determined group of people to resist. They would not surrender easily. Letting them stay on the mountain for a few more days might reduce the difficulty of persuading them. Of course. The Devers promised and said happily, "You have boldly taken on these two important matters, which makes me feel a lot more relaxed. Next, let's have a casual chat. You were once a senator of Rome and grew up here. Can you tell me in detail what you think of the city-states and forces around Rome?" After summoning Publius, the Devers immediately held a military conference. After discussing with the generals, they decided on a strategy to attack the Latin region, which was to attack from the east, then the west, and combine attack with negotiation. Philippi was located on the upper reaches of the Tiber River, only about 13 miles away from Rome. However, it was a town built by the Etruscans. Although it was not large, it spanned across both sides of the Tiber River. During the gradual rise of Rome, it was the main bridge for the Etruscans to set foot on the south bank of the Tiber River. In particular, Venus was very close to Philippi, and it was used to invade Rome many times. For this reason, for decades, the people of Rome and Venus repeatedly fought over this small city. In the end, the people of Rome turned Philippi into its colony and made it the forward base for Rome to attack Venus. Since then, Venus gradually fell into a defensive position and was finally occupied by Rome. Since Philippi became a colony of Rome, because it was too close to Rome, most of its fertile land along the river was given to Rome, causing the population of this small city to be even smaller than before. When Rome was captured by the people of Rome living in Philippi were terrified. However, for several days, there was no movement in Rome. Coupled with the return of Camillus with his army, the people of Philippi breathed a sigh of relief. However, soon, the army of Rome moved west, and not long after, Venus suddenly fell. This caused the people of Philippi to panic again. A few days later, the allied forces of the Etruscan Rome colony arrived. This included the citizens of Philippi who had been conscripted. Just when the people heaved a sigh of relief, the allied forces that crossed the river suffered a crushing defeat. The people of Fydonia witnessed a large group of Daionia cavalry chasing the fleeing Roman soldiers along the river bank. Many of them knelt down and surrendered, while some jumped directly into the Tiber River and were swallowed by the river in the blink of an eye. Although the victorious Dionysian army did not take advantage of the situation to attack Fadini, and peace was restored in the following days, the people of Fadenia, who were frightened by the tragedy that day, no longer believed that they were safe. Many people urged them to flee to the Latin alliance in the south, or head west to find Camillus. However, it was difficult to leave one's homeland. The whole city debated for several days, but still couldn't come to a decision. Early in the morning, the sleepy sentries of Fadeni climbed up the city wall. They were shocked when they saw a cloud of dust in the distance, and a huge crowd was surging towards Fadeni. The enemy is here. The Daionia army is here. Alarms were ringing in the city, and the people were panicking. On the second morning after the military meeting, the Devers sent out an army to attack Fadini. Most of the Legio III and the Rome Reserve Army moved east along the north bank of the Tiber River. The 2nd Legion, Legio VI, the Lucania Reserve Army, the Mountain Reconnaissance Army, the 1st Cavalry Legion, and a 500-man engineering team moved east along the south bank of the Tiber River. A total of more than 30,000 people attacked Fadini from the south and the north. The reason why Divers used such a huge army to attack a small city with less than 1,000 soldiers was because he did not care if he was using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. He hoped to use a swift and violent attack to defeat more enemies in a short period of time, intimidate Latin City, and create a more favorable situation for himself. In order to stabilize the order in the city of Rome, the Devers did not lead the army personally, but appointed a temporary commander-in-chief. However, to the surprise of the generals, the candidate was Printos, the staff officer of the Ministry of Military Affairs. When announcing the candidate, because the 1st Legion did not participate in the battle, the Legio III commander Lazaro had a good relationship with Printos. Only the commander of the 2nd Legion, Martones, objected. Printos has never personally commanded an army in battle. He has no experience as a commander. However, under the Devers' insistence, Martones, who was used to obeying the Devers' orders, had no choice but to reluctantly accept it. With 30,000 people attacking a small city with less than 1,000 soldiers, and the location of the small city was flat, it seemed that it would be easy to capture it. However, that was not the case. For decades, as a strategic point of contention between Rome and Venus, Philippi had evolved into a small military fortress. The city walls were tall and thick, and there was a moat. It was easy to defend, but not easy to attack. According to the attack plan, the expedition had to take the city as soon as possible, and they could not afford to be in a stalemate for a long time. In order to repay the trust of the Devers and prove himself, Printos carefully studied the situation of Philippi and the surrounding terrain. He decided to adopt a similar tactic to the one used by the Devers to capture the city of Rome. He asked the engineering team to modify a number of pack wagons to carry 5 fast ships, with many pack beasts and a large number of laborers in charge of transporting them. By land, they avoided the attention of the defenders, bypassed Philippi, and arrived at the low land on the upper bank of the Tiber River. In the face of the Daonia's persuasion to surrender, the people of Philippi neither agreed nor objected. They only said that they would consider it. How could Printos allow them to delay? He immediately gave the order to attack the city. Under the order, the army of Daionia launched a strong attack on Philippi from the south and north. While the defenders of Philippi were resisting the Daonia's attack, more than 200 fully armed scouts rowed 5 fast ships and rushed down from the upper river. When they passed by Philippi, they were stopped by a pontoon bridge that spanned across the river. They almost broke the pontoon bridge. The Tiber River to the east of Philippi was rapid. Not only was it impossible to swim, but it was also very difficult to drive a raft. In addition, the towns along the river to the east of Philippi, except for Crustuarium, which was a colonial city of Rome, were all the territories of the Sabines. This mountainous race had never seen the sea, nor did they know how to build ships. In fact, most of their people did not even know how to swim. Therefore, the Fedonians had never encountered an attack from the upper reaches of the Tiber River. However, they had never dreamed that the Dionians would have the whimsical idea of spending a huge amount of manpower to transport ships from the land to the upper reaches of the Tiber River. When the scouts climbed up the pontoon bridge and began to attack the southern city of Philippi, the panicked Philippi squeezed out less than 100 soldiers from the top of the city wall and rushed to the bridge to stop them. When they arrived, some of the scouts had already set foot on the land in the southern city. They immediately launched a fierce attack on the Philippi soldiers who had rushed over, causing chaos among the Philippi soldiers who were trying to get into formation. In the chaotic battle, how could the citizens of Philippi be a match for the scouts who had gone through years of arduous training? Not long after they were defeated, the southern city was breached. Soon, the isolated north city surrendered as well. It was only in the afternoon when the Dionysian army occupied the entire city of Philippi. From the beginning to the end of the attack, it had only lasted less than 4 hours. Printos's commanding ability had initially gained the recognition of the generals and soldiers. The Dionysian army had previously occupied Rome. Now that they had the passage to the upper river, they had completely cut off the communication between the people of Rome and the north bank of the Tiber River. After resting for a day in Philippi, the Dionysian army moved east again the next day. Their goal was Crustumerium, the last colonial city in the eastern part of Rome. Crustumerium was originally a town established by the Sabines. However, its complicated relationship with Rome had been established not long after Rome was founded. It was said that after Romulus established Rome, most of his followers were single men, which caused a lot of trouble. In order to solve their marriage problems and allow these energetic men to settle in Rome with peace of mind, Romulus thought of a way. He announced to the public that he would hold a celebration for the festival of the sea goddess and invited the surrounding forces to participate. Some of the Sabine tribesmen believed it and brought their wives and daughters to Rome. In the end, Romulus and his followers took away all the women of the Sabine tribesmen. Half a year later, the Sabine tribesmen who had lost their loved ones gathered their troops to attack Rome. Just as the two sides were about to engage in a decisive battle, the Sabine women who had become the wives of the people of Rome appeared. They knelt down and begged for a truce. Under the influence of kinship, the two sides reached a reconciliation. Romulus even invited the Sabine tribesmen to migrate to Rome, and the two sides became one. The town where the Sabine tribesmen lived was Crustumerium. Regardless of whether the legend heard from the people of Rome was true or not, it was a fact that Crustumerium had been a colony of Rome during the reign of Rome. Many Latins were called upon by the King of Rome to migrate to this town, but decades later, it joined the Latin city-state in the war against Rome. After being defeated, it became a colony of Rome again. Soon, it became a frontier base for Rome to resist the invasion of the Sabines. The people of Rome defeated the Sabines several times here. Crustumerium was less than 10 miles away from Fadini. It was built on a hill near the Tiber River, overlooking the long and narrow riverside flatland that had been washed out by the mixed silt of the Tiber River. Printos led the army of Dionia and soon arrived at the city of Crustumerium. However, he did not attack immediately because Publius, who arrived later, said that he was confident that he could persuade the people of Crustumerium to surrender. Sure enough, less than 2 hours after Publius entered the city, the people of Crustumerium opened the city gate. Without the support of Rome, Crustumerium, which was adjacent to the Sabines, could hardly resist the invasion of the Sabines. Previously, the citizens who were sent to join the army of Rome came back and told the people the news of the collapse of the army of Rome, causing extreme anxiety in the city. Later, the people of Crustumerium were even more frightened when the people of Dionia broke through the neighboring city of Fadini in less than a day. At this time, the people of Crustumerium, who they were familiar with and a former senator of Rome, entered the city to persuade them. Surrounded by two major forces, the people of Crustumerium could only surrender. The Devers quickly had Publius sign an alliance treaty with the people of Christum. At this point, the Dionysian army had conquered the east of Rome with lightning speed, and began to target the Latin states in the south. "Master, when you put on this underwear, it's really beautiful. Even Aphrodite is jealous of you." Agnes's personal slave couldn't help but praise. "Don't talk nonsense. How can I compare to the goddess of love?" Although Agnes said this, her tone wasn't harsh. She turned around and asked softly, "Does it really look good? It's said that Aphrodite's bra straps are full of temptation, but I feel that this set of underwear matches your beautiful figure." Even as a woman, I can't help but be attracted, and even, envious. If His Majesty the Dever saw it, he would definitely be deeply captivated by you, master. The slave sighed with an infatuated expression. Agnes didn't say anything, but looked at herself in the bronze mirror that was as tall as a person. One hand touched the white underwear on her chest, while the other fiddled with it. She, who had stepped into her 40s, could already feel the passing of time from her sagging skin. The set of clothes that Kristoya had given her, which she called underwear, made her feel comfortable, and at the same time showed off her slim figure when she was young. It also added a mysterious sense of beauty, causing Agnes to be intoxicated by herself in the mirror. After a long while, she put on her clothes again and brought the slave downstairs to the hall. Kristoya, who was sitting in the hall and discussing matters with the chief of the palace, Ribazot, saw her and immediately dismissed the others. When only the two of them were left in the hall, Kristoya asked, "Sister Agnes, have you worn it? How do you feel?" There was a hint of eagerness in her tone. "Very, very good. I like it very much," Agnes answered shyly. "Since you think it's good, the women of Dionia will think it's good too." Kristoya clapped her hands excitedly. "Tomorrow, I'll ask Ribazot to send slaves to build a garment workshop and buy a dozen female slaves who know how to cut to make this kind of underwear. I'll give it to the elders' wives and ask them to help me promote it." Agnes wasn't too interested in these things. She asked softly, "Sister, didn't you say that this underwear was designed by His Majesty?" "Yes, I wanted His Majesty to give me some ideas to make up for the losses the bank incurred last year from helping the people through the drought." "Who knew he would give me such an idea?" A smile appeared on Kristoya's face. Then, she thought of something and her expression became serious again. "He's usually so busy with government affairs. Who knew that he would pay so much attention to our place?" At this point, Kristoya gritted her teeth and pulled Agnes's hand. She said intimately, "Sister, you and I have to keep a close eye on His Majesty. We can't let him have an affair outside. Perhaps Hades gave His Majesty a hint." Agnes defended the Devers softly. "Hades isn't a god who likes to pay attention to such things." Kristoya also softly criticized the kingdom's protector. She then said seriously, "Sister, we're all starting to get old. We need to learn to dress ourselves better so that His Majesty's gaze will always be on us." Agnes nodded lightly and squeezed Kristoya's hand tightly. The two women, who were of similar age and had different interests, had lived together for nearly 20 years. They had already tacitly established a close relationship that was not like biological sisters, but more like biological sisters. "Sister, don't always wear that white set. His Majesty will get tired of it after looking at it for a long time. In 2 days, I'll send you a few sets of other colored underwear with decorative patterns," Kristoya suggested. Agnes answered shyly. "Mother, we're back." At this moment, a clear shout came from outside the door. 2 pretty girls, one tall and one short, walked into the hall. "Mother Agnes, you're here too," the tall girl immediately shouted. The short girl respectfully bowed in turn, "Mother." "Kristoya's mother." "Eunice, haven't you learned how to greet your elders?" Kristoya said with a straight face as she sat upright. "All right." Eunice pouted and helplessly bowed to the 2 mothers. She then glared at the snickering of Rhea to show her dissatisfaction. "Why are you back so early today?" Kristoya asked in a slightly stern manner. "Ugh. I'm teaching dance this afternoon. My period came, and the teacher gave me a day off. I don't like going home alone, so I asked for a day off for Rhea as well," Eunice said bravely. "Isn't it enough that you're slacking off alone? You even dragged your sister into it." Kristoya's face darkened. I'm not feeling well either." "Sister just," Rhea stuttered as she tried to explain, but Eunice slapped her. "Don't speak." Kristoya's almond-shaped eyes widened. Beside her, Agnes hurriedly said, "Since you're both not feeling well, hurry up and get some rest." The 2 girls' faces lit up, and they immediately looked at Kristoya. Kristoya's face was still gloomy. "I'll forgive you 2 this time, but if you leave early again, you'll be punished." "Got it." The 2 of them replied in unison. They turned around and smiled at each other, walking briskly outside. At the door, Eunice turned around and asked, "Mother, is there any news from father and brother today? Yes. This morning, a messenger brought a letter from your father. It says that the army of Rome has been defeated. Your brother and brother Adorus have safely returned to Rome, and are preparing to participate in the triumphal procession to be held in Rome. Christoia said. A triumphal procession to be held in Rome? Eunice exclaimed softly, and then said in annoyance, I really want to see it. When are father and brother coming back? Avria interrupted from the side. Child, this wasn't mentioned in the letter, Christoia said with a smile. However, since our army has already occupied Rome and defeated their army, the day of final victory shouldn't be too far away. When that time comes, your father and the others will be back. Hearing this, Avria smiled happily. Let's go, Avria. We should go back to the bedroom to rest. Eunice gave her a look. The two girls walked out of the hall, and their whispers could be faintly heard. In a while, we'll release Bryant's dog and bring out my horse. You can carry your kitten, and then we'll play outside the courtyard. Brother Bryant's will be angry if he finds out. With me here, he won't dare. Christoia, who was in the hall, suddenly sighed. Seeing this, Agnes hurriedly advised, Sister, don't be too strict with the children. Let them relax sometimes. That's not what I'm worried about. Christoia looked out the door and shook her head. In a few months, Eunice will be 14 years old. She's almost an adult, yet she's still so, according to our Dionia's laws, Eunice is still 2 years away from adulthood. Sister, you're worrying too early. Besides, I think it's a good thing that Eunice has a strong personality. She won't be bullied in the future, but I'm a little worried about Avria, Agnes consoled. In most of the Greek cities, a girl was considered an adult at the age of 14, and could then talk about marriage. However, in the kingdom of Dionia, under the strong request of the king of Devers, and with the support of medical authorities such as Helps, the Senate passed a law that stated that girls were only considered an adult at the age of 16, and could not be married before then. Originally, the Devers wanted to set the age of adulthood for girls at 18, but due to the harsh environment and backward medicine of this era, the average age of Greeks was not high, and girls often matured early. If they waited until they were 18 to marry, the cost of raising them would be too high, and it would be detrimental to the growth of Dionia's population. Hence, a compromise was made. You don't have to worry about that. Who would dare to bully our children? This morning, Andrea came over and talked about her eldest son, Mathesius. She also asked about Eunice, intentionally or otherwise. Christoia raised her eyebrows slightly and turned her head to look at Agnes, saying softly, This morning, Andrea came over and mentioned her eldest son, Mathesius. She wants to propose to her son? Agnes was shocked. Although she rarely interacted with outsiders, she had grown up in a noble family in Lygum, and had some understanding of these matters. If it was in another Greek city, Eunice would have reached the age of marriage. Andrea wanted to give me a heads up, and I pretended not to know and didn't give her an answer. I reckon it won't be long before more people mention this to me. Christoia shrugged helplessly. Sister, you don't have to worry too much. His Majesty has already said several times that Eunice and the others' marriages are up to them. They can marry whoever they want to marry, Agnes consoled. Both she and Christoia had a deep understanding of the traditional Greek marriage system. Back then, Christoia had been given to the Persia prince, Cyrus, as a concubine, while Agnes had been sent to Thurii. Both had been decided by their fathers, without consulting them at all. Fortunately, things had turned out well. Of course, Agnes didn't want her children to follow in their footsteps. She welcomed the Devers' decision. Sister, it's not that simple. Christoia shook her head and said with some annoyance, Eunice is still young. How can she tell if the man she likes is good or bad? We'll have to do it for her. Besides, if she really marries an ordinary commoner, what would the wives of the senators and ministers of Dionia think? What would their children think? I'm afraid that this ordinary son-in-law will face great pressure in the kingdom in the future. Will he still treat Eunice well then? You have to consider these things carefully. Agnes disagreed, Sister, you're thinking too much. I think it's fine as long as Eunice really likes it. You make it sound so easy. When Olivia comes of age, it'll be your turn to worry. Kristoya rolled her eyes, then stretched and said, I'm going to the bathroom to take a bath and relax. When the children are back, it'll be dinner time. Do you want to go together? I have a few sets of underwear in other colors and shapes. You can try them on and see if they fit. All right. Agnes stood up. Bathing had become a daily habit for the people of Dionia, but the hot springs were a little far from Turii. The royal family could not go there frequently, and it was not safe either. Hence, the Devers had someone build a bathroom in the house. Two elegant middle-aged women chatted and laughed as they walked out of the hall. Dusk came. In the Senate of Dionia, the meeting had ended, and the senators walked out in groups of 2s and 3s. Today, the Senate had received the good news of the army led by the Devers has won consecutive victories in the Latin region. Abenalum has applied to become a free city of Dionia. Of course, this was mixed with the bad news of the Samnite army has raided the Campanian region, and Naples has urgently asked for help from Dionia. But this did not affect the mood of the senators. They walked down the stairs, laughing and talking. The 5 presidents of the Senate who walked slowly behind were still discussing some issues. His Majesty's letter said that the situation in Rome has now stabilized, and the expeditionary army is expanding the territory it has occupied, preparing to completely defeat the people of Rome. He asked us to make a detailed plan in advance for the large-scale migration of some of the people of Dionia to Rome after the war, as well as the settlement of the surrendered nobles of Rome in other cities. What do you suggest? Cornelis asked. I noticed that His Majesty wrote in the letter the migration of the people of Dionia, instead of letting the preparatory citizens and freedmen fill the newly occupied land like in the past. This shows that His Majesty attaches great importance to the region of Rome, and needs to quickly integrate Rome into the kingdom, Lysias said in a low voice. According to the news from the messenger, the area where Rome is located is a fertile plain, much larger than our Sabari plain. The Tiber River is also wider than the Creti River, and the agriculture and livestock there are quite prosperous. If we can completely take over Rome, not only can we solve the worries that the drought has caused to His Majesty, but we can also greatly increase the strength of our kingdom. Antares pondered and said, however, that area is not adjacent to our current territory, and there are many other forces and races around it. Besides, the people of Rome are quite strong. Perhaps His Majesty has considered this, which is why he requested for a large number of people of Dionia to be migrated there, so that they can quickly become the backbone of the stability of the region of Rome. If they are preparatory citizens and freedmen, I'm afraid that they won't be able to firmly defend the interests of the kingdom in that crisis-ridden area. Although I didn't see the battle between our soldiers and the people of Rome with my own eyes, in the past few days, we have transported nearly 2,000 dead citizens and more than 2,000 injured people from Turii alone. The officials of the city hall have been busy helping the Ministry of Military Affairs to compensate the families of the deceased and arrange for the treatment of the injured. I heard that there are also many casualties in other areas. It seems that the people of Rome are quite fierce, Lysias said in a heavy tone. Do you still remember that His Majesty said that he wanted to migrate the people to the Campania region? At that time, he had already decided to migrate some of the young citizens of Lucania municipality. Both Hegemon and I had already made the plan, but it was a pity that we had to stop it because of Carthage's participation in the war. This time, we can move them to Rome, Vespa suggested. I say, Vespa, don't just keep your eyes on Lucania municipality, Sidorum retorted. After rebuking Vespa, Sidorum reminded, how many citizens can move out of Lucania? I'm afraid it's less than 10,000, but His Majesty said that apart from the civilians who have surrendered to Rome, the land of Rome alone can accommodate another 200,000 to 300,000 people. There are also towns like Venus, Ostia, and Casrella. Besides, His Majesty also said that the nobles of Rome who have surrendered to him will be scattered in other cities. Why don't we move some of the citizens of the cities to Rome? The empty space will be able to accommodate the people of Rome. Isn't it very convenient? What Sir Sidorum said is a good idea. Antares took over the conversation, however, considering that the City Hall of Rome has just been established, its ability to deal with government affairs is not strong yet, and the people of Rome still need time to adapt to us. We can migrate to Rome several times. Each time, we will migrate a small number of citizens to avoid major chaos. In addition, the citizens who are going to Rome cannot be all young. There must be middle-aged and elderly citizens, so that the established community can be stable. Also, the majority of the citizens who are going to Rome should be citizens of Greek descent. Speaking of this, Antares saw that Vespa and Sidorum were unhappy, so he quickly explained, I don't mean to discriminate against other ethnic groups. I'm just doing this to allow the civilians of Rome to integrate into the kingdom as soon as possible. Antares' suggestion is very reasonable. We need to consider it seriously, Cornelis praised his young colleague. Cornelis praised his young colleague and then solemnly said, Everyone, this is the first time we have migrated the official citizens of the kingdom. You must know that they are not preparatory citizens or free people. They have all the rights granted to them by the law of the kingdom. They have their own land and are living well in the existing towns. How can we make them go to Rome willingly? How can we make them satisfied with their new place of residence? These are the problems that give us the biggest headache. I don't think this is a problem, Antares said disapprovingly. What the citizens of the kingdom are most worried about is not leaving their hometown and settling in a strange place. They are afraid of living too peacefully, because it means that they will not be able to gain the opportunity to gain merit through war and adventure, increase their wealth, and get a quick promotion in status. In Rome, they can be given many such opportunities. Before the war with Rome, so many officials took the risk and chose to go with His Majesty. Wasn't it because of this reason? Now that ordinary citizens can get such an opportunity, I believe they will also be eager to participate. Antares' words made the other three nod. Cornelis coughed awkwardly. Ugh. What Antares said is very reasonable, but we still need to implement it before we know the real reaction of the people. So we have to make more preparations in advance to reduce the resistance of the people. For example, we need to make detailed arrangements for the relocation of the citizens' land, the transportation of the citizens' belongings, the distribution of the new houses, and the disposal of the old houses. It seems that next time, we need to call Bucos, Minister of Agriculture, and Raphias, Minister of Household Registration, to discuss this matter, and then come up with a preliminary plan, and then submit it to His Majesty for review, Lucius said. I think we can let the town hall of each town publicize the benefits of settling in Rome first, Antares suggested enthusiastically, but before he could finish his words, Felicia's voice came from behind him, Master Cornelis, you're a good man. Lord Lucius. Cornelis looked back and saw Helos, Felicius, Alpinus, and Hieronymus, the four elders of the Ministry of Military Affairs, walking towards him. He was a little surprised. What's the matter? Felicius looked at Helos. Military Affairs Minister Helos said, 5 rotating presidents. Today, the Senate unanimously rejected the unreasonable request of the Samnite emissary to exchange the Campanian captives for their captives. This is in line with His Majesty's promise after the Grim incident, but I'm afraid it's not enough to just reject it. We still need to rescue the Campanian alliance that is being attacked by the Samnite. After all, it is our ally. The rescue of Naples should be the main topic of discussion tomorrow, Cornelis said with a frown. Now, His Majesty is leading most of the army to attack Rome from the north, and we are at war with Carthage in the south. Alexis is stationed in Apulia to prevent the Samnite from attacking and other forces. As far as I know, all the legions in the kingdom are already in a state of war, and even the 7th Legion is ready to go south to Sicily at any time. His Majesty has repeatedly instructed us not to act rashly. Now that you are talking about this matter, I would like to ask you first, how are you going to rescue Campania? Are you going to transfer the 9th or 10th Legion? Although Antares had a little dispute with Cornelis just now, he continued Cornelis's words and continued to ask questions. The distance from Apulia to Campania is long, and transportation will be difficult. The pressure on the transportation of military supplies will increase. Moreover, who knows if the cunning Samnite is deliberately luring us to transfer the army from Apulia so that they can raid the Downey area again. After all, our army will have to take a detour, but they can go straight through the mountains. Not the army from Apulia. Helos said with certainty. We hope that the Senate can pass a resolution to let the free city of Potentia immediately form an army to support the kingdom in the war against the Samnite. Potentia? The 5 rotating presidents were a little surprised. It was no wonder that they did not think of it. For more than a decade, the Potentia area had maintained a stable and close relationship with Lucania municipality. Trade, people coming and going, religion spreading, everything developed rapidly without any hindrance. Moreover, the people of Potentia were never absent from the various celebrations and competitions in the kingdom. Therefore, not only the ordinary people of Dionia, but also most of the senators subconsciously regarded Potentia as part of Lucania municipality, forgetting that it was actually just a free city of the kingdom. At this time, the military training officer, Hieronymus, said, according to the statistics of our Ministry of Military Affairs, if Potentia carries out a full recruitment, it can form an army of about 20,000 people. Therefore, Potentia can send at least 10,000 reinforcements. In recent years, the relationship between the Samnite people and the Kingdom of Dionia had gradually deteriorated. The Cayutini people continued to invade the Campania region, and the Hilpini people were advancing towards the Abenalum. All of these had alerted the great leader of Potentia, Borit. However, in the past 10 years, due to the safety of the surrounding environment, the people of Potentia had gradually become wealthier. The young people of Potentia had never encountered a war, and even the older generation was unfamiliar with combat skills. Therefore, he had made an unexpected decision. He invited the Ministry of Military Affairs of Dionia to send military trainers to be stationed in Potentia for a long time to train the young people of Potentia. Therefore, the Ministry of Military Affairs had accurate data on the war potential of Potentia. Several chairmen looked at each other and immediately reached a consensus. After all, they could use unexpected help and achieve their goal without consuming too much of the kingdom's strength. Why not? As for whether Potentia would agree? They had never considered it at all because the relationship between the two sides was too close. Moreover, according to the agreement, this was also an obligation of Potentia. Therefore, Vespa asked directly, after requesting Potentia to participate in the war, where will the army they build belong to? Although Potentia was a free city of the Kingdom of Dionia, it was still semi-independent. According to the laws of Dionia, the army of Potentia did not have the right to carry out military operations independently. It must be integrated into the army of Dionia and be commanded by a general of Dionia. This was to ensure the safety of the territory of Dionia and prevent some accidents from happening. The army formed by Potentia will be commanded by Xantiparis, the reserve army commander of Lucania, Helos replied. When Vespa heard that the commander was Xantiparis, he breathed a sigh of relief. Based on his understanding of the generals of Dionia, Xantiparis was a veteran who did things steadily. He would not disregard the casualties and fight the Samnite people head-on. Although Potentia was not fully incorporated into the Kingdom of Dionia, Vespa had already regarded it as a part of Lucania municipality. Of course, he did not want the people there to suffer heavy casualties. Tomorrow, when the Senate meeting begins, we will first propose this issue. Once the resolution is passed, immediately send a messenger to Potentia to inform Borat. Cornelis said solemnly, the elders hope to pacify the Simonians as soon as possible and return peace to the northern border of Dionia. Thank you, sirs. We will do our best. Helos replied solemnly. Vespa wanted to ask about the general battle plan of the Ministry of Military Affairs against the Simonians, but he swallowed his words. After all, the Senate did not interfere in the affairs of the Ministry of Military Affairs, which was a rule set by the King of Devers a long time ago. He did not want to violate this taboo. After Helos and the rest separated from the chairman, they looked a little more relaxed. Felicius said excitedly, as long as the resolution is passed by the Senate tomorrow, Potentia will send out their army, and we can solve the problem of the Simonians. Yes, the Simonians' ambush on the Campania alliance and the Abenalum's initiative to submit to the Kingdom of Potentia. These two things together provide us with an opportunity to attack. As long as the army of Potentia goes north to meet up with the Abenalum, we can launch an attack on the Samnite mountains. At the same time, Alexis can lead the army to attack from the east. With the cooperation of both sides, we can completely control the flow of the war against the desert people. Capys, who was usually calm, was also happy at this time. The Hilpini have fought many wars with Potentia. This time, if we let the army of Potentia enter the Abenalum, will it cause dissatisfaction and conflict between the two sides? Alpines reminded. I don't think so. Felicius explained with more certainty, ever since the Southern War, Potentia has not fought with the Simonians for more than 10 years. I don't know if the people of Potentia have forgotten the hatred of the past, but according to the information obtained from His Majesty's Intelligence Department, Potentia and the Abenelum often trade, and the people of both sides can enter and leave each other's territory relatively freely. Therefore, the army of Potentia entering the Abenelum should not cause too much of a reaction. Besides, you have to believe in Xantiparis. With his ability, he will coordinate the relationship between the two sides. The other three nodded. They were all survivors of the expedition to Persia, and they had a deep understanding of Xantiparis' ability. I think Polit will be very happy when he receives the news that we let him attack the Simonians, Hieronymus said. With his temperament, he will definitely lead the army into battle himself. To achieve this goal, he will also restrain his people and cooperate with the Abenelum to fight together. Not only did Polit let his people receive training from the military trainers of Dionia, but he also personally received training many times to learn the fighting style of the Legion of Dionysia. As the military training officer, Hieronymus went to Potentia several times to inspect the military training, and was treated with great hospitality by Polit. The two sides forged a deep friendship. We don't have to worry about the Abenelum and Potentia. The only thing I'm worried about now is His Majesty, Felicius said in a low voice. He has emphasized many times that we should not lead the army into the Simonians to fight, and our plan is completely against his wishes. Felicius' words turned the excited expressions on Hieronymus and Alpine's faces into solemnity, but Helos looked calm. He comforted everyone. When we were discussing the plan in the Ministry of Military Affairs, didn't I already say that His Majesty was worried that we were not familiar with the terrain of the Simonians, and that the Simonians were good at fighting in the mountains? If we entered rashly, we would be at a great disadvantage. That's why he repeatedly emphasized it, but he never said we are not allowed to enter the Simonians. Now, with the help of the Abenelum, and with the main force of the Simonians in Campania, it's a good chance for us to get rid of the Simonians. I believe His Majesty will agree if he knows. Helos, we should wait for His Majesty to receive our battle plan and give his approval before we start the attack, Felicius reminded him, still worried. It will take at least 7 or 8 days for the letter to be sent to Rome and back. The matter of the Abenelum joining our kingdom has been carried out in secret, but I think it will be difficult for the Abenelum people to keep this secret for a long time. Once the leaders of the Samanide tribes know about it, they will quickly withdraw the troops attacking the Campanian alliance to the Samanide mountains. Then our efforts will be in vain. So, after the decision is passed tomorrow, we must immediately inform Alexis to carry out our plan. If His Majesty blames us in the future, I am willing to bear the responsibility alone. Helos said resolutely. This is a decision we made together. How can you be responsible alone? Hieronymus immediately expressed his objection. Yes, if His Majesty wants to blame someone, he should blame all the officers of the Ministry of Military Affairs. Felicius also expressed his opinion. Just as Alpines was about to speak, he caught a glimpse of someone rushing over from the front. He immediately said, Helos, isn't that your clerk? Sir Helos. Sirs. The officer rushed over and gave a military salute. Lady Alexis has sent an urgent letter. Helos quickly took the letter and opened it. Soon, a smile appeared on his face. The other three immediately cast curious glances at him. Helos looked at Felicius and the others, raised the letter in his hand, and said excitedly, Alexis wrote this letter immediately after receiving the news that the Abenelum requested to merge with the Kingdom of Dionia. He requested to reassemble the 10th Legion and the 11th Legion, join forces with the Abenelum and Potentia to attack from the east and west at the same time, clear the obstacles, and take down Aquilonia in one fell swoop. We all thought the same thing. Although the Third Fleet of Dionia tried its best to blockade the west coast of the Italian peninsula, and the Sicilian fleet patrolled the waters west of the Strait of Messina from time to time, it was impossible to stop the people of Carthage from obtaining information about Rome. After all, the islands of Corsica and Sardinia under the control of Carthage and the region of Latin, where Rome was located, were separated by the sea. Under the orders of the judges of Carthage, the Phoenician city-states on the islands had to send ships again and again, taking the risk of avoiding the patrols of the warships of Dionia, to approach the coast, to Antium, Adium, and other towns to understand the development of the war in Latin. Then, the judges of Carthage sent ships directly south from the west side of the island of Sardinia to the city of Carthage. Therefore, when the people of Carthage knew that Dionia had sent a large army to attack the region of Latin, they were happy to see it happen, because Rome had restrained most of the forces of Dionia, which would inevitably reduce the pressure of the attack on the west of Sicily. But a few days later, the news that the city of Rome had been captured shocked the elders of Carthage. According to the news they learned, Rome was a large city. Although its main force was not in the city, it was so easily captured by the people of Dionia, which showed the strength of the military forces of Dionia. After a while, when the news that Ostia had been burned down, the army of Rome had collapsed, and the remnants of the army were holed up in the southwest of Latin, the entire aristocratic class of Carthage was shocked. Rome was a powerful city-state in central Italy. Because of this, Carthage chose to form an alliance with it, but in such a short period of time, it was defeated by the Dionysian army to the point of being unable to fight back, and even to the point of being at death's door. The horror of the Dionysian army finally made them realize that once Rome was completely destroyed, then Dionia would be able to completely free up its hands to focus on Carthage. And now the Senate was still in a dispute, wasting precious time, so they gathered and strongly appealed to the Senate, while the main force of Dionia was still in Latin, they should immediately send an army to land in Sicily, defeat the army of Dionia, completely occupy the whole of Sicily, and gain the upper hand in the overall war situation. Under the circumstances of the agitated crowd, Hanno did not dare to obstruct, and the Senate finally decided to recruit no less than 60,000 troops from Carthage and its surrounding areas as soon as possible and hand them over to Margo, the military commander of Carthage. Margo, who was far away in the south of the Iberian Peninsula, also realized the urgency of the war situation, and also hastened to gather and form new troops. In fact, there was no need for Topyrus to urge Wolsey and the Helnici. As soon as the army of Rome left the Tolus Valley, they had already begun to take action. The tribes of Helnici who had fled into the mountains gathered and began to attack the Roman soldiers who occupied the territory. The focus of their attack was the city of Forentyrum. The former central town of the Helnici was built in the mountains, which brought great difficulties to the Roman siege. In order to quickly end the war in Helnici, Camillus had to withdraw a large number of young and middle-aged citizens from Rome and its allies, thus leaving the city of Rome and its surrounding areas defenseless. The Dever seized this favorable opportunity to finally reverse the situation in Latin. The army led by Camillus retreated in a hurry, but considering the difficulty of capturing Forentyrum and the importance of its location, he left 2,000 Roman soldiers to guard it. However, the Roman army had attacked the city many times, and the battles were very fierce, causing the walls of the city to be in ruins. Before the Roman soldiers who stayed behind could repair the city, the attack of the Helnici had already arrived. Most of them used the cover of the mountains and trees at night and early in the morning to approach the city walls. Some even sneaked into the city and launched a sudden attack. Once the people of Rome gathered their troops and prepared to fight them head-on, they would immediately flee the city. The Roman army, which was not good at fighting in the mountains, would be ambushed by the Helnici if they chased after them. After suffering a few losses, the Rome could only defend the city, but the Hernici's attacks did not stop. Although they did not cause many casualties to the Rome, they put a lot of psychological pressure on the Roman soldiers, so they could not get enough rest. After the defense of Rome, the Helnici shifted the focus of their attack to the Roman supply caravan that was transporting supplies to Forentyrum. Since the main force of Rome had withdrawn from the area, there were not many troops left to protect the caravan. As a result, the supply caravan was repeatedly attacked by the Helnici and could not be delivered to Forentyrum. The food supply was decreasing day by day, weapons could not be replenished, and the Roman army was constantly attacked by the Helnici. Without reinforcements, the Roman army lost confidence. On the day that the army of Rome was forced to disband, the Roman army also chose to retreat from Forentyrum. After retreating, the Roman soldiers discovered that Forentyrum was not the only city that was being attacked by the Helnici. The other Helnici towns were also being attacked to varying degrees, especially the small barracks built along the river. Due to their small number of soldiers and weak defenses, they became the main targets of the Helnici. The Roman army had already seen several burnt barracks on the way back. Other surviving barracks and the defenders of the neighboring towns joined the retreating army. The army kept retreating to the north and finally retreated to the city of Sigmian near the Latin alliance's Tellurium, giving up most of the Helniki land that they had painstakingly occupied. The Volsci, on the other hand, began to gather their warriors after the Daionia army attacked Rome and the Roman army stationed in the southwest went to rescue them. They wanted to recapture the territory occupied by the Roman army. However, unlike the Helniki, Rome had already colonized the three Volsci towns of Antium, Saturnicum, and Alet, as well as the surrounding territories. The new residents of Rome naturally resisted with all their might. The Volsci, who had been severely weakened after many wars, could only muster about 6,000 warriors. They also lacked siege weapons. They attacked Antium several times, but they were all repelled. They were unable to recapture their towns. When they learned that the Roman army was stationed in Saturnicum again, they had no choice but to retreat. Therefore, when the Volsci leaders met Topyrus, they all asked for the strong support of their ally, Daionia. Topyrus promised them that as long as the Volsci cooperated fully with His Majesty the King of Devers, Daionia would definitely help the Volsci regain all their territories. Therefore, the Volsci listened to Topyrus' suggestion and changed their attack strategy. They no longer attacked the territories of Antium and Saturnicum head-on. Instead, they retreated their main force from Astura, which was very close to Antium, to Xianxia, and waited for an opportunity to strike. Gabii, the most important city in the eastern part of Latin, was located about 30 miles southeast of Rome, not far from the west bank of the Rio River, a tributary of the Tiber River. It had become an ally of Rome decades ago and had never betrayed Rome, but this time, its loyalty to Rome was tested. As an emissary of Daionia, Publius came to Gabii, hoping that it could break away from the Latin alliance of Rome and form an alliance with the kingdom of Daionia. The Senate of Gabii debated the matter for a day. In the end, the Gabii nobles were worried about the way Daionia dealt with the nobles of Rome, so they rejected Daionia's request and drove Publius out of the city. At the same time, they sent people to the west to ask Camillus for help. Sure enough, on the next day, the army of Daionia appeared under the city of Gabii. It was still under Prentos's command. It was still the 2nd Legion, Legio VI, the Lucania Reserve Legion, the Rome Reserve Legion, the 1st Cavalry Legion, and an engineering team of 500 people, totaling more than 30,000 people. The Gabii closed the 4 gates tightly. All the young and strong citizens in the city were armed with spears and went to the top of the city, ready to defend against the attack of the Daionia. However, Prentos did not immediately order an attack. Instead, he ordered the soldiers to start building the camp. In the early morning of the next day, Camillus, who had received the news, led 12,000 Rome soldiers and rushed to Tustran. Tustran was located to the north of Lake Alba Longa, on the edge of Tustran Mountain, about 40 miles south of the city of Rome. Since Alba Longa was destroyed by Rome, it had become the most important city in the central part of the Latin region. Most of the Latin city-states and tribes in the eastern, central, and western part of the Latin region also responded to Camillus's call and sent their troops to gather in Tustran. Thus, the number of troops in Camillus's hands soared to 21,000. In the Rome camp outside Tustran, the generals of Rome were gathered in a large tent to discuss the current war situation and the next military plan. At this time, the dictator of Rome, Camillus, was different from the high-spirited image he had when he conquered Ferentinum. His face was sallow, and his skin was loose and drooping. His whole body was leaning against a wooden chair, and there was a servant standing on both sides of the wooden chair, ready to support him at any time. He closed his eyes and listened to the report about the enemy. These days, the Dionysian army has been building the camp and has not attacked Gabii city. However, they are constantly bombarding the walls of Gabii city with ballistae. The Gabii have sent a messenger to ask us for help again, Sir Dictator. The Dionysian army has not attacked the city for the past few days, but they have been building a camp. Furthermore, the camp was built on the west side of Gabii city. They are obviously guarding against us, Meges said in a deep voice. We have led the army to Tustran, and the momentum is too big. We can't hide it from the people of Daionia. It's normal for them to be on guard. According to the report of the cavalry scouts, the Dionysian army outside Gabii city has tens of thousands of people, and we also have to pay attention to the army of Daionia in Rome. Before Licinius could finish speaking, he heard Quintus shouting angrily, just because Daionia has a lot of people, and because they are not attacking the city, we should not attack and even retreat? Licinius, are you afraid? You should not stay here. You should be like the civilians of Rome and surrender to the people of Dionia. Enough, Quintus, watch your words. Sir Dictator has repeatedly reminded us that we are now in a difficult situation. We must unite to defeat the people of Dionia and retake Rome. Aulus reminded loudly. Quintus snorted and stared at Licinius, but he did not speak. Licinius simply turned around and looked out of the tent. At this time, Camillus opened his eyes. Compared to his weak voice, his eyes seemed much more spirited. I sent someone to inform the army that stayed in Xianxia to come here and meet us. How is it going? They are already on their way, Lucius said with a trembling voice. The indifferent expression on Camillus's face did not change. He turned his head and asked, Titus, what do you think about the current situation of the war? Mr. Dictator. Titus looked solemn. He looked at the others, hesitated for a moment, and then said, I think, this may be a conspiracy of the Dionia. As soon as these words came out, the other generals were surprised. Only Camillus remained calm. Titus explained with a worried look, previously, we sent reinforcements under the repeated pleas of the messenger from Gabii city. Now that the troops of the Latin alliance have gathered here, the Dionia have not launched a large-scale attack on Gabii city. Instead, they are building and fortifying their camp. It looks more like they are waiting for us to attack. If the Dionia do not attack Gabii city, it is likely to lead to a long stalemate. The situation will be disadvantageous to us because the generals and soldiers of the Latin alliance will be dissatisfied with us. If we choose to attack directly, the Dionia only need to defend their camp, and we will be at a disadvantage. Don't forget the painful lesson they taught us when they attacked Ostia. But if we retreat like this, we will lose our prestige in the Latin alliance. But, even if we knew that this was a plot of the Dionia, we had to send reinforcements. We are the leader of the Latin alliance. According to the covenant, we have the responsibility to protect their territory. In the current predicament, we can't lose the trust of these allies. Camillus sighed. The indifferent expression on his face made the generals unable to see the fluctuations in his heart. Since the Dionia launched a large-scale attack on the Latin region, the army led by him had been in a passive position. In fact, they had not fought the Dionysian army head-on, but they had already fallen into today's predicament. The king of Dionia was really a terrible person. Since the Dionia want us to take the initiative to attack, then we will attack, but we must hold back. Camillus finally said. Your Majesty, the army of the Rome has been dispatched. Quick! Inform Amintas, Olivers, Leds, and Cusius to gather their legions and await my orders. Prepare to attack at any time. Yes, Your Majesty. Also, send horses to inform Prinister and Hygmia. Generals, Rome's army has left Testrin and is coming for us. Printos's words made the legion commanders happy. This big fish has finally taken the bait. Our hard work over the past few days has not been in vain. Trotyrus said excitedly. This time, we will return the humiliation of being forced to retreat in Ostia. Matones was full of pride. It's best if we can keep the Roman army here. That way, the battle will be easier. Epicthenes, the temporary commander of the reserve brigade, had a bigger appetite and thought further. Captain Sextus, do you have any suggestions? Printos looked at the only commander in the tent who was silent. Although Sextus was called a captain, the reserve brigade of Rome's civilians had more than 6,000 people. Sextus was the captain, and he did the work of a legion commander. However, the reserve brigade of Rome was only a temporary establishment, and it would be disbanded when the war ended. Although the Devers had the idea of building a legion in Rome, Sextus could not be the legion commander for the time being. He could not even be a captain. After all, he did not understand the military system and tactics of Dionia. He still needed to refine them to convince the soldiers. I have no objections. Please give the order, Commander. Sextus said in a deep voice. Crotocatax, who was standing at the side, looked at the Roman man who was only a few years older than him. He could understand how Sextus felt at the moment, but just as his father had told him, only by letting the Romans participate in more battles could they cut off the shackles of their past. Printos coughed, then looked at the generals and said loudly, "Generals, please fight the enemy according to the previous deployment." Tustran was less than 30 miles away from Gabi City, but the Roman army did not march fast. They only arrived at the Dionia camp after noon. Then, the bugle and military drums sounded loudly, and the defenders on Gabi City were very excited when they heard it. The reinforcements of Rome are here. However, the Roman coalition army did not immediately launch a fierce attack on the camp. The army temporarily stopped moving forward, and the soldiers began to eat rations to replenish their physical strength. After that, the soldiers began to slowly approach the camp in a loose formation. The soldiers of the Roman coalition army walked carefully, as if they were looking for traps on the ground. In fact, the Dionia camp had no other defensive facilities except for the trenches, sentry towers, and wooden walls. At the back of the army, the temporary commander, Titus, repeatedly told his scouts, "Ask your men to keep their eyes open. Once they find any abnormalities around the battlefield, report immediately, especially in the direction of Rome." Half an hour later, the soldiers of the Roman coalition army approached the trenches, and the attack on the camp began. "Inform all troops to get ready to leave the city." The Devers on the south wall of Rome gave the order. "Your Majesty, the messenger sent by Printos just now said that the attack of Rome is not fierce, and they did not put their main force into the attack. Should we wait a little longer?" Tormid reminded. "It has been so long since the beginning of the attack of Rome. If we wait any longer, I'm afraid it will still be the same." The Devers said with a firm look, "Besides, they have already started to take action. They may be noticed by Rome at any time. If we miss this chance, the people of Rome will not be fooled again." "Understood, Your Majesty." When Tormid responded, the three commanders, Amintas, Olivers, and Lazaru, had already turned and left the city. The Devers looked at the last commander beside him and said solemnly, "Georges, the safety of the city is in your hands. You have to assist the assists to control the city of Rome." "Please rest assured, Your Majesty." Georges put his legs together and punched the left side of his chest with his right fist. The Devers reached out and patted Georges' shoulder hard, then turned and left the city. Camillus, Lucius, and Quintus sat in the big tent of the Rome military camp. At this time, Quintus was complaining to Camillus, "Mr. Dictator, I really don't understand. Since you have decided to give up on Gabi and withdraw the troops, why do you still attack the enemy camp and let our precious soldiers suffer in vain? We need to let the Allies know that the people of Rome have not given up on them and will still fight for them. Although this will cost us some casualties, it is still worth it," Camillus explained. "In fact, we still gave up on them." Quintus still looked dissatisfied. "When we retreat to Saturnicum, I am afraid that Gabi City will soon be captured by the people of Dionia. Won't the other Latin alliance lose confidence in us?" Camillus was silent for a while, then said in a low voice, "At least we have made an effort, which should give them some confidence. The people of Dionia are cautious in using their troops. They have always attacked the towns near Rome with a large force. They never disperse their forces and loot everywhere. With our current strength, it is impossible for us to have high expectations. We can only hold on to the three colonial cities of Velet, Saturnicum, and Antium and wait for the situation to change. At that time, we will unite with the Latin alliance and attack the people of Dionia." "What situation change?" Quintus frowned. "Yesterday, Pantius, who is in Antium, sent someone to tell me that a Phoenician fishing boat broke through the interception of the warships of Dionia and entered the port, bringing a message. The Senate of Carthage appointed Margo as the military commander. He will lead no less than 100,000 troops to attack Sicily again." As Camillus spoke, his voice unconsciously became louder. 100,000 troops. Quintus was happy at first, but then he frowned and said angrily, "The Carthage previously sent an army to attack Sicily, but they did not put much pressure on the people of Dionia. They were defeated, and we made a wrong judgment. The people of Carthage should bear the greatest responsibility for our situation today. Now that the people of Carthage have launched another attack, we should not rely too much on them." Quintus' words made Camillus' heart ache. He should be mainly responsible for the wrong judgment of the situation. Quintus was implicitly expressing his dissatisfaction with him. Lucius did not allow others to criticize his father like this, so he immediately said loudly, "Quintus, don't forget, You were the one who supported my father's proposal to concentrate our forces and quickly destroy the Herniki in a short time, and you were the most proactive one. Now that the people of Carthage can attack Sicily again, isn't it good news for us? Do you have a better way to quickly change our predicament? And this time, the commander of the army of Carthage is Margo. He is an experienced general of Carthage, and he hates the Greeks very much. He will never show mercy to the people of Dionia. Okay, stop arguing, both of you. Camillus waved his hand. Quintus is right. We can't blindly trust the people of Carthage. We still have to see how the war develops. Now, the enemy of Rome has come out. Our goal has been achieved, and the army should retreat. Camillus continued calmly. Titus knows what to do. Suddenly, the adjutant hurried into the tent. Lord Dictator, Labicum has sent a messenger, saying that thousands of Volsci have invaded their territory, and they hope that we can send reinforcements to chase them away. How could the Volsci appear there? Quintus and Lucius shouted almost in unison. It was no wonder that they were confused. Labicum was located not far to the east of Testron, and the Volsci were far to the southwest of the Latin region. There were many Latin city-states between them. How could they suddenly appear here? Camillus, who had fought in the Latin region for decades, had completely imprinted the terrain and landscape of the land in his mind, was also lost in thought. He said with some uncertainty, Prinister? Could it be Prinister? Hearing Camillus's words, Lucius said with some disbelief, Father, this is not possible. Even our colonial city can betray us, why can't it do the same? Quintus shouted angrily, it was Prinister who joined forces with the Helniki and the Walshes to start a rebellion, and we executed many of the Prinisters who participated in the rebellion. Originally, someone in the Senate had proposed that after we conquer the Walshes, we will turn Prinister into our colony. And this time, Prinister did not send reinforcements to join us. That's because Prinister has fewer people. We still need him to have enough troops to defend against the Helniki in the Tolarus Valley. Lucius immediately retorted. Stop arguing. The situation is urgent. Quintus, immediately lead the troops that returned from Signa to Gabii and help Titus stop the Volsci from rushing from Labicum. Just as the two were arguing, Camillus's expression changed. He shouted with all his might, make sure that our troops can retreat smoothly. Cough, cough, cough. Quintus was stunned for a moment, but immediately replied with strength, yes, Lord Dictator. The moment he heard the news, he was so focused on how the Volsci could appear there that he forgot that the reason they were there was most likely to be for Titus's army. The Dionia wanted to surround the Roman coalition that was going to rescue Gabii. Thinking of this, Quintus walked out of the tent with an anxious look on his face. Lucius saw that Camillus, who was lying on the wooden chair, looked even worse, and his hands were trembling. He quickly held his father's body and comforted him, Father, Titus is so smart. He will definitely withdraw the troops smoothly. This is a conspiracy that Dionia had planned long ago. The Volsci did not retreat to Satia at all. They went east through Mount Lepani and hid in the Tolarus Valley. They have been waiting for this day. We only paid attention to the city of Rome, and we trusted our allies too much. We neglected the defense of the south. This is all my fault. Camillus's murmur of self-blame made Lucius's heart ache, but he did not know how to comfort his old father. He just held his father's arm tightly to express his support and encouragement. Lucius. May Jupiter bless us and let us return to Saturnicum smoothly. There was hope in Camillus's old voice, but there was a hint of worry in his eyes. I hope the elders and people in Rome can always defend Capitoline Mountain like they did in the past. Titus was shocked when he received the news that there were 6,000 to 7,000 Volsci and Helniki warriors attacking from the south. He did not have time to think about why the enemy would appear there like Camillus. Instead, he immediately gave an order, Megis, immediately withdraw the troops that are attacking the enemy camp. Pass the order to our allies immediately. More than 20,000 Dionia troops have come out of Rome and are attacking us from the north. More than 7,000 Volsci and Helniki warriors are attacking us from the south. We must retreat to the west immediately, or we will be surrounded by them. Commander, the enemy is retreating. The adjutant, who was standing on the sentry tower and observing the battle, shouted. It must be the army led by His Majesty and the Volsci and Helniki reinforcements attacking the enemy. Printos nodded and said, "Blow the bugle and let the soldiers attack the retreating enemy." "Yes." The adjutant shouted excitedly toward the sentry tower, "Blow the bugle. Attack." Woo! As the bugle sounded, the Dionia soldiers, who could not wait any longer, rushed out of the camp under the command of the officers. Sextus also commanded the Roman reserve soldiers to give chase. Although Printos had opened an extra gate on the west side of the camp in advance, it would take time for the troops to rush out of the camp. The Roman allied forces, who were well prepared, retreated very quickly. In the blink of an eye, they were more than 100 meters away from the attacking Dionia soldiers. However, the Volsci allied forces charging straight from the southwest were even faster. Although the majority of these lightly armored soldiers were still more than 4 miles away from the Roman army, they had almost changed from the southwest to the west of the Roman army. It was very likely that they would block the retreat route of the Roman army. Inform Licinius immediately. Let him lead the allied forces to block the Volsci and protect the retreat of the Roman army. Titus was a little anxious. Fortunately, when he was in formation to attack the camp, he arranged the allied forces on the right flank. His original idea was that when the Dionysian army of Rome came out, it would be convenient for the allied forces to retreat to the south. The Latin city-states were in the south. But now, they could be used to block the enemy. As for whether the allied forces would suffer heavy losses, he did not care. He shouted in a hoarse voice, "Order the entire army to speed up the retreat." Licinius led about 10,000 Latin soldiers, separated from the main force, and marched straight to the southwest. When he learned from the cavalry that they were still more than a mile away from the enemy, Licinius began to form the formation. He arranged the allied heavy infantry at the front and the light infantry at the back. Titus hoped that he could block the incoming enemy, but he also hoped to quickly defeat the enemy in front of him and open the way for the army to retreat to the south. However, before he could wait for the allied generals to order the soldiers to form a phalanx, the Volsci and Helniki soldiers were already less than 500 meters away. They adopted a very loose formation, so they could move forward and spread out their formation more smoothly. The messengers sent by Licinius urged again and again, and the soldiers of the Latin alliance hurriedly got into formation. The Volsci soldiers, filled with resentment towards the Roman people, had already charged to the front of the formation, and immediately crashed into the Latin formation. Licinius hurriedly ordered the soldiers to continue the attack, hoping to encourage the allied soldiers to block the enemy's charge and then wait for an opportunity to counterattack. The shields and spears of both sides clashed, and the sound of battle shook the sky, stirring up dust and sand. Under the fierce attack of the Volsci and Helniki soldiers, the unprepared allied soldiers slowly retreated. Licinius was not in a hurry. He knew that the long-distance attack of the enemy could not last long. When the line was stabilized, the heavy infantry could show their power. However, in the midst of the battle, he heard a panicked cry from the right wing of the formation, "We have lost, run. Run for your lives, we are almost surrounded." What happened? Licinius suddenly became nervous and immediately sent guards to the right wing to check. At this time, the Roman general in charge of the right wing had already sent a messenger, who shouted in panic, "General Licinius, more than 400 Bonese suddenly collapsed after meeting the enemy, and they deliberately shouted to shake the army's morale. Now the entire right wing is in chaos and has lost control." What? Damn Bonese! Licinius was dumbfounded when he heard the bad news. It turned out that after listening carefully to Publius' detailed introduction of the Latin city-states, the Devers secretly had a rough plan in mind. He first sent Publius quietly to Praenostor, which both of them thought was the easiest to persuade to surrender. The result was that Praenostor was the first to reach a secret alliance with Dionia. Then, Publius turned the goal of persuading Bonese to surrender. This small Latin city, located to the west of Praenostor and less than 8 or 9 miles away, had been breached during the Praenostor rebellion and the joint attack of the Volsci, Helniki, and Equus. It survived only because of the rescue of the army led by Camillus. Logically, it should be grateful and loyal to Rome. But Publius thought that was not the case. Since the city was breached and plundered, the Bonese seemed to be full of fear of the Helniki, Volsci, and other races to the south. Whether it was Rome's attack on Volsci or Helniki, it was very active in expressing support and providing a large number of supplies and personnel. Now, the city of Rome had fallen, and the Romans had retreated to the west of the Latin region. Its power had greatly declined, and the Helnici had risen again. Therefore, when Publius hinted to the Bonese that Prinister has surrendered and made a guarantee that Daionia will completely guarantee the safety of the Bonese territory, Bonese became the second Latin city-state to ally with Daionia. When Gabii city refused Daionia's persuasion to surrender, the Devers' plan in advance had already taken shape. The Watch coalition was actually quietly stationed between the cities of Prinister and Bonese. Although Licinius was the commander of this allied army, he did not have any troops under his command. In the face of such a critical situation, the only thing he could think of was to inform Titus and ask him to send an army to stabilize the situation here. Otherwise, just as Licinius hurriedly sent out the messengers, the speed of the Latin army's collapse was far faster than he had imagined. A small section of the formation on the right began to collapse, and then the chaos gradually spread to the entire right wing, and then quickly spread to the middle, until the entire formation. After all, the Latin army was a patchwork of more than a dozen Latin cities and tribes. It was difficult for them to work together and completely obey orders. Besides, part of the reason they were fighting here was to fulfill the covenant, and part of the reason was that they were afraid of being interdependent. They were fighting for their own safety. But they did not have the determination to fight to the death. So when the soldiers of a city fled, the soldiers and generals of the neighboring cities were unwilling to continue fighting and become scapegoats. So the whole formation quickly collapsed like an avalanche. The commander of the allied army of Vaux was Catamontalus, the Archon of Pelevernham. Since Volci had 5,000 troops in the battle, more than the Helnici, and the Volci had greatly assisted the Helnici before, the Helnici allowed Catamontalus to be the commander of the allied army without any complaints, and the Helnici fully obeyed his command. Catamontalus charged at the front of the army with a shield and spear in hand. He roared wantonly and felt indescribably carefree. He had never defeated the Latin army as easily as he did today. After defeating the Latin army, the exhausted soldiers of the allied army of Vaux seemed to have been re-energized. They shouted and chased after the fleeing Latin soldiers, forcing most of the Latin soldiers to flee to the north. When Titus received the report of Licinius asking for help, he was greatly shocked. In fact, the entire army was in the midst of a rapid retreat, and it was impossible to send a unit to support the Latin army in a short period of time. He could only urge the Roman army to speed up the retreat. However, Titus did not expect the Latin soldiers to arrive so quickly. The Latin light infantrymen, who were only wearing thin clothes, threw away their weapons and clothes, ran to the front in a panic. They were like headless flies, crashing into the Roman army behind them, the Roman soldiers who were in charge of attacking the camp. The Latin light infantrymen's formation was instantly disrupted and hindered the Latin light infantrymen's retreat. Behind the Latin light infantry were more fleeing soldiers, and behind the Roman army were the Daionia soldiers who were in hot pursuit. In such a terrible situation, how could Titus dare to stop the retreating army? But when it rains, it pours. General Titus, there are a few hundred Dionic cavalry charging from the northwest. General Aulus is leading the cavalry to stop them. General Titus, more than 2,000 Daionia light infantry are rushing from the north, and they are less than 200 meters away. Titus did not expect the Dionysian army from Rome to arrive so quickly. He knew very well that there were more Daionia heavy infantry behind the Daionia light infantry. Now, the Roman army was surrounded by the Dionysian army from the east, the Vaux coalition army from the south. The Dionysian army from Rome would soon pounce on them from the north, the Daionia cavalry in the northwest, and the only place that was not blocked by the enemy was the southwest. Titus was burning with anxiety. He felt that the retreating speed of the Roman army, which was still maintaining order and formation, was still too slow, and there was the danger of being surrounded at any time. In a moment of desperation, he gave an order: inform all soldiers not to maintain formation, drop the unnecessary heavy objects, and quickly retreat to Villette. At the same time, he ordered the orderly to immediately rush to the barracks of Tusteran and inform the dictator Camillus to retreat to the west. After Titus' order was issued, it did not take long for the entire Roman army to fall into a state of disunity. Everyone dropped the shields and spears in their hands, and even their helmets and breastplates, desperately fleeing forward. The Daionia soldiers, Wolsey, and Hellenic soldiers who were chasing after them naturally followed suit. The originally planned encirclement soon turned into a grand and chaotic chase and race. By the time Titus led his army to the battlefield, it had already become extremely chaotic. In the deafening shouts and dust, the Roman, Latin, Wolsey, Hellenic, and Ionia people were mixed together. Titus was stunned for a moment. He did not know how to intercept the enemy and ensure the smooth retreat of the Roman army. He did not need to make a decision at all. Under such a mighty momentum, the soldiers under his command quickly lost their will to fight and fled together with their compatriots. After the pursuit lasted for half an hour, the Ionia had to blow the bugle to retreat. At this time, the main force of the pursuit had run to the south of Tustern Mountain. Most of the soldiers had lost their organization, and there were several Latin allies of Rome in the surroundings. If they were to launch a surprise attack at this time, the Devers did not dare to take any more risks. The soldiers escorted the captured Roman and Latin people while cleaning the battlefield and began to retreat one after another. At this time, the Devers were on the battlefield to meet the Polyvernine consul, Catamontalus, and the Hellenic general, Nemery, and others. In the past, when these Wolsey and Hellenic leaders heard about the magical rumors about Dionia and the king of Devers, they only treated it as a topic of conversation and did not take it too seriously. But this time, the Dionysian army led by the Devers had captured the city of Rome and finally defeated the Roman army. Such a brilliant record had already attracted the attention of the surrounding forces. Not to mention that after the Dionia occupied the city of Rome, they had successively conquered Casrella, Venus, and Fidena, and forced Prinister to surrender. They had already taken root in the Latin region and replaced the previous Rome as the new overlord of this region. It was precisely because of this that Catamontalus and the others were a little reserved when they met the king of Dionia and the Devers. On the other hand, the Devers had a smile on his face and praised them. "It's a pleasure to see you all, the friendliest allies of Dionia. Thank you for your full cooperation, we have today's great victory." The Devers' words made the leaders of the Watch coalition present feel very happy. Catamontalus bowed respectfully and said, "Your Majesty, it is because of your brilliant plan that we have followed it and achieved today's victory." This is Catamontalus, the Polyvernine consul, and also the commander of the Watch coalition this time. Topyrus, who was at the side, quickly introduced. After listening to the translation, the Devers said solemnly, "Wolsey has unreservedly complete trust in us. Whether it was previously trying to prevent Rome's messengers from entering the Tolarus Valley to inform Camillus's army, or this time, you are willing to risk the loss of your territory to carry out our plan with all your might. All of these make me feel that although Wolsey and Dionia have only formed an alliance not long ago, you and I are already good allies who can trust each other and share weal and woe together. So please rest assured, Dionia will help Wolsey to gradually regain your lost territory and help you restore their prosperity." Catamontalus did not expect to receive a promise from the king of Devers at this moment. He was pleasantly surprised and repeatedly expressed his gratitude. Then, Nemery, the commander of the Herniki army, came forward to greet him. Of course, the Devers could not avoid making a promise to this new ally. He said sincerely, "Although you Hernikians have regained all your lost territory, I heard that you have suffered heavy losses in this war. Rebuilding your homeland is a difficult process. We, Dionia, have experienced such a painful experience before, so I know it very well. We will do our best to help you restore the prosperity of your territory as soon as possible and ensure your safety." The leaders of the Watch coalition were happy to hear what the Devers said. At this time, Nemery asked again, "Your Majesty, Dionia defeated Rome and became the new master of Rome. Now some forces are worried that Dionia will become the second Rome." When the Devers heard this, they immediately became serious. "Thank you for your reminder. Which forces are you referring to?" Nemery was a little hesitant, but finally said, "I know of the Maxi and Equus. Before I gathered the warriors to participate in this battle, they had sent people to dissuade me and expressed their concerns in this regard." The Devers nodded. He glanced at the crowd and found that everyone's eyes were focused on him. He suddenly understood that this was probably not only a problem that the Equus and Maxi were worried about, but also a problem that all the forces around Rome were concerned about, of course, including the Wolsey and the Herniki. The Devers pondered for a moment, then said in a clear voice, "Dionia and Rome do not border each other, and there is no conflict of interest. It is because Rome has invaded your territory. When you are facing a survival crisis, we, Dionia, have decided to go to war with Rome in order to fulfill the covenant. Until now, Dionia has been fighting with Rome and Rome's allies. The towns that have been captured are also owned by Rome and Rome's allies. Whether it is the Maxi, Equus, Etruscans, or Sabines, as long as they are willing to live in peace with Dionia, we, Dionia, will never covet their land and fight with them for no reason. On the contrary, we, Dionia, are willing to be friendly with them, conduct trade, promote friendship, and jointly maintain peace and tranquility in this region. Literature Museum. After listening to the Devers, the Herniki General Nemory no longer hesitated. He asked, Your Majesty, if the Equus and the Maxi also request to form an alliance with Dionia, will you agree? The Devers remembered that last year, the Equus and the Maxi were lured by the Prignist rebellion and joined forces with the Volsci and the Herniki to invade Rome. However, they were defeated by Camillus. Then this year, during the period when the Roman army conquered the Herniki, these two races sent reinforcements, but they were defeated again and their strength was severely weakened. They hoped to form an alliance with Dionia to eliminate their worries and ensure the safety of their territory. After all, the rumor that Dionia abides by the covenant has been confirmed by the Volsci and the Herniki. I welcome it. The Devers smiled. I not only hope that the Maxi and Equus can form an alliance with Dionia, but also hope that the other forces around Rome can also become allies of Dionia. After the battle, the Devers did not invite the leaders of the Vok coalition army into Rome to celebrate. On the one hand, the Volsci were eager to rush back to their defenseless territory to prevent Rome's revenge. On the other hand, the Devers also considered the feelings of the people in Rome. Therefore, he distributed most of the spoils of war, mainly armors and weapons, to the Vok coalition army so that they could return with gratitude. In this battle, except for some casualties of the Vok coalition army, the Dionysian army's losses were negligible. The Roman army did not suffer many casualties either, but nearly 2,000 of them were captured. The worst was the Latin army, more than 4,000 of them were captured. Most of the Roman soldiers successfully escaped back to Vallette. It seemed that the Roman army did not suffer many losses. However, this defeat was another blow to the prestige of Rome in the alliance, especially since Dionia had captured so many Latin soldiers. Therefore, after the battle, the Devers did not ask Printos to withdraw the siege troops back to Rome. Instead, they put the 4th and Legio VI under Printos' command and asked him to step up the attack on Gabii city and take it as soon as possible. After returning to Rome with the joy of victory, the Devers called Publius and gave him an important task: persuade the Roman soldiers on Mount Capitoline to surrender. They also promised him that if the Roman soldiers on the mountain dared to hurt him, Dionia would bury everyone on the mountain with him. Whether he succeeded or not, he would become the new senator of the kingdom of Dionia and speak for the rights of the Roman citizens in the Senate. For this reason, Publius made careful preparations. The next day, he climbed Mount Capitoline with anxiety. At the same time, he brought along a Roman noble who lived in Vallette city and a Roman soldier who was captured in the battle yesterday. He was also a noble. After the Roman soldiers received the order, they opened the pass. Publius, who had been waiting at the foot of the mountain for a long time, stepped into the mountainside of Capitoline. The Roman patrolling soldiers who passed by stared at him strangely. Some of them even cursed at him. He was already mentally prepared, so he pretended not to hear them and followed closely behind the leading soldier. At the same time, he carefully observed the surrounding environment. The reason why the Roman soldiers chose Mount Capitoline as the garrison was that it was the highest hill in the city of Rome. The mountainside was relatively steep, but the top was relatively flat and lush with trees. The Roman people thought that it was a gift from the gods. They must like to live in such a beautiful place, so they built the main temple on the top of the mountain. However, when Publius went up the mountain, he was shocked by what he saw along the way. In less than 20 days, more than half of the trees on the mountain had been cut down. Simple wooden houses and tents were set up everywhere on the bare mountain ridge. Countless people in ragged clothes were lying on the ground. All of them looked emaciated and their eyes were lifeless. Along the way, Publius recognized many acquaintances. They were all civilians living in Sirio and Mount Verna. They were either the patrons of the great nobles or some civilians who had settled in Rome a few generations ago. In the past, most of them were powerful helpers used by the nobles to deal with other civilians. At this moment, they were hugging their wives and children tightly. When they saw him, they only rolled their eyes. They did not even have the energy to wave or greet him. Seeing their miserable state, Publius once again firmly believed that it was the right decision to lead his family to submit to the kingdom of Dionia. When he arrived at the top of Capitoline Mountain, the courtyards of the supposedly solemn temples were also crowded with people who had fled up the mountain. Not only did they make the quiet and clean sacred courtyards noisy and dirty, but the air was also filled with an unpleasant stench. Seeing this, Publius felt anger rise in his heart. At the same time, he also felt a little sad. Therefore, when some nobles recognized him and learned that he was here to negotiate as the envoy of Dionia, they all cursed and spat at him. Some even rushed up to beat him up. However, these people who could not eat their fill and walked unsteadily could not break through the protection of the guards. Publius did not care about them at all. Instead, he looked at them with pity. Finally, the soldiers brought him to the rear hall of the Temple of Jupiter. "Please come in, envoy of Dionia." The guard captain deliberately emphasized the word Dionia to show his contempt for Publius. Publius took a deep breath and strode into the hall. "You still have the face to come here, Publius Manlius. As the patriarch of one of the most glorious clans in Rome, you have abandoned the glory of your ancestors, tarnished the reputation of your family, and shamelessly sided with the enemies of Rome. Now, you dare to step into this sacred hall. The angry Jupiter will punish you severely." Publius recognized that the person who said this was Maruginans. If it was in the past, he would have been very afraid to talk to this prestigious old senator because he was the strongest supporter of the execution of Marcus. He also disliked the Manlius clan and often ridiculed them. But today, Publius looked straight at him, who was sitting in front of him and glaring at him. He was very calm. "Today, I am the envoy of Dionia. The king of Dionia has sent me to discuss important matters with you. There is no need to say any more nonsense here." "Nonsense?" Maruginans was even angrier. He suddenly stood up and shouted at Publius, "Do you know why we let you in? That is because we want to punish you, the traitor, like how we punished Marcus." "Guards!" Along with this shout, two menacing guards walked in. Publius immediately felt nervous. He tried to calm himself down and shouted, "Kill me? Then you must be prepared to let all the people on this mountain and other Rome nobles captured by Dionia be buried with me." There was a commotion in the hall. "Publius, you don't have to threaten us. When your body falls from the cliff and becomes a meat paste, it will not take long for the Dionia you rely on to be defeated by the army led by Camillus. We will return to the city below and rebuild the post-war Rome, just like in the past." Abilius immediately stood up and shouted loudly to inspire people. Publius laughed, "You are still dreaming of returning to Rome. I suggest you ask the two people I brought up the mountain now, Decimus Julius Bruce. You are all very familiar with him. More than 10 years ago, he took the initiative to move his family to Veii. This was a big news in Rome at that time. Now he will tell you how Dionia easily captured Casrella and Veii, and then captured him. The other person, you, Maruginans, are even more familiar with, Dominius Camnelius Scilla. This is your young clansman. He used to be a platoon leader in the army led by Camillus. He will tell you how Camillus's army was defeated many times. Now, these defeated soldiers have retreated to Saturnicum, and are afraid that the Dionysian army will attack them." As soon as Publius's words came out, the entire hall was in an uproar, and the sound of discussion rose. It had been more than 20 days since the fall of Rome. Other than the battle that evening, the city of Rome had remained calm. As the days passed, the senators already had a bad feeling in their hearts, but they did not expect the situation to be so bad. "Lies. This is a lie." Abilius hurriedly refuted, but it was obvious that he did not have enough confidence. "I don't care what happened outside. As a traitor, you should receive the most severe punishment." After the initial shock, Maruginans still spoke in a tough tone. Publius avoided his threatening gaze and looked around at the senators of Rome who were in a heated discussion. The panic and uneasiness on their faces calmed him down a little. He took a deep breath and shouted, "In this case, I have no regrets with all the nobles of Rome accompanying me to die. Come." With that, he waved at the two guards, then turned and walked out of the hall. "Wait a minute." Someone among the senators shouted. Publius's nervous mood suddenly relaxed, and he slowly turned around. As the envoy of Dionia, what matter do you have to negotiate with us here? Potitus asked loudly. At this point, Publius felt sour in his heart. He exhaled softly and then said loudly, "Therefore, the king of Dionia wishes for you to surrender." The meeting hall suddenly erupted again. Many senators stood up angrily and said to Publius, "The people of Rome would rather die in battle than surrender." And other similar words. Of course, there were also some senators who whispered in frustration, "How come even Phaedrus and Gabi are occupied by the people of Dionia?" And other similar words. "Isn't the king of Dionia too confident?" Potitus sneered, "Even if what you said just now is true, it's not like we haven't experienced it when the Celts invaded, and the situation was worse than this time. In the end, we still won. The invasion of the Celts is completely different from the invasion of Dionia. I believe that although you are trapped on the mountain, you should be able to feel it." Publius retorted loudly, "The Celts burned, killed, and looted in the Etruria and Latin regions, causing all races to oppose them. Their atrocities were punished by the gods, causing them to be infected with the plague. In the end, they were defeated by the united Latin people led by Camillus. But now," Publius shook his head and pointed to the foot of the mountain outside the door, "not only did the Etrurian city-states ally with Dionia, but the Latin city-states such as Praenostre and Bonae also successively submitted to Dionia. Even the civilians of Rome and the city have become citizens of the kingdom of Dionia. Except here, the city of Rome has completely become a city of Dionia. Instead, you have become the isolated people of the Latin region." "False. What you said is false. Dionia is an invader. The Etrurian and Latin city-states will never ally with it. They will only be loyal to Rome." In the chaotic meeting hall, Senator Lucretius roared hysterically. Publius turned to look at him, his eyes filled with pity. "I have no need to lie. You can ask Decimus and Dominicus later. They will tell you the truth. It's time to wake up from your sweet dreams." Potitus, Marugenants, Ambutus, Scipio the Great, and the others looked at each other. Publius' words confirmed the worries in their hearts. Finally, Potitus coughed lightly and said, "We already know why you are here. We want to discuss this matter. You can go out and wait for our decision." Publius saluted. As he turned and walked out of the hall, the faces of his former colleagues were no longer as arrogant as they used to be. Instead, they were filled with fear and jealousy. This gave him an indescribable sense of joy. He raised his head and walked out of the hall step by step. As he left the dark rear hall, he saw Decimus and Domitius being led into the hall by the guards. A few hours later, he was led into the rear hall again. Only Ambustus was left in the rear hall. "Have you made your decision?" Publius asked directly. "Sit down and talk, Publius." Ambustus did not answer immediately. Instead, he pointed to the seat that had been prepared for him. Publius did not stand on ceremony. He sat down and crossed his arms in front of his chest. "Based on my understanding of the Senate of Rome, your decision must be to refuse to surrender, right?" Ambustus looked at him and did not speak. "I'm actually very happy to see you not surrender because you are all a group of selfish, arrogant, and cruel people. It's best for you to die on this mountain," Publius said sarcastically, then changed the topic. "But on this mountain, besides you, there are your families and other people, especially those commoners. They are already lying on the ground with hunger. They can't even make a sound. Do you have the heart to let them die with you? There are thousands of people here. Do you really want the aristocracy of Rome to be completely extinct?" Ambustus' face twitched a few times. He did not respond directly. Instead, he said softly, "Publius, Marcus insisted on helping the commoners and almost provoked civil strife. The Senate had no choice but to make such a decision. It turns out that what Marcus did was right. If the Senate had passed his suggestions at that time, the commoners of Rome would not have turned to Dionia today, and you would not have fallen into such a predicament today." Publius loudly vented his dissatisfaction with the Senate of Rome that he had suppressed in his heart all these years. "Maybe we have made some wrong decisions over the years." Ambutus sighed, stared at him, and said in a heavy tone, "As one of the oldest clans in Rome, the manliest clan has lived here for generations. There are many relatives of your family who are related by marriage on this mountain. There are people who have given you favors, and there are people you have helped before. Do you have the heart to abandon all of this, including Jupiter and Juno, whom you have believed in since you were a child?" Publius frowned and interrupted him. "What are you trying to say?" Ambustus looked at him sincerely and said with a pained expression, "We underestimated the war with Dionia. We originally thought that even if they captured Rome, as long as Camillus' army returned, we could recapture Rome again. That's why we brought so many people up the mountain. But according to what you said, the army led by Camillus has been defeated, so the plan to return to Rome is far away, and our food supply is already very tight. Alas, I believe you have seen the tragic situation of the people when you went up the mountain. In a few days, they may starve to death on this mountain because there is no food to eat." At this point, tears glistened in Ambustus' eyes. "You guessed it right. We are not going to surrender, but we hope that we can allow them to go down the mountain and surrender so that they will not become food for the crows." Publius was stunned. Ambustus' request made him feel very embarrassed. By besieging the Capitoline mountain, the Dionia forced the Romans on the mountain to surrender by starving them of food. Ambustus wanted to arrange for most of the people who caused the greatest food consumption to go down the mountain so that he could continue to hold on. The shrewd king of Dionia would not let the Roman senators succeed with this clever proposal. Seeing that Publius was silent, Ambustus immediately put his hands on the ground, bent down, and knocked his forehead heavily on the ground. Publius was shocked and hurriedly got up to avoid it. "Ambustus, what are you doing? Please save your compatriots," Ambustus begged. It's useless. The king of Devers will not agree." Publius shook his head vigorously. Ambustus did not speak but kept lying on the ground. If it was Potitus or Maruginus doing this, it would only have the opposite effect. However, Ambustus had a good relationship with Publius in the past. After a long time, he sighed helplessly and finally responded, "Well, I will try my best to persuade the king of Devers." Thank you. I thank you on behalf of the people on the mountain." Ambustus sat up and said gratefully, "You don't have to thank me. I'll be content if you don't curse me a few more times," Publius said self-deprecatingly. Ambustus coughed a few times awkwardly. "But, don't have too much hope. The king of Dionia is very dissatisfied with the nobles of Rome. Now that you have made this suggestion, even if they are allowed to go down the mountain in the end, I'm afraid it will not end well," Publius warned. Ambustus smiled bitterly. "There is hope as long as we are alive. We can't ask for more." Publius was silent. "By the way, have you seen my youngest daughter and son-in-law in the city? Are they doing well now?" Ambustus asked eagerly. "Your son-in-law and daughter are imprisoned in their own house, but they are not harmed. The king of Devers seems to be interested in Stolo. Yesterday, he even let him meet the captive Minucius." "Minucius was also captured?" Ambustus was surprised. "That's why I came to persuade you to surrender. Because you have no hope anymore." Publius took the opportunity to persuade again. Ambustus did not speak. "This is the condition proposed by the Rome senators?" The Devers looked straight at Publius without anger or joy. "Yes, your majesty." Publius did not dare to make eye contact with the Devers. He lowered his head and said respectfully, "After I went up the mountain, I have been patiently persuading them. I even brought the nobles of Rome who were captured in the previous battles, hoping that they could recognize the truth, but they still refused to compromise. I could only bring back their proposal. You've worked hard." The Devers praised him, then said in a flat tone, "It seems that these stubborn senators of Rome still haven't given up." Publius' heart tightened, and he did not dare to answer. The Devers walked a few steps in the center of the Senate with his hands behind his back. Suddenly, he asked, "How many people from Rome are on the mountain?" "About 6,000 people." 6,000 people. The Devers pondered for a while and asked again, "After the Celts captured Rome, how many people were guarding Capitoline Mountain?" Publius did not understand why the Devers asked this question. He answered truthfully, 532 people. The Devers thought for a while, turned to face him, and said decisively, "I agreed to their request and allowed those people from Rome to go down the mountain. But they can only be public servants of the kingdom, and only 500 people can stay on the mountain." When Henneborus heard this, he hurriedly Persuaded, Your Majesty, this is a trick of the people of Rome. They want to, of course I understand what they want. The Devers smiled confidently. They want to be the heroes of Rome again, so I'll give them this chance. Let's see if their dream can finally come true. Hearing this, Henipolis was immediately relieved of his worries, and wished that he could immediately describe this scene and use it as an important source for his biography. On the other hand, Publius had mixed feelings. On the one hand, he was happy that he had fulfilled his promise and put an end to his worries. On the other hand, he was also impressed by the Devers' generosity and heroism. He did not have any hope for the remaining forces of Rome. In fact, what they did not know was that the Devers made this decision mainly because of the following factors. First, Capitoline Mountain was located in the city, and there were as many as 5,000 to 6,000 people on the mountain. If they really starved to death because they ran out of food, he was afraid that it would cause a plague, which would bring great trouble to the Dionysian army during the war. It was also not conducive to the rapid restoration of the prosperity of Rome. Second, the death of thousands of people in the city was too tragic. Not only would the Devers feel sorry for them, but it would also affect the people of Rome who had already surrendered to Dionia. It would affect their impression of the kingdom of Dionia, which would not be conducive to their integration. Third, he learned from Publius that most of the noble soldiers in Camillus's army had their families on Capitoline Mountain. When they had them, it would be easier for Dionia to deal with the Rome army that had retreated to the city of Saturnicum. After getting the consent of the Devers, Publius went up the mountain again, and the two sides quickly reached an agreement. The next day, the people on the mountain were sent back down the mountain, and the senators of Rome allowed a team of Dionius soldiers to enter the mountain to supervise the whole process according to the agreement, mainly to see if the senators of Rome abided by the agreement and only left 500 people behind. The people of Rome who came to the foot of the mountain were escorted by the Dionius soldiers. More often than not, they had to support them to the designated place to be imprisoned. There was sadness on their faces, but there was more relief on their faces. After all, the days of starvation were finally over. The commoners of Rome also came to the square to watch the fun. When they saw the families of the nobles that they had envied in the past now had withered faces and were in a trance, they could not help but sigh. Potitus, Marigilaresus, and the other elders of Rome, as well as the remaining hundreds of Rome soldiers, stood on the top of the cliff and watched their loved ones step into the area occupied by the enemy. Until the entire Capitoline Mountain became empty and quiet again, they still stood like stone statues for a long time. After a long time, the coughs of a few elders broke the deathly silence. Scipio the Great shouted at the soldiers, "Citizens, we must defend this place with all our might. Guard the temple of our Rome. Wait for the final victory to arrive. Roar." The soldiers roared in unison, but their roars were more tragic. Aquilanria, one of the three major towns of the Hilpini, the other two being Beneventum and Abenalum, was located more than 50 miles northwest of the city of Venosa in the kingdom of Dionia's Pucheti region. This was just the distance in a straight line, but in fact, the distance was double the distance on foot. It was less than 50 miles southwest of Asculum in the Downey region. In the past, it had been the forward base for the Hilpini to invade the lowland areas of Apulia, including this time, and it had benefited from it. It had become the most powerful tribal settlement in the southeast of the Hilpini territory, and it had also become a powerful barrier to the southwest of the Hilpini tribe. Its city was built on a hill up to 500 meters high, and it was surrounded by continuous mountains with an average height of about 300 meters. It would take a lot of effort for the army to reach there, let alone attack. Since Alexis had made up his mind to take Aquilanria, he naturally made meticulous preparations. He transferred the light infantry and light armor brigade of the 11th Legion, then two heavy infantry brigades, light armor and light infantry brigades of the 10th Legion, plus the engineering battalion, medical battalion, supply battalion, and the mountain reconnaissance team. There were more than 6,000 people in total. He also had a large pack carrying enough food for the army for more than 10 days, and 10 Abnalomians sent by Gurney as guides. At dawn, he led the army from Venosa and headed north to the south bank of the Orfanto River. They then marched upstream along the Orfanto River valley. Their march was relatively smooth, and they were not harassed by the Samni. It was understandable. In the previous two battles, the Samni were seriously injured, and now they were concentrating their main forces to attack the Campania alliance. There were not many young and strong tribesmen left in the territory who could fight. Therefore, this smooth march boosted Alexis's confidence in taking Aquilonria. In the afternoon, the Dionysian army arrived at a bend in the upper reaches of the Orfanto River. This was where the Orfanto River converged with a larger tributary, so the terrain was flat and the area was relatively open. It was also 10 miles south of the city of Aquilonria. This was also the camp that Alexis had chosen after learning about the surrounding terrain from the Abnolomian guides. This was because the north side of the bend was facing the narrow lowland between the mountains. This lowland was also tens of meters high. Through it, they could get close to the mountains where the city of Aquilonria was located. Therefore, he ordered the army to seize the time to build a camp on the south bank of the bend. The whole army immediately began to work according to the previous division of labor. The engineers surveyed the surrounding terrain and determined the area for the camp. The soldiers used sickles and axes to cut down the weeds and trees in the area. Then, they leveled the ground and built wooden fences. Most importantly, they tried to burn the grass in the swamp area to smoke away the mosquitoes that were hiding in it. Fortunately, the Orfanto River was not a large river, and it rarely flooded. Therefore, the swamp area of the bend was very small. However, the fire and smoke would definitely attract the attention of the surrounding Samonite tribes. In order to ensure that the soldiers had enough rest and health, and that they had enough strength and energy to deal with the difficult battle that was coming, Alexis felt that it was worth it. In order to build a preliminary camp and lay a good foundation for the next attack, at dusk, Alexis even ordered people to light up the camp around the camp to light up the soldiers' hard work. The soldiers also knew that this was not a normal place. The terrain was unfamiliar and complicated. Not only were there wild beasts, snakes, and insects in the mountains, there were also fierce enemies. Therefore, there was no need for the captain to urge them. They ignored the tiredness and built the camp. They knew that only by building a good camp could they sleep well in this dangerous mountain range. After dusk, the camp began to take shape. A wooden fence was built on the outside, and a simple circle of deer abatis was set up outside the fence. Inside the fence and at the four corners of the camp, there was a patchwork of sentries. Inside the camp, there were rows of rectangular tents. These tents were sewn together with animal skin. They were strong and had a large coverage area. They could completely cover the space inside the tents. Not only could they prevent snakes and insects from biting them, they could also shelter them from wind, frost, rain, and snow. Each tent could accommodate a small team of soldiers to rest. This was similar to the barracks in the army's territory. This way, familiar comrades could also relax and quickly sleep in an unfamiliar battlefield environment. This also made it easier for the squad leader to manage the camp. One company occupied an area within the camp. There was a relatively large gap between them and the other company's tent area. 6 companies were arranged in a ring, surrounding the medical camp, engineering camp, and supply camp in the middle. Usually, because of the heavy smell and noise of the pack beasts in the supply camp, the pack beasts were usually arranged at the side of the camp. But this time, because the camp was not perfect and its defense was weak, it was easy to be attacked if it was placed outside the camp. Also, fighting in the mountains made it difficult to transport food. Pack beasts were very important. At the very center of the camp was the commander's tent. Outside of the tent was a large brazier. The continuously burning flame allowed the officers and soldiers in the camp to find the commander even in the dark. While the soldiers were building the camp, Alexis specially arranged for a company to have enough rest. When all the soldiers began to sleep, this company began to stand guard, keep watch, and patrol the camp in the dark. Laclesis, a Messapian, was the flag-bearer of the Turris victory 2 years ago. Now, he was already a captain of a company. As the commanding officer on duty tonight, he ordered the 4 squads under his command to stand guard in the east, west, south, north and south of the campsite. He also solemnly instructed the 4 squad leaders, "You must keep your eyes open and observe any abnormalities outside the campsite. Report immediately if you find anything unusual. If anyone is careless or even sleeps, I will definitely punish them according to military law. There will be no mercy." After arranging the tasks, he personally followed the first team to patrol the north side of the camp. This was because he knew that the possibility of enemies appearing in this direction was very high. Late at night, the soldiers had already entered dreamland, but it was not quiet outside the camp. The howling of wolves in the forest, the croaking of frogs by the river, the chirping of birds in the swamp, the chirping of insects in the grass, and the gurgling of water. This was the most beautiful melody of nature. But this harmony would soon be broken. The water birds would slap the water in panic, the frogs would stop chirping in alarm, and there would be noisy footsteps on the other side of the river. "Company captain, there are enemies," the soldier on the sentry tower warned. "Don't worry, first see how many enemies there are," Xianxia said calmly. He couldn't disturb the commander's rest just because there were a few enemies. That would only give Alexis the impression of incompetence. Mobile version of the fastest updated website. Not long after, figures entered the range illuminated by the torches on the wooden fence of the camp. They wore thin clothes, and most of them did not have armor to protect them. They were holding javelins or bows as they waded into the water. At a glance, there were at least 100 of them, and there were still enemies entering the fire. Xianxia did not dare to delay and immediately sent soldiers to inform the main tent. Alexis was not asleep at all. After receiving the news of the enemy attack, she immediately sent 2 light infantry battalions as reinforcements. When they gathered and rushed to the south of the camp, Xianxia was leading the soldiers under his command to protect themselves with long shields, and then they fought back with javelins with some difficulty. Many of the soldiers' long shields were pierced with several javelins. Due to the lack of time, the army did not have time to dig trenches and build earthen walls. A simple wooden fence could only serve as a barrier and could not provide the soldiers with defensive height. Therefore, when the Samani people approached within 20 meters of the camp and both sides launched mid-range attacks, the soldiers lost their defensive advantage. On the contrary, the Samani people used their numbers to suppress Xianxia and the others with javelins, and the Samani archers behind them took the opportunity to fire arrows into the camp. According to the military law of Dionia, in the construction of a field camp, the tent area must be more than 20 meters away from the wall. This could ensure that the soldiers could pass smoothly while defending, and also avoid being easily attacked by the enemy from long range. Considering that the camp had not built a wall, Alexis also increased the distance between the tent area and the wooden fence to 30 meters. However, the Samani archers were too close to the wooden fence, and the arrows fired still ignited several tents, causing some chaos in the camp. The soldiers had to get up to put out the fire. After the arrival of 2,000 Dionia light infantry, they quickly changed the situation. The Samani people retreated with dozens of dead and injured people, but they did not go far. Instead, they circled around the Dionia camp and let out strange roars. From time to time, they would attack the sentries with javelins or fire arrows into the camp, causing no peace in the camp for the whole night. But by the next morning, they had all disappeared without a trace. The soldiers of the Legion had been tossed around for the whole night, and many of them did not rest well. In view of this, Alexis ordered all the soldiers to continue building the camp. Before dusk, they must dig trenches, build solid earthen walls, and erect a few more sentry towers. At the same time, the captains should arrange for the soldiers' rest to ensure that they were full of energy. In this regard, the adjutant, Matthias, was puzzled. "Commander, why don't we attack Aquilonia immediately? Every day that we delay here will consume 1 more day of rations, and it will also give the Aquilonians time to prepare for defense, which will make it more difficult for us to attack. Even if we let Aquilonia prepare for another day, I'm afraid it will not affect our attack too much." Alexis looked at the vast mountains on the other side of the Orfanto River, and her eyes flashed with a deep light. "Compared to a hasty attack, I am more concerned about the condition of the soldiers. They are all from the Apulia region. Although they have been trained to fight in the mountains in the military camp, they have never had the experience of living in the mountains. They need some time to adapt quickly and maintain their physical strength and energy for the upcoming difficult battle." A tough battle. Matthias carefully pondered over this ambiguous sentence. At dusk, under the joint efforts of more than 6,000 soldiers, a 3-meter-high earthen wall and a trench outside the wall were built outside the camp. Therefore, although there were still attacks from the Samani that night, the threat to the camp was almost negligible, and the soldiers slept relatively well. After dawn, Alexis left 500 heavy infantry to guard the camp, and took 5,500 soldiers and some support personnel with 5 days of rations, crossed the Orfanto River, and set out for the city of Aquilonia. Although they were marching on the low ground between the mountains, this low ground was not low, and the further north they went, the higher the terrain became. The soldiers trudged on the rugged mountain road, and when they looked up, they could see the narrow blue sky separated by the mountains on both sides. In order to prevent ambushes or sneak attacks from the Samani, Alexis sent all 100 soldiers of the mountain reconnaissance team to the mountains on both sides of the mountain opposite to the main army, and at the same time, to investigate the abnormalities in the surroundings. Except for the 1,500 heavy infantry who did not wear armor, but carried their weapons on their backs, the other soldiers were fully armed. Of course, they did not have many layers of protection on their bodies. Even so, most of them began to pant before they even reached the halfway point of the journey. Fortunately, this mountain road was not untraveled. On the contrary, the Aquilonians often used this road to fish, bathe, draw water, graze cattle and sheep. Therefore, there were almost no headaches on the mountain road, and there were almost no thorns on the road. Although it was already June, and the temperature had begun to rise, marching in the mountains not only did not feel very hot, but the further they went, the cooler it became. But for the soldiers of Puchetti and Downey who grew up in the Apulian plains, this part of the mountain road made them feel like suffering. The high and low, and the winding mountain road made them have to walk carefully, and it was very exhausting. Mosquito bites, and the constant scratching of the trees and weeds soon made them feel itchy all over. The soldiers began to complain. Leclesis, on the other hand, was very focused on moving forward. There was a fire in his heart. In the attack of the Samani the night before yesterday, 5 people in his company died, 12 were injured, and several tents were burned. He had been blaming himself, thinking that it was because he called for reinforcements too late, which led to such a terrible result. In the previous 2 battles in Ascurum and Venosa, the Dionysian army easily won, giving him the illusion that the Samani were easy to deal with. But in the attack the night before yesterday, the heavy javelins thrown by the Samani were fierce and accurate. When the long shields were hit head-on, they could sometimes cause penetration, which was the main reason for the soldiers' deaths and injuries. Although Alexis did not criticize him, he secretly made up his mind, I must take Aquilonia and avenge the deaths of my brothers, so, along the way, he constantly cheered the soldiers on, encouraging them to move forward. Even when some soldiers were tired and fell behind, he would take the initiative to help them carry their armor. Aquilonia was only 10 miles away from the new Dionia camp, but the Dionysian army trekked for nearly 4 hours before they finally walked out of the long and narrow lowland and entered a small semicircular valley. There was a mountain on the east side of the valley that was relatively short, and the mountain facing the west had a gentle slope. Unlike the other lush and green mountains, there were very few trees on the hillside, but some houses were scattered among the mountains, and dozens of sheep could be seen leisurely grazing on the mountain. Some of the sharp-eyed soldiers looked up and could vaguely see the wooden wall at the top of the mountain. That was the city of Aquilonia. Although the mountain it was located on was shorter than the other mountains and not as steep, it was still a few hundred meters high. Just looking at this height made the soldiers a little nervous, not to mention the fact that they were going to attack the city. Alexis first looked at the mountain where the city of Aquilonia was located for a long time, then carefully observed the valley. The engineer came over and told him that the ground of the valley was mixed with gravel, but it was still soft. Then let's build the camp, Alexis said calmly. But when the order was passed on to the whole army, the soldiers sighed one after another. But before building the camp, the soldiers first had to eat their dry rations and rest for a while to replenish their physical strength. Then, under the command of the team officers, they reluctantly picked up the tools and began to dig the ground. At this time, the captain of the mountain reconnaissance team ran in front of Alexis, panting. Commander, our scouts on the mountain saw thousands of Simonians rushing here from the west. When Alexis heard the news, not only was he not shocked, but he seemed a little relieved. He asked unhurriedly, how many are there? How far are they from here? Because of the cover of the mountain, I can't see the full picture of the enemy. I think there are no less than 5,000 people. When I came over, they were at least 3 miles away, the captain estimated and replied. Alexis turned to look at the west side of the valley. The mountain there was not only relatively low and easy to cross, but there was also a mountain road between the mountains leading to the west. Commander, his adjutant reminded, if the Aquilonian reinforcements arrive, we will be attacked from both sides. We should immediately retreat to the camp to avoid fighting with the same number of Simonians in the mountains. The Simonians really did hide an army in the mountains to lure us into the trap. Alexis smiled coldly and said to her adjutant, Mathesius, do you know why I've been communicating with Xanthoparis, Borit, and Gurney these past few days? Matthias' mind flashed, and he exclaimed, could it be, immediately inform the soldiers to stop building the camp, put on their armor, take up their weapons, and prepare for battle. In fact, the Simonian coalition army's decision to give up on the Downey area and attack the Campania alliance was not only to avoid the strong and attack the weak, but also because the leaders of the several tribes deeply realized that they could no longer fight the Dionysian army on the plains, even if it was just to harass them. They should use the Simonians' advantage to fight them in the mountains. However, the Dionysian army was very cautious and did not march into the mountains. Therefore, after some discussion, they decided to let the coalition army attack Campania. They also wanted to achieve another goal, to give the Dionysian army in Downey the illusion that the main force of the Simonians was in Campania, and the mountains were defenseless, to lure the Dionysian army into the mountains. As soon as Alexis led her army into the mountains, they were discovered by Aquilonia's spies. The Aquilonians immediately sent their warriors, who were best at long-distance running in the mountains, to the northwest, Cottim, which was more than 100 miles away. The remaining military power of the Samnite tribal alliance was hidden in the territory of Cottim, 7,000 warriors. The general of the army was Eusebic, the chief of the major tribe of Cottim. When he heard the news yesterday afternoon, he was overjoyed, thinking that the opportunity for revenge had come. Moreover, the messenger of Aquilonia urged him again and again. Because there were only about 200 warriors in the city of Aquilonia, even if they relied on the dangerous terrain, they might not be able to hold on for long. So Eusebic quickly gathered these 7,000 warriors and rushed to the rescue of Aquilonia. It was not until noon that they arrived near the territory of Aquilonia. The warriors led by Eusebic came from each of the 4 major tribes. They were led by their respective chiefs. As the army marched, their formation gradually became scattered, and the distance between the front and the back was more than 3 miles. By the time the middle part of Eusebic's army crossed the mountain ridge, the warriors at the front had already rushed down the valley and directly launched an attack on the Dionysian army. Seeing this, Eusebic knew that he could not stop the attack, so he simply let it go. He ordered the troops in the middle to slow down, waiting for the warriors at the back to arrive, while paying attention to the situation at the front. The main attack on the Dionysian army was made up of more than 1,000 Hilpini warriors, most of whom were javelin throwers. The Hilpini tribe had suffered the heaviest losses in this battle. These warriors not only hated the Dionia, but also feared them. So after they rushed down the slope, not only did they slow down, but they also spread out. Using the hills and trees as cover, they slowly approached the Dionysian army like hunting lynx. At this time, the Dionysian army occupied a higher place in the valley. 1,500 heavy infantry spread out in a semicircle, all of them half-squatting, forming a shield formation. Behind them were 2 light infantry battalions of 1,000 archers. They nocked their arrows and watched the approaching enemy. Behind the archers were 1,000 javelin throwers. 1,000 light armored soldiers joined the heavy infantry formation, forming the eastern line of defense, watching out for enemies that might come down from the city of Aquilonia. This also made the whole formation an oval. The remaining 1,000 light armored soldiers were scattered in the empty space in the middle of this oval formation. Alexis stood on a rock. She could see through the soldiers in the formation in front of her and see the approaching enemy. The scene in front of her made her frown. At this time, most of the Samoyed warriors had entered the archers' shooting range. However, they were scattered in groups of 2s and 3s, 50 meters away from the front of the army. They used the mounds, rocks, and trees as cover, so the Dionia archers did not dare to rashly fire in unison, because the damage would be very low. Go and inform the 2 light infantry captains. Advise them to let the soldiers attack on their own, but pay attention to saving arrows and javelins, because today's battle may last for a long time, Alexis ordered in a tone of uncertainty. After the 2 light infantry captains conveyed the order, the archers, who had been granted autonomy, became even more focused. They picked up their bows and arrows and aimed them at the area in front of them. However, they were not confident that they could hit the enemies who were hiding, so they held back their arrows and did not fire. The Samoyed warriors did not continue to advance, because the Dionia soldiers had cleared the area 30 to 40 meters in front of the formation. They cut down the weeds that were too tall and cut down the miscellaneous trees. Due to the limited time, there were still some big trees and large rocks left, but the entire field of vision was much wider. In addition, the Dionia soldiers had a high position. If they continued to advance, they might increase the risk of being shot. Both sides suddenly fell into a state of silence, but the atmosphere was getting more and more tense. "Captain, why aren't they attacking yet?" A heavy infantry turned around and asked Leclesis behind him in a low voice. "Calm down." Leclesis reminded in a low voice, "Focus. Hide your body and hold the shield tight." The attack 2 nights ago made Alexis and the team officers realize the power of the Samoyeds' heavy javelins. After discussion, they decided that when defending with the shield formation, the soldiers could insert the lower end of the shield into the ground, pull the inner side of the shield tightly with both hands, squat sideways, and try not to touch the shield. This was to reduce the damage caused to the soldiers after the javelins penetrated the shield. I know. Captain, you've said it many times before," the soldier replied impatiently. "Attention! The enemy is coming," Leclesis said seriously. The soldier hurriedly turned around and poked his head out from the top of the shield. He looked out and saw the little red dots in the green field moving towards the formation. Every time the soldiers of the Legion of Dionysia participated in military training, the first event of almost every time was to stand in formation on the field, motionless for at least half an hour. The Samoyed warriors obviously did not have special training in this area. The two sides stood still for less than 10 minutes, and some of the warriors could not bear the pressure. Some of the warriors left their cover and began to move forward, because the range of the heavy javelins was within 30 meters, which naturally led to the other warriors. Then, the Dionia archers began to shoot at the target they had aimed at. The Samoyed warriors held a small round wooden shield in their left hand to block the top of their head, and held a javelin in their right hand. Their bare feet stepped on the uneven ground, but they could quickly run in a zigzag pattern, wanting to quickly get close to the enemy formation. However, the Dionia archers continued to shoot arrows, which greatly hindered the advance of the Samoyed warriors. Their wooden shields were too small, and there was almost no protection on their bodies. When dodging arrows, if they paused for a moment, several arrows might be shot at them from several directions at the same time, making it impossible for them to dodge. In a short period of time, many Samoyed warriors fell in the area between 50 and 30 meters. When they were about to advance to 30 meters, they were not greeted with arrows, but javelins. The thin wooden shields could not withstand the powerful javelins at all, and were directly smashed. Some of the Samoyed warriors were lucky enough to escape the arrows and javelins, and then hurriedly threw the javelins in their hands. Most of them were blocked by the shield formation, and a few flew into the formation, causing a few screams. However, compared to the casualties of the Samoyed warriors, it was too insignificant. Therefore, the morale of the Samoyed warriors was greatly affected, and the momentum of their attack quickly weakened. At this moment, the Samoyed warriors' retreat horn sounded. The Samoyed warriors, whose fighting spirit had been weakened by the groans of their injured companions, quickly retreated to a distance of 50 meters from the Dionia formation. However, they did not go far away. Instead, they stared fiercely at the Dionia soldiers in front of them, as if they were ready to attack again at any time. This made the Dionia team officers dare not order the soldiers to pick up the arrows and javelins. Xianxia rushed over with the troops behind him and joined the vanguard. As the attack just now had caused the Samoyed warriors to suffer losses, the leaders of the army took the initiative to surround Xianxia. The position where the Dionia people are at is too open. We can't attack directly like this, or the losses will be great. Don't attack? What about my injured tribesmen? They are still lying in front of the Dionia formation, waiting for our rescue. I think we should go behind the enemy's formation and attack from there. That won't work. Their light infantry can still move to the other side and stop our attack. The leaders argued all at once, but Xianxia did not stop them. He looked at them quietly until everyone was arguing until their faces were red with anger, but they still could not come up with a unified opinion. An old Hilpini leader finally could not help but ask eagerly, Uzbek, you're the commander of the entire army appointed by the great leaders. What should we do? His words caused the leaders to temporarily stop arguing and focus their attention on Uzbek. Only then did Uzbek say seriously, leaders, the Dionia people have occupied a favorable terrain and have arranged their formation, waiting for our attack. Even if we finally rely on our brave attack to break through the Dionia formation, the casualties suffered by our people will not be small. Up until now, all the tribes have suffered a lot of casualties in the war with the Dionia. We can't let our brave warriors suffer anymore. Uzbek is right. Of course not. How can there be no casualties in a battle? Are you saying that we brought our people here to send off the Dionia people? Seeing that the leaders were about to argue again, Uzbek immediately said loudly, of course we have to send off the Dionia people. Because once the Dionysian army starts to retreat, they will have to leave the favorable terrain and will not be able to maintain their current formation. We can attack them on both sides of the mountain path and on the mountain ridges while they are retreating until we finally defeat them. This is the way we are familiar with. It was not easy for us to trick the Dionia people into the mountains and fight in the homeland we are familiar with. We can't let them go. But what if the Dionia people don't retreat? As soon as one of the leaders spoke, he was mocked by the other leaders. If they don't retreat, where will they rest at night? With us here, they won't dare to build a camp here. Uzbek is right. This is our mountain area. At night, we will be hunting wolves. The Dionia will only become our prey. That's right. Let's do it. The leaders agreed and finally reached an agreement. 50 meters away from the Dionia army, nearly 7,000 Samoyed soldiers began to circle around the west and north sides of the army. They lined up in an extremely loose formation. Some of the soldiers even lay down in the grass. Alexis saw this situation and did not let the soldiers attack at all. He knew that once the soldiers started to charge, these seemingly lazy Samoyed soldiers would run as fast as rabbits and lure the soldiers into the mountains. That would be a disaster. Therefore, the two sides faced each other face to face, separated by a distance of tens of meters. Time passed little by little. The Samoyed soldiers were fearless, but the Dionia soldiers were getting more and more flustered. After all, this was a foreign land to them. Each of the team leaders asked Alexis if they wanted to retreat. This was met with a firm refusal from Alexis. Mathesius, the adjutant, could not help but say, Commander, this is the first time we are cooperating with the Abenelum in battle. I don't really trust the Abenelum. Alexis interrupted him and said in a deep voice, but I trust Borat more, and the most reassuring thing is that Xantaparis is there. Since he has agreed to this plan, he will definitely do his best to carry it out. Mathesius did not speak. He knew why Alexis said this. Because Alexis had fought side by side with Borat in the Southern Italian War. More importantly, Alexis and Xantaparis were both mercenaries in the Persia expedition. They had a deep friendship and trust each other. However, as the sun in the sky gradually moved to the west, the surroundings were still calm. The expression on Alexis' face gradually became solemn. Finally, he could not help but say to Mathesius, Go and call those Abenelum soldiers. The Dionysian army remained in place, which puzzled the Samnite leaders. Aren't the people of Dionia worried that they won't have a place to sleep after nightfall? Uzbek mumbled. Perhaps the people of Dionia think that we will retreat before nightfall, so they are competing with us to see who is more patient. One of the leaders laughed. I think they're waiting for reinforcements from River Bend, but no matter how many Dionia reinforcements there are, it will be nighttime by the time they arrive. They will become our prey, said another leader confidently. Reinforcement? Uzbek's heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly asked the leaders of Hilpini, Has there been any abnormalities in Abernalum these days? Abnormal? Didn't they send a group of soldiers to stand at the border to threaten us as soon as they see our people drive our cattle and sheep near their territory? But once our soldiers rush over, these cowards run away. If we weren't at war with Dionia, we would really want leader Leskok to lead us over, said a leader from Benventum disdainfully. Another Hilpini leader understood what Uzbek meant, and said, Are you suspecting that Abernalum has surrendered to Dionia? Don't worry, no matter how much of a bastard Gurney is, he won't throw a javelin at his own people. Besides, he swore an oath in the name of Savone in front of the high priest, he won't go back on it. Besides, Leader Leskok has specially sent spies to keep an eye on the territory of Abernalum every day. If there's any abnormality, I'm afraid he would have already informed us. That's right, Yuzabik, don't worry. Even if the Hilpini tribe has conflicts, they won't kill each other. Several Hilpini leaders immediately responded, and another leader even said sympathetically, to be honest, Leader Gurney is too harsh on Abernalum. It really hasn't been easy for Gurney these years. The leader of Beneventum looked a little unhappy, and Yuzabik's expression became a little gloomy. He suspected that the Hilpini leaders were secretly mocking Segavani, the great leader of Katini, for using a trick to kill Quinduk and conquer Narconia a few days ago. The atmosphere suddenly became a little quiet. The leaders of the other two tribes saw Yuzabik's ugly expression and were about to say something to resolve the awkwardness. Suddenly, a scout hurriedly ran down from the west side of the mountain ridge. Everyone. Leaders, bad news. South. An army has appeared in the south. There are many, many soldiers rushing over here. The leaders were shocked. Where did this army come from? Yuzabik asked anxiously, because the south that the spy pointed to was not the direction of River Bend, but the west of River Bend, which was southwest of this mountain range. As far as he knew, there were no tribes or towns there. I don't know, because they are neither wearing red, the Samanese often wore red unlined clothes, nor black, but black and yellow, the spy said with a little guilt. At that time, he only saw it from a distance on the mountains and hurried to report, and did not rush over to investigate carefully. Black and yellow? Could it be the people of Potentia? A Hilpini leader suddenly said. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. They all knew that there was a plant in Lucania City that could make yellow dye, so in the past, the Lucanian warriors mostly wore yellow clothes to fight. Could it be them? Since the war in southern Italy, the people of Potentia had not participated in any battles. The impression that the Samanese leaders had of them was still at the time when they plundered the territory of Potentia more than a decade ago, almost exterminating the tribe. As Lucania City had been incorporated into the kingdom of Dionia, after the war began, not only the leaders of the various tribes, but even they subconsciously regarded Potentia as a part of Dionia, ignoring the fact that it actually existed independently as a free city. The situation was urgent. Yuzabik did not have time to find out where this army came from. He only knew that it could not be the army of the Samanese tribal alliance. What should I do now? Retreat immediately? The anxious Yuzabik looked at the panicking leaders, then at the surrounded Dionysian army in front of him, and realized that he had to make a decision quickly. But before he could make up his mind, a loud bugle sounded from the southwest, followed by a vigorous bugle call from the northwest. General, it is impossible to hide such a large army from our spies. Chief Gurney will definitely join forces with the people of Potentia to come here. The Abernalum guide, who was wearing Dionia clothing, was trying to explain to Alexis. Suddenly, he heard the bugle call from the west, followed by the sound of the bugle call. He was overjoyed. They're here. Our warriors are here. At this moment, Alexis, who heard the bugle call, did not listen to him at all. Instead, she immediately said to Matsius, quickly order the light armored soldiers to attack. The other brigades will attack later. Matsius was stunned. Commander, our reinforcements have not arrived yet. Should we wait a little longer? If we wait any longer, the enemy will escape. Alexis said without hesitation. When the bugle call sounded, the Samanese leaders already knew that they had been fooled by the people of Dionia. There was no doubt that they had to retreat, but such a large army had to retreat together. Otherwise, it would be easy for the retreat to turn into a rout. Which direction to retreat to was also a problem. There was the Dionysian army in the east, and a large number of enemies were coming from the northwest and southwest. As the mountains in the north were steep and difficult to climb, it seemed that only the south was relatively safe. But the south led to the Ophanto River. Who knew if the people of Dionia had set up an ambush there? The situation was urgent. The leaders quickly reached a consensus. While the enemy's reinforcements had not completely arrived, they immediately retreated to the west. When the leaders were about to quickly run back to their own troops, many gaps suddenly appeared in the Dionia's shield formation. 2,000 light armored soldiers rushed out, holding leather shields and short swords, and attacked the Samanese soldiers. The confrontation between the two sides lasted for more than 3 hours, especially when the people of Dionia put on a stubborn attitude, gradually wearing down the fighting spirit of the Samanese soldiers. Many of the Samanese soldiers had already laid on the ground to bask in the sun. Only because they heard the bugle call from the west, they were called up by their companions. Before they could stretch their bodies, they saw the opposite side of the Dionia soldiers rushing towards them like hungry beasts. The distance of more than 50 meters was too short. Many of the Samanese soldiers who had been relaxed for a long time did not have time to retreat, and the Dionia soldiers rushed in front of them. It was only at this time that Alexis asked the bugler to blow the bugle call to attack. The attack of the light armored soldiers of Dionia disrupted the already loose formation of the Samanese coalition. Some soldiers retreated, and some soldiers fought with the Dionia soldiers. The whole scene became a little chaotic. Originally, Uzbek wanted to wait for the leaders to reorganize their troops and retreat together. Now, he had no choice but to blow the bugle call to retreat. When the bugle call sounded, the remaining fighting spirit of the Samanese soldiers disappeared. The Samanese warriors at the back were easily caught up and stabbed by the Dionia light armored soldiers. Seeing that the Samanese army was retreating, the Dionic light infantry, which was originally the second line of attack, also took the initiative to break away from the protection of the heavy infantry. They ran forward and quickly caught up with the light armored soldiers. At the same time, they gradually expanded the net of pursuit in the east. Pollitt, who was leading his troops to the foot of the mountain in the west, felt anxious when he heard the bugle call to attack from the east. He loudly ordered, "Don't get into formation, go up the mountain immediately and surround the Samanese." After giving the order, Pollitt remembered Xantaparis beside him and asked apologetically, "General Xantaparis, what do you think?" Xantaparis, who was already 60 years old, had followed the non-stop mountain march this time and was now so tired that his legs were weak. Supported by 2 guards, he panted at the side and forced a smile. "Sir Pollitt, I completely agree with your decision. But, we have to be faster. Don't lose to them." As he spoke, he pointed to the front. A few hundred meters ahead, there was a black and red troop also climbing up the mountain. Pollitt immediately straightened his face. "You're right, we can't lose to the Samanese." He immediately ordered the bugler to continue blowing the bugle call to attack and had his men urge the soldiers to speed up the climb. The people of Potentia were also a mountain race and were not weak at climbing mountains. The soldiers took out the Dionia short swords they wore. They were bought from a weapons merchant in Dionia with the permission of the Ministry of Military Affairs after receiving military training from Dionia. Of course, they were not using them to kill the enemy, but to cut down the various branches and thorny bushes that blocked the way up the mountain. As the soldiers climbed the mountain quickly, Pollitt, under Xantaparis's reminder, had the troops behind him extend to the north, trying not to leave a large gap between them and the Abenelem army. Even though the two troops seemed to be in a race as they climbed with all their might, it still took them more than 20 minutes to climb halfway up the mountain. At this time, they could already hear the shouts and sounds of fighting coming from the other side of the mountain, and it was getting clearer and clearer. The soldiers immediately perked up. They knew that the enemy was not far from them. Borid also hurriedly got the orderly to inform the soldiers to find a flat area or stop advancing. They had to level the ground so that they could stand firm. The people of Potentia were not the only ones doing this, the people of Abenelem were doing the same. All the soldiers stopped advancing halfway up the mountain. From afar, it looked like a winding belt had been attached to the mountain range. More than 10 minutes later, the shouts became clearer, mixed with continuous exclamations and rustling sounds of branches rubbing against each other. Although the lush forest blocked their view, the Lucanian soldiers knew that the enemy had climbed over the ridge and was rushing toward them. Although these mountains looked relatively flat, the slope was actually not small. As the saying went, it's easier to go up than down. However, for these mountain races, going down the mountain was much easier than going up. Not long after, the soldiers of Potentia saw the enemy. Logically speaking, when fighting in the mountains, the side at the lower ground would be at a disadvantage. However, the Samanai army was retreating, so these defeated soldiers who were running at the front actually slid down while lying down. Perhaps they slipped because they were pushing each other during the retreat, or perhaps they thought that they could run faster this way. However, when they saw the enemy in front of them, these samurai warriors, who were scratched by weeds and branches and whose buttocks were almost shattered, did not even have the strength to stand up. They could only scream in horror, "Enemy! Enemy! Enemy!" In the end, they were either stabbed to death by the soldiers of Potentia, or they became prisoners of war. Then, a large number of defeated soldiers appeared. The samurai soldiers who were running at the front adopted the method of running down. In order to restrain their inertia and prevent falling, they had to hug the trees from time to time. Therefore, they often could not protect the weapons in their hands. They either lost their shields or lost their spears. The last wave of defeated soldiers adopted the method of running down sideways. Although their speed was slower, it was steady. They also became the main force to attack the line of defense of Potentia. On the side of the Abenelum, when they saw their compatriots fleeing from the top of the mountain in panic, the mood of the soldiers was complicated. So was Gurney. However, he knew that since the start of the war between Samurai and Ionia, they had been defeated in every battle. Coupled with today's defeat, the defeat of the entire Samurai tribal alliance was inevitable. Only by following Ionia closely could the Abenelum be reborn after the end of this war. Therefore, Gurney only hesitated for a moment before giving the order to attack. The heavy javelins thrown by the soldiers pierced the Samurai soldiers who were going down the mountain one by one. "Oh my God, it's the Abenelum! How dare you collude with outsiders and kill your own compatriots? Savone will punish you. Abenelum people, we all belong to the Hilpini tribe. Please let us go for the sake of the same tribe." Curses, curses, and pleas came from the defeated soldiers. The expressions of the Abenelum soldiers did not change, nor did they stop waving their weapons. The blockade, suppression, and discrimination of the Samurai tribal alliance against the Abenelum for more than a decade had borne fruit today. There was a deep hatred between the Abenelum people and the other Samurai people. This kind of estrangement could not be dissolved with just a few words. In the end, the routed Samurai soldiers fought with the Abenelum and Potentians who intercepted them. In order to escape, their bravery was stimulated, and they used the terrain to push back the enemy's line of defense. However, the Potentia Abenelum's line of defense was not breached. After all, Paulet had gathered 12,000 soldiers this time, and Gurney had also brought 3,000 soldiers. The total number of soldiers was 2.5 times that of the opponent. What's more, the defeated soldiers were disorganized, and disunited. After a series of fierce attacks failed to work, some of the defeated soldiers began to retreat. After all, although they used the advantage of climbing mountains to leave the Ionia pursuers behind, they were now intercepted by another group of enemies. Once the Ionia pursuers arrived, they would not be able to escape. Therefore, some of the defeated soldiers gave up on breaking through the front and turned to escape from the north and south in an attempt to bypass the enemy's blockade. It did not take long for the Samurai coalition's collective retreat to become a complete rout. The armies of Ionia, Potentia, and Abenelum launched a pursuit at the same time. In the end, the Samurai coalition suffered more than 1,500 casualties, more than 3,000 were captured, and more than 1,000 escaped. On the other hand, the Ionia coalition suffered less than 400 casualties. In the joyous atmosphere of victory, Xantaparis, Paulet, and Gurney met Alexis, who was still in the valley. "Xantaparis, you're not too late." Alexis tactfully expressed the dissatisfaction in his heart. After a long wait, not only did he have doubts about whether the reinforcements could arrive in time, but he even had a fear of whether he could successfully bring the troops back to the camp. Now that he thought about it, he was still a little scared. "On the way here, we encountered some problems, so we did come a little late, but it did not affect our final victory," Xantaparis laughed. Gurney took the initiative and said apologetically, "The reason why we were late was mainly because of me. It turned out that after the Abenelum sided with Ionia, the Ministry of Military Affairs had originally approved Alexis's attack plan to remove the nail in Puchetti's and Downey's waist, Aquilonia. That way, Abenelum, Copsa, and Aquilonia would be united. This way, the entire southern region of Hilpini would belong to Ionia, which would reduce the defensive pressure on the kingdom's northern border." However, in the process of communicating with Gurney revealed detailed information about the Samurai tribal alliance, which attracted the attention of the Ministry of Military Affairs. According to the information provided by Gurney and the number of the Samurai coalition in the previous 3 battles, including the previous battle with Kayutini, the staff calculated in detail and speculated that the current number of the Samurai coalition was probably more than 10,000 Samurai soldiers besieging Naples. Then, where would the thousands of Samurai soldiers be? Was the Samurai hiding some kind of conspiracy? The Minister of Military Affairs, Helos, had to seriously think about it. So, after communicating with Alexis, a new attack plan was formed. Alexis would still lead the troops from the east into the mountains and attack Aquilonia. If the Samurai really could not provide reinforcements, then they would directly attack Aquilonia. If the Samurai really had thousands of soldiers and prepared to lure the Dionysian army to fight in the mountains, then Dionia had also prepared a backup plan. This backup plan was Arnlam and Potentia. Taking advantage of the Niconia incident, Gurney declared that he wanted to prevent the invasion of the Samanese coalition army. He gathered the people in his territory and imposed a military curfew. However, on the appointed day, he only left 1,000 soldiers to guard the territory. He took 3,000 soldiers and quietly entered the territory of Dionia, but he did not enter Copsa. Because there were likely to be spies of the Samanese coalition army to the north of Copsa, the Abenalum army hid in the territory of Potentia to the south of Copsa. They met up with their troops and sent some people back to the Samanese mountains to investigate the enemy. Copsa was located in the upper reaches of the Avtu River, south of Lake Kansa. The topography of the upper reaches of the Avtu River was somewhat special. Other than the relatively flat terrain around Copsa and Lake Kansa, the north bank to the east was high and difficult to climb, while the south bank was relatively flat. This was why the Samanese coalition army had to meet up in the Copsa area during the Southern Italian War and invade Potentia from there. When Alexis led the army into the mountains and set up camp at the river bend, she sent a messenger to the west along the south bank of the Avtu River and finally entered the territory of Potentia. Xanthoparis, who was in charge of coordinating and commanding the Abenalum and Potentia coalition army, was notified. Xanthoparis, Borit, and Gurney, who had been carefully observing the movements of the enemy, received a report from their spies early the next morning. There were 6,000 or 7,000 Samanese soldiers in the mountains to the north, marching southeast. They immediately led the 15,000 soldiers north into the upper reaches of the Avtu River and rushed east along the south bank. Copsa was more than 30 miles away from the river bend. After more than 4 hours, the army reached the west side of the river bend. The north bank here was relatively flat. Just as Xanthoparis was about to order the army to cross the Avtu River and enter the north bank, Gurney made a suggestion. Since he was very familiar with the terrain of Aquilonia, he thought that the Dionysian army would lure the Samanese coalition army into the valley. However, if they rushed to Aquilonia together from the south, it would be too noisy and cause the Samanese coalition army to escape from the northwest side of the valley, which was easier to climb. So he suggested that the Abenalum army go north first, quietly make a big circle to the northwest of Aquilonia, launch an attack, and encircle the Samanese coalition army together with the army of Potentia. In this regard, Borit expressed his objection, but he did not explain the reason. He only quietly winked at Xanthoparis. In fact, he did not trust the Abenalum to act alone, fearing that they would tip off the Samanese coalition army. However, after careful consideration, Xanthoparis agreed to Gurney's suggestion. After all, it would be easy for such a large army to defeat the Samanese coalition army. However, the Ministry of Military Affairs hoped that if the Samanese really had troops in the mountains, it would be best to make full use of the large number of Potentia Abenalum coalition army while they were unaware. They would try to encircle and annihilate the Samanese forces in the mountains as much as possible, which would be beneficial for the Dionysian army's next attack. Although Xanthoparis did not know Gurney well, Gurney's suggestion was most in line with the requirements of the Ministry of Military Affairs, so he decided to take the risk. Half an hour after the Abenalum army left, the Potentia army began to cross the river. Because of these reasons, the army arrived nearly an hour late. After listening to the explanation of the three, Alexis's expression became slightly better. After all, the final result of the battle did prove that their actions were right. So he intentionally looked at the sky and said, "It's going to be dusk soon. We should immediately lead the army back to the barracks in the south and let the soldiers who have fought for a day have a good rest." The three of them agreed with his suggestion. After all, the main force of the Samanese in the mountains had been completely destroyed. However, small groups of enemies and even beasts could still attack them. It would be safer for a few troops to camp together. However, it was impossible for such a large army to squeeze into the existing barracks when they arrived at River Bend. They had to build a simple new camp next to it. Therefore, they had to make the best use of their time. At this time, Xanthoparis looked at the mountains in the east and asked, "What's the plan for tomorrow? Do we take Aquilonia first? It looks like this city is not easy to attack." The corner of Alexis's mouth twitched slightly. Although his voice was not loud, his tone was full of confidence. "In my opinion, with today's victory, even if we don't take Aquilonia, it won't have much impact on the overall situation. My opinion is that all troops directly march into Benventum tomorrow." After observing Aquilonia today, it had not made any movements, especially when the Samanese allied army arrived and surrounded the Dionysian army. Aquilonia's army did not come down from the mountains and took the opportunity to attack Dionia from both sides. Alexis judged that there were not many defenders in Aquilonia. "I agree with General Alexis's plan." Pollet, who had some understanding of the Samanai people, loudly expressed his support. "We have to use this victory to expand our advantage and not give the Samanai people a chance to breathe. As long as we take over Beneventum, the Hilpini people will be finished. Through Beneventum, we can also directly threaten the central town of the Catini, Cottim." Xanthoparis, of course, also expressed his agreement. Only Gurney was deep in thought. "Chief Gurney, are you regretting that you should not have left the Samanese alliance?" Pollet saw this and said sarcastically. Gurney came back to his senses and hurriedly explained, "I'm thinking if I can persuade Aquilonia to surrender. Aquilonia has many tribesmen among the captured Hilpini warriors. Because it is close to Downey and Puchetti, it naturally contributed the most in the battle against Downey. Now they have witnessed the defeat of the Samanese allied army. I know the leader of Aquilonia. He is an old fellow who does not care about friendship and only values strength." Speaking of this, Gurney gritted his teeth. Before the Southern Italian War, the leader of Aquilonia was his father's most loyal supporter. After the Southern Italian War, he immediately sided with Lescauc and fully supported the issue of Abenelum. Under such circumstances, the possibility of Aquilonia choosing to surrender is very high, Gurney finally said. Being able to persuade Aquilonia to surrender would save a lot of trouble. Of course, Alexis would not object. She immediately made a promise. If Aquilonia is willing to surrender, Dionia can allow it to become a free city of the kingdom. This was not Alexis's idea. When the Ministry of Military Affairs briefly informed the 5 chairmen of the attack plan, everyone had seriously considered the problem of under the coercion of force, if there are Samanese towns that request to surrender. Given that most of the towns in the Samanese mountains had poor environmental conditions and very limited output, directly annexing them to the kingdom would instead waste administrative resources. It was better to let them take care of themselves. For example, Aquilonia was located on such a high mountain. Transportation was very inconvenient, and they could only rely on herding for a living. Most of the elders and officials of Dionia would probably refuse to come here to serve as the chief executive in public office. I will now send someone up the mountain to persuade them to surrender. When we reach River Bend, we will know the result." Gurney finished speaking and prepared to make the arrangements. "Wait." Borat stopped him and said, "I suggest that it is best to bring him along. It will be better to convince the Aquilonians." He waved his hand, and his men carried over a corpse. Gurney took a closer look and could not help but gasp. He knew this dead man. It was Uzbek, the chief of the Kadam tribe. He had a high reputation in the Kadam tribe and was once a strong candidate for the position of chief of the Kadam tribe. However, he voluntarily gave up the competition with Segavani. I heard from the prisoners that he was the commander of the Samanese coalition army. When they broke out of the encirclement, he rushed to the front and was finally stabbed to death by my warriors. I think the emissary that I will send will bring him along. This will let the Aquilonians understand their current situation better." Pollet said loudly. Not only was he promoting his own achievements, but he was also secretly warning Guerin. Just as Gurney was silent, Alexis said, "I think this is a good idea." Gurney immediately wiped away the trace of sadness in his heart and said simply, I will immediately let my men carry him up the mountain." In the evening, the soldiers of the Daionia coalition army were still resting at the river bend. The emissary that Gurney sent brought back more than 10 hostages offered by Aquilonia, including one of the sons of their chief. Aquilonia had surrendered. Alexis was overjoyed. She immediately comforted the people of Aquilonia and promised that after they went to Thurii, Daionia would quickly release the previously captured Aquilonian warriors. Although the surrender of Aquilonia made the entire southern territory of Hilpenia a safe area, Alexis did not let down her guard. She still ordered the sentries in the camp to strengthen the patrols. The night was uneventful. The next day, the 20,000 people of the Daionia coalition army broke camp and headed west. They went along the south bank of the Orfanto River and first arrived at Copsa. Here, Alexis assigned 2,000 soldiers to escort the prisoners and the Aquilonian hostages back to Thurii. She also discussed with the governor of Copsa, Sima, about the supply of food and transportation. Xandaparis also left the coalition army at this time and continued to head west towards Annona. He once again led half of the reserve army stationed there, ready to show his skills in the upcoming battle. In the afternoon, the Daionia coalition army left Copsa, went around Lake Consa, and marched northwest. At dusk, they entered the territory of the Abenelum. At this time, outside of Naples, in the camp of the Samnese coalition army, the chiefs of the 4 major tribes sat in a large tent. All of them looked solemn because they had just received the news that the army stationed in the mountains had suffered a crushing defeat. "Lesgok, this is what you call a damned plan to lure the enemy. 5,000 brave Samnese warriors are gone just like that. And my best friend Uzbek." Uzbek. Segabani cursed, but his eyes suddenly turned red. Uzbek was about the same age as him, and the 2 tribes' territories were adjacent. They had played together since childhood and established a deep friendship. So after the death of the previous chief of Kaltini, Uzbek gave up competing for the position of chief and fully supported him, allowing him to defeat Quinduk and become the new Kaltini chief. After he was captured, it was Uzbek who united with the other chiefs to resist the pressure of Quinduk to re-elect a chief, took the initiative to cooperate with the chiefs of the other tribes, and finally rescued him. Segabani was anxious, easily angered, and vengeful, making it difficult for people to get close to him. He had few friends, but he had a deep friendship with Uzbek for decades. At this moment, hearing the news of his death, he immediately lost control of his emotions. "Lesgok, don't blame Segabani for scolding you. You and Gurney have been enemies for more than 10 years, but you didn't raise your vigilance against him and didn't discover the signs of the Abenelum's rebellion in time. You really have to bear a lot of responsibility for this failure." The Pentenelum chief Bardhani also spoke out. At first, he had concerns about going to war with Daionia, but he was persuaded by Lesgok. As a result, the allied forces had been defeated one after another, and the Pentenelum had suffered heavy losses. His dissatisfaction with Lesgok was also increasing. "Well, since it has already happened, what's the use of blaming each other now? That damned traitor once solemnly swore in front of the high priest, but he still betrayed the entire Samnese alliance. This is the first time in the history of our race. Who could have thought of it?" Although the plan to lure the enemy was proposed by Lesgok, it was decided by us together. At that time, no one warned us to be careful of the Abenelum and the people of Potentia. We all ignored it. The Caracini chief Kombruk sighed. As the oldest of the 4 chiefs, although he had a fiery temper, he knew that it was more important to ensure the unity of the entire tribal alliance in times of crisis. Now that the Daionia allied forces have entered the mountains, and it is a large army, our homeland is under serious threat. Next, we must take immediate action to stop the enemy's further invasion and protect our territory and people. Kombruk reminded very solemnly. In this way, we must stop the siege of Naples, which is a pity. Although the Caracini chief Bardani said so, there was not a trace of regret on his face. These days, the Samnese allied forces had ravaged most of the city-states of the Campaglia alliance, but they could not do anything to the high and thick city walls of Naples. They had attacked several times and lost some soldiers, but there was no hope of breaking through the defense of the city walls. The Samnese allied forces' ability to attack the city was lackluster. If it were not for the plan to lure the enemy earlier, the army would have long withdrawn. Now that the plan to lure the enemy had been destroyed, the other three had no objection to it. But, where are we going to withdraw the army to face the enemy? A day ago, the people of Dionia were still near Aquilonia, and there is no update about them now. We are only 200 miles away from Aquilonia. By the time we lead the army to Aquilonia, who knows where the people of Dionia will have run to? Bardani raised an important question. Leskok, what do you suggest? Kontrak asked. After all, the Dionia allied forces were operating in the territory of Hilpini, and Leskok should be more familiar with the situation there. When he heard the news that the army left in the mountains had been defeated, Leskok was first shocked, then ashamed, and then afraid. So, when Segavani and Bardani criticized him, he was still thinking hard about how to deal with this crisis. Although he was a little angry, he did not show it. As Kontrak said, he needed the entire tribal alliance to work together to drive away the Dionia allied forces that were wreaking havoc in Hilpini's territory. He glanced at Segavani, who was still grieving, and thought to himself, I did not notice anything unusual in Abenalem, but you occupied Narconia, which has a closer relationship with Abenalem, and planted many trusted followers in its territory, but you also did not notice anything unusual in the Abenalem army. Of course, he would not say these words. We should retreat the army to Beneventum. It's not that I'm being selfish, but because Abenalem, which is very close to Beneventum, has betrayed Samonet. This way, the allied forces organized by the Dionia can smoothly pass through Abenalem and attack Beneventum. Once they occupy Beneventum, Calyudum will also be under great threat. At this point, Leskok looked at Segavani. He firmly believed that even if the great leader of Calyudum mourned the death of his best friend, he should understand how great the threat of losing Beneventum would be to Calyudum. After all, the two towns were adjacent, only a dozen miles apart, and Calyudum was located on a small plain in the mountains. The terrain was not dangerous, so he believed that Segavani would eventually support him. What if the Dionia does not attack Beneventum, but continues to attack north after conquering Aquilonia? Bardani immediately raised his concerns because he was worried that the heavy defense of Beneventum would leave the eastern mountain defenseless. If the Dionia army went all the way north, it would threaten the territories of Pentni and Karasini. Therefore, Konstik also expressed his concern. Leskok shook his head and said, the Dionia allied forces will not do that, because our army is not only stationed in Beneventum, but can also attack Abenalem. Occupying Abenalem will not only ensure the safety of Calyudum's territory, but also continue to threaten Potentia through it. I'm afraid this is what the Dionia are worried about. Leskok is right. I agree to retreat to Beneventum. Segavani expressed his support loudly, completely without the grief and indignation he had when he scolded Leskok earlier. The leaders of the two most powerful tribes in the alliance had reached an agreement. Konstik and Bardani actually did not have much choice. Besides, both of them also felt that Leskok made sense. Just as the four of them were discussing the retreat, Bardani could not help but say, actually, we can consider a truce with Dionia. The three of them were shocked when they heard this. Since the war with Dionia began, the Samonite tribal alliance had suffered successive defeats and heavy losses. Many tribal leaders were quite resentful, and even their own confidence in the war was shaken. However, Leskok was the first to speak against it. We tore up the covenant, declared war on Dionia, invaded the Downey region, and plundered the Campania alliance. These are serious violations of the Dionia's taboo. The tough king of Dionia will never negotiate with us. He can't wait to completely eliminate us who keep causing trouble for him, so we can only continue to fight until there is a turning point. Leskok understood that if the Samonai alliance really surrendered to Dionia, he would be the first victim because Gurney, who had already turned to Dionia, would never spare him, so his attitude was very firm. Turning point? What turning point? Bardani asked with a slightly gloomy expression. Defeat the Dionia in the next battle. Or wait for Dionia to be defeated on other battlefields. Segavani took over the conversation. He also knew in his heart that if the Samonai alliance really wanted to stop the war with Dionia, he would not have a good time because he was the one who started the war. He also lured and killed Quinduk, who was supported by Dionia, and killed and arrested so many Naconians who believed in Hades. But he would not say this out loud. Instead, he found a more adequate reason. Bardani, don't be silly. Think about the last Tarentum that tore up the covenant and fought with Ionia. After the Southern Italian War, they surrendered to Ionia and became a free city. As a result, their territory was greatly divided, and they could not have their own army. The citizens of the entire city were kept in captivity like cattle and sheep. Do you want our Samurai alliance to become the second Tarentum? Even if we want to negotiate, we have to create more trouble for Ionia and force them to take the initiative to negotiate. Only then can we obtain a more equal position in the negotiations and formulate a peace treaty that is more beneficial to us. Negotiate? We are the descendants of Savone. We must not yield to any force. As long as the independence of the alliance cannot be guaranteed, we will fight to the end, even if it means death. Contruc was the oldest, but his fighting spirit was the strongest. He shouted to Bardani in the tone of an elder, "Show your courage. Your father's soul lingering in the shrine of Savone is still waiting for you to wash away his shame." Faced with the strong opposition of the three leaders, Bardani laughed and said, "You are right. The alliance can only fight with Ionia to the end. Only then will there be a way out." Late at night, a messenger from Beneventum arrived at the Samanai camp, bringing the news that there was a large army in the territory of Abenelum. This increased the urgency of the four leaders to immediately withdraw the army to Beneventum. At the same time, a clipper from Annonus sailed into the port of Naples under the guidance of the light of the lighthouse. Not long after, the candles in the Naples Council Hall were lit. The high-ranking officials of Naples, the high-ranking officials of the alliance who had come to seek refuge, and the reinforcements of the alliance arrived one after another. The chief general of Naples, Onosius, waved a letter in his left hand and said excitedly, "Everyone, I've just received a letter from the chief executive of Annona, Xianxia." In the letter, he mentioned, yesterday, the commander of the Dionysian army, Alexis, led her army into the Samani mountains from the east and joined forces with the armies of Potentia and Abenelum. Together, they annihilated the main force of the Samani that was left behind in the mountains and forced Aquilonia to surrender. Today, this 20,000 Ionia allied army has reached Abenelum and is preparing to attack Beneventum tomorrow. That's great. Our disaster is finally over. Berevan and the others are the central town of Hilpini. The Samani allied army outside the city will definitely retreat and defend our allies with all their might. Am I right? The Dionia have always kept their promises and will definitely come to Campania's rescue. You guys didn't believe it then, but what about now? Haha, General Iolos, please forgive our ignorance. We have not fought alongside the Dionysian army like you and have a deeper understanding of them. How could we have imagined that the Dionia did not respond to our previous request for reinforcements just to suddenly stab the soft abdomen of the Samani? General Onosius, after the Samani retreated, I hope that Naples can immediately send troops to help us recapture Pompeii. No. They should help us first, Herculaneum. We are the closest to Naples. And us, Laternum. After receiving this good news, the gloom in the Naples council was swept away. While everyone was happy that the disaster was over, they began to argue again because they were eager to rebuild their homeland. In the days after the Samani ambushed the Campania alliance, not only did they besiege Naples, they also sent troops to attack other city-states of the Campania alliance. Other than city-states with relatively special geographical locations like Sorrentum, Inaria, and Capii, many small coastal cities fell one after another, and most of the refugees escaped into Naples. Don't worry, everyone. Onosius comforted them and said, Adrianx mentioned in his letter that the commander of the Legion of Dionysia, General Xanthoparis, who was stationed at Annona, will be leading his army to Naples by ship tomorrow. He will join up with our army and recover the lost towns together. The crowd cheered again and praised, Dionia is indeed a good ally that keeps its promises, it's so thoughtful. With the presence of the Dionysian army, they were even more confident that they could recover their cities. Then, Onosius continued, the letter also mentioned that when the Samani army retreats, they hope that we can send troops to harass and obstruct them. Hearing this, the hall suddenly returned to silence. After a while, the councillors of Naples shook their heads and said, You want us to leave the city to attack the Simonians? No. No. This was too dangerous. Since the Simonians want to retreat, let them retreat. There's no need for us to risk the lives of our citizens. If the Legio III of Dionia had helped the Campania alliance defeat the Catini a few months ago, it could be said that they had helped the Campanians regain some of their fighting spirit. However, this time, the large-scale attack of the Simonians not only shattered their fighting spirit but also deepened their fear of this terrifying mountain race. Of course, Onosius was also aware of this situation because he was also one of them. Instead, it was Iolaus who started to argue loudly with them. Onosius had no choice but to cough a few times to attract everyone's attention back to him. I would like to remind everyone that the Simonians are retreating. In order to vent their anger, it is very likely that they will burn down the cities that they have occupied and our farmlands. Should we stop them? In fact, this reminder came from Adrianx. After being the governor of Annona for more than 2 years, he had dealt with the Campanians many times. He was very clear about the Campanians' character. They could not be compared to the brave and tenacious Walshes and Helnikis. Therefore, in the letter, he did not mention that the attack on the Simonians' retreating army was to buy time for Alexis to attack Benventum. Instead, he only emphasized this point. Everyone was stunned. Of course, the refugees from other cities would not allow their homes to be burned down, but the Neapolitans were more worried about the destruction of their farmlands. They had been supplying the military rations of the Dionia Legio III for a while now, and they also had to take care of the refugees from their allies. The food supply in the city of Naples was tight, and they could not place their hopes on Dionia, which had just experienced a drought, so they were all looking forward to this year's autumn harvest. Although the Caputini people rarely destroyed farmlands when they invaded in the past, that was because they were confident that the food produced by these farmlands would eventually become their next loot. However, under the current situation, it was hard to guarantee that they would not do something desperate and cause more trouble for the Campanian alliance. Therefore, after an emergency discussion, the Neapolitan councillors finally agreed to Adrianx's suggestion. Benventum, the largest town in the Simonians' tribal alliance. Although the Simonians were a mountainous race, it was rare for them to build a town on top of a mountain like Aquilonia. More than half of the tribes and tribal alliances lived in valleys and mountain valleys. Benventum was located on a relatively large and relatively flat hill surrounded by mountains. It was also the place where 2 rivers converged, so there was plenty of water and fertile land. Among the Simonians' towns, both grazing and planting were the most developed. Therefore, Benventum had always been at the forefront of the Simonians' tribal alliance, be it in terms of population or strength. Most of the time, the chief of the major tribe in its territory was the chief of the Hilpini tribe. There were only a few times when the other Hilpini tribes were jealous of Benventum's wealth and dissatisfied with the arrogance of the Benventum people. Only then would they work together to elect the chiefs of other regions as the chief of the tribe to compete with Benventum, and Abenalum was the first choice. The town of Hilpini was located about 40 miles south of Benventum. It was also a hilly area, but it was much smaller. There was also a river running through it, but the Saberto River, which was not considered big, eventually flowed into the territory of Benventum and merged into the Volturno River. Therefore, the people of Abenalum always felt that they were inferior to the people of Benventum. Even during the reign of the former chief of Hilpini, the outstanding chief of Abenalum, the people of Abenalum still felt a little lacking in confidence. After that, they had been enduring the bullying and humiliation of the people of Benventum for more than a decade. It was not until early this morning, when the Dionia coalition army left Abenalum and began to march towards the territory of Benventum, that the people of Abenalum cheered to send them off, thinking that the day of their revenge had finally come. The 3,500 Abenalum warriors walked at the front with their heads held high. In the middle were the 6,000 soldiers of Dionia, and behind them were the 12,000 soldiers of Potentia. Not counting the engineering battalion, medical battalion, mountain reconnaissance team, and the transport team at the back, the combat force reached 21,500 people. They lined up in a line of more than 10 miles long, marching north along the Saberto River. After leaving the territory of Abenalum, the shadows of the enemy began to appear in the forest on both sides of the river. Although there were not many of them, they had a commanding position. They threw javelins and arrows at the marching Dionia coalition army in the valley, and even pushed the rocks from the mountains into the river in order to obstruct the march of the entire army. Seeing this situation, after Alexis, Gurney, and Pollet discussed, they each sent 1,000 soldiers to leave the river bank and march into the forest on both sides of the river. At the same time, they would drive away the enemies that came to disturb them and protect the main army in the middle. In the process of marching in the valley, the main army also cleared the rocks and broken trees that blocked the road from time to time. When the sun had reached the middle of the sky, the winding river suddenly straightened, and the mountains that stood between the river not only became shorter, but also consciously retreated a mile away. The sight of the soldiers was no longer blocked by the towering trees. What came into view was the flat land on both sides of the river bank, green grass, and small trees. The Dionia coalition army had entered the territory of Benventum. The terrain here was somewhat special. 2 rows of rolling hills running north and south were like 2 parallel lines, guarding the Saberto River all the way forward. Between the hills was a flat grassland about 2 miles wide, and in the middle of the grassland flowed the Saberto River, which was no more than 20 meters wide and knee-deep. The vanguard of the coalition army stopped here, and the Abenalum warriors who had been trudging for half a day began to eat to replenish their strength, while waiting for the troops behind to come and join up. 5 or 6 miles ahead is the city of Benventum. Gurney pointed to the front and said to Alexis and Paulette, who came one after another, "In the past, the land in front of us was the settlement of the tribes of Benventum, but now they have all withdrawn." Gurney introduced the situation of the territory of Benventum, but he could not help but sigh in his heart. In fact, most of his impression of Benventum was still at a dozen years ago. Since the war in southern Italy, his relationship with Lescauc became strained, and they finally became mortal enemies. The only time he came to Benventum was when the tribal alliance held a big ceremony here. If it was not for the support of the envoy of Dionia, he would have been punished by the Samnite priests. He came and left in fear, and he did not have the mood to pay attention to the changes in the territory of Benventum. What he was introducing now was from the intelligence collected by his subordinates over the years, and now he led the troops to completely wash away the humiliation of the past, and remove the shadow buried in his heart. After listening, Borat turned to Alexis and asked, "Looks like the people of Beneventum are already prepared. Do we need to start setting up camp here? This place is too far from Beneventum. It's not enough to pressure them." Alexis observed the terrain in front with rapt attention. Then, he pointed to the long chain of hills that seemed to be about 100 meters high on the west side and asked, "How far is the mountain path connecting Cabutum and Beneventum from here?" "That's hard to say. There are quite a few mountains in between." Gurney thought for a moment and shook his head, unable to give a specific number. Alexis then pointed to the even lower hills on the east side and asked, after going over them, "The terrain on the east side should be flatter, right?" "Yes, General Alexis. You remember very well that from these hills to the east to the Volturno River, although there are some small hills, the terrain is relatively flat," Gurney replied. Alexis had his adjutant bring over a simple map of Samnite drawn according to the information provided by Gurney and the others. While consulting Gurney, he compared the terrain with the map in reality. After thinking for a while, he made up his mind and said, "We will march forward for another 3 miles and start building our camp. Chief Gurney, you will lead your warriors to set up camp in this valley and protect our food transportation route." Gurney heard this and heaved a sigh of relief. He immediately said, "Don't worry, we will guard this place firmly. Not even a single enemy will be able to slip through." For the Abenalumian warriors, the Sabato River was not only a food transportation route, but also the only way from Beneventum to their homeland. Now that the Abenalumian territory was empty, the troops that Gurney mentioned would definitely put 200% of their energy to guard this place. This was also Alexis's intention. He then pointed to the map and said, "Chief Borat, your army's camp extends from the south bank of the Volturno River to this side. Our Dionia camp is in between your 2 camps." Alexis's arrangement was based on the fact that the Abenalumian and Potentia had a feud more than 10 years ago. This was also the first time they fought together, so they lacked coordination. Xanthoparis had specifically reminded him before. Furthermore, the Abenalumian soldiers were few and the Potentia soldiers lacked battle experience. Dionia's camp was in the middle and could take care of both sides. At the same time, after the camp was built, it would occupy 2 rivers. Not only would it be convenient to drink water, it would also put a lot of pressure on Beneventum. "I have no objections, but I hope the general can send someone to guide us in building the camp." Paulette had participated in Dionia's military training before, so he knew that the Dionian army had a deep understanding of building camps. In order to ensure the safety of the soldiers' camp, he shamelessly made a request. Before Alexis could respond, Gurney immediately said, "We also hope that the general can send someone to help build the camp." Although Gurney had not participated in Dionia's military training, he had visited the barracks of Turii many times. He had seen the training of the Dionia citizens, so he had some understanding of this. Moreover, he considered that the Abnalumian soldiers had the least number of soldiers. They had to build the camp and defend against the enemy's surprise attack. In fact, they needed the help of allies. "Of course, this is not a problem. I will definitely do my best to help." Alexis was very happy that the two of them had such a request, because it would be convenient for him to unify the entire camp's plan and allocate manpower reasonably. After the three of them reached an agreement, Gurney led the army straight to the north, while Alexis and Gurney led their own troops, crossed the eastern hills, and headed northeast. Yesterday evening, after the Samanese coalition army received the news that the Dionysian army had entered the Abnalumian territory, Lesgok couldn't wait for the other tribes to withdraw because he was worried about the safety of Beneventum. That night, he led more than 3,000 Hilpini soldiers back to Abella, regardless of fatigue. They set off in the early hours of the next day, marched quickly, and entered the city of Beneventum at noon. There were originally 1,000 soldiers stationed in Beneventum, originally to guard against the Abnalumians in the south. After Lesgok led his troops back, the total number of soldiers in the city had increased to more than 4,000. They also heard that the other tribes' soldiers would be coming soon, so the confidence of the tribesmen was greatly boosted. However, Lesgok was not satisfied with just defending and waiting. After learning the movements of the enemy through the spies he sent out, he immediately led the 1,000 soldiers originally stationed in the city. The other soldiers needed a good rest to recover their strength because of the continuous rapid march to the mountains in the east, and launched a surprise attack on the Abnalumians 3 miles south of Beneventum. As the commander of the Dionia coalition army, Alexis, of course, would not let down his guard in the unfamiliar mountains. Instead, he was even more cautious. He repeatedly requested that whether it was the Abnalumian or the Potentia army, they must send half of their troops to defend the camp that was being built. Therefore, Lesgok's surprise attack was not successful. Instead, it quickly turned into a battle between the Abnalumian and Abnalumian soldiers. Both sides first threw javelins at each other, and then killed each other with spears. Although the number of soldiers led by Lesgok was smaller, they were full of energy and had some advantages. However, with the arrival of 1,000 Dionia light infantry reinforcements from the east, Lesgok could only retreat. However, he did not stop there. He sent the 2,000 soldiers who were resting in the city to attack the Potentia army from the east. While attracting the attention of the Dionysian army, he once again personally led the 2,000 soldiers directly to the Sabato Valley to attack the Abnalumians. However, the number of soldiers used by the Dionia coalition army for defense was more than twice the number of soldiers in Beneventum. After Alexis found that the Abnalumian side seemed to have become the main target of the enemy's attack, he simply stationed a light infantry battalion in front of the Abnalumian camp. Beneventum's attack did not cause much trouble to the Abnalumian army. Instead, it increased some casualties. For Beneventum, which was lacking in troops, the life of every soldier was very precious. Lesgok could only lead the troops back. Who knew that as soon as he returned to the city, he would receive an urgent report from his men: thousands of enemies were approaching Beneventum from the east. This made Lesgok nervous. He immediately gathered the soldiers in the city and led them to the city to defend. Alexis led a battalion of heavy infantry and 3,000 Portantian soldiers as they approached the walls of Beneventum. Looking at the stone wall that was more than 7 meters high 100 meters away, Alexis recalled some of the information provided by Gurney about the city. More than 10 years ago, Beneventum was just a wooden city, and the simple wooden fences on the outside were damaged. They were only used to prevent beasts, not enemies. Because there were few civil wars between the Samanite tribes, and foreign enemies had never threatened the mountains, they had never worried about the safety of their homeland. However, after the rise of the powerful kingdom of Dionia in the south, the situation changed. The Samanite coalition army was defeated and humiliatingly surrendered to it. Even the Dionia people interfered in the internal affairs of the Samani, causing the confrontation between Beneventum and the Abnalumian. Because of this, the deeply disturbed leader Lesgok repeatedly called for the reconstruction of a strong Beneventum city in order to defend against possible foreign invasions. The leaders of the various tribes in Beneventum, who were equally disturbed, finally agreed to his suggestion. The Hilpini people had no experience in building a stone city, so Lesgok specially borrowed many Campanian slaves from Kaadim who knew how to build a city. Not only did he complete the planning of the new city, but he also found good stone materials to build the city on the north bank of the Volturno River, which was very close to the new city. After 6 long years, with the joint efforts of the various tribes in Beneventum, the new city of Beneventum was finally built. Lesgok quickly invited the Samanai priests to hold a sacrificial ceremony in Beneventum in the name of celebrating the new city, which led to the subsequent series of events. Of course, in Gurney's narration, he had nothing good to say about Lesgok and the other tribes in Beneventum, and he even accused Lesgok, who proposed the construction of the new city, of plotting against Ionia. At the same time, he also mentioned a detail: the city blueprint designed by the Campanian slaves had the concept of an acropolis, which interested the people of Beneventum very much. They simply included the end of the eastern hill parallel to the Sabato River into the city, and the area of this hill occupied half of the area of Beneventum. They also built an inner city on top of the hill. Since then, Beneventum had the Volturno River as a barrier to the north, the Sabato River flowing in front of the city in the west, and the hills as a barrier to the south. Only the eastern side was relatively flat. This was the reason why Alexis led his troops to attack from here. Alexis's gaze went past the 7-meter-high stone wall and looked at the hill that rose from the south to the north, cutting off his line of sight. It was at least 30 meters high, and there were no lush trees on it, only densely packed houses and another stone wall on top of the hill. This was one of the reasons why he did not rashly give the order to immediately attack the city after the arduous journey of 20,000 allied army soldiers. "Commander, the ballistae have been set up. Fire." After Alexis gave the order, a moment later, 10 whistling bullets bombarded the city wall, the loud noise causing the Hilpini warriors to cry out in alarm. The deterrence of Alexis's troops to Beneventum caused Lesgok to lead the main force to confront them inside the city, reducing the harassment of the Dionia allied army troops that were building a camp. At dusk, the Dionia allied army dug trenches, cleared away the weeds and trees in the camp area, and started to build a wall. The entire allied army camp was shaped like an ellipse, with the Potentia army and Abenalum army camps further north, while the Dionysian army camp was towards the southwest. This was because the eastern hills were not completely continuous and had some low hills. Considering that they needed more support for the weaker Abenalum army, Alexis extended the camp to the eastern hills, behind the Abenalum camp. This was to prevent the hills from cutting off the Abenalum camp from the main force, making it the focus of the enemy's attack. At this time, the main force of the Samanese allied army was bloated, carrying a lot of captured slaves and property, and with the harassment of the Campanian army, they had barely reached Caudium. At night, Lesgok carefully planned a night attack on the Dionia allied army camp, with the main target being the Potentia army. Although the cautious Alexis had warned Paulet in advance, the Beneventum army's night attack still caused some confusion among the inexperienced Potentia soldiers. Then, Alexis, who received the news, immediately sent reinforcements. Because Lesgok did not have enough troops, he could not further expand the advantages he had obtained. Before the enemy's reinforcements arrived, he ordered the soldiers to burn some tents and quickly retreat. On the same day, Xanthoparis led half of the reserve army, set off from the port of Annona, took a fleet, bypassed the Sorrento Peninsula, and landed on the coast near Pompeii without any hindrance. Then, he successfully recovered the looted city of Pompeii. Then, he sent troops to easily recapture the city of Aplantis, which was not far from Pompeii and was also deserted. After lunch, Xanthoparis left 200 soldiers in each of the two cities, then led 3,600 soldiers, marched east, and entered the Naconian territory. Some of the residents and priests of the small town of Barbaria, which was burned down by Segovani, had close relations with the Naconians over the years, and many of them could speak Samanese. They began to shout slogans in Samanese, such as "Avenge Quinduk," "Drive the Caudium army out," "Return Naconia to us," which resonated with the original Naconian tribesmen. Especially when they saw the familiar priests of Hades and the residents of Barbaria in the army, they immediately had a good impression of this army. Therefore, Xanthoparis' army was welcomed and supported by many Naconians, and people kept joining the army along the way. After Segovani lured Quinduk to death and occupied the territory of Naconia, because he was busy cooperating with other tribes and attacking the Campania alliance, he only slaughtered some of the Naconians who believed in Hades and forced the tribes to submit. He made them send out almost all of their young men to attack the Campania alliance. At the same time, he left 500 warriors from Caudim to guard the city of Naconia. As for the forced relocation of several large tribes in Naconia to other areas, and then the relocation of a few tribes from Caudium to Naconia to occupy the vacant land. Due to the lack of time, the various tribes in Naconia had not been implemented yet, but the tribes in Naconia had already felt the crisis of survival, especially the barbaric behavior of the Caudium warriors in the city. Every day, the people in Naconia were angered. While the warriors of Caudium stood at the top of the walls and were shocked by the enemy's huge army below, half of them were Naconian tribesmen. Xanthoparis had lined them up at the back of the formation, so the warriors on the walls could not see them clearly. The people inside the city rejoiced at the arrival of the reinforcements and began to take action. While the Caudium warriors were defending the city wall, they burned the temporary camp of the Caudium warriors in the city. Seeing the burning camp, the Caudium warriors panicked even more. How could they not know that the inside of Naconia was as dangerous as the outside of the city? Their homeland was Caudium, and they were not determined to defend the city that had nothing to do with them. So, when they saw that the situation was not good, they immediately left the city and tried to escape through the east gate where there were no enemies outside the city. Unexpectedly, javelins were shot from the houses on both sides of the street, killing and injuring the fleeing warriors. On the street in front of them, the people in the city blocked the road with wood, mud bricks, stones. This caused chaos in the escaping army. After the Caudium warriors left the city wall, the people in the city quickly opened the unguarded west gate. Xanthoparis led the soldiers in, and under the leadership of the people in the city, they began to chase the enemy. The Caudium warriors were defeated. Other than a few who escaped the city, most of the warriors were either killed or captured. Since the leaders of the tribes were under Segovani's control, the people of Naconia who were freed from Segovani's control quickly elected a few respectable elders from the tribes to negotiate with the Dionian army. Xanthoparis also took the initiative to withdraw his army from Naconia to show his sincerity. Soon, both sides reached a simple agreement. The Dionysian army would do their best to protect the safety of Naconia, but would not send troops into Naconia. The tribes in Naconia would allow Dionia to transport supplies to Abenalum and provide as much help as possible. Dionia would send the Hades priests to Naconia as soon as possible to preside over the sacred affairs and repair the temple of the Hades as soon as possible. Dionia would do its best to help the Naconian warriors who were threatened by Segovani return home. Naconia would also send people with the Dionysian army to persuade the Naconian warriors to escape. After the agreement was reached, Xanthoparis let out a long sigh of relief. There were two parts of the agreement that were very important to the allied forces of Dionia. One was the issue of food transportation. If the food was transported by sea to Poseidonia, then through the rugged mountain roads to Copsa, then to Abenalum, and finally to the allied forces' camp in Beneventum, it would take a lot of time and energy. On the other hand, if the food was transported by sea to Pompeii, then through Naconia's territory, then to Abenalum, there were thousands of meters of mountains between Naconia and Abenalum. There were only a few narrow mountain roads connecting the two places, but the distance was not too far. This also prevented the Samnite army from crossing the mountains and intercepting the food route. The entire journey would be shortened by half. Therefore, when they parted at Copsa, Alexis and Xanthoparis had already discussed their plan. Recovering Naconia was the top priority. The other was to sign a friendly agreement with the Naconians. With their help, the Naconian warriors and the Samnite army could escape from the Samnite army and weaken their strength. However, Xanthoparis did not expect that the Naconians would take the initiative to bring back the priests of Hades. Perhaps it was because Segovani's wanton persecution of the Hades believers in Naconia had stimulated the rebellious mentality of the Naconians. In this chaotic time, the arrival of the priests of Hades could help the Naconians in many aspects, such as healing, relief, and comfort. This was something that the local priests of Savone could not do. That night, the defeated army fled back to Caudium. Segovani was shocked when he learned about it. The retreat of the army and the possibility of Niconia being attacked by the enemy was within his expectations. However, they lost the southernmost land of the Caudium tribe so quickly. The role and hostility of the Naconians in this matter shocked him. On the one hand, he blocked the news to prevent the Naconian warriors from knowing. On the other hand, he sent an additional 500 warriors to Lola and Caesarea in the west, including the defeated soldiers, hoping that these two cities could become a barrier to the south of Caudium. To be honest, he was not worried about the Campanian army, but he was a little afraid of the Daionia people, even though their numbers were probably small. The next day, the Daionia coalition army continued to build the camp. With the lesson from last night, the coalition army worked harder. They cut down trees, built wooden fences, built sentry towers, and arranged the abatis. On the other hand, Lescott gradually adapted to the enemy sending troops to suppress the city and the bombardment of the ballista. He sent warriors out of the city many times to harass them. The Daionia coalition army also gradually became experienced in this and took corresponding defensive measures. After paying a small number of casualties, they forced the enemy to retreat. In the afternoon, more than 10,000 Samnese coalition army soldiers finally entered the city of Beneventum. On the same day, Xanthoparis led 3,600 soldiers out of the Niconia territory and marched north. After 2 hours of marching, they approached the city of Lola. Here, they met up with the 8,000 soldiers of the Campanian alliance from the west. The total number of soldiers reached 11,600. There were only 1,500 Caudium warriors in Lola. Of course, they were very nervous, so they closed the 4 gates and mobilized the entire city. All the warriors went up to the top of the city and prepared for defense. Under Xanthoparis's persuasion, the general of the Campanian alliance listened to him and did not rush to attack. Instead, he followed the Dionysian army and built a camp a mile southwest of Laura. The reason why Xanthoparis set up the camp here was because it was close to the mountains, making it convenient to cut down trees and use them to build camps and siege weapons. On the same day, Melisande, the commander of the 10th Legion, under the instruction of the Ministry of Military Affairs, led the remaining 4 heavy infantry battalions out of Asculum and marched north to Iki, where they met up with the 11th Legion, which only had 6 heavy infantry battalions left. Capus, the acting commander of the 11th Legion, was appointed as the temporary commander of this army by the Ministry of Military Affairs. He was actively preparing for the next military action. "It's so noisy outside. What happened?" Stolo's wife, Cornea, asked the slave girl who had just entered the house. "Mistress, they are all saying, Tustrum has surrendered to Daionia." The Sabine slave girl lowered her head, not daring to let her mistress see the irrepressible joy on her face. As Stolo and his wife were confined to their home these days, the slave girl was the one who went out to the square to collect food and gather information. She had learned from others that the status of slaves in the kingdom of Daionia was much better than in Rome, and it was easier for them to gain freedom. Therefore, in her heart, of course, she hoped that Daionia would win this war and let Rome be completely under the rule of Daionia. "Tustrum has surrendered? How is that possible?" Cornea found it hard to believe. In her memory, ever since the city of Alba Longa was destroyed by Rome, Tustrum, which also had a long history, had tried many times to occupy the Latin sacred mountain because it was next to Lake Alba Longa. It often claimed to be the center of the Latin people. Therefore, she thought that this proud city-state would resist to the end for the glory of the Latin people. She did not expect that it would surrender without even fighting a battle. Stolo sighed softly. Ever since the Daionia conquered the city of Gabii, they killed all the warriors who resisted stubbornly and turned all the other captives into slaves. This cruel practice must have frightened the surrounding city-states. Rabicum, Pedum, Artina, have surrendered one after another. Even the powerful Tiber in the northern region has surrendered to the Daionia. Now, tens of thousands of Daionia soldiers are approaching the city of Tustrum, and the hostages that Tustrum sent to Rome are now in the hands of the Daionia. These hostages once followed the Roman nobles to the Capitoline mountain and were later sent down the mountain along with thousands of the nobles' families. How could they not surrender? After listening, Cornea whispered in a trembling voice, "So many Latin city-states have surrendered. Next, will the Daionia attack Villette, Saturnicum, and Antium? Can the Rome army led by Camillus and Titus? Can they?" Can they repel them? Stola was silent. Through this period of understanding, he knew that the attacks of the Dionia were always carefully planned. They were cunning, but they were also like a storm, swift and fierce. It was the same when they conquered the city of Rome. It was the same when they conquered Venus and Casrella. It was the same when they conquered Fadini and Lomentum. It was even more so when they defeated the allied forces of Rome. It had only taken less than 10 days to conquer the city of Gabii to the surrender of Testrin. However, it had only been 2 months since the Dionia army landed on the coast of Latin, and they had already conquered more than half of the Latin region. Such a terrifying conquering ability did not give the Rome army a chance to rest and recuperate. Their morale was low, and their military strength was insufficient. Even with Camillus as the leader, could they really turn the tide? After observing the progress of the war for so long, and after many sleepless nights, Stolo felt hopeless. He also discovered that the key to the Dionysian army's rapid conquest of Latin was that they were completely different from the Celts. They had a strong ability to assimilate. Just listen to the cheers outside the house. The civilians of Rome had completely forgotten their origins and regarded themselves as members of the kingdom of Dionia. Sigh. Stolo's silence made Cornea understand. In fact, her observations over the past few days had also given her a vague answer. When her worries were confirmed, she no longer yelled and screamed. However, her hands could not help but rub the corner of her clothes tightly. Her brows were tightly knitted, and her expression kept changing. Suddenly, she grabbed her husband's hand and said anxiously and fearfully, "Stolo. Why don't you join the Dionia too?" Stolo was shocked. Before he could answer, Cornea seemed to have been inspired. She grabbed his hand tightly and said anxiously, "Yes, join the kingdom of Dionia. Only then can your father escape the danger of being defeated and captured. Only then can we persuade my father to come down the mountain and surrender. Only then can we persuade my sister and brother-in-law to surrender. Although we can't live in the city of Rome in the future, at least they won't be killed or become slaves." Stolo listened to his wife's worried narration and pleading. He could not help but hold her trembling body tightly in his arms. This time, he was really moved. Today, the reason why the people in Rome were so excited was not only because the Dionysian army had won one victory after another, but also because they were more certain that the rule of Dionia in the Latin region was getting more and more stable. It was almost impossible for the nobles of Rome to restore their rule in Rome. Their newly obtained land and rights would never be taken away again. Moreover, they also knew that the army that had been fighting outside for more than 10 days was about to return to Rome. This included 6,000 Roman soldiers. Although it was a tough battle to attack Gabii city, there was only continuous marching and accepting surrender. The casualties of the soldiers were not high, but in this chaotic situation, the people of Rome hoped to see their loved ones alive and kicking in front of them. When it was almost noon, nearly 30,000 Dionia soldiers led by Printos arrived in Rome. The king of Devers personally led the officials of Rome out of the city to welcome them. He announced, "In order to commend the soldiers for their contributions to the kingdom, we will hold a grand banquet for them at noon. And after the banquet, there will be a rugby league match." When the soldiers heard the news, the fatigue and running of the past few days suddenly disappeared without a trace. They burst into deafening cheers. Since the founding of Dionysia, this was the first time a banquet was held during a war. Divers' main consideration was that this was the first time such a large number of Dionysian soldiers were away from home, and they had been fighting on foreign soil for such a long time. Hence, they must be given a chance to relax. Now that the situation in the entire Latin region was gradually becoming clearer, and the order in Rome was becoming more stable, the Devers dared to make such a decision. Over the past month or so, the Dionysian army had captured cities one after another and forced the city-states to surrender. They had seized a large amount of food, livestock, and belongings. Of course, it was not a problem to prepare a banquet. But in fact, there was no need to consume a large amount of grain. The chef of the Devers served as the chef of the entire banquet. The dishes carefully prepared for each soldier were quite rich: a pot of steaming mutton soup, a piece of fragrant fried beef, a grilled river fish smoked with herbs, a handful of washed cabbage that could be dipped in sauce, a small cup of cooked chickpeas, a handful of olives and nuts, a piece of baked honey bread, and of course, a bottle of watered wine. in order to prepare for this grand banquet, more than 500 fat sheep and nearly 100 cows were slaughtered in the city of Rome. For the past 2 days, the soldiers stationed in the city had caught thousands of pounds of fish from the Tiber River with fishing nets. The soldiers of each legion enjoyed the food in their barracks. The 6,000 reserve soldiers of Rome did not have their own barracks. After obtaining the consent of the Devers, Sextus led them to the Mars Square in the northeast of Rome for a meal. The City Hall of Rome borrowed the kitchens of nearly 100 civilian families on Mount Palatine and hired their chefs to prepare dishes under the guidance of the chef of the Devers. The logistical barracks of each legion sent their personnel one after another to Mount Palatine in order to collect the food. The scene was very spectacular, stretching from Mount Palatine to all directions of the city. The king of the Devers took Protocatax to the barracks of each legion to participate in the celebration banquet under the escort of the guards. Every time he arrived at a barrack, he would walk among the soldiers with a glass of wine and talk to them cordially. At the same time, he would let Protocatax replace him to toast the officers and soldiers who performed well to show encouragement. It was not until this moment that all the legionnaires truly knew that the quiet young man who often stood behind the king, the young man who led the fierce attack at the last moment of the siege of Fadini and Gabii, was not an officer of the palace guards, but the prince of the kingdom of Dionia. The soldiers were surprised, but they also had a favorable impression of this gentle young man. One after another, they toasted him. Protocatax didn't refuse any of the toasts. By the time he finished visiting each barracks, he was already swaying and talking drunkenly. The Devers had to let the guards help him back to his room to rest. Finally, the group of Devers arrived at the Mars Square. Sextus led the officers to welcome the arrival of the king of the Devers. However, the Devers proposed to stay and dine with the civilian soldiers of Rome who had just joined the kingdom of Dionia. Not only the officers, but even Sextus, who was more familiar with the Devers, was surprised. Before he could find a reason to refuse, the Devers had walked straight to the soldiers and sat on the grass without hesitation. Marcius brought him a serving of food, and he began to eat while chatting with the soldiers with the help of the interpreter. It was the first time that the civilians of Rome were eating with a king. Not only did this king hold great power, but he was also rumored to be a descendant of the Greek gods. Hence, they were curious and nervous. However, seeing that the king was not putting on airs and chatting with them in a very gentle manner, they gradually let go of their inhibitions and dared to talk to the Devers about some of the problems they were facing now. The Devers patiently responded to them one by one. As a result, soldiers continued to pour in. Although it made the guards busier, the atmosphere became livelier and livelier. At the end of the banquet, the Devers asked, "The next rugby game is going to be played. What are your preparations?" The soldiers responded at once, expressing roughly the same idea. Although they also wanted to participate in the game, they did not understand the sport at all and were afraid of making a fool of themselves in the game. The Devers smiled and told them, "In the kingdom of Dionia, rugby is very popular with the citizens. The game is intense and exciting. It can show the player's strength, speed, wisdom, and overall tactical cooperation. I believe that you will soon fall in love with it after you get to know it." The Devers continued to surprise them. He said, "This sport was inspired by Hades in my dream and then taught to the soldiers of Dionia. So, you can rest assured that I will soon teach you how to play rugby, and I will personally take you to the game." The soldiers were very excited after hearing that and actively asked to participate. From time to time, bursts of laughter broke out in the Piazza de Mars. Considering that there were 10 teams participating in the afternoon rugby game, they were the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th legions, the 1st and 2nd Cavalry legions, the Lucania Reserve Legion, and the Rome Reserve Team. The games would be held in the Arena of Rome and the Piazza de Mars, and the vast Piazza de Mars had also been opened up for 3 games. In addition to the soldiers stationed at the top of the city wall to defend against foreign enemies, the soldiers sent to scout the enemies around Rome, and the soldiers patrolling the streets to maintain order, not only the soldiers of the legions, but also the merchants and attendants of Dionia who came to trade in Rome to watch the game. It also attracted some people from Rome and the surrounding towns such as Venus and Fidena. In the past, in addition to plays and sports competitions, the only entertainment that the people of Rome could watch was the gladiator games. This was a cruel entertainment that the people of Rome had learned from the Etruscans. The audience was stimulated by the killing of the slaves in the arena. Especially in the past decade, with the increase of wars and the increase of captives, there of gladiator games in Rome. It was their first time watching a Dionia rugby game. The grand scale of the game and the intense physical confrontation first attracted their attention. It did not take long for them to discover the overall cooperation between the two teams in offense and defense. The battle of wits and courage in the fast-paced game was also very interesting. All of these made them feel the profoundness and interest of this sport. Every time the referee blew the whistle to make a penalty, the coaches on the sidelines would promptly change the formation, and every player who came off the field would clap their hands to the sidelines. All of these made them realize the rigor, formality, and elegance of this sport. Therefore, the complicated rules of the game did not give the people of Rome a headache. Instead, it made the people of Rome, who were used to making laws and abiding by them, ponder the mystery of the game more carefully. After a few games, they, like the soldiers and spectators of the other legions, cheered for every attack scored by the players on the field, and sighed for every mistake made by the players. The Devers really fulfilled their promise and personally led the Rome players to the game. The spectators on the sidelines suddenly exclaimed and cheered, but the players of the Second Legion, who were the opponents of the game, were a little unhappy. As the coach, the commander of the Second Legion, Matones, immediately came over to protest. However, the Devers said, "These Rome soldiers have never played rugby before, and it is their first time playing against you. If I don't play, then you will win easily, and it will be unfair to the other legions." Under the Devers' insistence, the players of the Second Legion had no choice but to accept it. Of course, the Devers would be the quarterback, because that was the only way he could lead the whole team. Although he was already 40 years old, he persisted in exercising every day, so he had good stamina. Besides, the players of the Second Legion became a little timid in front of the king, whom they usually respected. They did not engage in fierce confrontations with him, so the Devers could organize the offense more easily. The news that the king of the Devers was going to play soon spread to all the legions. This was a miracle that was rarely seen in more than a decade. The soldiers rushed to the field one after another. They surrounded the field 3 floors away from the field and 3 floors away from the field. Every time the Devers caught the ball or threw the ball, it would cause thunderous cheers from the sidelines, which also caused a lot of psychological pressure on the players of the Second Legion. Under his command, the Rome players gradually began to play well, and they even scored a touchdown. Coupled with the natural tenacity and tenacious defense of the Rome players, the score was never pulled apart. This made the players of the Second Legion a little anxious, and their movements became bigger. The confrontation also became more intense. Under such circumstances, the Devers began to be targeted. There was even one time when he was knocked to the ground by an opponent who was so anxious that he lost his mind. The audience outside the field exclaimed. Matones and the players were so scared that they quickly came over to comfort the Devers. The Devers got up, shook his head, and tried his best to smile. Then, he comforted the perpetrator who was at a loss and told him gently, "I'm fine. It's a rugby game, and it should be played like this." The heartwarming scene once again made the audience at the sidelines applaud enthusiastically. After the game resumed, Matones suddenly had an idea. He shouted to the bench, "Adoris! Adoris!" Adoris, who was wearing a simple game uniform, immediately ran to Matones and said excitedly, "Legion Commander, it's my turn to play?" "Yes." Matones said affirmatively, "When you get on the field, you'll be the central defense. Defend against the opponent's quarterback." "Ah? Defend my father?" Adoris was dumbfounded. "There's no other way. No one else dares to defend against His Majesty seriously. Only you can." Matones shrugged helplessly. He then looked at him and said in a deep voice, "Listen, kid. We can't lose to the Rome players who are new to the game. Otherwise, the Second Legion will become the joke of all the legions in Dionia. As a soldier of the Second Legion, do you want that?" "No." Adoris answered without hesitation. "Very good. Go on the field and defend well." Matones encouraged him loudly and pushed him onto the field. Next, the Rome reserve team attacked. After both teams landed in their positions, the Devers saw Adoris standing in front of his teammate. He was slightly stunned and said, "Adoris, it's your turn." "Father, I won't let you pass the ball so easily again." Adorus said nervously. The Devers raised his eyebrows and said, "Oh, then give it a try." Indeed, Adorus did not have as many scruples as his other teammates. Although he was a little reserved in the beginning, he gradually let go of his hands and feet. There was no longer a scene of the father and son chasing each other, causing the soldiers outside to laugh out loud. The people of Rome who did not know the reason also laughed after they asked about it. As a result, the battle on the field was intense, and the people outside the field were laughing non-stop. Of course, once the players of the Second Legion got serious and the Devers were restricted, the newbie Rome soldiers were no match for them. However, when the game ended, many of the players walked off the field reluctantly. Just this game alone had made them fall in love with this sport. When the King Devers came off the field, the crowd cheered for him to continue the game. The Devers smiled and waved to the crowd to thank them. Due to the time constraint, the second round immediately began after the first knockout round. There were thousands of soldiers in each legion, and all of them knew how to play rugby. They could be rotated at any time, so there was no need for them to rest. The final match was between the First Legion and the Second Legion. The two legions were among the best in the kingdom. Not only did they compete with each other in military affairs, but they also competed with each other in other aspects. Naturally, they gave their all in this game. Therefore, the game was quite intense. The audience at the side of the field was also very nervous, and they could not help but cheer for both sides. There was another interesting scene in the game. Matones once again used his trump card. He sent Adorus to specifically attack Patroclus, the quarterback of the First Legion. The scene of the brother-in-law against the brother-in-law was played again, and it added a little more interest to the tense game. The Devers in the field were also very happy. It happened that Adorus made a crucial tackle that caused Patroclus to drop the ball, and the Second Legion won the championship by a narrow margin. When the game ended, it was almost dusk, but the lively atmosphere in the city had yet to dissipate. The soldiers of the various legions were still fiercely discussing their mistakes and regrets in the game. The soldiers of Rome and the people were still savoring the joy and excitement that the rugby game brought to them. Of course, the King Devers was also one of the topics that they were talking about. They did not expect the king of Dionia, who was usually high and mighty, to be so approachable. He was able to mingle with the ordinary people and was closer to them than the senators of Rome, who claimed to be the father of the people. This made them even more fond of the kingdom of Dionia. "Father. I'm sorry I'm late," said Crotocatax apologetically as he hurried into the living room. As he had just sobered up, his voice was still a little hoarse. "Sit down, everyone has been waiting for you for a while." The Devers sitting at the head of the table looked at him with concern and said in a gentle tone, "Now you know the disadvantages of drinking too much. You should control your drinking in the future. It's too uncomfortable to be drunk." "I'll try not to drink in the future." It was Crotocatax's first time getting drunk. He rubbed his dizzy head and replied in a low voice. "You just need to drink less, but it's impossible not to drink. Otherwise, you won't be able to get along well with the soldiers." A voice came from the side. Crotocatax quickly turned his head and called out in a friendly tone, "Brother. Thank you for the reminder." He then turned to the other side and nodded in greeting, "Hello, brother-in-law." Patroclus smiled and nodded. He also suggested in a friendly manner, "I also felt uncomfortable the first time I got drunk. At that time, my captain gave me some honey water to drink, and I felt much better very quickly." "Honey water? I'll try it later." Crotocatax expressed his gratitude and sat down next to Adorus. The Devers made a gesture to the servant standing at the side, and dinner was quickly placed on the table. The Devers smiled and slowly swept his gaze across Adorus, Crotocatax, and Patroclus. He said in a calm tone, "There's an old saying in the East, father and son are soldiers in battle. It means that when a father and son go to battle at the same time, they will often be very united and win the battle. For this expedition to Latin, all the adult men in our family are present. I'm ashamed that I've been here for almost 2 months. Because of the intense war, busy government affairs, and to avoid arousing suspicion, I haven't been able to give you more attention. Today is a rare opportunity, so I asked the 3 of you to come over tonight. We'll get together as a family, eat, drink, and talk. I'm very happy." The battles are so frequent and fierce, but none of you suffered any serious injuries. This is the greatest fortune. So, this first glass of wine, we want to thank Hades for blessing us." As he spoke, the Devers raised his glass. Adoris and Patroclus also raised their glasses. Only Clotho Catax was a little hesitant. "Clotho, you've just woken up. Drink some honey water," said the Devers. His words made Clotho Catax change his mind. He asked the servant to add more water to the wine and then poured a cup. After praying silently to Hades, the four of them emptied the cup. "Your Majesty." Patroclus put down the goblet, filled it again, and said, "I should, ugh." Devers solemnly corrected her, "I said this is a family gathering. Why are you still calling me that? What did you call me, like Cynthia?" Patroclus hesitated for a moment before calling out respectfully, "Father." Devers responded with a smile. "That's wrong. Should I drink a glass as punishment?" Adoris looked at Patroclus with bright eyes. Patroclus emptied the glass in one gulp and then pointed the empty glass at Adoris. To be honest, although Patroclus was Adoris's brother-in-law, the two of them had never had a meal together. Patroclus's straightforwardness immediately suited Adoris's temperament, and he immediately returned a toast. "Haha, Patroclus, Cynthia is my eldest daughter. She helped us take care of the other children since she was young, so they all respect Cynthia. You married her, so Adoris and the others are a little resentful," Devers purposely said in a joking tone. Adoris touched his nose awkwardly. Clotho Catax was slightly shocked in his heart, but it had already been more than 2 years. He had already accepted this fact and had even forgotten the feelings in his heart. Patroclus smiled and filled the glass again. He said, "Father, what I wanted to say was, the helmet that Clotho gave me was very good. It even saved my life. When I was defending Ostia, I was fighting with the enemy. An arrow hit the side of my helmet. The helmet resisted the impact of the arrow and didn't make me dizzy. Instead, it gave the enemy an opportunity." Patroclus touched his head and recalled the dangerous situation at that time. He said with lingering fear, "So, I have to toast you, Clotho. Thank you very much. You saved my life." Patroclus stood up and sincerely raised his glass to Clotho Catax. Clotho Catax hurriedly stood up and said, "What father said just now was wrong. We didn't blame you for marrying my sister. Instead, we thanked my sister for bringing us such a good brother-in-law. Now that we are a family, helping each other is what we should do. On the contrary, according to the tradition of Dionia, I should first toast to you, brother-in-law." Devers was very satisfied that Clotho Catax was able to overcome his previous emotional entanglement and behave so generously and appropriately. He looked at the 2 clinking glasses and happily patted the table. That's right, this is a family." Then, Devers picked up another glass of wine and said loudly, "This second glass of wine is to thank you for your outstanding performance in this war. Patroclus, as the captain of the First Legion, you were able to keep a cool head and command the troops well in these difficult battles, such as rescuing Wolsey, attacking Rome, defending Ostia. In these difficult battles, you were able to take the lead and boost the morale of the troops. I'm very proud of you. Adoris, in the battle of intercepting the Roman reinforcements and capturing Fidonia and Gabi city, not only did you perform very bravely, but you also led your team well. That's why you are promoted to the position of division leader. It's not because Matonis wants to please you because you are my son. You earned it with your own achievements. I'm proud of you, Clotho. You have just turned 18 years old, and this is your first time on the battlefield. Originally, I just wanted you to feel the atmosphere of the battlefield, and I didn't plan to let you fight the enemy alone, but you volunteered to fight many times. You participated in the battle of intercepting the reinforcements from Rome, defending Ostia, and attacking Fedini and Gabi. Especially during the attack on Gabi, at the most critical moment, you bravely led the palace guards to the top of the city wall, and made the first contribution to the attack on Gabi. You are already an excellent soldier, and I'm very proud of you, so, this glass of wine is to the 3 outstanding young men of my family. You have brought glory to the royal family with your outstanding performance. I thank you." Devers stood up and raised his glass to the 3 of them with a sincere expression. Then, he drank the wine in one gulp. Clotocatax, Adoris, and Patroclus listened to Devers's words, and all of them were in high spirits. After looking at each other and smiling, they raised their glasses and toasted back to Devers. Devers filled their glasses again, looked at them, and said earnestly, "This is the last glass of wine, to our loved ones. We are fighting at the front, and they are worried at the back. Adoris, Clotho, your two mothers send a letter every day, and most of the contents are asking about your situation in Latin. What did you eat today? Did you participate in the battle? Did you get hurt in the battle?" In order to make them feel at ease, I have to spend a lot of energy writing nice words to comfort them every day. It's the same for you, Patroclus. Cynthia writes you letters every day, and I'm sure they are filled with concern for you. So, you have to remember that we are fighting for the peace of our home. Don't be overly engrossed in the battle, and forget your loved ones who are worried about you at the back. The expressions of the three of them, who had been in high spirits just a moment ago, instantly became grave. Patroclus thought of his wife who loved him deeply, and who was still pregnant. Clotocatax thought of Agnes's mother who doted on him, and Chrystoia's mother who seemed strict on the surface, but was actually very caring. Adoris thought of Chrystoia's mother, who had always been very caring towards him, and his sister, who had taken care of him since he was young. The three of them silently raised their glasses, and then drank it in one gulp, full of emotion. The living room was silent for a while, before Devers said, "All right, the 3 glasses of wine have been drunk. Next, let's eat and chat. Clotho, your stomach isn't feeling well, so I've specially made some oatmeal for you. Have some. First." The servant had already brought the steaming hot rice porridge to Clotocatax's table. He scooped a spoonful and slowly drank it. The dinner prepared for them at night was beef and mutton hot pot, because Devers felt that it would be more lively for a family to eat this. However, Patroclus and Adoris had already eaten quite a lot at the banquet at noon, so their appetites weren't that great. After a few simple bites, Adoris couldn't help but ask, "Father, should we attack the Roman army hiding in the colony city southwest of Latin next?" "Yes." Devers confirmed his question, and said clearly, "Rome is a vicious wolf. We should take advantage of its injuries to intensify our attacks, and not give it a chance to recover. This is to prevent it from biting us in the back. So, I've decided to personally lead the army tomorrow, and attack the colony city southwest of Rome, as well as the other Latin city-states that haven't surrendered yet." "Will our legion also participate?" Adoris asked hurriedly. "The 2nd Legion will go with me." After Devers finished, he looked at Patroclus. "The 1st Legion will temporarily stay in Rome, and together with the Lucania Reserve Legion, they will help the governor assists to maintain the order and stability in Rome. At the same time, you will need to send the injured soldiers back to Turii, and the Turii Reserve soldiers will also need to rush to Rome to fill the gap of the 1st Legion. When the 1st Legion completes the reorganization, the 2nd Legion will rush back to Rome to exchange with you. In this way, I hope that while we destroy the Roman army, we can restore the full combat effectiveness of the legions as soon as possible. Because we have enough manpower, we also have enough military food reserves now." "Father, is it because the situation in the south has changed?" Patroclus asked hurriedly. Devers was very satisfied with his sharp battle instincts. An outstanding senior officer should be like this. His eyes should not be focused on a single battle, but should be able to see the entire situation. He looked at the other two. Adoris and Clotocatax also looked at him with concern. They had been fighting in Latin and had little access to the outside world. Devers felt that it was necessary to let them know about the situation in other battlefields. Ever since Alexis defeated the Samnian army in Asculum and Venosa twice, the Samnian people no longer attacked the kingdom's territory. Instead, they launched a large-scale attack on the Campanian alliance, capturing Pompeii, Herculaneum, Tessara, and other cities. Finally, they besieged Naples. Isn't the Campania alliance in danger of being destroyed? Did we send troops to rescue them? Clotocatax asked in shock. Devers smiled and said, "Before attacking the Campania alliance, something else happened. Great leader Caiutini lured Quindec, the leader of Niconia, who had always been neutral, to death and occupied the territory of Niconia. His actions obviously provoked Gurney of Abenalum. Not only did he decide to make Abenalum a free city of Dionia, but he also helped us to attack the Samnite tribal alliance. Therefore, the Ministry of Military Affairs made a new battle plan and let Alexis lead the army to attack the Samanai Mountains from the east. Father, I remember that you have repeatedly reminded the Ministry of Military Affairs not to let the army attack the Samanai Mountains. Clotho-Katax exclaimed. He was a little worried that Helos and Felicius of the Ministry of Military Affairs would be reprimanded by his father for making the decision without authorization. Yes, I have given such an order before. Divers, on the other hand, looked calm. He said, but now the situation has changed. The Ministry of Military Affairs has secretly ordered Potentia to gather soldiers and quietly rendezvous with the army of Abenalim. They are familiar with the Samanese mountains and are good at mountain warfare. The Samanese wanted to lure us to attack the mountains, but we set up an ambush in Aquilonia and completely defeated their main force hidden in the mountains. Now, Alexis was leading a coalition army of nearly 20,000 to attack Beneventum. The Samone coalition army that was besieging Naples had to retreat. In this way, we will be able to take the lead in the battle against the Samone people. Whether it is confronting the Samone coalition in Beneventum, or joining forces with the Campania alliance to attack the Samone towns on the eastern plains, or our remaining troops in the Downey area, taking advantage of the great opportunity that the enemy's main force is pinned down to continue to attack other towns in the Samone mountains. So, they don't need our help in the war with the Samanai. Adorus's tone was a little disappointed. He then asked, Father, what about the situation in Sicily? Divers put on a serious expression and said slowly, ever since Plessis defeated the Carthaginian army in Minoa, not long after, our Sicilian fleet and the Carthaginian fleet had a huge battle on the sea near Serenus. In the end, a storm on the sea destroyed almost all the warships of both sides. Flarios drowned, and there's still no news of Sequirion. More than 10,000 sailors died. What? The three of them showed a shocked expression. They never thought that while they were fighting in the north, there would be such a terrible loss in the south. Devers continued, the Fourth Fleet has been transferred to Sicily, and we still have the advantage in the sea. Carthage led his troops to capture Serenus, and the remaining troops of the Carthage army were entrenched in a few important towns, not daring to attack. So Alexis sent his troops to plunder and destroy the areas ruled by the Carthage people in Sicily, in order to achieve the goal of taking the initiative to defend. However, the crushing defeat of the Carthage army caused Carthage's governor of Iberia, Margo, to become the new commander of the Carthage army. Now, the entire coast of Africa and Iberia are gathering soldiers and forming armies, preparing to land in Sicily. A new war is about to begin. We must get rid of the Rome and the Samanai as soon as possible and rush to the south to fight our greatest enemy, the Carthage, to the death. Devers' words made the three young people feel the urgency of the situation, but at the same time, it also made them feel excited. On the day when Devers held a banquet in the city of Rome, held a competition, and rewarded the soldiers, the port of Utica welcomed a large fleet of Iberian troops. Utica, a city on the mainland of Africa, was second only to the Phoenician city of Carthage. It was located on the coast about 110 miles west of the city of Carthage. Margo's ship was the first to dock. Dressed in military uniform, he walked onto the dock. The elders, led by Preta Cuba, immediately came forward to greet him. Lord Margo, welcome back. Margo gave Preta Cuba a warm hug and said emotionally, You've worked hard, Preta Cuba. It's all thanks to you that I've been away for the past few years. It's all thanks to you. Preta Cuba patted his thick shoulder and said excitedly, It's good that you're back. Now that you're back, we have hope. Then Margo warmly greeted the other elders of the Magonid faction. Lord Margo, welcome. You've finally led the army here. An old man with white hair and beard greeted him. Dear Lord Esiaruba. Facing the leader of the neutral faction, Esiaruba, whose reputation in the Senate was second only to Hanno, Margo still bowed and said solemnly, Carthage is in danger. As the descendant of the city's founder, how can I sit back and do nothing? I'm glad that you can think this way and do this. This is what all the citizens of Carthage expect from you. Esiaruba said seriously. All? Margo sneered and pointed to the elders who came to greet him. That's not right. At least, some people who haven't been here. Don't think so. These elders who haven't come have gathered more than 60,000 soldiers for you, and are also gathering a huge amount of food to supply this army for you. They are also urging the shipyards and other allies to speed up the construction of warships. So don't be overly suspicious of your compatriots. They are also making their own efforts for the future of Carthage. Xianxia said earnestly. This made Margot hesitate. He thought for a moment and his tone became gentler. Unlike the natives of Syracuse, Numibia, and Iberia, the Dionia are our real strong enemies. We need to do our best to defeat them. Therefore, I will do my best to maintain the unity of Carthage, and I hope that Lord Xianxia can play a greater role in this regard. Don't worry, the previous fiasco has taught us a lesson. Whether it's Hanno, me, or the other elders, we all hope that you can win, because if you fail, it will mean disaster for Carthage. We will do our best to support you until the Dionia are driven out of Sicily and their king is forced to choose humiliating peace talks. Xianxia promised. Margot expressed his gratitude, then turned to look at the port, waiting for his generals to gather the soldiers ashore and lead them out of Utica. Among the more than 20,000 soldiers led by Margot, there were not many Carthage and Phoenicians. Like the army led by Hasdrubal, most of them were mercenaries. Their different appearance and attire not only attracted the curious onlookers of the people of Utica, but also caused the elders who came to greet them to comment on them. At this time, a few more ships docked, and a group of strong men in striped trousers disembarked from the ships. They were all abnormally burly, muscular, and hairy. Their bodies were embroidered with strange tattoos, messy short hair, unkempt beards, and ferocious faces. As soon as they came ashore, the people at the port cried out in alarm. This seemed to agitate them. One by one, they used the long swords in their left hands to hit the long shields in their right hands, and they roared, looking even more ferocious. Most of the onlookers of Utica turned around and fled, and for a moment, the scene was a little chaotic. Fortunately, their leader stopped them in time. However, this did not guarantee that they would be able to line up at the port obediently. A group of terrifying barbarians. Are they also from Iberia? Xianxia asked in surprise. The Celts of the northern mountains of Iberia. They do not fear death when they fight, and the other natives of Iberia fear them. It just so happened that there was a flash flood in their area, and their livestock and food were washed away. Facing a famine, I used thousands of cattle and sheep to exchange for their help. I believe that with them, our war against Dionia will be smoother. Margot said confidently. I hope so. However, this is also the reason why the Senate did not allow your troops to land at the port of Carthage. I hope you can manage your troops well and not cause any trouble here, which will leave a bad impression on the people, Xianxia reminded him solemnly. Margot once again expressed his gratitude for Xianxia's kind reminder. After all the soldiers came ashore, Margot's subordinates gathered them and took them away from the city of Utica. They began to set up camp outside the city, while Margot followed the senators to the city of Carthage. In the past decade or so, although Margot had lived in southern Iberia for a long time, he had returned to the city of Carthage many times. However, he never expected to encounter such a situation today. Almost all the people of the city ran out and crowded on both sides of the road. As soon as he entered the city, thunderous cheers sounded around him. The people shouted his name and threw petals at him. Margot had never been treated like this before. He was shocked and looked at Pretacuba, who was next to him, with a puzzled expression. Pretacuba looked at him and said meaningfully, "Sir, this is not our intention, but the cheers of the people from the bottom of their hearts. Since the outbreak of the war, we have suffered a crushing defeat. The army of Dionia is ravaging our land in Sicily, and the warships of Dionia have attacked our merchant ships sailing to the west of Sicily from time to time. The people of the Sicilian colony have been displaced, and trade has declined sharply. They have now deeply realized that Carthage needs a hero to defeat the strong enemy and restore the prosperity of Carthage. I understand, I will let them see it." Margot looked dignified, raised his right hand, and waved to the audience around him. The cheers became even more enthusiastic. "Look, the king of Iberia is here, making himself look like a hero," Akradin said sarcastically as he looked at the people surrounding him and walking to the Senate. "Hero? That will have to wait until he defeats Dionia," Tepenlako sneered. "He has brought more than 20,000 troops, and 60,000 troops have been prepared for him here. There are also 30,000 to 40,000 troops in Sicily, a total of 110,000 to 20,000 strong troops. This is the most powerful army in the history of Carthage. I am afraid that whoever is the commander of this army will easily win. Another elder said disdainfully. The elders at the entrance of the Senate were discussing in whispers. Hanno, who was standing at the forefront, looked calm. Although he did not say a word, his heart was in turmoil. He had spent more than 10 years of effort to eliminate the influence of the Maganid family on Carthage. Even if the immediate family was driven out of Carthage, he had always been vigilant against Mago. Listening to the cheers of the whole city, it showed that the Maganid family still had a great influence in Carthage. The reason why the people of Carthage were so enthusiastic was because they were worried about the war in Sicily. If he had a capable general, how could the situation in the city become like this? Looking at Margot approaching him, Hanno was annoyed and jealous, but he kept a calm face because he did not want to leave a bad impression that he was the one who had stopped Margot from leading the army into battle. Welcome, Brother Ma. Hanno's face was full of smiles as he praised loudly, with you here, there is hope for our war against Dionia. That's why we've gathered enough soldiers and prepared enough rations for you, just so we can hear the news of your victory as soon as possible. Hearing his words of praise and looking at his seemingly sincere smile, Margot felt disgusted and could not help saying, Carthage is in danger. If it weren't for someone's obstruction, I would have come earlier. Hanno acted as if he didn't hear it. His smile remained unchanged as he made an inviting gesture. Margot entered the Senate with his head held high. Oakleton moved closer to Hanno and wanted to say something. Hanno stopped him with a meaningful look. In the meeting hall, Margot gave a speech to the senators. He solemnly outlined the current dangerous situation Carthage was facing and thanked the senators for their trust in him. Finally, he made an impassioned promise that he would do his best to reverse the current unfavorable situation, defeat the Dionysian army, drive Dionia out of Sicily, and at the same time force Dionia not to invade Carthage's ally, Rome. He also forced Dionia to open its domestic trade to Carthage merchants to a greater extent, and forced it to reduce the size of the navy that posed a threat to Carthage. What Margot said was exactly what the senators wanted, so they responded with warm applause. At this time, Oakleton stood up while applauding and said coldly, very exciting speech. But a few months ago, Monteardino also said the same thing, but what happened? A can of cold water was poured on the excited Margot. He was even more angry that the other party actually compared him to that incompetent person. He immediately refuted loudly that idiot Monteardino was originally incapable of commanding this war. If it weren't for the insistence of some people, he would not have been able to serve as the commander at all. As a result, he treated war as a child's play and suffered a crushing defeat, causing Carthage to suffer huge losses. Shouldn't this responsibility be pursued to the end? Hanno raised his eyebrows. Oakleton laughed and said, Monteardino is an incompetent person? This is really funny. He has fought in Namibia for many years, never suffered a defeat, and won a large piece of land for Carthage. This achievement is no less than what you have done in Iberia. This is why the senators unanimously elected him as the commander. Even so, after suffering a defeat, he was severely punished. If there is a problem with this punishment imposed by the Senate, then I would like to ask Lord Hanno. More than a decade ago, Hilmico and you were defeated by Dionysius one after another, causing about half of the citizens of Carthage to lose their lives in Sicily. The losses suffered are much greater than Monteardino's defeat, but have you ever suffered the same punishment as Monteardino? Is this fair? You're talking nonsense. Margot was furious when the old scar was reopened, and he immediately scolded loudly. An imperceptible smile appeared on Hanno's face. Pretacuba immediately stood up and shouted, Lord Oakleton, now that the army has gathered and is about to fight with the people of Dionia, this will determine the fate of our Carthage. Yet you say these words at this time to disturb the morale of the army. What do you mean? Don't scare me, Pretacuba. I have no other intention. I just wanted to ask Lord Margot, but before I finished, I didn't expect him to react so violently. Oakleton shrugged, with an innocent look, and then said, what I wanted to say just now is that everyone can say good words, but it must be implemented in action. It is not easy for us to gather so many citizens to go out to fight. And it is even more difficult to collect enough military supplies for this huge army. Our treasury, our taxes, the gold and silver we excavate, all of them are invested in this war, and we can't support this war for a long time. So I want to ask, Lord Margot, can you give us a specific deadline to fulfill the promise you just said? Margot was stunned. Oakleton's words were approved by many senators. After all, Margot and Hanno had been arguing for more than a month, which could be said to have delayed the battle. Now that he had the army in his hands, if the delay continued, the senators would be at a loss. Even Isiaruba took the initiative to stand up and said, Lord Margot, Oakleton is right. The consumption of hundreds of thousands of soldiers is huge. We do need a more specific deadline so that the whole of Carthage can grit their teeth and do their best to provide the army supplies during this period. Pretacuba fiercely winked at Margot. Margot originally thought that if he could get the full support of Carthage and set a deadline, it would not be a bad thing. But when he saw the look in Pretacuba's eyes, he was a little hesitant. It seems that Lord Margot is not very confident in defeating the people of Dionia, Tepanlaco said sarcastically. Margot stared at Tepanlaco, then his sharp eyes swept to Hanno, who was also looking at him. He smiled disdainfully and said loudly, We all know that Dionia is a powerful country, and the war between us and Dionia will not end in a short time. I also know what you mean by saying this, but I am still willing to set a deadline, not only to urge myself, but also to give the people of Carthage hope. 1 year. Within a year, I will do my best to drive the forces of Dionia out of Sicily. The main force of the Samnite coalition entered Beneventum. The next day, they received news that Lollo was besieged by the enemy. As soon as Segovani received the news, he immediately called for a military meeting and said anxiously, We will go to war immediately and repel the Dionia coalition in the south. Then, we will lead the army back to Lola. Of course, Lescok did not agree with this proposal. He patiently advised, Leader Segovani, the city of Lola is strong, and the garrison is not small. The enemy will not be able to take it in a short time. You don't have to be too anxious. You should know that the enemy outside Beneventum has a large number of people, and they have built a relatively complete camp. If we attack them head-on, our losses will inevitably be great, and we may not succeed. However, with such a large army of Dionia coming from afar, the supply of military food has become a big problem. As long as we send a few troops to sneak into the mountains, bypass their camp, attack the road between Abenalum and their camp, and cut off their food transportation, the people of Dionia will not have enough to eat, and they will definitely panic. Then, it will be time for us to attack. Once we defeat the main force of the Dionia coalition, our situation will be much better. I agree with Lescok's opinion. We have fewer troops now, so we should be cautious, Badani said. After all, the Dionia's army could not threaten Bentney's territory. Of course, he did not want to take the risk. As for Cobruk, he was a little hesitant. Although Caracini's territory was far from the threat of Dionia's attack, as an old man who had always protected the interests of the Samnite race with a tough attitude, it was against his nature to adopt a prudent strategy. However, Caracini warriors had the least number of the 4 major races, and after several battles, they had suffered considerable losses. He had no choice but to pay attention to this problem, so in the end, he agreed with Lescok's suggestion. Segovani was annoyed, but he had to follow the decision. Ever since Alexis learned that the main force of the Samnite army was stationed in Beneventum, she no longer sent troops to Beneventum. She also withdrew the ballista team, but the improvement and reinforcement of the entire camp continued. Although the intensity of the Samnite's attacks on the Allied army camp was increasing, the improved camp provided enough protection for the soldiers. The warriors of Potentia and Abenalum, who had not fought for more than 10 years, also gained a lot of experience from the successful defense, and their responses were getting better and better. Amidst the incessant sounds of battle, the camp of the allied Dionians dug deep trenches, built thick earthen ramparts, sturdy wooden fences, towering sentry towers, and set up densely packed abatis and traps. The warriors sent by the Samnite allied army to attack the grain route were idle because Alexis had stored enough food in the camp in advance. The next day, bad news came to the city of Beneventum. Equum was besieged by the Dionysian army. Equum, a town of Hilpini, was located in the east of Beneventum, on the edge of the eastern mountains of Samnite, not far from the Downey area. It was neither located on the top of a mountain like Aquilonia, which was easy to defend and difficult to attack, nor was it like Beneventum, which had a large population. Half of the small population had been recruited by the allied tribal forces, and the Dionysian army that surrounded it was said to have nearly 10,000 people. The four leaders knew that if there were no reinforcements, Equum would fall very soon. But when Xianxia saw Segovani sneering at him, he remembered what he had said to him yesterday, so he did not mention the reinforcements at all. Instead, he thought about how to persuade the Equum warriors in the army and appease the other tribal people who were wavering. But Bardani said worriedly, "The kingdom of Dionia has a large population and so many allies. They can gather much more soldiers than we can. Now they are using this advantage to increase their attack on us. Even if we gather all the warriors we have, there are less than 20,000 people. Even if we defeat the enemy outside the city, it will not change the fact that we are in a disadvantageous situation. Although we don't know how the war between Dionia and Carthage is going, it is obvious that Carthage does not have the advantage. Otherwise, the Dionia would not have invested so many troops into us. Our original hope of relying on the Carthage people seems to be in vain now. What should we do?" Bardani wanted to say we might as well stop the war with Dionia and negotiate peace several times, but in the end, he did not want to be scolded by that stubborn old man again. Of course, the other three could hear the meaning of his words, but even Contrac remained silent. The room was silent, and the four of them were thinking about their own things. At night, Segovani, who was anxious about the current situation, received another request for help from Lola. The Campanian alliance of Dionia was in a hurry to attack the city. They had built earthen mountains that were higher than the city walls and many siege weapons that had never been seen before. They were a great threat to the defense of the city walls. If they could not get reinforcements immediately, Lola was in danger of being breached. Segovani finally could not sit still. He immediately went to find Xianxia and asked him to bring troops back to Lola immediately. Of course, Xianxia did not want Segovani to leave with his troops, because Catini was now the strongest of the four major tribes. If they left, the entire alliance's strength would probably be reduced by half. So, Xianxia hurriedly advised, "The main forces of Dionia are here, and there will not be too many enemies attacking Lola. You only need to send 1,000 or 2,000 reinforcements, and you can completely defend Lola. The most important thing for us now is to defeat the enemy outside the city." "Defeat? How?" Segovani interrupted him coldly. "Using that cowardly method of yours? Our warriors have been guarding the mountain ridge for 2 days and have not seen a single pack beast transporting the supplies. Even if we really intercept the Dionia's supplies one day, I'm afraid that Catini's towns on the Campanian plains will be lost." At this moment, Xianxia did not care about Segovani's mockery and directly advised, "If you are really in a hurry to return, why don't we discuss this and launch a fierce attack on Dionia's camp in 2 days? Defeat them first, and then return to help Lola together." "Enough. Xianxia, do you think I'm a fool like Contrac and Bardani, who can be fooled by you as you please?" Segovani glared at him and scolded loudly. "We have sent warriors to attack the enemy's camp many times over the past 2 days, and many have died. I believe you know how difficult it is to attack the enemy's camp. Now, you want us to attack it by force. Do you want all my people to die? Xianxia, you are a person who only knows how to play petty tricks and only knows how to talk glibly. You are hesitant and lack decisiveness and ruthlessness. More than 10 years have passed, and you have not been able to kill Gurney and pacify the Abenelum. Instead, you have made them a great threat to us. We have launched a war against Dionia, and most of the operations we carried out were based on your suggestions. Until now, we have lost more than half of our warriors, and we have yet to achieve a single victory. 2 days ago, the Dionia camp was not as troublesome as it is now. If we had followed my suggestion and launched a fierce attack, we would have had a greater harvest, but you dissuaded us. Now, when the Dionia have completely repaired the camp, you want us to attack. Xianxia, I have seen through you. You are not fit to be the great leader of Hilpini, nor are you fit to be the commander of the army. You are just a pitiful worm who was defeated by the Dionia more than 10 years ago and has always been afraid of them." Segovani exposed his scars, and Xianxia was both embarrassed and angry. A wave of anger rushed to his brain, and he suddenly pounced over, pressing down on Segovani's hand with one hand and strangling Segovani's neck with the other. Segovani struggled with all his might, but he could not break free. His expression changed, and he shouted hoarsely, "Leescock! What are you trying to do? What do you think I'm trying to do?" Leescock approached him with a sinister expression. "You say I am not fit to be the great leader, but are you? Look at your thin and weak body. Are you worthy of being called a valiant Samanese warrior?" No wonder the great leader Cultivation and his people had always wanted Quinduk to be the great leader. If not for you secretly messing around and slandering his reputation, how could you have become the great leader? And what did you do after you became the great leader? You tore up the alliance with the Daionia, invaded the Campania alliance many times, and triggered a war with the Daionia. Not only did you suffer a crushing defeat, but you also became a captive. You say I am not fit to be the great leader, but are you? You say I am not suitable to lead troops into battle. If not for me, you bastard would still be imprisoned by the Daionia. Not only are you not grateful, but you even insult your benefactor. Have you thrown away the Samanese tradition of repaying kindness? You say I can't do anything to Gurney, but is it your credit to get rid of Quinduk? That was my suggestion and the cooperation of the great leaders. Otherwise, with your stupid brain, what can you think of to get rid of him? What are you two doing? Contrac, who had rushed over after hearing the news, walked into the room and saw the two people entangled together. He shouted, as the great leader of the tribe, "Instead of thinking about how to defeat our enemy, you are in the mood to beat and scold here. Aren't you afraid of being seen as a joke by your people?" Leescock took the opportunity to let go of his hands and took a few steps back. His face was immediately full of apology. He explained loudly, "We had an argument just now because of some things. I was too impulsive. I apologize, Segavani, I hope you can forgive me." Segavani rubbed his neck, which was red from being strangled, and stared coldly at Leescock. "Forgive? Only if you die." After saying this, he turned and walked out. Contrac frowned and said with dissatisfaction, "Segavani, some small disputes should not affect our unity, otherwise, shut up, old man." Segavani rudely interrupted Contrac's lecture. "The three of you can unite yourselves. I'm leaving. I'll leave with my tribal warriors tomorrow morning. I'd like to see how long Benventum can hold out." He strode out of the room. What the hell happened? It was rare for Contrac to be insulted to his face, and his old face turned red. Leescock's expression was also ugly, but he did not answer. Bardani, who had just arrived at the door, heard the conversation of the three and quietly turned to leave. That night, Segavani refused to see anyone and kept his word. Despite the repeated dissuasion of Leescock and Contrac, he led Catini's 8,000 warriors out of Benventum the next morning. Just as the two great chiefs looked at the empty Catini camp in the city and complained that Segavani was narrow-minded and ignored the overall situation, bad news came from the city again. Great leader Bardani had gathered more than 4,000 Pentanid warriors and was going to leave the city through the north gate and return to his territory. Leescock was shocked. Catini's army had already left, and if the Pentanid army left as well, the Samanai coalition would fall apart. There would be less than 7,000 warriors left in the city, and facing more than 20,000 enemies outside the city, they would be at a complete disadvantage, so he hurriedly ran to the north of the city, wanting to dissuade Bardani. Contrac was originally following closely behind, but not long after, he slowed down because he suddenly felt that it might be a good thing for Bardani to lead the army away. As long as he blocked the enemy invasion from the east and defended Pentanid's territory, Carasini, who was north of Pentanid, would naturally be safe. However, Contrac did not plan to leave with his team. He was determined to follow the ancient tradition of the Samanai tribal alliance and defend Benventum with the Hilpini tribe. It was early summer in the mountains. The soil was still moist, the trees were lush, and the weeds were growing crazily. The summer cicadas had already begun to chirp. The scorching sun shone through the densely packed branches and leaves, casting mottled light on the grassland of the mountain ridge. 3 Abenalim scouts were lying on the ground, swatting away the mosquitoes that had bitten them while closely looking down at the winding mountain path. "Big brother, look!" One of the scouts pointed to the front and shouted in surprise. Between the mountain ridges in the east, many birds flew up, chirping and circling in the air. "Let's go and take a look." The scout called Big Brother also had a happy look on his face. He stood up and stretched his sore thighs, then led the other two and ran along the ridge to the east. Not long after, they were lying on the mountain again and looked down. The mountain path more than 100 meters away was crowded with samurai warriors. They were lined up in a long line, stretching eastward, although the attire of the warriors of the four major tribes was roughly the same, and the flags could not be seen clearly due to the distance. The experienced Abenelum scouts could still tell that it was Cultini's army. Under the sunlight, the long line reflected a lot of light, which meant that the army was well armored. Of the four major tribes, only Cultini could do so because they were the wealthiest tribe in the eastern plains of Campania, not to mention that this army was heading towards Cultim. Chief Gurney is right. The Cultini have indeed evacuated from Benventum. We didn't wait for this day in vain. The leading scout could not hide the joy on his face. But we still haven't found where the Narconians are? Of course I can't see clearly from this mountain, but I can roughly guess where they are. The leading spy said confidently, ever since their army entered Beneventum, we have not seen the Narconians fighting outside the city. They were not even sent to patrol the city walls, which shows how cautious the Cultini people are. I think they must be in the middle of the army. There are 3,000 of them, so it will be easy to find them. Go back immediately and tell Leader Gurney that I, Sidoni, have started implementing the plan. And you, hurry to the Dionia camp in Lola and tell their commander that we have contacted the Naconian army. Big brother, be careful. Don't worry, I can easily sneak in by myself. Sidoni's words were not comforting, because the Samanai army did not always march on the mountain path like the Dionysian army. When the mountains on both sides slowed down, the Samanai army would separate some soldiers to march on the mountainside on both sides. This not only shortened the length of the marching column, but also reduced the possibility of being ambushed. However, it made it easy for Sidoni to sneak into the army. After sending the two scouts away, he patted the dust off his body, grabbed a few javelins, and dived down the mountain under the cover of the trees. Then, he hid in the weeds. After a brief moment of listening to the conversation of the warriors who were marching in close proximity, he rose decisively and pretended to have just come out of the bathroom, approaching the party on the hill. Since he was wearing the same yellow short-sleeved shirt and Cultini's procession was not as strict as that of the Dionians and was rather scattered, he easily blended into the group. Then, through a conversation with several Naconian soldiers around him, he decided to look for the leader of the army of Avangum, the second largest tribe in Naconia. The reason why he did not look for the Quinduk tribe was because this tribe had been completely split up by Segovani, and its people were also forcibly incorporated into the tribes of Lola and Cecila. You said you are from Abenelum? Vasink looked at the man who tried to sneak up to him but was stopped by his guards. There was a hint of excitement in his voice. Sidoni also noticed that he was young. Judging from his appearance, he should be just over 20 years old. According to the tradition of the Samanai, it was impossible for a young man to lead an army in battle. However, Segovani imprisoned the leaders of the various tribes in Naconia and let their young children lead the warriors of the tribe. This was for better control. To prevent being seen, we'd better talk as we walk, Segovani suggested in a low voice. Vasink subconsciously looked around and nodded. Sidoni pretended to be Vasink's guard and followed behind him with the other soldiers. Vasink could not wait to ask in a low voice, "What's going on in Naconia? We heard rumors in Beneventum that the people of Dionia hated us for killing the priests of Hades and the merchants of Dionia in their territory. After invading Naconia, they not only killed the wolves of Segovani, but also killed our people. But the Cultini soldiers that we were familiar with secretly told us that your people often shouted outside Beneventum, saying that the people of Dionia have formed an alliance with our people in their territory. There are also some other rumors. Which one is true?" Sidoni did not speak immediately. Instead, he took out something from his pocket and quietly handed it to Vasink. Vasink's eyes widened. He recognized it as a small wooden carving that he liked the most when he was young. Sidoni looked at his expression and knew what was going on. "This is a keepsake that your tribe's elder asked me to bring to you. I also have keepsakes for the other tribe leaders." The truth is that the Dionysian army drove away the people of Cultini who were stationed in Naconia and formed an alliance with the tribal elders to fight against the Samanai coalition army. After Sidoni finished, before Vasink could respond, the guards next to him were already excited. The people of Cultini lured Quinduk to death, imprisoned the tribal leaders, slaughtered the people in their territory, forced them to go out to fight, and always let them charge at the front without caring about their lives. The hearts of these Naconian warriors had long been burning with anger. However, due to the strength of the Samurai coalition army and the safety of their people, they had no choice but to endure the humiliation. Now, the opportunity had come, someone even whispered, "Great." Their eyes were filled with the flames of revenge as they stared at Vasink. Vasink squeezed the small wooden carving in his hand and whispered, "When we reach Katini, I will secretly send someone to tell the other Naconian generals." On the day that Segovani led the army to retreat from Beneventum, Xantaparis, who was in the military camp outside Lola, had already decided to attack the city. It had been 4 days since the siege. Why was he so eager to attack the city? On one hand, it was because he was worried that the Samurai coalition army would return, causing all their previous efforts to go to waste. On the other hand, his siege arrangements were almost complete. When he first arrived at the city of Lola, Xantaparis had carefully observed the plain town of Katini. Although it was nearly 7 meters high and was a stone city, the city walls were dilapidated, and the gaps in the stone walls were large. Some places even had grass growing. The trench outside the city was not too wide. Although there were simple antlers outside the trench, there were no traps. Based on this, Xantaparis estimated that the Katini town had never been attacked, so it had not been well maintained and repaired, which gave him the confidence to break the city in a short period of time. In fact, the Katini invaded Campania last year and suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of the reinforcements from Dionia, and the Legio III entered Tazala. This had already made Lola, Sessala, and other Katini towns closer to Tazala feel the danger. They put strengthening the city's defense on their agenda, but it did not take long for the full-scale war between the Samanai and Dionia to break out. The young and middle-aged people of Lola were transferred, and the repair of the city walls was delayed. Xantaparis considered that there were not many defenders in Lola. Other than the possible reinforcements from the north, the rest of the city was controlled by Dionia and its allies. So, after a discussion with the leader of the Campanian army, Ialos, and the others, they decided to build a hill to approach the city walls. Building a hill to attack a city was one of the military training programs of the Legion of Dionysia. Xantaparis and the soldiers were no strangers to it. After deciding to build the hill to the south of Lola, the engineers decided to start the construction 40 meters away from the south of the city. So, Xantaparis ordered most of the soldiers to cut down trees on the hill. At the same time, after the governor of Annona, Adrianx, received Xantaparis's request for help, he not only organized thousands of Annona people, but also sent some administrative officials with 3 days' worth of rations through the original trade route, through the territory of Naconia, and to the outskirts of Lola. When the Naconians heard the news, they also sent thousands of their people. Following that, the Campanian alliance also sent tens of thousands of people. In less than 2 days, more than 30,000 people, including 12,000 allied soldiers, gathered in the camp of the Dionia coalition army. Xantaparis made a plan for the construction of the hill. He first left 2,000 Campanian heavy infantry to guard the camp to prevent the enemy from sneaking out of the city. The rest of the soldiers would go to the forest to cut down trees and make wooden palisades that were 5 to 6 meters high. Then, 200 soldiers would erect the palisades 30 meters away from the south wall of Lola. The palisades were 70 meters long to defend against the enemy's arrows and javelins. At the same time, 300 Dionia heavy infantry would be on standby on both sides and behind the palisades to prevent the enemy from leaving the city. At the same time, the administrative officials of Annona effectively managed the large team of more than 20,000 old people, teenagers, and even women, dividing them into several groups. Some of them cut down the trees and carried them down the hill, placing them at the place where the barracks engineers had planned to build a mound of earth. Others piled up the wood in a crisscrossed manner, gradually extending upwards towards the city wall. In addition, there was another group of people carrying baskets of excavated soil, filling them into the base made of wood, and compacting them. The defenders of Lola on the southern city wall saw such a big movement made by the enemy. While they were shocked, they also felt a little curious. But soon, they discovered that in front of them, a mound of earth about 50 meters wide was rising and rapidly approaching the top of the city wall. The entire wooden fence was also moving forward. It was not that the defenders of Lola did not launch long-range attacks on the enemy who was building the mound below the city, but the javelins and arrows they threw were either blocked by the wooden fence or by the heavy infantry behind the wooden fence with their shields. Although a few of them were injured and fell to the ground, it did not frighten the allied army. Be it the Campanians or the Naconians, they had all been tormented by the Simonians and hated them to the bone. Moreover, the assistance of the Annona citizens in battle would be recorded by the household registration officials, which would be of great help to the development of their families in the kingdom in the future. Therefore, they devoted themselves to this project with great enthusiasm. The defenders of Lola had no choice but to risk going out of the city to attack the enemy several times, trying to destroy the wooden fence and the mound. However, they were all repelled by the army led by Xanthoparis, who was already prepared. Not only did they fail, but they also caused the small number of defenders to suffer considerable losses. The defenders of Lola could only watch as the mound got closer and higher. Not only was it close to the trench, but its highest height was almost equal to the top of the city wall. Xanthoparis no longer needed the wooden fence. Instead, he directly sent more than 1,000 heavy infantry and light infantry of Dionia to stand on the mound and shoot at the defenders from a distance of more than 10 meters. Although there were many casualties on both sides, the defenders of Lola, who only had 1/10 of the number of soldiers, could not withstand such a consumption. They had to repeatedly send messengers to great leader Segovani for urgent help. Regarding Xanthoparis's decision to attack Lola today, the commander of the Campanian alliance, Ialos, was a little hesitant. The mound we built is not close to the city wall yet. Isn't it too hasty to attack now? Why don't we wait for another day? Xanthoparis patiently explained to him, our King Devers once said something to the senior generals of the kingdom of Dionia. He said, when fighting a powerful enemy, do not rashly seek a decisive battle, but carefully look for opportunities. But once you obtain an important victory or the enemy shows an obvious flaw, you must continue to attack quickly, not give the enemy a chance to breathe, and completely disrupt the enemy's entire deployment. Now that the main force of the Samnii alliance has been attracted to Beneventum, Lola and Caesarea are only garrisoned by more than 1,000 enemies. They think that they can defend for a long time with this small number of people, but they obviously underestimated the siege ability of Dionia. We should quickly attack Lola before they react, and let the overall situation of the war be more favorable to us. Besides, the situation on the battlefield is ever-changing. So far, we have the blessing of the gods. The weather has been good for the past few days, and it looks like it will be a sunny day today. But if there is a sudden downpour tomorrow, it is very likely that our mound will be washed away, and the hard work of the soldiers and citizens will be wasted. Most importantly, it will delay the opportunity to attack. So, we should seize the opportunity while Hades is still protecting us. Also. According to our usual siege training experience, when the earthen hill is approaching the city wall, it is also the most difficult time. The enemy's defense will only be tighter. In order to speed up the progress and reduce casualties, we must rely on fierce attacks to force them to reduce their attacks on the earthen hill, so that we can finish the siege faster. Xanthoparis's serious explanation convinced the generals of the Campanian alliance, and they unanimously agreed to attack Lola today. The next step was to discuss the attack plan. Xanthoparis had already thought about this. The southern wall of Lola is where the mound is. And it is the focus of the attack. I suggest using a heavy infantry battalion and a light infantry battalion from Dionia, plus 1,000 light infantry and 1,000 heavy infantry from Campania, a total of 4,000 people to attack here. Ialos nodded and said, I agree with General Xanthoparis. The 2,000 Campanian soldiers will be sent from Naples. Xanthoparis continued, I suggest that we use the siege equipment we made in the past few days to attack the western wall of Lola. Since the Dionia soldiers are proficient in using these equipment, a heavy infantry battalion from Dionia will be the main attacker, and 1,000 Campanian soldiers will be added as support. Also, 2,000 soldiers from the eastern and northern walls should be arranged to attack with ladders, using this to disperse the few enemies in Lola and weaken their defense. Finally, there will be a light infantry battalion from Dionia and 1,000 Campanian soldiers left. I suggest that they be used as the reserve force for the final assault. As soon as Xanthoparis finished, Ialos said, I think General Xanthoparis's plan is very good. Naples is willing to send 1,000 soldiers to attack the western wall, while another 1,000 Neapolitan soldiers attack the northern wall. The remaining 1,000 Neapolitan soldiers will be used as the reserve force according to General Xantiparas's suggestion. The rest of the soldiers will be filled by the soldiers of your city. Aiello spoke to Xantiparas with respect, but he spoke to the other generals of the Campanian alliance with a somewhat commanding tone. Only then did Xantiparas realize that Naples was the leader of the Campania alliance. As a military general, he did not think too much about it. Instead, he felt that having Aiellos in charge of the generals of the Campania alliance saved him a lot of time as well as a lot of words. Once the plan was confirmed, it was implemented immediately. The first to move were the soldiers of the Allied army outside Lola. This was because the people were already prepared. They carried sacks full of soil and prepared to complete the final closing of the hill and the city wall. Of course, this was also the most difficult moment. Although it was called a hill, it was actually a large inclined causeway. According to the design of the Dionia engineers, the slope was only about 20 degrees. It was relatively gentle and extended from 40 meters to the city wall. Because of the wooden support and the compacted soil as flesh and blood, it was not easy for the soldiers to slip and collapse when they stepped on it. More than 200 Dionia heavy infantrymen, each holding a long shield in their left and right hands, climbed up the hill in 2 rows and advanced toward the city wall. The defending soldiers immediately launched long-range attacks, mainly javelins. The double-sided shields of the Dionia soldiers protected themselves tightly, but even so, there were still soldiers who were injured after the javelins penetrated the shields. Behind them, new heavy infantrymen would step forward to fill the gap in the formation at any time. The light infantrymen behind the Dionia heavy infantrymen also attacked the top of the city wall. Not only did they throw javelins, but they also shot arrows. After all, the defenders at the top of the city wall did not have thick protection like the heavy infantrymen of Dionia. Although some of them were also wearing armor, at least half of them were light infantrymen, and arrows could cause damage to them. When the heavy infantrymen reached the top of the hill, they squatted down and raised their double-sided shields, forming a closely arranged shield wall. The height of the shield wall was almost the same as the opposite wall, and the distance between the two sides was less than 10 meters. Naturally, the attacks from the defenders at the top of the city wall were more fierce. The light infantrymen of Dionia fought back equally fiercely because they had to suppress the attacks from the top of the city wall and protect the safety of their comrades. Within a distance of 10 meters, javelins and arrows constantly crisscrossed and collided in the air from time to time. Screams of pain could be heard from both sides, and some soldiers were injured and fell to the ground. On both sides of the hill, 1,000 Campanian light infantrymen quickly approached the front of the trench while the defenders' attention was attracted by the hill. They attacked the enemies at the top of the city wall to relieve the pressure on their allies on the hill. At this time, the people carrying the soil bags on their backs lined up in a column, bowed their heads, and ran quickly to the top of the hill despite the danger of being hit by the incoming javelins and arrows. At the top of the hill, there was a gap of more than one person between the heavy infantrymen and the light infantrymen of Dionia, thus forming a passage that led directly to the top of the hill. When the people reached the shield wall, the heavy infantrymen on both sides would raise their shields a little higher, leaving a gap at the bottom for the people to push the soil bags down the hill. Then, the empty-handed people would turn back and run down the hill. Countless soil bags continued to roll down the valley formed between the city wall and the hill. Occasionally, the injured soldiers of Dionia and Laura's defenders would fall into the valley, but before they could climb out, they were quickly buried by the soil bags and became a cornerstone of the man-made hill. Not only were the people moving up and down the hill, but the light and heavy infantrymen of Dionia were also constantly taking turns because of their stamina, injuries, and the replenishment of their javelins and arrows. At the bottom of the hill, the medical camp was rapidly giving emergency treatment to the injured people and soldiers. Such a busy but relatively orderly and tense scene was reflected in the eyes of the Neapolitan general, Aiellos, who was at the back. He could not help but sigh. The people of Dionia had turned the tragic siege into an orderly, lively, and efficient construction project. This was not something that any Greek city-state could do. The military power of the kingdom of Dionia was too terrifying. At the same time, Aiellos also noticed that the attacks of the defenders on the city wall were weakening. Obviously, the lower warriors who were defending the city wall had never encountered such a siege method. Although they still had the upper hand in the long-range attacks of both sides with the protection of the battlements, the increase in the number of injured also made them feel a lot of pressure. "The enemy is a little messed up," he said to Xanthoporus, who was also observing the enemy from the rear with a joyful expression. "This is a good thing. It can reduce the casualties of the soldiers and civilians, but the hardest battle has yet to come," Xanthoporus said calmly. Iolaus understood what Xanthoporus meant by the hardest battle. It was the face-to-face battle after the hills and walls were closed. Compared to the bustling battlefield in the south of the city, it was much quieter outside the west wall. First, a few hundred Campanian light infantrymen carried the arrowheads made by the carpenters of Dionia and braved the long-range attacks of the defenders on the walls to the trench. They opened the brackets behind the arrowheads and made them stand diagonally to provide cover for the light infantrymen. At the same time, they would shoot javelins and arrows through the gaps between the arrowheads to attack the defenders on the walls. While the defenders were being held back, the Ionian heavy infantry pushed out siege wagons one by one. The engineers of the Legion of Dionysia instructed the carpenters of Ennona and Campania to make these hollow wooden wagons using the wood that the soldiers cut down from the forest. Just like how the soldiers of the Second Legion did when the Devers led the army to attack Rome, the wooden wagons were connected as they were pushed towards the walls, all the way to the trench. Not only were the Allied soldiers surprised, but the defenders on the walls were also dumbfounded. There was no one on the wooden wagons, and the fired arrows could not ignite them. Meanwhile, the soldiers of Dionia quickly passed the sacks filled with soil in the wagons and quickly filled up the narrow trench in front of them. Then, one by one, the wooden carts continued to push forward until they reached the city wall. This created 2 tunnels from the city wall to 40 meters away. The soldiers at the back immediately carried a large log with an iron all-shaped battering ram. The battering ram was passed around by the soldiers until it reached the bottom of the city wall. 6 soldiers carried it and used all their strength to ram it against the city wall. The hard hammerhead fiercely struck the stone wall that had not been repaired for many years. Stones shattered, mud and soil fell, and the stone wall cracked. The trembling of the city walls caused the guards on top of the city walls to panic. They increased the intensity of their attacks. Stones and wood were smashed down, oil was poured, and fire arrows were fired. However, the carriages closest to the city wall were specially made to be exceptionally sturdy. Not only did the craftsmen reinforce the entire frame of the carriages, but they also adopted a herringbone structure on the roof to facilitate unloading. Furthermore, bags of soil soaked in water were tied to the top of the carriages, so they were not easily ignited. Therefore, the soldiers could safely ram against the city wall. When the siege hammers broke through the outer layer of the stone wall, the rammed earth layer was exposed. The soldiers picked up the pickaxes and shovels and began to dig out the stones around the gap. They expanded the hole in the wall and continued to dig out the rammed earth inside. The defense of the west and south city walls alone had already put a lot of pressure on Lola's troops, not to mention that the Allied forces were also attacking from the east and north. In order to defend the city, the Lola people mobilized all the people in the city who could fight, including the women, to defend the city. The south city was the fiercest battlefield. The battle lasted for half an hour. The arms of the Dionia light infantry were so sore that they could not lift them up. Their fingers were bleeding from pulling the bows. The heavy infantry that formed the shield wall had more than 300 casualties. The casualties among the civilians were not small either. However, a turning point finally appeared. The Lola guards had run out of javelins. In just half an hour, they had thrown thousands of javelins. In addition to the javelins that were thrown a few days ago to stop the Dionia people from building the earthen hill, all the javelins in the city had been used up, and the arrows were almost used up. As for the javelins thrown by the Dionia light infantry, they had specially made spearheads. The iron rods connected to the spearheads were very thin. After hitting hard objects, the rods would bend and could no longer be thrown. However, the iron spearheads at the front of the javelins could be quickly dismantled and replaced with new spearheads on the wooden rods at the back. Then, the javelins could be used again. However, it was obviously impossible for the Lola guards to do so. Therefore, the defenders could only throw stones and wood at their opponents. Since the shield wall of Dionia was 10 meters away from the top of the city wall, the heavy stones could not be thrown over. The ones that could be thrown over were more easily blocked by the long shields. Hence, the threat to the heavy infantry of Dionia was much smaller. Since the shield wall could continue to be stable, the civilians could throw the mud bags more quickly. Seeing that the valley was gradually filled up, the mud bags had risen to the feet of the heavy infantry of Dionia. They began to move forward carefully with their shields in order to make it easier for the civilians to fill up the pit in front of them. At this time, Ialos at the bottom of the earthen hill was already gathering the 1,000 Campanian heavy infantry to replace the troops at the top of the hill. The bugle sounded, and the light infantry of Dionia quickly retreated to the foot of the hill. According to Xanthoparus's plan, Ialos led the heavy infantry of Campania into more than a dozen columns and slowly marched up the earthen hill to facilitate the evacuation of the civilians and the heavy infantry of Dionia. The heavy infantry of Campania wore Corinth helmets and held large copper shields. They had a narrow field of vision and clumsy movements. Climbing the hill was a difficult task for them. Fortunately, the slope of the earthen hill was gentle, so it did not affect their march too much. Without the assistance of the light infantry, the heavy infantry of Dionia who formed a shield formation on the top of the earthen hill moved closer to the city wall. The attacks became fiercer. Some Lola warriors even climbed over the battlements and jumped onto the earthen hill that had almost been filled up. With spears in their hands, they directly attacked the heavy infantry of Dionia. During this long period of defending the city, the defenders of Lola had seen clearly that these Dionia soldiers did not carry spears at all because they held shields in both hands. So the Lola warriors stepped on the bumpy dirt bags one step at a time. They directly used their bodies to knock down the shields and even knocked down the enemies. Then, they stabbed the spears in their hands. The shield wall formed by 2 rows of heavy infantry of Dionia became fragmented. When the civilians fled in panic, the officers of Dionia shouted, "Do not retreat. Throw away the shield and change it for a dagger." In fact, there was no need for them to shout. The soldiers had already done so. These reserve soldiers from the Lucanian mountains had previously endured the enemy's long-range attacks and watched as hundreds of their comrades were killed or injured. Just now, the sudden direct attack of the enemy had caused dozens of casualties. They were all Lucanians who grew up after the establishment of the Kingdom of Dionia. Although the cultural integration of the kingdom had weakened their wildness, military training had taught them teamwork and comradeship. With the anger of avenging their comrades, they held daggers and shields and fought fiercely with the defenders of Lola. However, the bugle that represented retreat of Dionia was blown at this time. Although the soldiers were unwilling, they had to obey the order. The Lola warriors did not continue to chase after them because they saw the tin cans coming up, so they ran back and jumped over the city wall. On this earthen hill that was more than 50 meters wide, the Campanian heavy infantry slowly approached the defenders at the top of the city wall. They gradually formed a dense formation and were only one battlement away from the defenders. Although the spears could easily pierce the enemy, they could not use the charge and ram that the heavy infantry were good at. Hence, their power was greatly reduced. The bugle sounded continuously. The Campanian heavy infantry on the earthen hill, under the leadership of Ialos, began to fight fiercely with the enemy. To be honest, the Campanians rarely had such a good opportunity to fight face-to-face with the Simonians. That was because the Simonians always used javelins to kill and injure the Campanian soldiers before retreating and luring them to chase after them. In the process of retreating, the Simonians would take advantage of the enemy's slow movement and repeatedly attack with javelins until the enemy's formation was completely chaotic. Then, the armored infantry would break through and completely defeat the enemy. This was a tried and tested tactic. The continuous failures had terrified the Campanians, so much so that they did not even dare to go out of the city to fight in the field. Today, they finally had the chance to take revenge. The Campanian soldiers roared loudly and stabbed the enemy with their spears. As the defenders of the city, the Lola defenders certainly could not adopt the guerrilla tactics that worked in the past. They could only face the enemy head-on. They let the armored warriors block the battlement, and the light infantry behind them formed a dense formation in the walkway to fight against the Campanian heavy infantry. In order to be able to fight against the enemy, they also transferred some of the defenders on the west wall because they thought that the battle on the west side was relatively calm. Even if there were not many defenders, they would be able to handle it. However, shortly after some of the defenders on the west wall were transferred away, there was bad news. There were 2 collapses on the west wall. It was all thanks to the Daionia soldiers and the siege wagons. They dug out the stone walls and rammed earth at the bottom of the wall, destroying the foundation of the wall, causing the already unstable wall to collapse due to gravity. The scattered stones even injured a few Daionia soldiers who did not manage to retreat in time. The loud rumble and the rising morning mist not only shocked the Lola defenders, but also the Campanian soldiers. When they saw the unique, slow way of attacking the city by the Daionia soldiers, they could not help but despise them, thinking that it was time-consuming and laborious. Some soldiers even said disdainfully, "They say that the Daionia are brave in battle, but it seems that they are also afraid of death. They only know how to hide in wooden boxes." And now, the tragic fate of the city wall had given them a loud slap in the face. Of course, they did not know that in the various military camps in the Kingdom of Daionia, the soldiers would not only build a section of the city wall to train their ability to build a city, they would also train how to break through the wall in the next training session. Therefore, the Daionia soldiers were not digging randomly, but destroying the structure of the city wall with purpose and efficiency. Library of Literature attack. Attack now. The officers of Campania hurried the soldiers who were distracted. The Daionia heavy infantry, who had long been prepared, were already shouting excitedly. They covered their heads with their long shields, blocking the stones and would hurriedly thrown down by the defenders at the top of the city wall, and rushed to one of the gaps in the city wall in a loose formation. The Campanian light infantry in front of the trench also stepped up their attacks on the city wall. After the city wall collapsed downwards, a slope was formed on both sides of the gap. The Daionia soldiers stepped on the rubble and hurriedly jumped onto the gap that could only allow 3 people to pass through. When the defenders of Lola's southern city wall saw that the city wall had collapsed, they immediately sent some soldiers down the city wall to block it. In close combat, the Daionia soldiers with daggers had the advantage, but the Lola warriors were not afraid of casualties in order to protect their homeland. The narrow gap made it difficult for the Daionia soldiers to make progress in a short period of time despite their fierce attacks. Woo! Just as the Daionia soldiers and the Campanian soldiers poured into the 2 gaps in the city wall, the bugle signal for the attack was blown outside the western city wall. The Campanian light infantry in front of the trench immediately put down the arrowheads and laid them on the trench that was only 3 meters wide. The rest of the coalition soldiers carried ladders and rushed up from the rear. Stepping on the wooden bridges made of the arrowheads, they easily bypassed the sparsely placed antlers and put the ladders on the wall. Some of the original western city defenders were sent to reinforce the southern city, and some rushed down the city to block the gap. There were not many soldiers left on the city wall, and they had to help attack the enemy at the gap. They could not deal much damage to the enemy near the city wall, and it was difficult to stop the enemy's ants from attacking the city, so they had to ask for help. But now that the Daionia coalition army in the southern city was attacking fiercely, the armored Lola warriors were not as good as the other party, and they could only barely hold on in a head-on battle. The defense of the eastern and northern city walls mainly relied on the people in the city. It was already a great sacrifice for them to be able to fight until now without being breached by the enemy. Now that the entire city of Lola was under attack from all sides, the whole city was in a tight situation, and there were no extra troops to be sent. The battle lasted until noon. Xantiparis, who was watching the development of the battle outside the southern part of the city, received the good news he had been waiting for. The Allied army had taken over the western part of the city. Xantiparis breathed a sigh of relief and relaxed. Lola City was finally taken, although for him, this was the first time he led an army on his own after joining the Kingdom of Daionia. However, he had achieved such a great result in his first army battle. Perhaps in his lifetime, he might be able to realize his initial wish to become a real legion commander and wash away his previous shame, referring to the case of Laodigian. At that time, he was an inspector in the Ministry of Military Affairs, but he did not do his job well, which led to a lack of supervision and allowed some incompetent officers to be promoted. But at the moment, he was a little unhappy, since the siege of Lola City until now, the army he led had suffered more than 500 casualties. Although most of them were injured, for a team of only 4,000 people, this ratio was already very high, and he was afraid that he would be criticized later. So, he ordered the messenger, inform all the brigades, after entering the city, do not advance too quickly, slow down the attack speed, pay attention to protect yourself, and reduce casualties. Recruits lack experience, so he could only keep reminding. Watching the messenger leave, Xanthoparis sighed softly, rubbed his old waist with his hand, and said, "Go get me a chair." The defense of Lola City was like an inflated pig's urine bubble. Once it was broken, it would quickly collapse. However, Xanthoparis's worries soon came true. The Lola garrison and people who retreated from the top of the city did not surrender. They still stubbornly blocked the Allied army's advance in the city. This angered the Allied army soldiers who had already paid a lot of casualties during the siege, especially the Campanian soldiers who had been poisoned by the Samoyed army. They not only increased the intensity of the attack, but also regarded men, women, old, and young as enemies in the city. The people of Lola were outnumbered, and there was no citadel in the city to carry out the final defense like in the Greek city-states. In the afternoon, almost all the people in Lola were killed in battle, and it was completely occupied by the Allied army. However, the leaders of the Allied army did not rejoice in victory, because an Abenelum spy brought them bad news. Thousands of Catini warriors left Beneventum early in the morning and were marching west. The Allied army generals led by Xanthoparis and Iolaus immediately became nervous. They were worried that the Samoyed army was coming to rescue Lola. Fortunately, they no longer needed to worry about the order in Lola City being unstable. After a discussion, the Allied army generals decided to let the soldiers quickly rest and eat rations to restore their strength as soon as possible. The cleaning of the entire battlefield, the removal of the barracks outside the city, the inventory of the materials in the city, were all handed over to the Annona officials, and at the same time, the people of Annona, Campania, and Narconia were in charge. In fact, this was tantamount to handing over the management of Lola City to Dionia. For the Campanians, there was nothing they could do. The Samoyed Allied army invaded on a large scale, slaughtered and captured a large number of Campanians, and destroyed towns and villages. Dozens of miles around the city of Naples was almost a wilderness. Now, the population of the Campanian alliance was not enough to fill the wastelands, so there was no way they would covet the land in the eastern plains of Campania. Moreover, this place was close to the mountains, and it was more likely to be attacked by the Samoyed. Therefore, the people of Dionia stationed here could instead become a security barrier for the Campanian alliance. For Dionia, after Legio III defeated the Catini invasion of the Campanian alliance, they had formulated a punishment plan to occupy Lola, Caesarea, and Capua. Now, they were just picking up this plan again. On one hand, Adrianx sent the Annona officials to lead the people here to help the Allied army attack the city, and on the other hand, he had the idea of quickly taking over the city after conquering Lola. The kingdom of Dionia and the Campanian alliance reached a tacit understanding in silence, each taking what they needed. But now, the Samnite reinforcements that could arrive at any time were likely to make the victory that they exchanged with the blood of their soldiers go up in smoke. Fortunately, the distance from Beneventum to Lola was more than 90 miles, and half of it was mountain roads. So, several generals of the Campanian alliance believed that it was impossible for the Catini to reach Lola within a day. As the saying goes, what you fear will happen. At dusk, the scouts sent to the north to keep a close eye on the enemy's movements hurried back to report that a Samnite army had left the Abella Pass and was heading towards Lola. There were about 10,000 of them. The generals of the Campanian alliance were shocked when they heard the news. They heard from the Abenelum scouts that the enemy only had a few thousand people. How did it become 10,000 in just a few hours? Immediately, one of the generals expressed his doubts. Did you properly check the number of the enemy? I want you to confirm it again. Another general suggested. The Samnite are coming fiercely, and our soldiers have just gone through a fierce battle. Not only are they very tired, but they have also suffered some casualties. We urgently need to rest and reorganize. Now that the walls of Lola are broken, we can't hold on. Why don't we lead the army to retreat first and fight again when we are fully prepared? His suggestion received the approval of several generals. Even Iolaus appeared hesitant, unable to make a decision. He could only look at Xanthoparis. Xanthoparis looked around at the generals of the Campanian alliance. He knew that although they had conquered the city of Lola and won a victory against the Samnite, the Campanian alliance's repeated failures against the Samnite for decades had made them fear the Samnite. Once the situation was unfavorable, the first thing they would think of was to retreat. He must give them the courage to fight. Xanthoparis pondered for a moment, then said in a low voice, "Everyone, if we are going to retreat, there are a few problems that you have to consider first. First, what about these tens of thousands of people? They are not soldiers. They are young, strong, and disciplined. There are many old people and women among them. They move slowly and lack organization. Once they retreat, the scene will definitely be chaotic. The Samurai army is so fast. Once they catch up, it will be a disaster." Second, the war started by the Samurai has caused great losses to the Campanian alliance. We have finally conquered Lola and we're about to block the Samurai in the mountains, preventing them from invading again. Now, we have to give up on Lola. Once we give it up, it will not be so easy to recapture it again. The Samurai will definitely learn from this lesson and deploy enough soldiers here. This will lead to a stalemate. The main force of our Dionysian army is fighting in the east, in the mountains. That is the homeland of the Samurai. The battle will be difficult, and we will not be able to achieve any results in a short time. There will also be no new reinforcements here, because the kingdom is also fighting a bigger war in Sicily and Latin. Xanthoparis' sincere words greatly touched the generals of the Campanian alliance. People like Iolaus immediately thought of the predicament of Naples. There were too many refugees in the city, there was a lack of food, and it was difficult to maintain order. What they were most afraid of was the outbreak of a plague. The generals of cities like Herculaneum and Rhytrum were eager to lead their people back to their homes, but their cities were in ruins. If the Simonians attacked again, they would not be able to defend themselves. Would they have to continue hiding in Naples? Not only would the people find it hard to bear, but the militias under them would also oppose it. Seeing that the generals of the Campanian alliance were deep in thought, Xanthoparis said, "Our soldiers are indeed a little tired after a tough battle, but at least they have time to rest." But aren't the Simonians tired after coming from afar? It took them 1 day to get here from Beneventum. I'm afraid they didn't rest much on the way. They must be even more tired than our soldiers. Can they still run like the wind in battle like before? Furthermore, our soldiers have just conquered Lola, and their confidence has been boosted. The Simonians are worried about Lola, so their morale is not as high as ours. Furthermore, even if the Simonians have 10,000 reinforcements, we still outnumber them. Don't forget that there are more than 2,000 warriors from Niconia in their army. The spies from Abenalum have already said that they have secretly contacted the commander of Niconia's army. So, these 2,000 Niconia warriors are not allies of the Simonians' reinforcements. They are here to help us at a critical moment. Xanthoparis' mood became high. "Everyone, we have so many advantages. We should seize this opportunity to take the initiative to attack the enemies, defeat them, and completely drive them out of the Campanian plains. Let the people of the Campanian alliance enjoy peace and tranquility." Xanthoparis' words made most of the generals feel excited, and their doubts were gone. But there were also people who objected. Can the words of the Abenalum be trusted? The Simonians and the Campanians had been fighting for decades. Both sides regarded each other as mortal enemies. How could they be trusted so easily? Before Xanthoparis could answer, Iolaus said, "The Abenalum helped General Alexis defeat Samonet's army in the mountains, and now they are besieging Benventum. Why can't they be trusted? The Abenalum is an ally of Dionia, so of course they are our friends. The same goes for the Niconians. Don't forget, we were able to conquer Lola City thanks to them." In fact, it was not that the Niconians did not clash with the Campanians in Lola. It was just that the Annona officials tried their best to isolate the Campanians from each other and reduce their contact. For example, the Niconians were responsible for trimming the trunks and digging the soil. They were not allowed to participate in the construction of the hill. At night, the Campanians were allowed to rest in the southern part of Niconia. Of course, another reason for this was to prevent the Lola garrison from seeing the close relationship between the Niconians and Dionia. The general stopped talking. Iolaus looked at Xanthoparis and asked solemnly, "If we do as you said and lead the army to welcome the Simonians' reinforcements, can we win?" Xanthoparis replied solemnly, "As long as we fight with all our strength, we will win." Ayalos's previous concern was that once the Allied forces were defeated, it would be difficult for the slow-moving Campanian heavy infantry to escape the pursuit of the Samni. By then, the situation of the Campanian alliance would become even worse than before. However, he had personally participated in the 2 battles of the Dionysian army on the Campanian plains. He was also impressed by Dionia's powerful military capabilities. Therefore, Xanthoparus's affirmation gave him confidence. He faced the generals of the Campanian alliance and said loudly, "Everyone, with the full help of the Daionia alliance, we will definitely defeat the Simonians. Don't hesitate anymore. Gather the soldiers immediately and fight the enemy. Drive them out of the Campanian plains." This time, no one objected. When the Daionia allied forces lined up outside the city of Lola early in the morning, the defenders of Lola felt that something was wrong. They let a small team sneak out of the city. After paying the price of many casualties, they fled into the mountains from the southeast hilly area and escaped the encirclement. Then, they rushed to Beneventum to ask for help. At noon, they happened to meet Segovani's returning army at the entrance of the mountain road leading from Caudium to Beneventum. When Segovani learned that Lola was in danger, he did not hesitate to give the order to speed up. At the same time, he also sent spies to inform Sassara. Just like that, Caudium's army left the mountains and entered Caudium's territory. They did not enter the city to rest at all. Instead, they continued to march forward, passing through the relatively wide pass between the mountains and arriving at Abella. Here, they met up with the 1,300 warriors sent by Sassara, bringing the total force to more than 9,000 people. This was already the largest force that the Caudium tribe could send at present. This army walked out of the pass and entered the Campanian plains. They went around the mountains and turned south, heading straight for Lola. Although the road from Caudium to Lola was flat, a day's march still made the Samanese mountain people, who were good at running and full of energy, feel tired. Many tribal leaders asked Segovani to let the warriors rest for a while. However, Segovani refused. From the descriptions of several Lola messengers, he had already realized the determination of the Daionia Campanian alliance to attack Lola. He had to go and reinforce as soon as possible to prevent this town, which was very important to the Caudium tribe, from being controlled by the Daionia. This meant that the southern part of the Caudium territory would be cut off, which he could not allow. About 10 miles away from Lola, Segovani received a report from a spy sent to Lola. "The enemy's army is coming out of Lola and coming towards us. There are many soldiers." "Are you sure the enemy came out of Lola?" Segovani was in disbelief. "Great leader, when we approached Lola, the battle had already ended. We only saw many Campanians carrying corpses outside the city. The enemy did come out of Lola's north gate. They were dressed neatly, and it didn't seem like a battle had just ended," the Caudium spy said with a sorrowful expression. Segovani was shocked. Although he led the army to help, he did not think that the Daionia alliance could take down Lola, which was defended by thousands of Caudium warriors, in just a few days. However, the situation had developed beyond his expectations. He only pondered for a while before viciously saying to the bewildered leaders, "Haven't we always complained, if the Campanians didn't hide in the city like turtles, not daring to fight us, we would have occupied the entire Campanian plains long ago. Now, the chance has come. Those cowardly Campanians actually dare to attack us. Do they really think that with the help of the Daionia, they can turn from a bunch of rabbits into vicious wolves? Their numbers are about the same as ours, and they have just finished attacking the city, so they came at the right time. We can completely eliminate them. Not only can we take back Lola, but the entire Campanian plains will no longer be able to stop us. The entire situation of the battlefield will be changed by us, the Caudium people." Segovani's words ignited the leaders' fighting spirit, and they all clamored to fight the enemy to the death. Thus, the leaders carried out the order of all troops stop advancing, rest on the spot, and start getting into formation. Before this, Vasank had been anxious. He originally thought that the Caudium army would rest in Caudium after walking through the mountain road. He did not expect them to go straight to Lola, so he could only quietly send his subordinates to inform the other Naconian leaders that the Naconians had broken away from Segovani's control and formed an alliance with Daionia. Now that he received the news that they were going to fight the Campanians, the entire army had to start getting into formation, Vaisonk became even more anxious. This was because Segovani had also forcefully ordered the Naconian tribes to immediately disperse to their designated positions in the formation, without any refusal or delay. The designated positions that Segovani was referring to were to place the troops of the Naconia tribes on the left, center, and right front or rear of the entire army formation. This way, they wouldn't be able to communicate with each other during battle and wouldn't be able to cooperate with each other. In fact, the Naconian army was now a hot potato for Segovani. With what he had done in his territory and now that Daionia had occupied Naconia, he thought that Naconia was occupied by Daionia. If the Naconian army knew the truth, they would definitely rebel. In Segovani's opinion, it was best to completely separate them and force them into the armies of other tribes. This would, of course, incite the Naconian army to resist. It was not that Segovani did not try this at first. When the Samanai coalition met in Beneventum, he had made this suggestion to the leaders of several other tribes, wanting to use the advantage of the coalition to suppress the resistance of the Naconian warriors and take the opportunity to separate them. However, this suggestion was opposed by Bardani and Kontrak, especially Kontrak, who harshly rebuked this idea. He believed that it was Quinduk's fault for colluding with foreign enemies, and he and his tribe had already been punished. The other Naconian warriors had performed so valiantly in battle, the Naconian army was always at the forefront under Segovani's command, that it was enough to make up for their past mistakes. Moreover, it was the Samanai military tradition for the tribal leaders to lead their people into battle. Breaking this tradition would only make other tribes feel fear. Literary library Controni's words were exactly what Segovani was worried about. Then, when he privately discussed with other Katini leaders who were close to him, he also encountered strong opposition, so he could only give up. However, the situation changed so quickly that he did not have time to think of a better way to solve the problem of Naconia's army. He was the one who spread the rumors in Beneventum to achieve the purpose of misleading the public. Although it seemed to be effective, it was only a temporary measure. It was also a temporary measure to disperse the Naconian army in the formation. But if he did not send them out to fight, where would he put the more than 2,000 Naconian warriors? Katini or Abella? This would only make Segovani even more worried. He firmly believed that only under such an arrangement would the Naconian warriors fight bravely and not dare to act recklessly. The truth was indeed like this. The reason why Vaisonk was anxious was that the Naconian army seemed to be a whole, but in fact, there was no leader who could convince everyone and make them listen to orders. Everyone was elected at the last minute, young people who led troops for the first time. No one had much prestige, including Vaisonk. Although they knew that Segovani's order was disadvantageous to them, the Naconian army was at a disadvantage in terms of numbers and surrounded by the warriors of other tribes. No young Naconian commander had the confidence and courage to stand up, wave his arm, and then all the Naconian warriors would obey the order and rebel. Therefore, although the Naconian generals expressed their opposition, in the end, they reluctantly obeyed the order and led their troops away. Once they were separated, it was impossible for them to communicate with each other during the battle, let alone act as one. Vaisonk saw that things were not going well, so he could only curse the cruel and cunning Segovani in his heart and wait for an opportunity. Segovani adopted the traditional battle method of the Samanai against the Greek army. The horizontal row of the army was very long, at least 3 miles long, and the length of the column was not short either. This was because the Samanai army was very loose, and the distance between the warriors was very large, so it was easy for them to pass through each other. At dusk, when the sun had already set above the western sea and dyed the sky and sea golden, the enemy figures appeared in Segovani's field of vision. Their thick armor shone under the setting sun, emitting a flickering but not glaring light. This wall of light did not make Segovani and his soldiers feel fear. Instead, they felt relieved because they had defeated such opponents countless times in the past. It was just that the length of the enemy's formation exceeded Segovani's expectations. It stretched to both sides, making it impossible for Segovani to see either end. This was different from the Campanian army's dense and thick phalanx tactics. Is this the way the Daionia people fight? Segovani muttered to himself. Although he had fought with the Daionia once, it was a chase. The two sides had not officially engaged in a battle. However, he could see that the enemy's soldiers were still arranged densely, which meant that the enemy's formation was definitely thin. Of course, Segovani could guess why the enemy had arranged their formation before arriving at the battlefield. Clearly, the Campanians had learned their lesson from the past. The clumsy Campanian army would always be attacked from a distance by the swift Caiutini soldiers when they were in formation. Segovani hesitated for a moment, but he still decided not to rashly adjust his deployment. He would first probe and observe the situation. The allied Dionians halted their advance when they were less than 400 meters away from the enemy. The army, which was 3.2 miles long but only had 3 horizontal rows, had become crooked after advancing for a certain distance. It was necessary to straighten the battle line before the battle began. There were more than 6,000 heavy infantry in the middle of this formation, including about 1,500 soldiers from Dionia's reserve corps, and 3,000 light armor and light infantry, including the Dionia Light Infantry Brigade, connected on both sides. On both sides were 500 light armor soldiers from Dionia. In addition, there were more than 200 Campanian cavalry on the outermost left flank. The total force was about 11,400. Dionia's opponent, Caiutini, had a total force of more than 9,000 soldiers. The formation was 3 miles long, and most of them were light infantry. These light infantry were also divided into 2 types, pure javelin throwers and light infantry with long shields. They could throw javelins and fight with spears. They formed the main part of Caiutini's formation. Only the rear of the middle was nearly 1,000 armored infantry led by Segovani himself. Caiutini and the Campanian alliance had been mortal enemies for decades. Today, at the edge of the eastern plains of Campania, both sides had used all their forces and were about to engage in a battle that would determine their respective fates. But just as the Dionia coalition army stopped and began to reorganize their formation, Segovani had already given the order. The light infantry in the middle of Caiutini's formation began to advance. As the middle moved, the left and right flanks moved one after another. The movement of Caiutini's formation was different from the heavy and slow movement of the Greek army. It was very fast. Aialos was well aware of this. As the commander of the Neapolitan army, he stood at the front of the formation. Xanthippus had advised him to not personally go to the front line, but to command the overall situation from the rear, but he had tactfully refused. Most of the generals elected by the Greek city-states often went to the front line during battles to show that there was no difference in status between them and the soldiers. This was to avoid being criticized by the citizens after the battle. Naples was no exception, especially at such an important moment. At this moment, he did not hesitate to take off his Corinth helmet and throw it on the ground. The other Campanian heavy infantry followed Aialos's example and took off their Corinth helmets according to the plan. Everyone felt their vision widen and their bodies become much more relaxed. Only the Dionia heavy infantry did not take off their helmets because they were wearing open helmets. Aialos looked around, raised the spear in his hand, and shouted, "Apollo bless us! We must pursue them courageously and never stop." The surrounding soldiers and officers also shouted, "Pursue them courageously and never stop." When Caiutini's army was about 50 meters away, all the soldiers of the Dionia coalition army were shouting, and their fighting spirit was very high. Xanthippus, who was riding in the rear, heard the thunderous roar and calmed down a lot. "Attack," he said loudly. "Woo!" The sonorous sound of the bugle made the entire long line of soldiers, whether it was heavy infantry, light armored soldiers, or cavalry, start to march forward. The sudden movement of the Dionia coalition army did not affect the frontmost soldiers of Caiutini's army. As usual, they stopped at a suitable distance, threw the javelins in their hands, and then prepared to retreat through the gap. This way, the soldiers at the back would be in the front, and they would continue to throw the javelins. This repeated, so that even if the enemy was advancing, they would always keep a distance from the enemy, and the javelins would continue to be thrown, causing great damage to the enemy's dense phalanx. In the past, the Campanian coalition army had not gone through special training, and neither did they have light infantry that could compete with them, nor did they have special tactics designed for independent light infantry. The temporarily recruited civilian light infantry could not fight against the powerful Caiutini javelin gunners, so after 3 or 4 rounds of throwing, the Campanian coalition army had to stop moving forward. Then, the Caiutini warriors immediately turned from retreat to attack, throwing wave after wave of javelins. By the time they ran out of javelins, the Campanians had basically fallen into chaos due to the large number of casualties. Then, the armored infantry of Caiutini and the lightly armed infantry with spears would make the final charge, and they would usually be routed at the first touch and win the battle. But now, the Caiutini soldiers were surprised to see that the heavy infantry on the opposite side had quickened their pace, and they were getting faster and faster. Are they going to charge? Don't they know that it's impossible for us to fight them head-on, and with their cumbersome speed, they can't possibly catch up to us? Although the Caiutini warriors were surprised, as the distance closed, they had no choice but to move to the rear. Their first round of javelins, according to their habit, were thrown slightly upwards due to the distance, more than 30 meters. This way, the javelins could fly a longer distance and land in the middle and rear of the enemy's formation. This would cause chaos in the entire formation and cause the front and rear to fall apart, making it easier for the next attack. However, the sudden increase in speed and the thinness of the enemy's formation caused most of the javelins to miss. The heavy infantry of the Allied army, who had dodged the javelins, became even more confident. They raised their shields diagonally to protect their heads, and their footsteps became stronger and faster. This quickly shortened the distance between the two sides to less than 20 meters, and the Caiutini soldiers who threw the javelins did not even have time to fully prepare. They hurriedly threw the javelins in their hands. The 500 Maconian soldiers led by Vasan were part of the second wave of attack. They had all received a hint from Vasan beforehand, so most of the soldiers simply threw the javelins into the air and immediately retreated. However, the momentum of the Greek heavy infantry's desperate charge made Vasan's mind spin. Even though the Caiutini warriors hurriedly threw the javelins, their rich experience allowed them to throw the javelins in a straight line. Countless heavy javelins were thrown by the powerful arm strength of the warriors, and with the help of the leather ropes, they spun as they flew, stabbing straight at the shields of the heavy infantry. Many of the javelins directly penetrated the shields, causing some of the heavy infantry to be injured. But this did not stop the Greek heavy infantry from advancing. Instead, they were forced to sprint forward desperately. They all remembered the words their officers had warned them before the battle: you have to charge forward regardless of your physical strength. As long as you catch up with the cowardly Caiutini enemies and make them unable to throw their javelins, we will be safe. The third wave of javelins from the Caiutini army did not come immediately because the distance was too close. Not to mention that there was no time to throw. They did not even have time to change positions with the warriors who had just thrown their javelins. After the battle began, the Caiutini warriors and even the Samanese warriors, under the leadership of their tribal leaders, generally followed the traditional battle routine, but their movements were basically free. They could choose whether to attack or retreat according to the changes in the battlefield. Because their formation was very loose and the spacing was relatively large, the entire army was flexible during the battle. Now all the Caiutini warriors, including Segovani, began to turn around and run. They were not afraid of such an attack from the enemy, because they firmly believed that the Greeks could not outrun them. Once they opened up the distance and the Greeks had no physical strength, it would be time for them to attack at will. Compared to the heavy infantry in the middle, the light infantry on the flank sprinted even faster. The Caiutini warriors only threw the first round of javelins, and after causing some damage, they had no choice but to retreat. In fact, in terms of the equipment of both sides, they could completely rush up and fight the other side, but due to the habit of fighting for a long time, using javelins to cause confusion before engaging in close combat, and the fear of being surrounded by the enemy after being entangled, these tribal leaders were not so selfless as to let their own warriors attract the enemy for others. As for the light armored soldiers on both ends of the army, there were no Campanian warriors in front of them. These citizens of Dionia from the Lucanian mountains ran with their strong legs to their heart's content without the enemy's obstruction. In fact, their position was almost at the same level as the frontline Caiutini warriors on the inner side, but they did not turn inward to attack. Instead, they continued to move forward. The Campanian cavalry on the outside of the left wing was faster. The running war horse had already brought them to the flank and rear of the Caiutini army, but they did not have the courage to directly intercept the hundreds of retreating enemies. Instead, they waved their lances and approached them from the side, trying to force them to go to the middle, thus blocking the enemy's path in other positions and delaying the retreat of the entire army. But after the Cutini warriors threw their javelins and shot down more than a dozen cavalrymen, these Campanian cavalry no longer dared to approach the enemy. What was supposed to be a fierce battle had unexpectedly turned into a grand competition. On the long front line that was more than 3 miles long, be it the Dionian allied army or the Cutini warriors, all of them were running at full speed, causing the ground to rumble and dust to fly everywhere. After running for some time, the panting Dionian heavy infantry heard the officers' panting yell. Throw! Throw away the shields! Throw away the shields! They did as they were told without hesitation. Once the heaviest shield was thrown away, they only held the javelins in their hands. Their bodies instantly felt relaxed, and their speed was maintained. The distance between them and the Cutini warriors was not widened. This was the original plan, and the Campanian heavy infantry was influenced by it. Under the leadership of the generals led by Iolaus, they also threw away the shields in their hands. At first, the Campanian heavy infantry were not used to not wearing helmets and shields, but they gradually got used to it after running non-stop. The Cutini warriors thought that the Greeks would stop as usual after a charge, but they did not expect that the enemy would not stop once they started running. Although they saw that the enemy had thrown away their helmets and shields, and logically speaking, this was the best time to attack with javelins, the distance between the two sides was too close. Throwing a javelin required some preparation time, and these few seconds could allow the enemy to reach them. When the entire army was retreating, no tribal leader would take the initiative to ask his people to stop and attack. They would only think, faster, faster. If they ran for a while longer, these iron cans would run out of energy. But in fact, the first to feel tired were the Cutini warriors. They were in a hurry to rescue Lola. They had marched all the way without rest or food, and were already very tired when they arrived. Coupled with the sudden nervous running, all the muscles in their bodies began to ache. The reason they still persisted was because of the tenacious nature of the Highlanders. In order to still be able to run, they also began to throw away the shields in their hands. Segavani never thought that the enemy, with the main force of the Campanians, would use such a method to fight, and they were still using the same method to deal with the enemy, which was different from before. When he felt his entire body aching and having difficulty breathing, and the guards around him were also panting like thunder, he suddenly realized that the enemy's strange attack method might have hit their weak spot. However, at this moment, it was impossible for him to stop the entire army and counterattack, because the battle had already begun. The entire army was running, and there was no way for them to pass down orders. The dizziness caused by fatigue and lack of blood to the brain made it impossible for Segavani to think carefully. He simply made up his mind. Let's see who can run first. After a period of running, the entire Dionia coalition army had become a huge crescent formation with the middle at the back and the two wings at the front. The formation was no longer continuous, and there were many gaps, especially in the middle. This worried Xanthoparus's entourage, who was following closely behind the army. General, if we continue to run like this, the gaps in the middle will widen. If the enemy takes the opportunity to attack, it will be troublesome. Should we order the light armor brigade to attack now? Segavani could no longer command the entire Cutini army, nor could Xanthoparus, but he could still command the Dionia army, especially the light armor soldiers at the two ends, because he had been keeping in touch with them through scouts. His men kept an eye on the heavy infantry in front of them, while he, who was riding on his horse, kept an eye on the Cutini warriors in front of him. Their swaying backs and heavy footsteps as they ran made him feel that they were running with difficulty, and most importantly, the distance between them and the soldiers on his side never increased. It was obvious that his use of this tactic was effective. Both sides had exhausted their strength, but for the Cutini warriors, they had lost the speed that gave the Campanian soldiers the most headaches. Therefore, he said confidently, "Don't worry, let them continue to chase." Xanthoparus was not afraid that the Cutini warriors would stop and attack, because close combat was exactly what the allied army hoped for. Even if they tore apart the allied army's formation, he still believed that the final victory belonged to the allied army, because his greatest confidence came from the 4,000 Lucanian reserve soldiers. They were all young citizens with strong bodies and had undergone rigorous training, and they were familiar with the Dionia army system. Their fighting spirit would not be shaken by the chaos of their allies, and instead, they could rely on their tight organization to gain an advantage in a chaotic battle. Moreover, Xanthoparis had another hope, a hope that could completely change the course of the battle. Xanthoparis's eyes searched through the densely packed Kayutini warriors in front of him. Everywhere was red. Which ones were the Nikonian warriors? At this time, 500 warriors of the Evangam, the second largest tribe in Nikonia, were in the middle left of the Kayutini army's formation. Vaisonk did not stay idle when he retreated. On one hand, he sent his men to gather the warriors to prevent them from running away, and on the other hand, he sent his men to deliver his signal. The continuous pursuit of the Dionia coalition army showed Vaisonk the Greeks' determination to fight, which was rarely seen in the past battles against the Campanians. He was worried that if the Kayutini army really lost the Dionia coalition army, they would lose the great opportunity to escape from Segovani's control. Since he could no longer contact the other Nikonian tribes, he might as well go it alone. Vaisonk decided not to wait any longer. He took a deep breath, raised the spear in his hand in the air, and shouted angrily, "Nikonians, revenge!" The guards around him, who were already prepared, immediately followed and shouted, "Nikonians, revenge!" The other Nikonian warriors followed suit. They shouted as they stabbed their spears at the warriors of the Kautini tribe nearby. Before the battle, the leaders of the neighboring tribes had secretly accepted Segovani's order to monitor and guard the Nikonian tribe. However, after the battle started, the warriors were focused on retreating. Since the Dionia coalition army was in a hurry to catch up, they did not have the energy to care about anything else. At the same time, they gradually lost their guard against the Nikonian warriors. Unexpectedly, there was a sudden change. The Evangam warriors attacked in all directions and stabbed many of the Kayutini warriors. The other Kayutini warriors were shocked, but their first reaction was not to fight back. Instead, they wanted to avoid these crazy Nikonian warriors and continue to retreat. They did not forget that there were still enemies behind them. However, they all dodged to the outside, which naturally blocked the retreat route of the warriors behind them, causing the suddenly chaotic area to spread out. The Kautini warriors behind them were only blocked for 10 seconds before the allied army soldiers who were chasing them caught up and stabbed them with their spears. The center of the Evangam tribe exploded, and the soldiers of the allied army attacked from the rear. Caught off guard, the Kautini warriors fled in panic. Some of the warriors even warned the other tribes, "The Nikonians have betrayed us. The Nikonians have rebelled." Mixed with the neat and loud shouts of the Evangam people, "Revenge of the Nikonians." Even though the sounds of fighting and screams were endless in this area, these sounds could still be heard by the other tribal warriors. While the Kautini warriors were vigilant, the other Nikonians were also informed of the situation, forcing them to take action immediately. Therefore, one after another, the Nikonians rebelled and attacked the Kautini warriors around them. Segovani had originally scattered the Nikonian tribes around the army to prevent them from rebelling. At the same time, he forced them to fight for their own survival in the army. He did not expect to shoot himself in the foot. The sudden rebellion of the Nikonian warriors had thrown the entire army of Kautini into chaos. Xanthoparis noticed the abnormality of the enemy's formation and took the opportunity to inform the light-armored soldiers on both sides to attack from the inside. Coupled with the attack of the allied soldiers who had caught up, the Kautini army's original planned retreat quickly turned into a complete rout. Some of the Kautini warriors, who were frightened by the constant news of the rebellion, began to be suspicious and stabbed at their teammates who had no intention of approaching them. Under the dim sky, the Kautini warriors lost their fighting spirit. They trampled and killed each other on the way, causing countless casualties. When it was dark and the Dionia allied army stopped chasing, only about 2,000 Kautini warriors managed to escape, including the great leader Segovani. They finally escaped into the city of Caesarea. The allied army lost less than 500 people, and they gained the support of more than 2,000 Nikonians, increasing their strength again. Early the next morning, after a night of rest, the Dionia allied army divided into two groups and marched north. Their target was Caesarea and Abella. When it was almost noon, the army of the Campania alliance arrived at the foot of Caesarea, only to find that the city was empty. It turned out that after the remnants of Kautini's army fled back to Caesarea, Segovani, who had calmed down a little, cursed the Nikonians who had betrayed him, and realized that he could not stay in the city any longer. When the enemy attacked, he only needed to divide part of his forces to surround Caesarea, which only had 2,000 soldiers left defending it. Then, he could lead the main force to attack Abella, which was in the mountain pass and undefended, and then directly attack Cottim, which was also undefended. If that happened, Cotini would be finished. That night, Segovani mobilized the entire city to relocate. Even though the Caesaralans were extremely reluctant, they did not want to repeat Lola's mistakes. Thus, everyone took their belongings and retreated to Abella and Cottim that very night. Therefore, when the Dionian allied army, which was mainly composed of Dionian and Niconian soldiers, arrived at the mountain pass, Segovani led a mere 2,000 soldiers to defend the small city of Abella, sealing off the allied army's eastward path. On the same day, Capus led about 10,000 soldiers of the 10th and 11th legions. After a day of hard fighting, they captured the small town of Aquivium. They coordinated with the allied army led by Alexis, who was directly west of the Samni Mountains. It seemed like they would completely surround Hilpini's territory. After the departure of Cotini and the Pentines, the strength of the army in Beneventum was significantly weakened. In order to reduce unnecessary casualties, Lesgok had already stopped the attacks outside the city. Instead, the Daionia allied army approached the city. However, they were not here to attack the city. Instead, Gurney, the leader of the Abella alliance, led his people to shout from below the city. Gurney enumerated the defeats suffered by Lesgok since he started the war against Daionia, as well as the specific number of casualties and captives of the Hilpini soldiers. He also shouted towards the city, "My compatriots of Hilpini, now that Aquilonia and Aquivium have been successively captured by the Daionia allied army, Hilpini's territory is already surrounded by the allied army. Therefore, do not blindly follow Lesgok and continue to fight against the Daionia allied army. Otherwise, the allied army will send troops to capture your towns, destroy your settlements, capture your families, and completely destroy your tribes." At the same time, he also made a promise: as long as the tribal leaders and warriors surrender to Daionia, it would be even better if Lesgok can be captured. Not only will your previous aggression against Daionia be forgiven, your territories and families will be protected, and the captured warriors will also be released home. The injured warriors will also be carefully treated by Daionia doctors. Gurney's repeated shouts from below the city had a great impact on the Hilpini tribal leaders and warriors in the city. Lesgok began to see that the tribal leaders of Hilpini were quietly gathering their warriors and discussing something in secret, which made him secretly shocked. Not long after, the news of Cautini's army suffering a crushing defeat in the Campania plains spread to the city of Beneventum, causing even more panic. At this time, under the repeated urging of Alexis, the Aquilonian leader rushed to the allied army's camp. He also followed Gurney's shouts from below the city. Finally, the Aquilonian warriors who were originally sent to Beneventum to follow Lesgok were the first to stand up and ask Lesgok to respond to their leader's call to leave Beneventum and join Daionia. Aquilonia was the joint city of the third largest tribe of the Hilpini tribe. After several battles, there were still more than 700 warriors left, which was a large proportion of the army of the Hilpini tribe, which only had more than 4,000 warriors. Following closely behind Aquilonia were the warriors of Aquilium. They had also decided to pledge allegiance to Daionia in order to save their captive families. The tribes within the Hilpini tribe were equal in terms of political status. They elected their leader and followed his orders. This was not a mandatory rule by law, but based on the tribe's long tradition. However, the tradition also stipulated that they could refuse to carry out the leader's orders at any time according to their own circumstances. Therefore, whether it was the Hilpini tribe or the other Samni tribes, they were actually still a loose political alliance. Perhaps it was because of the characteristics of the mountain people that the communication between tribes was inconvenient and it was difficult to unify the jurisdiction. Therefore, they were more independent and had more freedom in terms of political status. However, this made it impossible for Lesgok to force them to stay, be it politically or militarily. There were more than 800 warriors from Aquilonia and Aquilium, which also made Lesgok hesitate to take action. With no other choice, Lesgok had them swear in the name of God Savon that after surrendering to Daionia, they would not be enemies with all the Samni tribes. The warriors of Aquilonia and Aquilium did as they were told. Therefore, Lesgok could only order them to open the city gates and let the warriors of these two tribes leave. Alexis led the leaders of the allied forces to welcome them who had come to surrender. The other tribal leaders who had witnessed the whole process from the top of the city walls finally stopped hesitating and made their requests to Lesgok: leave Benventum and go back to protect their homes. Lesgok knew that these people were lying. If he really let them out of the city, they would probably go to Dionia in the blink of an eye. He had expected this when he let the warriors of Aquilonia and Aquilium leave. These Hilpini warriors who had united to force Lesgok to abdicate numbered more than 1,000. If he did not let them go, once they were allowed to cause trouble in the city, it would instead cause a greater disaster. Lesgok thought about it again and finally nodded in agreement. The departure of the Hilpini tribes caused panic in the city of Benventum. It even affected the army of Caracini. The tribal leaders and warriors all asked Contract to leave Benventum and return to their homes. Although Contract was stubborn and conservative, he also knew that the defeat of the allied forces of Samanai was inevitable. They were outnumbered. It was only a matter of time before Benventum fell. If the army of Caracini continued to stay in the city, they would face the danger of being completely wiped out. Therefore, he used the excuse of being forced by the tribal leaders of Caracini and was embarrassed to not see Lesgok in person, so he sent one of his subordinates to inform Lesgok. He then led his troops out of the city through the north gate, crossed the river, and left Benventum. The departure of the reinforcements caused the people in the city to fall into complete panic. The tribal leaders of Benventum came together to see Lesgok and made a request. The situation was critical now, and Benventum could not do anything alone. For the safety of the people in the city, they hoped that Lesgok could lead the people in the city to surrender to Dionia. The desolate Lesgok looked at the tribal leaders and the elders of his own tribe among the petitioners, and his expression became even more gloomy. He was silent for a long time, and under the repeated urging of the tribal leaders, he said coldly, "Let me think about it." With that, he had the guards chase them away. Looking at the empty living room, Lesgok's heart was also empty. He remembered what Segavani had scolded him before. "You don't deserve to be a tribal leader. You're not decisive enough, and you're not ruthless enough." Lesgok smiled sadly and whispered to himself, "Segavani, you're right. However, I really want to know how you, who are ruthless, will save Kaadam next. Unfortunately, I won't be able to see it." That night, Lesgok committed suicide in his mansion. The people in the city were terrified. The tribal leaders held an emergency meeting and sent messengers to the Dionia camp the next day. When the word surrender came out of the mouth of the Benventum messenger, Alexis wasn't too surprised, because other than Benventum, the other Hilpini tribes had successively surrendered to Dionia. Then he learned that Caracini's army had left Benventum, so Benventum was like a turtle in a jar. Therefore, Alexis said confidently, "It's a good thing that Benventum can surrender." However, as one of the initiators of this war, and according to the other tribes, Benventum was the main commander of this war, causing a great disaster to Dionia and its allies. They must be severely punished. When the messenger heard this, he was so frightened that he hurriedly said, "Honorable General Alexis, Savone has already handed down the punishment for Benventum's mistake. Big leader Lesgok committed suicide last night to atone for his crime." "Lesgok is dead?" Gurney asked in surprise in the big tent. "Yes, Leader Gurney." The messenger looked at Gurney with a sad expression, and said with a choked voice, "Before his death, the great leader regretted what he did to the Abenelum. He hoped that he alone would bear all the blame, and that you would spare the tribes of Benventum." Lesgok would never say such things. Gurney shook his head and sat down again, but he seemed to be in a good mood. Alexis said solemnly, "Lesgok's suicide does not absolve the Benventum people of their responsibility. Our king of Devers once wrote a letter saying, Benventum has been full of malice towards Dionia for more than 10 years. They have been maliciously suppressing and bullying the friendly Abenelum of Dionia, and they are also the main culprit of this war. Because you wantonly tore up the alliance, in order to prevent Benventum from provoking another war in the future, the king of Devers instructed, Benventum must be completely integrated into the kingdom of Dionia. The tribes and people of Benventum can join the kingdom of Dionia, or they can move to other places in the Samanai Mountains. When this war is over, the mountains will be sparsely populated, and there will be plenty of places for you to live. When the messenger heard this, he was angry, and roared with a red face, "Is Dionia trying to use the war as an excuse to forcefully annex Benventum? If so, our warriors will never yield, and will fight to the death. Savone will protect us, even if all the people of Dionia here die in battle. Don't even think about attacking Benventum." After roaring, the messenger turned to look at Gurney and reprimanded, "You see, this is the ambition of Dionia. Today it's Benventum, tomorrow it may be Abenelum. I'm afraid the people of Dionia want to destroy the entire Samanai Mountains. Do you still want to be their accomplice?" Gurney turned a deaf ear to the messenger's attempt to drive a wedge between them. Alexis had already told him the orders of the Devers. Of course, he was very happy that the Devers wanted him to become the great leader of the Hilpini tribe. Although it was a pity that the most powerful tribe, Benventum, would be separated and become a part of the kingdom of Dionia, it also meant that the situation of Benventum suppressing Abenelum for decades would no longer exist. In the future, there would be a lot less restraint when he governed the entire tribe, so he could accept this. He replied calmly, "Abenelum has already joined the kingdom of Dionia." The messenger was stunned. Alexis said in a tough tone, "Our soldiers have long been ready to attack Benventum. Do you accept this condition or fight to the death? Berentum must give me an answer today, otherwise we will start attacking the city tomorrow." The messenger hurriedly returned to the city. He didn't expect the city to be in turmoil. It turned out that the warriors of Leskok's tribe were instigated by his relatives. They thought that the leader's suicide had something to do with the fear of death of the other tribe leaders. Not only did they imprison the 2 tribal elders who were involved in this matter, but they also demanded that the other tribe leaders must take responsibility for this matter and accept judgment and punishment according to tradition. Of course, the other tribe leaders couldn't accept this, and the angry warriors of Leskok's tribe insisted on making them pay the price, which led to the escalation of the conflict. Leskok's tribe was the largest tribe in the territory of Benventum. The other tribes could only unite to fight against it. Both sides were at daggers drawn and didn't give an inch. The emissary informed both sides of Dionia's harsh conditions. Although everyone's anger was temporarily appeased and they sat down to discuss the matter, they could not come up with a unified opinion after debating for half a day due to the lack of a leader. Should they fight or should they make peace? Leskok's tribe elected his eldest son to participate in the discussion. Not only was his attitude firm in the meeting, he wanted to fight to the death with Dionia's coalition army, but he also constantly verbally attacked the other leaders who proposed further negotiations. When the meeting was over, he glared at the other leaders with eyes full of hatred, which made the leaders scared. Because Benventum didn't reply on the same day, Alexis kept her promise and sent out the army early the next morning, ready to attack the city. The morale of Dionia's coalition army was very high, and they had a strong desire to fight. After learning that the main army of Lucania's reserve army had defeated the main army of Catini, the soldiers of the 10th and 11th legions certainly couldn't allow themselves to be defeated by the reserve army. They had asked for battle many times. For the Abenelum warriors, they could finally take revenge by taking Benventum, and they could vent the oppression and humiliation they had suffered for more than 10 years, so they were very excited. For the potential warriors, taking Benventum meant that they didn't have to listen to the older generation talk about how terrible the Samanai were. They could proudly tell their descendants that they had conquered the largest Samanai town. Alexis issued the siege deployment, the army of Potentia to attack the east wall, the Dionysian army to attack the west, and the army of Abenelum to attack the south. Alexis also put the surrendered warriors of the Hilpini tribe under Gurney's command. He couldn't allow some Hilpini warriors who weren't sure of their loyalty to watch from the side while the whole army was attacking the city. Faced with the objections of these tribes, Gurney threatened fiercely, "You once swore to Leskok. Now that Leskok has committed suicide, you naturally don't have to abide by this oath anymore. Don't find any excuses to avoid this battle. Let me tell you, the tribes that participate in this battle are allies of Dionia, and those that don't are enemies. Make your own choice." Many people secretly scolded Gurney in their hearts, but no tribe dared to leave without permission. Gurney didn't hold back and directly arranged for them to be at the forefront of the siege. The siege of the Dionia allied army was imminent, but the leaders in the city of Beneventum didn't come up with a defense plan because of the fruitless debate yesterday. They didn't expect that the Dionia allied army would launch an attack at dawn. They immediately panicked and brought their warriors to defend the city in a hurry. The arrangement was hasty and chaotic. Moreover, Beneventum was a large city, and 2,000 warriors couldn't cover the entire city. Seeing the enemy swarming in like a tide and the tall siege weapons that they had never seen before, some of the leaders' hearts beat fast and they had other ideas. The siege had just begun, but the tribes in charge of defending the south city opened the city gates and surrendered to the Daionia allied army. The army of Abenelum took the opportunity to rush into the city, and Beneventum's line of defense collapsed. The tribe of Liskuk, who had resisted until the end, had suffered more than half of their casualties and the death of their temporary leader, and they had no choice but to surrender. The Daionia allied army captured Beneventum. The fall of Beneventum meant that the allied army led by Alexis could directly reach Caudum through the mountain path in the east. The spies of Caudum, who had been closely monitoring the situation in Beneventum, immediately sent the bad news back to Caudum. The people of Caudum were extremely panicked because most of their young and strong tribesmen were under the leadership of Segavani, resisting the other Daionia allied army in Abella. A few days ago, Segavani was angry at the betrayal of the Naconians, so he ordered his men to escort the Naconian leaders imprisoned in Caudum to Abella and behead them all. He hung their heads on the city walls to vent his anger and take revenge on the Naconians. The Naconians, led by Vasink, were indeed angered, and they all requested Xanthoparis to attack Abella. Xanthoparis saw that the Naconians' fighting spirit was high, and after scouting, he found that Abella was not only small, but its defensive facilities were also simple. Abella was located in the hinterland of Caudum and had never been threatened by external enemies. In addition, it was surrounded by mountains that were difficult to climb, and the land was barren. Faced with the threat of survival, the Abella people were busy looting and did not have the time to repair the city. So he agreed to the Naconians' request, and after carrying over the siege equipment used in the attack on Lola, he gave the order to attack the city. The attack was made with the Naconians as the main force, the Daionia soldiers as support, and the Campanian alliance soldiers as backup, waving flags and shouting to boost the morale. It turned out that the generals of the Campanian alliance saw that the remnants of Caudum's army had been driven out of the Campanian plains and were no longer a threat to them, so they had the idea of returning to their homeland and quickly rebuilding their homeland. They all asked Xanthoparis to resign and leave. In the end, even the Neapolitan general Ialos could not sit still, but at least he left 1,000 Neapolitan soldiers behind. At this time, Xanthoparis's troops were reduced to 7,000, but this was still 3.5 times the number of Segavani's troops. For 2 days in a row, the Catini warriors repelled the enemy's attack, but they also paid a lot of casualties. Abella city was even more ruined, and Segavani already had the intention to retreat. At this time, he received the bad news that Beneventum has fallen. That night, he abandoned the people of Abella and Casares in the city and led his army to quietly retreat to Caudum. The next day, the people in the city found out that they had been abandoned by Segavani. The few remaining Abella and Casares warriors decided to surrender to the allied forces outside the city. However, the Naconian warriors were full of hatred and had suffered a lot of losses, and of course, Xanthoparis rejected them. Because of the Dever's order, Abella was a small city in the eastern plains of Campania that connected Caudum and Beneventum. Its location was too important and must be completely controlled by the Kingdom of Daionia. In order to avoid future management problems, Xanthoparis felt that it was more appropriate to directly occupy it. The Daionia allied forces launched an attack. In an instant, they broke into the city and occupied Abella. The Naconian warriors brought the captured Catini warriors to the corpses of the original Naconian leaders and sacrificed them. On the east side, Alexis only rested in Beneventum for a day and dealt with some simple matters in the city. She had Borlet split half of the army to guard the city, while he personally led the rest of the army westward. They passed through the mountain path and arrived at Caudum. After Xanthoparis captured Abella, he also led the troops eastward without stopping and successfully met up with Alexis's troops in Caudum. They had a force of nearly 30,000 people. Caudum's garrison was less than 2,000 people, which made the tribes in the city very panicked. Some leaders united and suggested to Segavani that they could surrender to the Daionia allied forces to protect the people in the city. Segavani did not even think about it and flatly refused. The indignant leaders anxiously argued with him, but this angered Segavani, who had become increasingly irritable due to repeated defeats. He captured the leader and chased the others away, declaring that he would fight the Daionia alliance to the bitter end. This crazy move caused some tribes to be at odds with each other. That night, many tribes left the city to secretly collude with the Daionia coalition army. How could Alexis let go of such a good opportunity? She immediately attacked the city the next day. Kadam soon fell, and Segavani also died on the city walls. At this point, the two most powerful tribes in the Samanai alliance, Hilpini, were completely subdued, and most of Kadam was also subdued. The remaining Kadam towns in the north, such as Capua and Kalatia, could not support them alone. It was only a matter of time before they were conquered. Just when the Daionia coalition army met in Kadam, Kontrek and Bardani gathered the largest military force that the two tribes could muster, 5,000 warriors, and wanted to carry out a surprise attack on the Dionysian army in the east. However, the cautious Capys did not continue to enter the mountains after occupying Equivium. Instead, while stabilizing the local order, he continuously sent out reconnaissance teams to investigate the surrounding terrain in detail. As a result, the movements of the Samanai army were discovered, and he immediately prepared to defend. The surprise attack of the two Samanai tribes eventually turned into a frontal attack. After paying some casualties, they had no choice but to retreat. Subsequently, the news of the fall of Beneventum and Kadam came one after another. Kontrek and Bardani were shocked and had no choice but to lead their respective armies back to their tribal territories to guard against the upcoming attack of the Daionia coalition army. Your Majesty, good news. Xanthoparis led the army to not only capture Lola, but also defeated the main force of Kadam who came to help. Tormid hurried into the tent and said excitedly. Oh. Devers hurriedly took the battle report. After reading it carefully, he suddenly smiled and said, "This is indeed good news. Kadam's defeat, the Naconian surrender, and the victory of the Samanai war has been decided. Xanthoparis has made a great contribution. This is his first time leading an army on his own, right?" "Yes, Your Majesty." Xanthoparis was about to retire from the army before. It was the Ministry of Military Affairs who temporarily recruited him to Lucania to form a reserve army. Because of the outbreak of the Samanai War, he led the army to participate in the war in Campania. Tormid said in such detail out of selfishness. He had a good relationship with Xanthoparis, and they both came to Greece together. So, he hoped that Xanthoparis, who was over 60 years old, could still have a good development in the kingdom. Of course, Devers knew that Tormid and Xanthoparis were on good terms, but he did not care about what Xanthoparis was hiding. Instead, he patted the battle report and said with a sigh and regret, "Whether it is the capture of Lola or the defeat of Kadam's main force, Xanthoparis has shown excellent military command ability. I shouldn't have let him become a prosecutor of the Ministry of Military Affairs in the first place. He wasted all these years in vain. I still don't know enough about them." Tormid did not say anything, but he was happy for his friend. Devers sighed for a while, then loudly praised, "This time, the strategic plan of the Ministry of Military Affairs for Samanai is also very good. Alexis in the east, Xanthoparis and the Campanian allies in the west, and Abenalum and Potentia in the middle." The three armies worked closely together and took turns to attack. The Samanai could not focus on the east and could not focus on the west. Their defeat was destined. "Yes, Your Majesty." Secretary Henneborus also smiled and said, "Just like you said before, although the Samanai are hungry wolves, we Daionia are lions. Even if the wolf bites the lion a few times, it will not cause much damage. But if the lion gives the wolf a claw, half of its life will be gone. We have to be greedier. We want the entire life of this wolf." Devers joked, then said, "Henri, go and take out the map of the Samanai region and put it on the table." Herneopolis grunted in acknowledgement. He then went to the bookshelf filled with all kinds of documents. Krotokatax also came over to help him. Tormid. Devers continued, regarding the letter from the Ministry of Military Affairs saying that the increase in the number of troops participating in the Samanai War has caused a shortage of military rations. I have thought about it. In the future, the rations of the troops led by Alexis and Xanthoparis will be supplied by us. Your Majesty, you mean, to transport military rations from Rome to Campania? Tormid asked out of politeness. In fact, he was not surprised, because the food stockpiled in Rome was indeed very sufficient. Not only were the military rations seized from Rome, but also the rations plundered from almost all the aristocratic residences in Rome. There were also rations collected from the conquered cities of Latin and Etruria. The shocking amount was enough to supply the army of Dionia in Latinum and the people in Rome for half a year. Lead the young people in the General Staff Department to draw up a more detailed food supply plan based on the situation of the army in Campania, as well as the food and transportation situation in Rome. Then submit it to me for review, and then send it to the assists for him to arrange, Devers ordered. Yes, Your Majesty. Devers rubbed his chin and thought for a while. He then said, it seems that we should also send people to the Etrurian and Latin allies to ask for military rations. Father, isn't the food reserve in Rome still very sufficient? Besides, it will be harvest in another 2 months. Most of the farmlands outside Rome, Veii, Gabii, and other cities have not been destroyed. Now, they are being well taken care of by the people of Rome. I believe that there will be enough food to supply the army of Latinum and Campania, and even the army of Sicily. There is no need to ask for food from the new allies, which will deepen their dissatisfaction with us. Clotocatax was a little worried. Devers looked at him with a smile. I'm glad that you did not stay idle in Rome. You have made a more detailed understanding of the areas we have occupied. That's how it should be. However, the reason why I sent people to ask for food from these allies is not because we are short of food, but to solve their confusion. Solve their confusion? Clotocatax was confused. Devers smiled and patiently explained to him, in the past, Rome was at war every year and often asked for food and soldiers from these allies. They are used to it. But now, these cities have surrendered to us, Dionia, and we have been fighting alone without asking for any help from them. I'm afraid they will be confused and even worried that after we destroy Rome, we will turn against them. Clotocatax suddenly understood. So, asking for food from them is to show them that Dionia has indeed regarded them as an ally. Devers continued, this is just one of the purposes. In addition, I will ask the messenger to ask for food from them at the same time, but at the same time, we will not set a rigid limit on the amount. In this way, the amount of food provided by each ally will be just enough for us to make a rough judgment on how sincere they are to Dionia. Clotocatax was deep in thought. Devers glanced at the map that had been placed on the table and said, Clotho, you have just heard the news that Xanthoparis led the army to defeat the main force of Cotini at Lola, and Alexis has also arrived at the city of Beneventum. Capys has also attacked the Hilpini mountains from the east. The defeat of the Samni people is only a matter of time. If you were to deal with the conquered Samni mountains, what would you do? Clotocatax was not surprised. He had been following the Devers for a long time, and the Devers would ask him questions from time to time when they were dealing with government affairs. He was already used to it, and it also forced him to think about the battle reports and information that came to him at all times. At this time, he walked to the table and stared at the map of Samni and Campania, deep in thought. At this time, the others in the tent remained silent. Tormid looked at Clotocatax, who was deep in thought at the table, and could not help but feel emotional. During his time in Latin, he often helped the Devers with military affairs, so he spent most of his time with the Devers and spent more time with Clotocatax. He witnessed with his own eyes that the Prince of Dionia, who was initially hot-blooded and immature, gradually became steady and thoughtful. At first, the officials, generals, and soldiers looked at him with suspicion, but now, they gradually accepted him. This was due to the Devers' guidance, and it was also inseparable from his own talent and hard work. Judging from all the signs, if nothing unexpected happened, Clotocatax was likely to be the next king of Dionia. Tormid calculated in his heart. In the future, he would try to create as many conditions as possible for his children to have more contact with Clotocatax. Back then, he lacked courage and did not follow the Devers to Greece from the beginning. In addition, his own talent was limited, so he had almost reached the end of his current position. But the next generation, just as Tormid's imagination was running wild, Clotocatax had sorted out his thoughts and said to the Devers, Father, if we have completely defeated the Samnite tribal alliance, my opinion is that the Cautini towns in the eastern plains of Campania, except for Niconia, should be incorporated into Dionia. This way, we can expand our territory, protect our alliance, referring to the Campanian alliance, and also deter the races in the mountains. But for the Samanai towns in the mountains, it is better to let the Samanai people manage them themselves. On the one hand, the Samanai people are unruly, and the tribes there rarely have contact with Dionia. Their culture and customs are completely different. It is very difficult to send officials to govern them, and it is easy to cause conflicts, which will waste the kingdom's energy and financial resources. On the other hand, the land in the mountains is barren, the environment is harsh, and the products are not abundant. I am afraid that not many Dionia citizens are willing to move to the Samanai mountains, so it is difficult for us to assimilate the Samanai people in the mountains in a short time. Also, the Samanai people, the Pentni and Karasini people are adjacent to the other races in the northern mountains. If we forcibly annex the two tribes, I am afraid that the other races will be vigilant and will hate them, leading to unpredictable the consequences. So I think, we can dissolve the Samanai tribal alliance and let the four major tribes of Samanai become the kingdom's subsidiary allies, but we must retain the positions of the chiefs of the major tribes. Only in this way can we prevent their strength from being weakened and still be able to resist their former enemies in the north, and reduce our troubles. Clotho Katak spoke with fervor and assurance. Before the Devers could respond, Tormid praised, "Your Majesty, Prince Clotho is very thoughtful. I think his suggestion is very reasonable." Hennaboris looked at Tormid, blinked, and said nothing. Divers, on the other hand, had a gratified smile on his face as he said affirmatively, "Clotho, your suggestion has inspired me a lot. The Samanai tribal alliance should indeed be dissolved. It seems that it's not the right time to completely annex the Samanai mountains. Therefore, it seems that it's still necessary to preserve the original political structure of a few tribes and allow the existence of a great leader to facilitate the kingdom's control over them." The Devers' agreement with his suggestion made Clotho Katax feel excited. But the Devers changed the topic, looked at him, and said seriously, "Your consideration of the problem is not detailed enough, and the handling of the Samanai people is still relatively careless. The situation of the four major tribes is different, and the way to deal with them should also be different. Hilpini is the largest tribe in the Samanai kingdom, and it is also the tribe that borders the kingdom's territory the most. Although its territory is in the mountains, we can't be too lenient with it. Beneventum must be annexed to the kingdom. In the Samanai mountains, this is a rare piece of fertile lowland, and the area is not small. I think the kingdom's preparatory citizens and free people will be willing to settle there. Also, its location is very important. It is right in the center of the territory of Hilpini and Katini, and next to Abenalim and Katini. With it, we will have a cornerstone to stabilize the southern part of the Samanai mountains. In addition, Abenalim has always been friendly with the kingdom, and has contributed a lot in this war. It has become a free city of the kingdom, and we should reward it. We can allow Gurney to become the chief of Hilpini, and rule over the other Hilpini tribes and territories other than Beneventum. Let it become the kingdom's second potentia, and let it have the strength to resist Pentni and Karasini in the northern part of the mountains, and ensure the safety of the northern part of the kingdom. Katini, this tribe is rather special. Its territory is either the eastern plains of Campania or the lowlands in the valleys, which are actually very suitable for the kingdom's people to settle down. What you said just now is correct. The towns and cities of Katini in the eastern plains of Campania should be annexed to Dionia, but this appetite is not big enough. Since we are ready to annex Beneventum into the kingdom's territory, then Katini in the west and its surrounding small towns should also be included in our annexation plan. This way, Beneventum and the eastern plains of Campania can be guaranteed, so that it will not be alone outside the kingdom's territory. Don't forget about Narconia. The people of this territory have been in contact with the kingdom for more than 10 years, and they have finally joined our side. Logically speaking, we should guarantee their territory. However, Narconia's location is more important. Previously, the Samnites attacked the Campania alliance and captured Pompeii, Herculaneum, and other city-states. Now, Xanthoparis has recovered Pompeii and Herculaneum. So far, the Campania alliance has not asked us to return these two towns. It is said that the Campania alliance suffered heavy casualties in this war, and does not have enough manpower to cultivate these lands. My opinion is to send an envoy to the Campania alliance to discuss and annex these two towns to Dionia. Hennaboris's eyes lit up, and he interrupted, that way, Bereventum, Caudium, the former Caudium town on the eastern plains of Campania, as well as Pompeii and Herculanum could be connected to the kingdom Zenona, but Narconia is an obstacle, Devers said confidently. We can negotiate with the people of Narconia and ask them to move to the north of Capua. There is the Volturno River there, and the land is more fertile. We can allow them to have more territories than the current Narconia. At the same time, we can allow them to elect a chief of Catini to govern the Catini tribes in the northernmost part of the former Catini territory, which are adjacent to the Sidicini, Oronzi, and Pentini tribes. I believe they will be willing to let us completely occupy the central and southern parts of Catini, and connect it with Annona to completely guarantee the safety of our new territories. For the Pentini and Caracini tribes, their settlements and towns are in the mountains north of Samni. The mountains there are higher, and the roads there are more difficult to traverse, especially for the Caracini tribe. It is said that their settlements are in the mountains thousands of meters high, so their land is more barren, and their population is not large. We do not need to occupy their lands, but they must surrender to the kingdom. The chiefs of their tribes must hand over their children and send them to Thurii as hostages. The chief they elect must be confirmed by the kingdom before he can assume the position. After listening to Divers' plan on how to deal with the Samone tribal alliance, Clotho-Catacus carefully pondered over it for a while, then said with heartfelt admiration, "Father, your plan is much better than mine. You have indeed thought it through better than me. That is because you have been too kind to the Samone tribes. When considering the problem, you have not considered the problem from the standpoint of obtaining greater benefits for the kingdom, weakening our enemies as much as possible, and making them unable to rebel." The Devers hit the nail on the head. "Father, but..." Clotho-Catax asked, "Hilpini and Caiutini may be able to accept your plan, but I'm afraid that the Pentini and Caracini tribes may not. Then continue fighting until they accept it. Leave this matter to Alexis and Xanthoparis. Since we have already declared war on the Samni, we should use this war to completely solve the problem of the Samni, even if we have to pay a higher price, to prevent them from rebelling in the future." The Devers warned him sincerely. Clotho-Catax nodded in thought. The Devers turned back and said, "Henny, did you hear what I said just now about the plan to deal with the 4 major tribes of the Samni?" "Yes, your majesty." "Then write a letter to the Senate according to what I said just now. Let them arrange the affairs of the Samni in advance on this basis. Then write a letter to Alexis and Xanthoparis with the same idea. Let them know how to adjust their strategy." "Understood, your majesty." "I will write now," Henny said and took out the papyrus. Clotho-Catax and Tormid were still thinking about the series of plans that the Devers had to deal with the Samni, thinking about the impact it would have on the Samni. The tent became quiet, and the rustling sound of writing could be heard. After a short while, Henipolis finished writing the letter for the Senate and handed it to the Devers. The Devers were satisfied after reading it. Without changing a single word, he signed his name at the end, stamped his seal, and returned it to Henipolis. "Send it to the Senate according to the highest level of confidentiality." "Yes, your majesty." Henipolis immediately rolled the letter up, using 3 red ropes to tie the 2 ends and the middle at the same time. Then, he wrote the second letter. At this moment, the captain of the royal guards, Marcius, walked into the tent. "Your majesty, the commander of the 3rd Fleet, Mytilades, is waiting outside for your summons." "Oh, Mytilades is here." The Devers quickly waved his hand. "Quick, let him in." After entering the tent, Mytilades saluted and said loudly, "Your majesty, I'm late." "You came at the right time." The Devers said with a double meaning. "Your fleet and infantrymen are about to be put to good use." Mytilades was instantly excited when he heard this. He had just led the fleet back to Latin when he heard that in the short time he was away, the army, led by the Devers, with Rome as the center, had conquered Venus and Casrella in the north, Fidene and Crucium in the east, and Gabii in the south, forcing many Latin city-states to surrender. They had chased Rome's army to the small cities by the sea in the west, and were tightening the siege. This news made him feel terrible, as if the 3rd Fleet was not involved in this war, and was completely irrelevant. So, when he heard the Devers' words, he was immediately excited. "Have you recruited all the infantrymen?" the Devers asked. "Yes, but..." Middle-aged said carefully, but once the recruitment order was issued, not only Trine, but even the citizens of Silatina and Hyhernian rushed to the naval base to sign up. They even found many acquaintances to ask for help. So I recruited 2,000 more people. The Devers looked at him solemnly. Middle-aged's heart tightened. Devers said slowly, so be it. However, including the addition of the fleet infantry this time, the total number of the Third Fleet's infantry should be 4,000. This is already an exception made by the Ministry of Military Affairs. The extra number must be disbanded after the war is over. Remember, don't do it again. Middle-aged hurriedly said, Your Majesty, please rest assured. Once the war is over, I will immediately disband all the extra fleet soldiers. Devers smiled. This is snatching soldiers from Legio 6. Be careful that Trotires, Legio VI's captain, finds out and will fight you to the death. Middle-aged heard the Devers' joke and finally breathed a sigh of relief. He also joked, in order to appease Trotires, I will hold a few more banquets for him and get him drunk. Legio VI's military camp was west of Silatina, and the Third Fleet's naval base was near the bay near Trine. The two were not far from each other, and they often interacted with each other. Middle-aged and Trotires had a good relationship, so he was not worried that the other would blame him. Middle-aged. Talmud suddenly said, Right now, there are 4,000 infantrymen in the Third Fleet. We will prepare food and other supplies for the infantrymen in your fleet according to this number. As for the extra 2,000 people, you will have to figure out what to do. What? Middle-aged thought Tormod was joking, but seeing his serious face, he did not know what to say for a moment. After all, when he recruited the soldiers this time, he did have a selfish motive. Tormod had received a hint from Devers to give Middle-aged a small warning. But for Middle-aged, it was almost impossible for him to take out the supplies for 2,000 people. He could only look at Devers with a pleading look. Devers took the opportunity and said seriously, If you want to solve the problem of the extra 2,000 people, you can only do your best to complete the next mission. Your Majesty, the brothers of the Third Fleet and I are ready. No matter how difficult the mission is, we will complete it smoothly. Middle-aged immediately declared loudly. As Hernepolis was writing a letter, Cloto Catax took over his work. He was clear about Devers' plan, so he found a map from the bookshelf and spread it out on the table. Devers led Middle-aged to the table. Middle-aged looked down. In front of him was a map of Corsica and Sardinia. How much do you know about Corsica? Devers asked. Middle-aged already had a plan in mind. He thought carefully before saying, Corsica is known by the sailors as the giant mountain of the sea. The island is full of towering mountains and is not suitable for living at all. There are only 2 small coastal plains on the east of the island. There are 2 towns built there. The town of Mariana in the north belongs to the Etruscans, and the town of Illyria in the south belongs to the Phoenicians. There are also some small Phoenician villages on the west coast, but the coast is covered with reefs and the coast is twisted. It will be more difficult for the warships to land. Your Majesty, are you going to let the Third Fleet attack Corsica? Devers nodded, looked at the map and said, To be precise, let the Third Fleet attack the Phoenician towns and settlements on Corsica. The reason why Carthage could become the most prosperous and wealthy city-state in the western Mediterranean was because it controlled most of the precious metal resources and trade in the entire western Mediterranean. The Iberian Peninsula, Gaul, Etruria, Sardinia, and Corsica, especially Sardinia and Corsica, were completely controlled by Carthage. Since Carthage dared to declare war on us, Dionia, then we will destroy this important source of trade one by one, so that its treasury will not be full and it will not be able to support a long war with us. Therefore, the first target of the Third Fleet is to destroy all the Phoenician settlements on Corsica. Don't underestimate these settlements because they are small in size and population, but the silver, iron, copper, and other metal mines on Corsica are excavated, smelted, manufactured, and finally transported to Carthage. The Phoenician settlements on the west coast have formed a complete metal smelting system. Therefore, the Third Fleet must occupy these settlements and capture all the Phoenicians. Also, try not to destroy the metal mines and smelting facilities of the Phoenicians. Devers emphasized. After hearing this, Middle-aged immediately said solemnly, Your Majesty, the Third Fleet will overcome all difficulties to complete this mission. Not only must it be completed, but it must be completed as soon as possible. Of course, you must also be careful of the attacks of the warships of Carthage stationed in Sardinia and Corsica. You must not be careless. Yes, your majesty. The stern words of the Devers made Middleade's heart skip a beat. As the commander of the navy responsible for defending the west coast of Ionia, he certainly had a detailed understanding of the situation in Sardinia and Corsica to the west. Before the war, Carthage had stationed less than 30 triple-hulled warships on these two islands, and they were mainly scattered in the ports of several towns in Sardinia. Perhaps because they were too weak, they did not cause trouble during the expedition of the Ionia army to Rome. Therefore, Middleades did not take them seriously. However, the Devers' warning made him take it seriously. The Devers pressed his hand on the icon of Elenia on the map and asked, although Elenia is a town of the Phoenicians, don't you think this name is not in line with the naming habits of the Phoenicians and Carthage? Could it be that it used to be a town belonging to the Greeks? Middleades repeated the name of this town in his heart and asked in surprise. In fact, this was just an expression that he purposely showed to respond to the Devers. As a general of Ionia, he did not care about the history of this town. You are right, but Elenia was not just a city belonging to the Greeks. Logically speaking, it should be a town belonging to Ionia. Henopolis interrupted. He had just finished writing the letters to Alexis and Xanthoparis and happened to hear this conversation. This brilliant student of the historian Ansitanos was immediately interested in teaching others. Elenia should belong to Ionia? Middleades was really shocked this time. During the great colonial era, we Greeks colonized the western Mediterranean. We not only built Agrigento and Syracuse in Sicily, Tarentum and Sabari in Magna Graecia, Marselia in Gaul, Naples and Cumae in Campania, and Alenia in Corsica. However, the masters of northern Italy, the Etruscans, were frightened by the surging Greeks. They probably thought that if they did not stop the crazy colonization of the Greeks, the Etruscans would be surrounded by our Greek colonial cities. Therefore, they allied with Carthage, who had already established a firm foothold in Sardinia, and started a war with the Greek cities of Alenia, Marselia, and Campania. The most important battle was a naval battle near Alenia. In the end, the Greeks suffered a crushing defeat. Not only did Alenia fall into the hands of Carthage, but they also did not dare to colonize the northern part of Italy for hundreds of years. Henopolis talked non-stop. Not only was Middleades listening carefully, but Tormid and Cloto Catax were also listening with great interest. Literature Museum, however, Middleades was still confused. It's a pity that the Greeks were defeated in the end, but what does that have to do with Ionia? Henopolis, who had purposely kept them in suspense, smiled and said, some of the Elenians escaped to Italy and built Elia with the other Greek colonists. This history is engraved on the stone tablet in the temple of Apollo in Elia. The Elenians are now the citizens of Ionia, so the Elenia that they built should also belong to Ionia. Henopolis' explanation was a bit unreasonable, but Middleades felt that it was reasonable. He immediately said, the Third Fleet will take back Elenia from Carthage and wash away the shame of the Greeks. Devers was satisfied with his attitude and encouraged him further, go back and tell the crew of the Third Fleet that taking back Elenia will not only deal a great blow to the Carthage, but it will also encourage the Greek city-states in the western Mediterranean and deepen their friendship with Mysiria. You will become a hero in their hearts. Also, as far as I know, Elenia has a large port with complete facilities. It's a military port and a commercial port combined into one. It can be used as a stop for all the warships of the Third Fleet, so you won't have to travel back and forth. After we take down Elenia, the Third Fleet can use it as a base to attack Sardinia, which is right next to Corsica. We can attack the mining teams on the island, destroy their towns and villages, and attack their cargo ships. Middleades said excitedly, Your Majesty, please don't worry. I will make sure that the Phoenicians on these two islands won't be able to transport a single piece of metal. Devers saw that Middleades was too excited, so he couldn't help but remind him, I can't spare any troops to support you now. The mission of attacking Corsica and Sardinia can only be done by the Third Fleet. So you have to be bold and cautious at the same time. You have to cherish your soldiers and don't let them suffer too many casualties, which will cause the follow-up plan to fail. Devers' words made Middleades feel even more pressured. At this moment, Cloto Catax asked, Father, Will the Etruscans be dissatisfied with our military action on Corsica and have other ideas? In fact, Cloto Catax had already discussed this issue with the Devers in private before. Bringing it up now was just a tactful reminder to the Devers. The Devers secretly praised his son for his thoughtfulness. Then he said with a straight face, "Don't worry about that. Although the Etruscans often trade with Carthage, they are no longer allies. Moreover, they are still dissatisfied with Carthage's strong support for Rome. Moreover, the southern Etruscan city-states have just allied with us." Then, Devers looked at Middleades. "But try not to let your warships appear on the seas of Corsica that is controlled by the Etruscans. Don't let your soldiers enter their territory to avoid excessively provoking the Etruscans who are already afraid of us. Other than that, I don't have any other requests. You can decide how to attack Corsica and Sardinia. I won't interfere." The Devers' words made Middleades feel even more pressured. He took a deep breath and said, "Yes. Yes, Your Majesty." Tormid looked at the back of Middleades and could not help but say, "He's a little nervous." It's a good thing to be nervous. This way, he will be more cautious when he takes action. Even if the Third Fleet does not achieve any decent results, as long as the fleet is around these two islands, it will bring a lot of trouble to Carthage. I'm afraid that Middleades will be overconfident and lose his vigilance. He will take risks and cause the Third Fleet to suffer heavy losses, which will weaken our advantage, just like. Sigh. The Devers' words stopped abruptly and then he sighed heavily. Tormid knew that the Devers must have thought of the Sicilian and the Sicilian fleet again. At this time, Marcius walked into the main tent again. "Your Majesty, Commander Matones has sent a messenger to report that Aricia has surrendered." The Devers smiled. With the blessing of Hades, there is endless good news today. It was no wonder that he was so happy. Aricia was not far from Tusteran, just west of Lake Albalonga. It was a very old Latin city-state and had been the center of the western Latin region since ancient times, especially after the destruction of Albalonga. From its name it could be seen that this Latin city-state had a very close relationship with the goddess of the hunt, Diana Aricia, whom the Latin people worshipped. Because of this, it had once united with the Latin city-states in the west to resist the rise of Rome. However, after many defeats, it had no choice but to join the Latin alliance led by the Rome. After the Devers personally led the army out of the city of Rome, they first stationed themselves outside Tusteran, the original Roman encampment, and divided their forces to attack a few Latin city-states not far from Tusteran, focusing on Aricia. Under the threat of the army, the other city-states successively surrendered. Only the Protaresians refused to submit to Dionia. Therefore, the Devers ordered that Matones would lead the 2nd and Legio VI to attack Aricia. After a few days of continuous attacks, they finally saw results. When the smile on the Devers' face disappeared in the blink of an eye, it was followed by a stern tone. "If it wasn't for the feelings of the civilians in Rome, a Latin city-state like Aricia that dared to resist us should have been treated like Gabii. However, even if it surrendered, we cannot let it off easily. Herney, go inform to Pyrrhus and ask him to immediately talk to the Aresians. Since Aricia is the sacred forest of the goddess of the hunt, I can make Aricia a sacred place worshipped by all Latin people and replace the position of Mount Albalonga. However, from then on, Aricia is not allowed to build walls or build an army. The population is not allowed to exceed 5,000, and it is open to everyone. Its safety is guaranteed by Dionia." "Understood, Your Majesty." It is said that because of this Diana, Aricia is also a famous medical center in the Latin region. Hernepolis reminded. The Devers' mouth twitched slightly. Can Aricia's medical skills compare to Dionia's? I think this responsibility should be handed over to Hades. Your Majesty, it is a good thing that Aricia has surrendered. However, it is a pity that we failed to lure out the Rome army. Tormid said with some regret. The Devers smiled and said indifferently, the Rome has been tricked once, so they will naturally be more cautious. Now, their main force is still stationed in Saturnicum. It seems that they are prepared to defend to the death. This is also a good thing. Without the support of Rome, Aricia has also surrendered. The other Latin city-states in the west will soon make their choice. At this point, the Devers' gaze became sharp. He said in a firm tone, Tormid, inform the entire army to get ready. We will leave Tustran tomorrow and march southwest to the north of Saturnicum to set up camp. It is time to completely eliminate the Rome. The Devers' words made everyone in the tent excited. Yes, I will inform the legions immediately. Tormid responded excitedly. Also, we have previously sent messengers to these Latin city-states to persuade them to surrender. Artie's attitude was the most resolute. He even beat up our messengers. The Devers said in a cold tone. It is said that the Rome dictator Camillus once lived in Artie for a long time. He also received Artie's strong support in the battle to expel the Gauls. Therefore, Camillus and Artie have a close relationship. Camillus often takes care of Artie in the Senate of Rome. Therefore, it is not surprising that the artists would do this. However, I am afraid that the artists will have to give up their support for Camillus for the sake of their own city-state's survival, Henipolis comforted. Since Ostia was burned down, Artie is very important to our attack on Rome's main force in Saturnicum because it is not far from Antium and the camp we are going to build. It also has a sizable port. The Devers narrowed his eyes, which were glistening. We need to completely control this town to transfer and transport food supplies for the army. Therefore, we cannot accept Artie's surrender. We must completely capture it. Outside the city of Saturnicum, thousands of Rome citizens were working tirelessly to build defensive facilities. They reinforced the city walls, filled the city with deer abatis, widened and deepened the trenches, set up multiple layers of traps, set up multiple sentry towers between the traps, and expanded the entire defensive area outwards. The entire defensive pattern of the city was very similar to the defensive camps usually built by the Dionysian army. That was because the one who took on this task was Titus, who first commanded the army to attack Ostia. He deeply understood the power of the Dionysia's defensive system from the failure, so he transplanted it after some slight modifications. At this moment, he was standing on top of the city wall, supervising the progress of the entire project. Although he saw the entire defensive structure gradually taking shape under the efforts of the sweating soldiers, there was not a trace of joy on his face. Instead, his face was gloomy. "General, Lord Quintus is here," one of his subordinates whispered beside him. When Titus heard this, he turned around and glanced at Quintus, who was stepping on the stone stairs to the city wall. A trace of irritation flashed across his face. "Hey, Titus." There was not a trace of enthusiasm on Titus's face as he looked at Quintus, who was walking towards him. "When did you come back? Have the defensive facilities of Antium been completed?" There was a hint of interrogative tone in Titus' voice. Although Titus was a little displeased, he still explained, "Antium only has about 3,000 citizen soldiers, and Pantius' foot injury has basically healed. He can complete this mission alone. I would be a hindrance if I were there, so I came back yesterday." "Does the dictator know that you're back?" Titus was obviously a little dissatisfied with Quintus's decision, so he asked in a questioning tone. "I really want to report to the dictator, but he doesn't seem to be in good health. Lucius didn't let me in to disturb him." Quintus showed a look of contempt on his face and said in a serious tone, "Titus, this is very worrying. Can Camillus really command the army now, lead us to defeat the powerful Dionia, and recapture Rome? As long as the dictator is still alive, he is the commander of our entire army," Titus said firmly. Quintus was a little anxious and blurted out, "Is Camillus really worthy of your trust? Since we returned from Helniki, the recapture of Rome has been blocked. We failed to recapture Ostia. We were almost surrounded when we rescued Gabi. After that, we holed up here and watched Tustran, Aresia. One by one, our allies turned their backs on us, but we didn't take any action. Now the army of Dionia is about to reach the city, and we have no way to escape. Isn't this Camillus's fault?" Quintus's voice was so loud that the people around him heard it and began to whisper. Titus suddenly felt annoyed and spoke impolitely, "Quintus, you and I are both people who have been on the battlefield for a long time. You should know that since the invasion of Dionia until now, the dictator has not made any mistakes in commanding the battle. If it were you or I, we wouldn't be able to do better. What's more, in such a predicament, only the dictator can unite the entire army and stabilize the morale. And we must also unite together to resist the attack of Dionia and usher in the hope of victory. Therefore, any attempt to create chaos is absolutely not allowed." Titus's sharp eyes looked straight at Quintus. Quintus's expression changed slightly. He understood that Titus was warning him. During this time, because Quintus was dissatisfied with Camillus's conservative strategy, he privately persuaded Aulus and Servius to pressure Camillus and change his strategy. As a result, when Camillus received the news, he transferred him to Antium in advance to ensure the unity of the army. The reason why Quintus disobeyed the military order and returned without permission was that he was certain that Camillus wouldn't dare to punish him. After he returned, the first thing he did was to persuade Titus. That was because Titus had a high prestige among the soldiers. He could be considered the second in command of the army. With Titus' support, he could force Camillus to make concessions and even obtain the right to command the army. But before Quintus could fully express his meaning, the shrewd Titus had already made his position clear and shut Quintus' mouth. At this time, Quintus only felt anxious in his heart, but he had nowhere to vent. His right fist slammed heavily on the battlement. If it weren't for the fall of Rome, the information was cut off, and the fate of the senators was unknown. Otherwise, with his noble status as the patriarch of the Claudius clan, he would have long accused Camillus of passive avoidance of war and stripped him of his right to command. But without the support of the Senate, his prestige in the army was not high. Except for the citizens and hangers-on of the Claudius clan, there were probably no other citizen soldiers willing to listen to his command. Otherwise, why would he humbly accept the anger of a small noble like Titus here? Unity? Quintus sneered, "You are willing to accept the command of Camillus, who has lost his courage, and watch Rome slowly fall, but I will not." Absolutely not. Quintus's angry roar silenced the surroundings. Titus watched him stride away, and there was a layer of worry in his heart. As the actual commander of these battles with the Dionysian army, he knew very well that it was not that Camillus did not want to adopt a more proactive strategy, but that even though the Dionia were in a state of attack, they did not let down their guard. Not only were there Dionia scouts patrolling around Saturnicum, but there were also tens of thousands of troops guarding the flanks of the siege troops. In order to avoid falling into the trap of the Battle of Gabii again, Camillus had to adopt forbearance to preserve his little strength and wait for a turnaround. But would the turnaround really come? Titus looked at the sweating soldiers in front of the city, thinking of the powerful Dionysian army and their terrible king, and his eyes were a little confused. In the city of Saturnicum, Servius found Licinius, who had become the mayor. Previously, Licinius was questioned by the generals led by Quintus because of his civilian identity, and he almost lost the power to command the soldiers in battle. But after returning to Saturnicum, precisely because of his civilian background, the dictator Camillus appointed him as the mayor of Saturnicum. Because Saturnicum was a newly established colony city of Rome, the people in the city were mainly civilians of Rome who had migrated there. Now that the army had been stationed for a long time, and most of the soldiers were citizens of Rome, it was inevitable that there would be conflicts and dissatisfaction among the people of Saturnicum. Not only was Licinius steady in his work, but his prestige among the civilians of Rome also made the people of Saturnicum more obedient. Camillus' appointment was obviously made after careful consideration. Since the army had been stationed until now, even when the Dionia army was approaching, the city of Saturnicum remained stable, which showed Licinius' role in it. Licinius and Servius were relatives. Licinius' son, Tolo, married Ambrosius' youngest daughter, and Servius married Ambrosius' eldest daughter. The two were brothers-in-law. But the relationship between the two was not very good, and they rarely interacted. Because Servius was a noble, arrogant, flamboyant, and looked down on civilians, he and Quintus got along well. When Quintus questioned Camillus' battle plan, he clearly supported him. In the end, Camillus sent Quintus to Antium, and at the same time, put Servius in charge of the wounded barracks in the city, quietly depriving him of his right to command troops. "Licinius, I hope to get your help," Servius said straightforwardly. "What do you need me to do?" "Please tell me." Licinius said politely, but in his heart, he was a little dissatisfied. Is this the tone of asking for help? Servius obviously did not have the habit of observing other people's expressions. He complained loudly, "The dictator asked me to manage the wounded barracks, but it's not just a barracks, it's simply hell. Nearly 3,000 seriously injured soldiers are crowded in the small square. Not only is the ground covered in blood, groans are incessant, and the stench is overwhelming. 1/3 of the people do not have tents to cover themselves, and flies and mosquitoes are flying everywhere. It's very disgusting. It rained heavily the day before yesterday, and as a result, some of the wounded soldiers were drenched in the rain and died of fever. Servius looked pained. These are the warriors of Rome. They fought bravely for Rome, how can we abandon them so easily? Mars will punish us. So I hope you can vacate some houses for these wounded soldiers, send more people, so that they can be better settled and better taken care of. Looking at Servius' compassionate look, Licinius only wanted to vomit. He clearly remembered that when Camillus appointed Servius to manage the wounded barracks, the aristocratic general's face darkened, and he even jumped up and cursed, saying things like, "I will never care about those dead people." Later, he reluctantly accepted the appointment under the persuasion of the crowd. As far as he knew, he rarely went to inspect and manage the wounded barracks these days, and now he actually wanted to play the good guy? Licinius looked embarrassed, sighed, and said, "You are right, these warriors of Rome should indeed be taken good care of, but I'm afraid it will be difficult to vacate houses for them." Hearing this, Servius's face darkened. As if he did not see it, Licinius continued, "Sigh. You know, in order to settle our 13,000 troops in the city, I have already spent a lot of effort. The residents of the entire residential area in the west of the city have been moved out to accommodate the troops, and they can only live together with the residents of other urban areas. The people in the city have already expressed their dissatisfaction with this, and we had a hard time appeasing them. If we have to find new accommodation for the wounded soldiers now, I am afraid that many of the residents in the city will have to move again. This will inevitably arouse the anger of the people and cause unrest in the city. In the face of the imminent battle with the Daionia, it is best to maintain the stability of the city." Servius immediately put on a stern face and loudly rebuked, "Licinius, for the sake of the interests of the civilians, you completely disregard the lives of the wounded soldiers, and have the heart to let our warriors die in the wind and rain. Are you still worthy of being a Rome general?" Being accused in public, Licinius was furious. He knew that if he did not fight back and let these words reach the ears of the soldiers, it would inevitably cause the soldiers to resent him, so he immediately said sternly, "Servius, since you took over the wounded barracks, have you inspected the wounded barracks? Have you comforted the wounded soldiers who are groaning in pain? Have you instructed your men to build more tents to improve their living environment? You keep saying that you are doing this for the good of the wounded soldiers, but that is just a lie. The real truth is, due to your negligence, the wounded barracks were not properly repaired, causing the heavy rain to cause the deaths of some wounded soldiers. You should bear an important responsibility for this. You. Servius was indeed criticized because of the heavy rain. After Quintus came back, he reminded him to take care of the wounded soldiers. After all, a large number of wounded soldiers were more or less related to the soldiers in the army. Taking care of them would naturally win the morale of the army. Literature Museum. Therefore, Servius came to Licinius. On the one hand, he wanted to make up for it, and on the other hand, he wanted to shift the blame. However, he did not expect Licinius to be so ruthless and list his mistakes in public. This made Servius extremely angry, but he could not find a reason to refute. His face was red, and he finally roared, "You lowly commoner! Most of the civilians in the army have fled to surrender to the people of Daionia. Are you still here to be a spy? The dictator should have arrested you a long time ago. You civilians are not trustworthy at all." As soon as this remark came out, the people around him were in an uproar. Seeing that the situation was not good, Servius immediately left. "Damn it." Licinius stared at Servius's back as he left, his face gloomy and terrifying. The coast from Carthage to Utica, which was more than 10 miles long, had now become a huge military camp. Thousands of citizens from Carthage and the Phoenician city-states, indigenous people from the Iberian Peninsula, nomads from Namibia, and even indigenous people from Mauritania and Gaul had gathered here one after another. The races with different appearances wore different costumes and spoke completely different languages. It was very lively, as if this place had become the center of the entire Mediterranean world. However, for the senators of the Carthage Senate, this huge military camp next to the city of Carthage was a potential terrible threat. Many races gathered here. Due to the language barrier, poor communication, different customs, and different interests, there were conflicts every day. The people of Carthage and Phoenicia living outside the city also complained to the Senate from time to time that they were harassed by the indigenous people. Fortunately, Brother Ma led his subordinates around and settled a lot of disputes. In addition, such a huge army would consume a lot of food and salary every day they stayed here. Therefore, the senators could not wait to send this terrible army to Sicily to harm the people of Ionia, so they sent people every day to urge Brother Mara to lead the army to land in Sicily as soon as possible. For Mara, he also hoped to land in Sicily as soon as possible. After all, he was busy solving these disputes every day, which gave him a headache. In the long run, the image of the Maganid family in the eyes of the people of Carthage would be ruined because of these unruly mercenaries. However, since the Carthage fleet was destroyed by the storm, new warships were still being built, while Ionia warships often cruised the waters west of Sicily, attacking the merchant ships of Carthage and its allies heading to Sicily, threatening the sea route between Carthage and Sicily. Therefore, without the protection of the fleet, how could Mara dare to let the soldiers take cargo ships, cross the sea, and land in Sicily? On this day, the Africa coast that had been sunny and hot finally had a light drizzle, and a strong sea breeze blew. The temperature finally dropped, and the soldiers who had been enduring the scorching heat ran out of their tents to enjoy this rare coolness. Even the Iberian natives took off their clothes and used the rain to wash their bodies. At the same time, they shouted excitedly. Their sturdy bodies and ferocious appearance made it so that no one dared to look at them with contempt. At this time, Mara also walked out of the central tent and looked at the big flag standing in front of the tent, lost in thought. Under the sea breeze, the flag had been fluttering toward the northeast. At this time, Anubis walked toward him. During the battle with the Dionysian fleet, the storm also destroyed the double-headed dragon ship that the commander of the Carthage navy was on. He was pushed to the coast of Mazara by the turbulent waves and was finally rescued. But he was soon ordered to return to Carthage to be questioned by the Senate, who wanted to hold him accountable for causing the annihilation of the Carthage fleet. Fortunately, Hanno secretly instructed Tepenrako, Ocradon, and other elders to exonerate him, claiming that the Dionysian fleet had more warships and was more powerful. Although Anubis had caused heavy losses to his warships, he had also used the storm to destroy the opponent's fleet, ensuring the safety of Carthage and the western waters of Sicily. His merits outweighed his faults. Therefore, not only was he not punished, but he continued to serve as the commander of the Carthage navy, but now he was just a figurehead. Of course, this decision of the Carthage Senate took place a few days after the sea battle. If it was now, the elders would not have let Anubis off so easily. After all, the Ionia warships continued to show off their strength in the western waters of Sicily that Carthage used to control, bringing a heavy blow to Carthage's sea trade, making Anubis's previous statement that the Dionysian fleet was also destroyed a lie. So later, the Senate and Mara reached a consensus. Anubis and the Carthage fleet led by him would be under Mara's direct command. This was originally very different from the proposal that the army would be under Mara's command, and the navy would be under Anubis's command advocated by Hanno. This showed the anger of the people of Carthage against Anubis. Lord Mara. Arnabas walked closer and bowed respectfully. The criticism he had suffered during this period of time had made him cautious and cautious. What did the Tyrians say? Mara asked directly. The Tyrians refused to provide escort for our landing fleet. Anubis said softly, they also said, they will not accept our command, and will decide the timing and sea area of the attack themselves. We, Carthage, have worked hard to transport gold and silver for them for decades, so that they could live comfortably under the rule of Persia, and in return, this is the answer we get. They brought warships to the western Mediterranean just to put on a show. What use is a motherland like this to us? Brother Margot threw a tantrum, while Anrobus stood quietly on the side and listened. Does Hanno know about this? Mara suddenly asked. I have informed the Senate, and the Senate has asked Lord Hanno to send someone to negotiate with the Tyrians. Anubis answered carefully. It seems that the Phoenician coalition fleet can't be counted on for the time being. Mara did not show any frustration on his face. He had obviously received information in advance and expected such a result, so he glanced at Anubis and said, I called you over to tell you that I have decided to lead the army to land in Sicily tomorrow. Tomorrow? Anubis was really shocked. He stared at Mara with wide eyes. Mara also looked at Anubis with an unusually determined expression. Then he raised his head and pointed to the fluttering flag in front of him. Do you see that? It's the southwest wind. I have questioned many of the old sailors of Carthage and Utica, and all of them have agreed that the same wind and the same rain will come on the morrow. The fast ships I sent out to scout the enemy and the merchant ships that returned to the port all told me that there was no trace of Dionia warships on the route today, so it is very likely that they will not appear tomorrow. But, if the weather is still like this tomorrow, the wind and waves will be strong on the sea, and it will be very difficult to land. Besides, the weather at sea is unpredictable. If we encounter it again. Anubis's words came to an abrupt halt, but the fear that appeared on his face made it clear what he wanted to say. A storm. Margot softly spat out the words that Anubis wanted to say. Then, with a determined expression, he said, since you think so, the Dionians must have the same fear. That's why they didn't send out their warships today. Tomorrow, they will still be holed up in the harbor. That's the best chance for us to land. Without the help of the Tyrians, our army can also land in Sicily without the threat of the Dionysian fleet. Then, we can surprise the Dionia and launch a sudden attack. If we really encounter another storm, it means that Bar Harmon is no longer protecting Carthage. No matter how much effort we put in, it would all be in vain. But this is impossible, because our Carthage is under the protection of Bar Harmon and Tanit. We have already lived here for hundreds of years, and we will continue to live here. But Anubis still wanted to persuade him, but Mara had already impatiently waved his hand to stop him. I did not call you here to listen to your nagging, but to discuss and formulate a landing plan with me as soon as possible, and then inform the cities of Carthage and Utica to make all preparations as soon as possible. All right, Lord Mara, I object to such a risk, but since you insist, I can only listen to your orders. Anubis knew Mara well, and knew that it was useless to persuade him again. He spoke in such a tone, with the intention that if the landing failed, he could also use this as an excuse. The next day, as expected, it drizzled on the coast where Carthage was located, and a southwest wind blew. It even affected the western part of Sicily. Usually, in such a weather, the laborers at the port of Lille would be relatively idle, because very few merchant ships would go to sea to trade in such weather. However, due to the ravages of the Dionia warships, only in such weather could the merchant ships of Carthage and the Phoenicians be safe. Yesterday, the port of Lille was relatively busy, and it seemed that the situation would not be bad today, so early in the morning, the port management personnel rushed the laborers to the dock. Among the laborers in Lille, there were no Carthage people. After all, almost all Carthage people came from wealthy families, and no one would do such laborious and menial work. More than half of the laborers were Namibian slaves, but these Namibians who grew up inland were only suitable for some hard and menial work. As for how to guide the ships to the dock, fix the ships, better load and unload the cargo, some of the more demanding port work, such as guiding the ships to the dock, fixing the ships, and better loading and unloading the goods, needed other races with sailing experience to complete. Therefore, there were some Greek slaves, mixed Phoenician and Greek free people, and even Greek free people among the laborers in Lille. This was the result of the Phoenicians and Greeks living together on this small island for hundreds of years. If it was more than 10 years ago, most of the laborers in the port of Lille were Greek freedmen, and there were very few Namibian slaves. However, the kingdom of Dionia occupied the eastern part of Sicily, absorbing Greek freedmen, and Carthage's conquest of Namibia changed the situation. Braving the drizzle and the wet and cold sea breeze, the laborers rushed to the dock while trembling. At this time, the sky was still bright. Although the port was open, no ships had yet come in. The laborers took the opportunity to squat under the eaves of the warehouse on the shore, seizing the time to rest. Not long after, they heard noisy footsteps. Hundreds of Carthage soldiers poured into the port and began to drive away the idle people in the port, strengthening the patrol of the port. Looking at the docks that had suddenly become heavily guarded, the workers were shocked. Look! Governor Imazir is here. Someone shouted in surprise, and the surrounding atmosphere became more tense. At this time, the official in charge of the labor management ran over and scolded in exasperation, "Get up, lazy people. Before Lord Margot leads the army to the port, you immediately clear all the obstacles and garbage at the port, and ensure that the road is smooth and clean. and those old ships docked at the port immediately pull them away. Quick! Quick! If anyone dares to slack off, I will let him know how powerful I am. Accompanied by the officers' roar, the supervisors cracked their leather whips. The laborers were immediately like frightened rabbits. Under the lead of the foreman, they quickly ran to the dock. Among them, there was a middle-aged laborer with a stooped back. The originally dull eyes of the middle-aged laborer lit up at this moment. Carthage's army actually chose to cross the sea in such a weather and land at Lille. How bold! I wonder if Flarios has sent a clipper to detect the enemy's action? About an hour later, the first troopship entered Lille Bay. The sailors on board had furled their sails. They shouted a chant and paddled their oars to the pier nearest to them. Then they sailed into the second ship, the third ship. Not long after, the port was filled with transport ships. Seeing that there was a ship approaching the pier, the foreman led a dozen laborers and quickly ran over. They hooked the side of the ship with iron hooks in their hands so that one side of the ship was completely attached to the pier. Then, they tied the ship's mooring to the wooden stakes and placed a wooden plank on it, allowing the soldiers to disembark. Usually, the workers were very familiar with this set of procedures to help stop the ship and dock, but under the interference of the cold wind and drizzle, it became a little difficult. Because the pier became slippery, and the ship had to exert more strength under the turbulent waves to pull it, the workers kept slipping on the pier and falling into the sea became a very common phenomenon. Even when the ship collided in the port, it was not uncommon to see soldiers falling into the water. Even though Imazir had made some preparations for the landing of the army, the port was still in chaos. However, no matter how chaotic the Lille port was, ships of soldiers still boarded the dock continuously and gathered densely on the shore of the port. Amidst the noise and clamor, they lined up in columns and left the port one after another, entering the city of Lille. In the eyes of the hunchbacked middle-aged laborer, the first to disembark should be the Carthage soldiers. In fact, they were more Phoenicians. These rumored to be delicate Carthage people appeared very calm. There was little noise and chaos throughout the entire process of disembarking, and they obeyed the commands of the team officers very well. After that, many dark-skinned, slender Numidian soldiers, in fact, there were some Mauritanians among them, came ashore. These rumored free and undisciplined nomads were unexpectedly able to obey orders during the disembarking process and quickly disembark to assemble. Of course, there were also soldiers who moved undisciplined. These natives with their upper bodies bare, embroidered with strange tattoos, and ferocious-looking faces were said to be the Celts from the Iberian Peninsula. Although they were not used to taking a ship and kept vomiting from the turbulent waves, and when they came ashore, they staggered left and right and looked pale, but their tall and strong bodies still made him nervous. What concerned the laborer the most was the murderous aura emanating from these soldiers, which only veterans who had been on the battlefield for a long time would have. It seemed that this time Carthage's army was not easy to deal with. He looked at the transport ships that were still entering and leaving the port entrance and hid his worries in his heart. In this landing, Margot arranged the landing site of the main Iberian force that had followed him for many years at the port of Lille and its vicinity. In fact, the entire Carthage army of more than 80,000 people landed on the entire coast from Mazara to Eryx. Not only were there the ports of various towns, but there were also beaches where ships could dock. Margot hoped to be able to send soldiers, supplies, horses, and so on to Sicily as soon as possible, so as to avoid being discovered by the Dionia people and being attacked by their fleet. For this reason, not only Carthage and Utica dispatched a large number of ships, but Hadramedum, Ruspina, Gilgali, and other Phoenix city-states on the coast of Africana had also provided ships to help transport troops. Therefore, the entire sea area from western Sicily to Africana was a spectacle. Countless ships covered the surface of the sea, as if they were laying out a huge pontoon bridge connecting the two places. Everywhere along the coast of western Sicily, exhausted soldiers could be seen gathering on the beach, frightened war horses running around, and shouts and neighs of horses could be heard one after another, from Mazara to Eryx. In the governor's mansion in the city of Serenus, Adjutant Muckru gently pushed open the door of the study. Leotychides was sitting alone in the room. The commander of the kingdom of Dionia in charge of the war in Sicily sat motionless on a wooden chair like a puppet, staring intently at the map of Sicily hanging on the wall. Having followed Leotychides for some time, Muckru knew that this commander had some strange habits, so he did not speak, but stood quietly behind Leotychides. After an unknown amount of time, Mukru felt that his eyelids were fighting to stay open. Suddenly, he heard Leotychides ask, "Yesterday, about 20,000 Iberian troops who have been entrenched in Palmos suddenly marched south and entered the city of Lily. What do you think is the reason?" Perhaps it has something to do with the fact that Carthage's Iberian governor Margo became the military commander, and the conflict between the Iberian army and Carthage's army no longer exists. Suddenly being asked about this, Mukru did not have time to think deeply, and threw out a reason that he thought was reasonable. Leotychides did not turn his head, still sitting upright, and continued to ask, "It has been a long time since Margo became the military commander of Carthage. Why did the Iberian army in Palmos only set off to enter Lily yesterday?" Mukru heard a trace of dissatisfaction in Leotychides' words. This time, he thought for a while before answering cautiously, "It may be because we have been constantly sending soldiers to harvest the wheat fields outside the cities of Mazara, Segesta, Lily, and even Eryx. I'm afraid that the Iberian army came from the north coast to strengthen the military power of Carthage's people here, and to restrain our wheat harvesting operation." After Mukru said this, seeing that Leotychides did not respond, he thought for a while, and added with uncertainty, "It may also be to cooperate with the military operations of Carthage's people." After a while, Leotychides faintly replied, "The military operations of Carthage? Other than landing in Sicily, what else can they do?" Tagru suddenly felt a shock in his heart. At this time, Leotychides stood up, looked at Mukru, and said in a low voice, "Go inform the cavalry corps to send out the best cavalry scouts for me. These few days, carefully investigate the movements of the enemy in Lily, Eryx, and these cities. Report immediately if there are any abnormalities." "Yes." Mukru's voice was a little low, because he knew that from the current situation, the only weakness of the Dionysian army compared to Carthage's army was the cavalry. The commander's order had determined that the 4th Cavalry Corps would inevitably pay a certain amount of casualties. At the same time, send out 5 reserve brigades to follow these scouts, to protect our scouts from being attacked by the Namibian cavalry. The next words of Leotychides made Mukru breathe a sigh of relief. With the support of 5,000 reserve heavy infantry, the safety of the Dionia scouts was guaranteed. Also, go tell Miltiades to send out more fast ships to the west of Sicily to investigate the movements of Carthage's army across the sea. After Leotychides finished, Mukru's expression became awkward. He said, "Sir Commander, I came to the study to tell you that our fleet is still the same as yesterday, and not a single warship has been sent to the west of the sea. According to the information I have gathered, the commander of the Sicilian fleet, Miltiades, said to his subordinates, they are not familiar with the sea conditions here. If they go out to sea in such bad weather, it is very likely that they will encounter the same fate as before. He must be responsible for the lives of every warship's crew, and not let them die in vain without any achievements. In such weather, Carthage's people are also worried, and will not make any big moves." Listening to Mukru's words, Leotychides' face was frighteningly gloomy. He snorted softly, "This new commander of the Sicilian fleet has been frightened by the storm. He is much less courageous than Sicilian. You still have to go to the port and tell Miltiades personally that it is my order to send out fast ships to patrol the west of Sicily in the next 2 days. Commander, do you want to inform Governor Cypros?" Mukru hesitated. Leotychides faintly replied, "It's too far. There's not enough time. His Majesty should have put the Sicilian fleet under my command. That would have saved us a lot of trouble. Hurry up and carry out the order." Miltiades' response was not out of Mukru's expectations. Not only did he reject Leotychides' proposal to let him patrol, but he also had Mukru bring a message to Leotychides, tactfully reminding him that the Sicilian fleet was not under his command and that he should not worry about the navy's affairs. Leotychides lost his temper in the mansion, but there was nothing he could do. In the afternoon, the scouts returned to Serenus with bad news. They found many Carthage soldiers and ships gathered on the coast from Mazara to Lily. The Carthage army was disembarking. Leotychides made a quick judgment. "Send someone to inform Miltiades. Let him do as he sees fit." The corner of Leotychides' mouth twitched as he said sarcastically. It seemed that Miltiades' previous response had upset him. "Gather the 8th Legion and the reserve troops immediately. Follow me to attack the coast of Mazara." Finally, Leotychides gave the order. Yes, sir. In order to understand and supervise the boarding of the entire army at the ports of Carthage and Utica, Margot was almost at the forefront of the last batch of ships to enter the port of Lille. As soon as he arrived at the dock, he was warmly welcomed by the governor of Lilybae, Imazir, the acting commander-in-chief of the Carthaginian army, Audiobook, and other officials. Everyone crowded him into the governor's mansion like he was the moon. Margot had just sat down, but before he could say anything, the news of tens of thousands of Dionysian army leaving Cyrrhenus and marching west came. Most of the people present felt nervous, but Brother Ma resolutely ordered, "Gather the troops immediately and intercept them." Lilybae was a military fortress, and there were several barracks in the city. Previously, there were more than 10,000 Numidian soldiers stationed there, the original army led by Monteadino, and yesterday, about 20,000 Iberian soldiers led by Hasdrubal were stationed there. Brother Ma ordered his men to quickly assemble them, and for the sake of caution, he also brought along the 6,000 Iberian soldiers who had just landed in the city. Leotychides led the army against the wind and rain, and the normal march became a little difficult, so it took them nearly 3 hours to get close to Mazara city. At this moment, he received a report from his scouts that a Carthage army, numbering no less than 30,000, was approaching them from Lille. Since the Battle of Minoa and the Dionysian army's capture of Cyrrhenus, Leotychides had tried various ways to lure the enemy holed up in Lille, Segesta, Mazara, and other cities out of the city to fight in order to achieve another victory, but he had not succeeded. Now that Carthage's army had finally left the city, Leotychides hesitated. Although the Battle of Maloia exposed the low morale and combat effectiveness of the Carthage army at that time, this did not make Leotychides arrogant. Through intelligence, he knew that the Iberian army that had captured Cilyndium could not be underestimated, and the Carthage army that was now rushing from Lilybae must also be the main force, and the number of soldiers far exceeded the number of troops he led. During the time that the Dionysian army was stationed in Cyrrhenus, because there had been no fighting, many soldiers of the friendly city-states had returned to their homes to prepare for the upcoming harvest season. After the second fleet arrived in Sicily, Miltiades had protested to Leotychides that the outstanding crew of the Dionian navy had been converted into light infantry without authorization to serve as the auxiliary of the legion in battle, referring to some of the tens of thousands of Sicilian sailors who had survived the storm. He also reported the matter to the Ministry of Military Affairs, and in the end, Leotychides had to let these sailors return to the naval base in the Catania Plains. Therefore, the number of troops Leotychides led now was just over 20,000, and there were still more than 3,000 friendly soldiers left in the city of Cyrrhenus. This was all the troops he had in western Sicily. He originally thought that the landing of the Carthage army in such bad weather would inevitably cause a moment of chaos, but he did not expect the Carthage army to attack so quickly. His gaze swept across the fully armored legionnaires beside him. Their faces were drenched in rain, showing their exhaustion. After a moment of hesitation, Leotychides, who had never been reckless in battle, dismissed the idea of fighting the Carthage army. He ordered the army to stop advancing and immediately return to Cyrrhenus. The soldiers, who had made a wasted trip and were drenched, complained about this. Leotychides did not care about this. What he cared about was whether the Sicilian fleet would be able to gain anything. After Miltiades received the reminder from his adjutant, Mucru, and due to his terrible relationship with Leotychides, he did not fully believe Mucru's words. Therefore, he did not immediately lead the fleet out to sea, but instead sent a speedboat to patrol the western seas. After receiving confirmation, he hurriedly led the fleet out of the port. As the fleet sailed against the wind, it was already dusk by the time they bypassed the cape and arrived at the sea near Mazara. The sea that was bustling with ships had basically regained its calm. The landing of the Carthaginian army had ended, and the transportation of the military supplies and horses had also been completed by more than half. The Carthage speedboat, which had been observing the movements of the Dionysian fleet, quickly notified the ships that were still on the way. Some of them immediately returned to Carthage, while others rushed to the beaches and ports of Sicily. Therefore, the Dionysian fleet searched the waters for a period of time and only managed to sink or capture a dozen cargo ships. Although they occasionally looked at the many Carthage ships docked on the beaches, they did not dare to approach and attack because there were many Carthage soldiers on the beaches. It was obviously foolish for the navy to give up their advantages to fight on land. Moreover, because the sky was dark and the waves were strong, 2 warships accidentally hit the rocks and sank. Therefore, Melchius had no choice but to order the fleet to return. During the journey, he was depressed. He was largely responsible for the successful landing of the Carthage army in Sicily. Be it His Majesty the Devers or the Ministry of Military Affairs, they would not turn a blind eye to this. Over the next few days, the situation in the western part of Sicily presented an eerie calm. On the Carthage side, Margot was busy reorganizing the disorderly army after the landing and transporting the scattered supplies on the coast back to Lille. At the same time, he also took the time to meet with the officials of the Carthage kingdom and the envoys of the allies to understand the situation in Sicily in detail. He even summoned the Sicaire leader Arcones, who had been neglected by Mont. On the Dionia side, Leotychides no longer sent troops to destroy the opponent's fields and villages. Instead, he ordered the soldiers to strengthen the city's defenses. In fact, he had been doing this ever since he occupied Selinus. He knew very well that the Battle of Minoa was not enough to hurt Carthage. Instead, it would lead to a more violent counterattack from Carthage. The southern coast of Sicily was the main offensive route of the Carthage army. Selinus, which was located at the starting point of this route, was very important. As long as they held on to it, it would create a great obstacle for the Carthage army to further attack the territories of the Dionia's friendly city-states on the south coast. This would help to achieve the strategic goal that the King of Devers had given him. At the same time, Leotychides also sent messengers back to Catanae to inform Cypros of the new battle situation. He also asked for reinforcements from the friendly city-states such as Minoa, Agrigento, and Gela to strengthen the defense of Selinus. Leotychides hoped that the battle would happen as late as possible, but Margot could not wait any longer. After all, he had promised in the Senate that he would drive the Dionia out of Sicily within a year. So 3 days later, the mighty Carthage army surrounded Selinus. Margot ordered the army to start building the camp, and at the same time, let the engineers and carpenters build the siege equipment. After the camp had begun to take shape, he began to send out thousands of light infantry formed by the various allies of Sicily to gradually clear the traps and obstacles on the periphery of Selinus. Of course, Leotychides would not allow the enemy to approach the trench so easily. So not only did he order the defenders at the top of the city to launch fierce long-range attacks on any enemy that entered the attack range of the city, but from time to time, he also organized hundreds or thousands of light armored soldiers to sneak out of the city to attack the enemy who was busy clearing the obstacles. Leotychides' proactive defensive tactics caused a lot of damage to the Carthage soldiers who were clearing the obstacles under the city, but after a few days, the encirclement of Carthage was still gradually shrinking. For Margot, who had about 120,000 troops, a few casualties were simply scratching an itch through his boots, and it did not affect him in the slightest. With the support of a strong military force, Carthage's cleaning work outside Selinus had never been interrupted. As the Carthage army methodically advanced under the city and strengthened their defense against surprise attacks by the defenders, the Dionysian army also reduced the number of attacks outside the city after suffering a few small losses. Soon, Carthage's men placed dozens of ballistae in front of the city and continuously bombarded the city walls with stone bullets. Since the Legion of Dionysia usually trained in attacking and defending the city walls, they naturally had their own research on how to defend against the ballistae. In addition to letting the ballistae on the city walls and inside the city accurately strike the enemy's ballistae, Leotychides also ordered the soldiers to collect a large number of fishing nets from the port fishermen, hang them down from the top of the city, and cover the walls to cushion the impact of the stone bullets. End of chapter 890. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.